Chapter 1. Where is this place? Su Xian woke up with his eyes open and found himself in a strange room. Then, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, and a large amount of memories flooded into his mind like a tide. He traveled through time, and traveled to the world of Dragon Ball, becoming Son Goku's second son Son Goten. He is now 6 years old, but there are more than 20 days before he turns 7. This means that there are less than 5 months before the appearance of Majin Buu. Ding! The host's bloodline has been confirmed without a doubt, and now it begins to recognize the master. Just as Su Xian was thinking, he suddenly heard an electronic synthesized sound in his ears. System! Su Xian was overjoyed after hearing this. Generally, travelers who travel through time will have a system or a golden finger. The novel is true. After a while, the system recognized the master, and a blue interface appeared in front of Su Xian. Name: Son Goten. Gender: male. Age: 6 years old. Bloodline: Scion and Earthling. Combat power: 20 million. Time and space: Dragon Ball Super. Dragon Ball Super. Yes, Master. Then system, what functions do you have? Ahem. The system coughed. I can make you stronger by defeating your opponent. Become stronger by defeating your opponent. Yes, as long as the master defeats an opponent of the same level, he can get an advanced card in his skills. Advanced card? Yes, for example, if the master defeats Super 1 Trunks, he can get a Super 2 advanced card. After using this advanced card, your strength will reach the Super 2 level. So awesome! Yet, what if you defeat someone weaker than you? Then you can also get his moves and abilities. Dong dong dong! Just then, there was a sudden knock on the door. Goten, it's 2 o'clock, it's time to get up. Okay. Su Xian responded, quickly got up from the bed, and said to himself in his heart. From today on, I am Son Goten. Afterwards, Son Goten went to the bathroom to wash up and came to the back mountain to practice. He had just crossed over and was not familiar with Sun Wuxian's body, so he had to adapt first. Swoosh! Step! Sun Wuxian jumped up with both feet, and his fists were like the wind, swinging forward with force. So fast! Sun Wuxian said, raised his right foot, kicked up and down quickly, and then switched to kicking up and down with his left foot. After the simple activities, Sun Wuxian practiced the flying technique based on the Dragon Ball anime he had watched. According to the Dragon Ball anime, the technique of flying technique is to concentrate the energy and control your energy to fly in the sky. Sun Wuxian stood there for a while with full concentration, and then his body slowly floated up. Success! Sun Wuxian happily controlled his energy and flew forward. After a while, Sun Wuxian was faster than the birds flying in the sky. Swoosh! Step! Sun Wuxian fell back to the ground, and suddenly clenched his hands with force. Ha! With a loud shout, Goten's hair and eyebrows turned golden, and all the hair on his head except the bangs stood up. His pupils turned light green, and a golden aura rose from his body. This is the Super Saiyan. Goten exhaled lightly and restrained the aura emanating from his body. Then he practiced in the back mountain in the Super Saiyan state. Goku's house. Gohan was doing the test questions at home at this time, and suddenly felt the strong aura emitted by Goten when he was practicing. Such a strong aura, this aura seems to be Goten's aura. Gohan looked at the test questions on the table, got up and left the room. Soon, Gohan came to the back mountain and saw Goten, who had transformed into a Super Saiyan. Go! Goten! Gohan looked at Goten with an unbelievable look on his face. Goten is only 6 years old now, but he can already transform into a Super Saiyan. You know, even he could only transform into a Super Saiyan when he was 10 years old, and he only succeeded in becoming a Super Saiyan after undergoing very strict training. Son Goten nodded and paused his training. Go. Goten, when did you become a Super Saiyan? When? Last year, when my mother fought me. Go, last year. Son Gohan was shocked again. You mean, you mastered Super Saiyan last year? Yes, Trunks is better than me. Master Super Saiyan first. Trunks, what did you just say about your mother fighting you? Mom, I used to be taught to practice, but I turned into a Super Saiyan in that battle. Mom said that I turned into a bad boy, so she stopped teaching me to practice. Really? Son Gohan smiled. This is because Mom has always hated the hair and hairstyle of Super Saiyans. Is that so? But I never thought that Mom would teach you to practice. Son Gohan said with a little emotion in his heart. When he wanted to practice, Chi-Chi had always been strongly opposed. Goten, you are practicing, right? How about we fight? But don't you have to study, brother? It's okay, Goten, it won't take much time. Well, then brother, can you let me? Let you? Can you not transform into a Super Saiyan? Of course not. Why? Because I haven't practiced for a long time, but I can let you learn 3 moves. 3 moves. Then 10 moves. Then can I learn 100 moves? Goten said with a smile. Okay, then 100 moves, but you can't say anything more this time. Goten nodded. Seeing this, Gohan stepped back and made fighting gestures with both hands. Then brother, can we start? Yeah. Gohan nodded. Ha! Goten shouted loudly, and rushed to Gohan like the wind, punching forward with both fists. Swish! Swish! Gohan dodged and retreated. Goten shouted loudly, and punched forward with all his strength. Gohan raised his arms and stepped back a few steps. Just then, Goten's figure suddenly disappeared and appeared behind Gohan. Not good. Goten jumped into the air with both feet, and kicked Gohan's back with his right foot. Ah! With a scream, Son Gohan's body hit a mountain in front of him like a ray. A large amount of sand and dust was immediately raised around the mountain. Son Gohan gritted his teeth and quickly climbed out of the mountain. At this time, Son Goten condensed a golden energy wave with his right hand and hit Son Gohan. Boom! With a huge explosion, most of the mountain was blown away. Ho ho! Son Gohan gasped and appeared in the sky on the right side of the mountain. Son Gohan was shocked. Son Gohan's strength was stronger than he thought. At this moment, Son Gohan clenched his hands and transformed into a Super Saiyan. Son Goshen frowned slightly, but still rushed towards Son Gohan. Chapter 2. Soon, Goten rushed to Gohan, punching and kicking like lightning, attacking Gohan. Gohan dodged and blocked Goten's attack. Goten, 100 moves have passed. Gohan reminded. Goten didn't say anything after hearing this, but continued to attack forward. Gohan clenched his fists and launched a counterattack against Goten. Bang! With a heavy kick, Goten's body was kicked like a ray and flew to the mountain behind him. The mountain was immediately covered with a large piece of sand and dust. When the sand and dust dispersed, Goten chose to admit defeat. Although Gohan had not practiced for a long time, he had the strength to defeat Cell after all. How could Goten beat him with his current strength? Goten, you are already very powerful. When I was your age, I couldn't even transform into a Super Saiyan. Goten nodded. It's getting late. I should go back to school, or my mother will scold me again. You should practice well. Goten nodded again. Seeing this, Gohan turned around and flew back. Goten looked at Gohan's back and continued to practice. After an unknown amount of time, a figure flew down from the sky. This person was Trunks. Swish! Tap! Trunks fell in front of Goten. Goten! Goten nodded. Goten, who did you fight with just now? My brother. Your brother? Yes. Goten nodded. How strong is he? Very strong. Really? I heard from my mom that Gohan defeated Cell and might be stronger than my dad. Goten laughed dryly. That was in the past. Gohan is definitely not as strong as Vegeta now. Goten, what are we going to do today? Are we going to catch fish at the waterfall or fight the giant bear at Baizai Mountain? Although Goten and Trunks can transform into Super Saiyans, they are still children after all. So their usual entertainment is to catch rhinoceros beetles, crabs, and lions and bears. No, I want to practice today. Practice? Yes. Goten, why do you suddenly want to practice? Nothing, I just wanted to practice after fighting with my brother. Is that so? In that case, I will practice with you. You too? Yes, is there any problem? No, no. Goten shook his head repeatedly. Originally, he wanted to practice secretly and surpass Trunks. Now that Trunks also wants to practice, it will become more difficult to surpass him. However, the two have similar strengths, and Goten does not necessarily have to rely on strength to defeat him, but can also rely on wits. The afternoon passed quickly, and before he knew it, the sun in the sky had begun to set in the west. Goten, it's getting late, so I'll come to play with you tomorrow. Okay. Goten nodded. Seeing this, Trunks immediately used the sky dance technique to fly towards Zidu. Son Goten glanced at the sky and practiced for a while. The next morning, after breakfast, Son Goten went to the back mountain to practice. At around 8 o'clock, Trunks came to the back mountain and saw Son Goten practicing. When did this guy become so diligent? Trunks muttered to himself, and his body quickly landed beside Son Goten. Trunks? Son Goten happily greeted Trunks. Trunks nodded. Goten, did you come here to practice early this morning? Son Goten nodded. Goten, what's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly so diligent in practicing? No, I just heard my brother talk about my father, so I suddenly want to practice. Are you talking about your dead father? Son Goten nodded. Trunks, how about we have a competition today? Okay. After hearing this, Trunks thought about it and agreed. Then, the two of them stepped back at the same time. Ha! With a loud shout, Goten transformed into a Super Saiyan. Transform directly into a Super Saiyan. Trunks said, and also transformed into a Super Saiyan. Goten chuckled, rushed to Trunks quickly, and attacked forward with both fists. Trunks dodged and stepped back. Suddenly, Goten's right foot swept towards Trunks like an autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves. Trunks did not expect Goten to make such a move, and his body was swept to the ground. But he quickly supported the ground with his right hand and jumped behind him. But before Trunks could be happy, Goten's figure came behind Trunks. Trunks turned around quickly and swung his right fist forward. Swish! Trunks' right fist hit the Goten body in vain. The originally clear figure immediately became blurred. After image. Trunks' expression changed slightly. At this time, the real Goten appeared behind Trunks and kicked forward with his right foot. Trunks' body immediately crashed into a mountain in front of him like a ray. The mountain was immediately smashed into a lot of sand and dust. Damn it! Trunks yelled angrily, and a strong breath suddenly burst out of his body, blowing away the dust around him. Seeing this, Sun Wushan's eyes narrowed slightly. At this moment, Trunks' figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Sun Wushan was startled, and his eyes quickly looked around. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind Sun Wushan, and kicked forward with his right foot. Bang! Sun Wushan's body was kicked into the mountain in front of him like a ray. The mountain was immediately blown up by a large piece of dust. Trunks smiled, feeling a little proud. Swoosh! At this time, a golden energy wave flew out from the dust. Trunks moved to the left and dodged. Boom! With a huge explosion, the golden energy wave exploded behind Trunks. Trunks looked at the gradually dispersing dust in front of him and found that there was no Goten in the dust. What? Trunks was shocked. The next second, a figure suddenly appeared behind Trunks and attacked him. Swish! With a slight sound, Goten punched in the air above the figure of Trunks. After image. Hee hee. At this time, a laugh came from behind Goten. Goten turned around and looked back, and saw Trunks kicking hard with his right foot. Swish! Trunks kicked in the air with his right foot above the figure of Goten. An after image 2. Chapter 3. Trunks said, his figure flashed into the air, and he saw Goten standing on the ground in front of him. The two of them looked at each other immediately. Then, the two of them flashed and rushed towards each other at the same time. Soon, the two of them came in front of each other, fighting each other with fists and feet. Bang! Goten was beaten back. Goten gritted his teeth and shot a golden energy wave at Trunks with his right hand. Trunks moved to the right and dodged. At this time, Goten disappeared from the spot and came to Trunks in the blink of an eye. Because Goten appeared too fast, Trunks could only raise his hand to resist Goten's attack. Bang! 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 Trunks was beaten back continuously. Ha! Suddenly, Goten shouted loudly, and kicked Trunks hard with his right foot. Trunks was immediately kicked to the right. Damn it! Trunks gritted his teeth, and fired a large amount of energy waves from his palms to attack Goten. Goten stomped his feet hard and flew into the sky. Boom! 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 With huge explosions, the energy waves fell on the ground and exploded. Trunks saw this and immediately turned his target to the air. Goten shouted loudly, and also fired a large amount of energy waves from his hands to attack Trunks. Boom! 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 With huge explosions, the energy waves of the two people either hit each other or fell around them and exploded. For a while, the sky and the ground were full of explosions and smoke and fire. After a while, Goten suddenly stopped attacking with his energy wave, and quickly put his hands together. Kame pa ki gong! Kame pa ki gong! Trunks said, and put his hands together, gathering Kamehameha waves. Bo! With a loud shout, Goten sent the gathered Kamehameha to Trunks. Trunks shouted, and also sent the gathered Kamehameha to Goten. Bang! With a loud sound, the two Kamehameha waves collided violently. The two men gritted their teeth and looked at each other. Because the two were equally strong, the two Kamehameha waves were tied. Ha! Suddenly, Goten shouted, and injected more energy into Kamehameha with both hands. Trunks was startled, and also injected more energy into Kamehameha with both hands. The Kamehameha of the two immediately collided more violently. Just like that, after a fierce collision, the Kamehameha of the two disappeared at the same time because of the exhaustion of energy. Huff! The two gasped at the same time and looked at each other. Ah! After his breathing became more stable, Goten immediately rushed towards Trunks. Trunks clenched his fists and rushed forward. Soon, the two came in front of each other and fought fiercely. Bang! Trunks clenched his right fist and knocked Goten back. Trunks raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and looked at Goten with some pride in his heart. At this moment, Goten closed his eyes and put his hands on both sides of his forehead and said, Sun Fist! As soon as the voice fell, Goten's hands immediately emitted an extremely dazzling light. Because Trunks did not expect Goten to suddenly use this move, his eyes were directly illuminated by the strong light of the Sun Fist and he could not open his eyes. Just when the bright light of the Sun Fist was about to fade away, Goten immediately opened his eyes and rushed towards Trunks. Soon, Goten rushed to Trunks and punched Trunks' abdomen with his right fist. Ah! With a scream, Trunks' body was like a ray, and crashed heavily into the mountain behind him. A large piece of sand and dust was immediately raised on the mountain. Ding! Congratulations to the master for defeating Super 1 Trunks and obtaining a Super 2 card, learning the air dance technique and Kamehameha. Then will the master use the Super 2 card? Use. Okay, master. As soon as the voice fell, Goten's body immediately gained an extremely powerful force. After a while, the sand and dust around the mountain dissipated, and Trunks, whose body had returned to normal, said angrily in his heart. Goten, didn't we just agree to compete? Why did you hit me so hard? Sorry, I hit him on the head by accident. Trunks snorted. Goten, where did you learn that move just now? My brother taught me. Anyway, it's impossible for Trunks to ask Son Gohan specifically. Things. Your brother? Yes. So that's how it is, no wonder you suddenly want to fight me. Trunks said to Goten as if he suddenly understood something. Goten smiled after hearing this. His competition with Trunks today was indeed a trap set by him. But Goten, don't be too proud, I was just careless this time, I will definitely defeat you next time we compete. Next time? Yes, you won this time with a move, so when I go back, I have to think of a move to deal with you. Is that so? Then Goten, let's find a place to rest for a while. Trunks said. Goten nodded. Then, the two flew to a patch of grass and lay down. A breeze blew by, blowing up their hair. It's so cool. Yet. Goten, what are you going to do after you rest? I don't know. How about coming to my house to play? Okay. After a while, when the two of them had rested enough, they left Bayazai Mountain and headed for Zidu. They didn't know how long they had been flying, but they arrived at the backyard of Bulma's house. At this time, Bulma was reading a magazine in the backyard. Goten took the initiative to greet Bulma. Aunt Bulma. When she saw Goten coming, she smiled. Goten, you're here. Goten and Goku looked so much alike when they were little, so when Bulma saw him, she felt like she saw Goku. Goten nodded. Goten, come with me, I'll show you my new toys. Okay. Goten said, and followed Trunks to his room to see his new transforming robot. How about this robot? Isn't it cool? And it can also turn into a leopard. Yet. The morning passed quickly, and it was almost noon. Goten said goodbye to Trunks and returned home. In the afternoon, Goten came to Gohan's room and asked about Krillin and the others. Although Goten had little contact with Krillin and the others, Gohan had mentioned Krillin to Goten. Uncle Krillin. Chapter 4. Yet. Goten nodded. Uncle Krillin said that it should be on Kame Island. Where is Kame Island? Kame Island is in the West City XXXX. Oh. What about Uncle Piccolo and the others? Uncle Piccolo should be in the heaven. Heaven, the heaven is on top of the highest tower on earth, Karin Tower. As for Uncle Tien Shinyan and Jiaozi, they should be training at the southern end of the earth. The southern end of the earth. Gohan nodded. How about Goten, I'll take you to see them. I haven't seen them for a long time. No need, brother. If Mom knows about this, she'll say I'm disturbing your studies. Okay then. Then if brother doesn't have anything else to do, I'll go out. Okay. Gohan nodded. Goten saw this and immediately walked out of Gohan's room. On Kame Island. Krillin was on the island with his and Lazali's daughter Marin. A figure suddenly fell from the sky, and it was Goten. Are you Goten? Krillin was stunned when he saw Goten. Although he had little contact with Gohan in recent years, he still knew that Gohan had a younger brother who was 10 years younger than him. Goten nodded. You should be Uncle Krillin, right? Yet. Krillin nodded. Who is she? She is my daughter Marin. Marin, this is brother Goten. Goten. Brother. Goten nodded. Goten, you came here alone, didn't Gohan come? No, he's studying at home. Is that so? then why are you here? I want to compete with Uncle Krillin. Compete? Goten nodded innocently. Okay then. Marin, move aside. Dad wants to compete with Brother Goten. Marin immediately stepped aside after hearing this. Seeing this, Goten and Krillin stepped back at the same time. Then Uncle Krillin, shall we start? Yes. Krillin nodded. Goten shouted and rushed towards Krillin. Krillin clenched his fists and rushed forward. Bang bang bang. Soon, Goten came in front of Krillin, and his fists were like the wind, fighting with him. Bang. After a while, Goten clenched his right fist and knocked Krillin back with one punch. What a powerful force, he really deserves to be the son of Goku. Krillin said excitedly. Goku was his best friend when he was alive, so when he saw that Goku was very powerful, he was also happy for Goku. Ha! Goten shouted, and in a blink of an eye, he came to Krillin and attacked with both fists. Krillin's expression changed slightly, and he quickly raised his hands to resist Goten's attack. Bang! 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 Under Goten's attack, Krillin was immediately beaten back. Dad! Marin shouted to Krillin. Ha! Krillin heard Marin's shout, and his whole body immediately burst out with an extremely amazing energy, which shocked Goten back. At this moment, Goten's figure suddenly disappeared and appeared behind Krillin. Krillin turned around and saw Goten raising his right palm to face him. I lost. Goten chuckled and nodded. The voice of the system suddenly sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the master for defeating Krillin, learning the energy slash, the Sun Fist, 10 senzu beans. Senzu beans. Yes, the master has a certain chance of getting extra rewards when defeating the opponent. Is that so? At this time, the game house opened, and a blonde and blue-eyed woman walked out. The woman was tall, wearing a purple t-shirt on the upper body and blue jeans on the lower body. This person was Lazuli. Lazuli. Lazuli nodded and looked at Son Goten. Who is he? He is Goku's youngest son, Son Goten. Goten, this is your Aunt Lazuli. Aunt Lazuli. Lazuli nodded slightly. Mom! Marin shouted to Lazuli. After hearing this, Lazuli walked in front of Marin and touched her head with her hand. Krillin, were you two fighting just now? Yes. Who won? Goten. Although Goten is the son of Goku, he still finds it hard to say that he lost to a child. Really? After hearing this, Lazuli looked at Goten and said with a smile. Goten, let's compete. How about giving it a try? Lazuli. Krillin was shocked, thinking that Lazuli was standing up for him, but in fact, Lazuli was just interested in Son Goten's strength. Yes. Lazuli nodded. Well, okay. Krillin, take good care of Marin. Okay. Krillin said, and took Marin to the door of Kame's house. Then let's get started. Lazuli said to Son Goten. Okay. As soon as the voice fell, Lazuli rushed to Sun Wushan like lightning. Sun Wushan was startled and quickly raised his hand to resist Lazuli's attack. Bang bang bang! Under Lazuli's lightning-fast attack, Sun Wushan's body kept retreating. Bang! Lazuli raised her right foot and kicked Sun Wushan's chest hard. Sun Wushan's body immediately retreated backward. Lazuli snorted coldly, and sent out several energy waves from her palms to attack Sun Wushan. Sun Wushan moved his body to both sides and dodged. Boom! 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 The energy wave fell on the sea, raising huge waves, and a large amount of sea water and fish and shrimp surged to the island. Dad, look at so many fish! Marin pointed at the fish that fell on the beach with an innocent look on his face. Krillin nodded slightly. Master Kame, who was originally sleeping in the Kame house, was immediately awakened after feeling such a big noise and ran out of the house. Bang! The door of the Kame house was opened, and Krillin and Marin looked back subconsciously. Master came suddenly looked serious and looked at Sun Goten, who was fighting with Lazuli. Could he be? Yes, Master Wu Tian is Sun Goten, the youngest son of Sun Goku. I said that he looked so much like Goku when he was a child. Bang! At this moment, Lazuli kicked Sun Goten to the surface of the sea. Sun Goten, why don't you show your true strength? Real strength. Krillin and Master Kame were puzzled by what Lazuli said. Well then. After hearing this, Goten clenched his fists tightly. Ha! With a loud shout, Goten transformed into a Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan. Krillin and Master Roshi were shocked. Especially Krillin, when he said Super Saiyan, his throat seemed to be stuck. It was not until several seconds later that he said Super Saiyan. You have to know that Goku was able to transform into a Super Saiyan after continuous training and fighting. Goten is only 6 years old now, and he can already transform into a Super Saiyan. It can only be said that Goten's talent is too terrifying. Chapter 5. Sun Wushan looked at the surprised expressions of the two people, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. The Super Saiyan surprised them so much. If he transformed into Super Saiyan 2, I wonder how surprised they would be. Swish! Just then, Lazuli rushed in front of Sun Wushan, punching and kicking like the wind, attacking Sun Wushan. Swish! Swish! Sun Wushan moved left and right, easily avoiding Lazuli's attack. Lazuli was startled and punched forward with all her right fist. Sun Wushan raised his hand to block, and took over Lazuli's attack. Lazuli gritted her teeth and kicked Sun Wushan with her left foot. Sun Wushan immediately released Lazuli's right fist and retreated. Lazuli rushed forward and attacked Sun Wushan again. Swish! Swish! Goten dodged and retreated. It seems that the winner has been decided. Master Kame said. The winner has been decided. Krillin didn't wait for him to understand what Master Kame meant. Goten's figure suddenly disappeared and appeared behind Lazuli. Bang! With a heavy kick, Lazuli's body was kicked into the sea like a ray. Lazuli's body suddenly burst out with a powerful breath and stopped on the sea surface. The sea surface behind Lazuli was immediately raised by a huge wave. Lazuli looked forward and found that Goten's figure was no longer on Kame Island. Lazuli turned around and looked back, and saw Goten raising his right hand facing her. I lost. Lazuli said unwillingly. Goten nodded with a smile on his face. Then, he changed his body back to normal. Ding! Congratulations to the master for defeating Lazuli and obtaining a special card, Unlimited Stamina card, and learning Kikong Wave. Use the Unlimited Stamina card. Yes, Master. After hearing this, Sun Wushan immediately flew back to Kame Island. Uncle Krillin, who is he? He is the master of me and your father, Mr. Wu Tian. Mr. Wu Tian. Turtle Master nodded. It's amazing, Goten, you can transform into a Super Saiyan at such a young age. When your father was your age, he hadn't even become my disciple. Sun Wushan smiled after hearing this, but didn't say much. Uncle Krillin, it's getting late, I'll leave first. Don't you want to sit in the house for a while? No. Sun Wushan shook his head. Then come back to play when you have time. Sun Wushan nodded and turned to leave the island. Krillin looked at Sun Wushan's figure going away and couldn't help but sigh. When he and Sun Wukong were apprentices, the gap between them was not too far, but now he can't even beat Sun Wukong's youngest son. What's wrong with you, Dad? Nothing. Kalin Tower. At this time, Cat Immortal and Yajirobe were looking at the lower world with boredom. Suddenly, the two saw a figure flying towards them. This person was Sun Wushan. Wukong. Because Sun Wushan and Sun Wukong looked so much alike when they were young, Yajirobe mistook him for Sun Wukong. He is not Wukong, he is Sun Wukong's youngest son, Sun Wushan. Cat Immortal said. Wukong's youngest son. Yet. Cat Immortal nodded. Swoosh. Tap. As soon as the voice fell, Sun Wushan immediately flew into the tower. You are Sun Wukong's youngest son, Sun Wushan, right? Cat Immortal said. Sun Wushan nodded. You are Lord Karan, right? Yes. The cat sage nodded. Boy, do you know who I am? Yakirobe said with his arms folded. Who are you? Goten pretended not to know. I am your father's good friend, Yajirobe. Back then, I saved your father many times, but Gohan never mentioned you to you. Many times. Yes, the first time was when your father was seriously injured by Tao Pai Pai, the second time was when he and Piccolo finished their battle, he fell in midair and I caught him in time, the third time was when Vegeta turned into a gorilla, I used a knife to cut off his tail and saved your father's life. Then why didn't you say that Goku defeated Piccolo and they saved us all? The cat sage said. Yajirobe blushed after hearing this. That's two different things, and I didn't say that Wukong didn't save us, I just told him about my friendship with Wukong. That's more like it. The cat immortal said, looking at Sun Wushan. By the way, Wushan, why are you here? Nothing, I was just bored, just passing by. Come for a walk. Walk for a walk. Yes. Goten nodded. By the way, Lord Karan, do you have any senzu beans? Although Goten has some senzu beans now, who would complain about having too many? Besides, senzu beans are useless to them, and it is a waste for them. Yes, but there are only 10. If you want, I will give them to you. Just consider it as my gift to you. Goten nodded. Seeing this, the cat immortal immediately took out a cloth bag for Goten. Thank you Lord Karan, then Lord Karan, Yajirobe, uncle, if there is nothing else, I will leave first. Yes. The two nodded. Seeing this, Goten immediately left Karan Tower and flew to the heaven. Soon, Goten flew to the heaven and saw Dendi, Piccolo, and Popo standing in the heaven. You are Goten. Piccolo looked at Goten and said. Although he had less contact with Gohan in recent years, he still went to see Gohan occasionally. Goten nodded. Goten, didn't your brother come with you? Dendi asked. No, he's studying at home. Piccolo snorted coldly. Gohan, this kid, has not practiced well since he defeated Cell, and he only knows how to study all day long. Goten, what are you doing here? Dendi asked. I'm here to compete with Uncle Piccolo. Compete with Piccolo? Me? Yes, I heard from my brother that you are very strong, so I want to challenge you. Really? Then I agree to your challenge. After hearing this, Sun Wushan immediately stepped back and made fighting gestures with both hands. Seeing this, Dendi and Popo walked to the side. Then come over and attack. Piccolo said to Sun Goten. Sun Goten nodded, and rushed towards Piccolo as fast as lightning. Soon, Sun Goten arrived in front of Piccolo and attacked forward with both fists, but all his attacks were dodged by Piccolo. Suddenly, Piccolo kicked forward with his right foot, hitting Sun Goten's abdomen hard. Sun Goten screamed loudly, and his body was kicked out of the heaven. Piccolo's right hand continuously fired several energy waves, hitting Sun Goten who flew backwards. Boom! 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 With huge explosions, Sun Goten was hit by the energy wave, and his body was covered by a lot of smoke. Chapter 6. Ha! With a loud shout, a golden flame rose from Goten's body, and soon blew away the smoke around his body. Super Saiyan. Piccolo and Dendi were shocked. They had all witnessed the birth of Super Saiyans, and they all knew how difficult it was to transform into a Super Saiyan. Goten was only 6 years old, but he could already transform into a Super Saiyan. Are Super Saiyans so worthless now? After a brief surprise, Piccolo immediately came to his senses and rushed towards Goten. Ha! Goten shouted and rushed towards Piccolo as well. Swish! Bang bang bang! Soon, the two rushed to each other, and their fists and feet were as fast as lightning, fighting together. Suddenly, Goten's figure disappeared and appeared behind Piccolo. Piccolo was shocked. At this time, Son Goten kicked with his right foot and hit Piccolo's back hard. Piccolo's body immediately fell heavily to the heaven like a ray. The ground of the heaven was immediately smashed, raising a large piece of dust. Piccolo! Dandy was shocked. Damn it! Piccolo gritted his teeth, quickly got up from the ground and rushed towards Son Goten. Soon, Piccolo rushed in front of Son Goten, punching and kicking as fast as lightning, attacking Son Goten. Son Goten shook his body and easily dodged Piccolo's attack. Piccolo looked at Son Goten's current state, and couldn't help but think of the scene when Son Gohan fought Cell. At that time, Cell tried his best to attack Son Gohan, but he couldn't attack Son Gohan. Bang! Just as Piccolo was thinking, Son Goten flashed to Piccolo's left side and kicked forward with his right foot. Bang! With a loud noise, Piccolo was kicked 1,000 meters away. Damn it! Piccolo was angry and looked forward, but found that Son Goten's figure had disappeared. A trace of cold sweat appeared on Piccolo's forehead, and he turned around and looked back. At this time, Son Goten was raising his right hand towards him. I lost. Although Piccolo was a little unwilling, he still chose to admit defeat. Thank you, Uncle Piccolo. Son Goten smiled. Ding! Congratulations to the master for defeating Piccolo. He has learned the regeneration technique. Self-repair of lost structures in the body, except for the head, which requires a lot of energy, telepathy, taking objects out of thin air, creating objects out of thin air, foresight, can see clearly underground thousands of meters away from the temple of the God of Heaven, mainly used by those related to the heaven to monitor the lower world. Piccolo inherited this ability after merging with God, magic light-killing cannon. Piccolo knows a lot. After gaining a lot of memories, Son Goten thought to himself. Goten, how can you be so strong? Did Gohan guide you in your practice? Piccolo asked. No, it was my mother who taught me to practice. Your mother? But she was against Gohan's practice. Yet. Goten nodded. Although Goten didn't say much, Piccolo had guessed that Chi-Chi would teach Goten to practice because of the dead Goku. Afterwards, Goten visited the heaven and went back. On the way back, Goten used the farsightedness technique to look at the direction of the western capital. Everything in the western capital seemed to be right in front of him. After using the farsightedness technique, Goten suddenly thought of the old Kai in Dragon Ball. Old Kai has clairvoyance and can see insects fighting on Earth from Kai King planet. After returning home, Goten used the creation of things out of thin air to make a new martial arts uniform for himself. Unfortunately, he did not have such ability in his previous life. He could have made dozens of clothes every day and had no worries about food and clothing. The next morning, after breakfast, Goten left Bayazai Mountain and flew to a mountain at the southern end of the earth. At this time, on this mountain, a bald man with 3 eyes was practicing. This man was Tian Xinyan. Next to Tian Xinyan, stood a child. This person is Jiaozi. Although Jiaozi is not young anymore, he still looks like a child. Go! Goku! Tian Xinyan looked at Son Goten's appearance and immediately remembered Son Goku when he was a child. Son Goten, you are Uncle Tian Xinyan and Uncle Jiaozi, right? Could it be Goten? Tian Xinyan asked. Although he is diligent in training, he occasionally contacts Krillin and others, and knows that Son Goku has a little son. Son Goten nodded. Then why are you here? Tian Xinyan asked. I want to spar with you. Che yes, is it okay? Of course. Then Uncle Jiaozi, how about we have a sparring match? Sun Goten looked at Jiaozi. Sun Goten's main target this time is Jiaozi. Jiaozi has the superpower to control people, and this superpower will increase or decrease depending on the strength of the user. East Kai King Shin also has this superpower, and used it to briefly control Sun Gohan. Me? Yes. Sun Goten smiled. Then Jiaozi, how about you have a sparring match with Goten? Tian Xinyan said. Okay. Jiaozi nodded. After hearing this, Sun Goten immediately stepped back and put his hands in a fighting stance. Then Uncle Jiaozi, shall we start? Yes. Jiaozi nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Wuxian rushed to Jiaozi like the wind and punched Jiaozi with his right fist. Just when Sun Wuxian's right fist was about to hit Jiaozi, Jiaozi suddenly used his superpowers to make Sun Wuxian's body unable to move. Jiaozi took this opportunity to kick forward. Bang! Sun Wuxian's body retreated backwards. At this moment, Sun Wuxian clenched his fists hard, and instantly broke free from the restraints of superpowers and rushed towards Jiaozi. Jiaozi was shocked. Just when Sun Wuxian's right fist was about to hit Jiaozi's face, Sun Wuxian suddenly retracted his right fist. I lost. Jiaozi saw this and immediately chose to admit defeat. Sun Wuxian nodded. Ding! Congratulations to the master for defeating Jiaozi and gaining the ability to control superpowers. He learned the whole wave. Then Wuxian, let me compete with you too. Tian Xinyan said. Goten nodded. After hearing this, Jiaozi immediately stepped aside. Then Goten, shall we start? Goten nodded again. Seeing this, Tian Xinyan immediately rushed towards Goten. Soon, Tian Xinyan rushed to Goten and punched forward with both fists. Goten dodged and retreated backward. Swish! Tian Xinyan kicked Goten hard with his right foot. Goten raised his hand to block and kicked Tian Xinyan with his right foot. Tian Xinyan was startled and quickly retracted his right foot and retreated. Goten took advantage of this opportunity to quickly rush to Tian Xinyan and punched forward with both fists. Chapter 7. Bang, bang, bang. Tian Xinyan retreated while resisting Goten's attack. Bang! Suddenly, Goten kicked with his right foot and hit Tian Xinyan's abdomen hard. Tian Xinyan flew backwards immediately. Tian Xinyan clenched his fists and quickly stopped on the ground. At this moment, Goten's figure suddenly disappeared in front of Tian Xinyan. Behind Tian Xinyan, Jiaozi reminded. What? Tian Xinyan turned around and looked back, and saw that Goten was condensing a golden energy wave in his hand, facing him. I lost. Thank you, Uncle Tian Xinyan. Goten said, dispersing the condensed energy wave in his hand. Ding! Congratulations to the master for defeating Tian Xinyan, and learning the four-body fist and the demon sealing wave. Tian Xinyan nodded. Goten, is it Gohan who teaches you to practice? No, my mother teaches me to practice. Your mother? Tian Xinyan and Jiaozi were shocked. Chi-Chi actually taught Goten to practice, and made him so strong. Goten nodded. Then Uncle Tian Xinyan, Uncle Jiaozi, if there is nothing else, I will go back first. Okay. Tian Xinyan nodded. Seeing this, Goten immediately flew into the sky. Tian Xinyan looked at Goten's figure going away, and couldn't help but recall the first time he met Goku. At that time, Goku's strength was not his opponent at all. Now he can't even beat Goku, let alone Goku. After sighing for a while, Tian Xinyan continued to practice. Although Goten's strength surpassed him, he was not discouraged. What he pursued now was martial arts, not practicing to defeat someone. Baizai Mountain, Son Goku's home. Trunks was looking for Son Goten at Son Goku's home at this time. Chi-Chi, Goten. Yes, Aunt Chi-Chi. Goten, isn't he in the back mountain? No. Then go ask Gohan, maybe he knows where Goten is. Trunks nodded. Then, he walked into Son Gohan's room and asked where Son Goten was. Son Gohan also didn't know where Son Goten was. Trunks had no choice but to go to Baizai Mountain to see if he could find Son Goten. After walking for a while in Baizai Mountain, Trunks suddenly felt Son Goten's aura, so he looked up at the sky. He saw Son Goten flying towards Baizai Mountain. Goten! Trunks happily flew out of the forest and came to Son Goten. Trunks? Trunks nodded. Goten, where have you been? No, I was just bored, so I flew around the earth. Is that so? Then Goten, how about we have a sparring match today? Sparring? Yes, I have created several new moves, and I will definitely not lose to you this time. Really? Then let's find an open place to fight. After saying that, the two immediately flew forward. After flying for a while, Trunks found a wide grassland and landed. Seeing this, Son Goten also landed with him. Swoosh! Step! Son Goten landed on the grassland only a few dozen meters away from Trunks. Trunks looked at Son Goten and said. Then Goten, shall we start? Son Goten nodded. Ha! Trunks shouted and rushed towards Son Goten. Son Goten raised his hands forward, and Trunks' body suddenly became unable to move. This is exactly Jiao's superpower. What's going on? Trunks was shocked. Goten smiled and said. Trunks, I have recently gained a superpower that can control people. Superpower. Yes. Goten said, retracting one hand, and quickly came in front of Trunks and attacked him. Bang bang bang. Goten flew into the air. And his feet kept kicking Trunks' face and body. Trunks soon screamed. Bang. With a heavy kick, Goten kicked Trunks away. Although Trunks was kicked away, he still couldn't move. Damn it! Trunks gritted his teeth, and his body suddenly burst out with an extremely powerful energy, trying to break free from Goten's control. Ha! With a loud shout, Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan. His body immediately changed from Son Goten's control, broke free, and rushed towards Goten as fast as lightning. Soon, Trunks came in front of Goten, and his fists were as fast as lightning, attacking Goten. Goten retreated while resisting Trunks' attack. Suddenly, Trunks clenched his right fist and punched Goten away. Ha! Trunks shouted, condensed a large amount of energy waves with both hands, and attacked Goten. And this move is the famous Prince fighting method in the Dragon Ball world. Seeing this, Goten immediately slowed down and flew into the sky. Boom! 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 With huge explosions, energy waves exploded on the ground. For a while, the ground was full of smoke and flames from the explosion. Trunks immediately stopped the energy wave attack and flew into the sky. Sun Wushan clenched his hands and transformed into a Super Saiyan in the sky. At this moment, Trunks rushed to Sun Wushan and punched forward with his right fist. Sun Wushan's figure flashed back, and Trunks' right fist hit nothing. Trunks raised his head and was about to rush forward, but his body was unable to move again. Sun Wushan smiled and said, Trunks, you are not my opponent, I think you should admit defeat. After hearing this, Trunks gritted his teeth and tried to break free from Sun Wushan's control. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. After struggling to no avail, Trunks reluctantly admitted defeat to Sun Wushan. Goshen, I lost. Sun Wushan nodded, put his hand down, and returned to normal. Ding! Congratulations to the master for defeating Trunks and learning Gum Ghost, Continuous Super Chocolate Circle, and Volleyball Punch. Goten was stunned. It turned out that if he defeated the opponent again, he could obtain the opponent's new skills. If he defeated Sun Wukong in the perfect state of Ultra Instinct, wouldn't he be able to directly learn Ultra Instinct? If so, he would directly set up a Sun Wukong training plan. The stronger Sun Wukong is, the stronger he will be. Hey! Trunks breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that his body could move. Then, he returned to normal and flew to Sun Wushan's side. Goten, how did you suddenly get superpowers? I don't know. I suddenly found that I have superpowers when I was practicing yesterday. Really? After hearing this, Trunks was half believing and half doubting. Chapter 8. Then Goten, how about you not use your superpowers and we fight again? You can, but it shouldn't make any sense, right? That's true. At noon, Trunks returned home and asked Vegeta for a way to crack superpowers. Superpowers. Goten suddenly gained superpowers that can control people, and now even I can't beat him. Dad, do you have any way for me to crack his superpowers? Yes. Just practice hard and your strength will far exceed his. In the face of absolute strength, any superpower is useless. Then, Dad, is there any other way? No. Vegeta said angrily. Originally, Trunks was very unhappy about losing to Son Goten, but Trunks was not very willing to practice and improve his strength. Trunks, from today on, you will practice with me until you can defeat Son Goten. Dad. After hearing this, Trunks was a little reluctant. If you don't want to, I'll let Bulma cut your pocket money in half. Dad. Okay, it's decided. Afternoon. Sun Wushan was bored and made some Mayfuba bottles used by Master Roshi in the Tournament of Power. But there was still a lack of sealing talismans. The most important thing to use Mayfuba is the sealing talisman. Without the sealing talisman, even if the opponent is sealed in the bottle, it cannot be sealed. Because the sealing talisman cannot be made out of thin air, Sun Wushan can only buy some yellow paper and draw the talisman himself. But he doesn't need Mayfuba now, so he is not in a hurry. When he has time, he can go to Zidu to buy it. After making the Mayfuba bottle, Sun Wushan used the creation out of thin air to make a few orange-red martial arts uniforms and shoes. It is convenient for him to change at any time when he practices in the future. After making clothes and shoes, Sun Wushan made some heavy objects and weight-bearing equipment for practice, and then began to practice. The next morning, Goten went to Bulma's house to play with Trunks and learned that Trunks was forced to practice. Goten had no choice but to go home. Goten was bored when he got home, so he went to the back mountain to practice. It was only 4 months before Majin Buu appeared, so he had to get stronger as soon as possible to reach the strength to defeat Majin Buu. Now that his strength has reached Super 2, his next goal is to defeat Gohan and Goku, so as to obtain the Super Saiyan 3 card and the Super Saiyan God card. But Goku is in the underworld, so we have to find a way to revive him. When Gohan defeated Cell, Gohan and the others could actually revive Goku, but Goku himself refused to revive. Time flies, and a month has passed in a blink of an eye. Goten spent most of this month practicing. The back mountain of Goku's house. At this time, Goten was sitting cross-legged, floating in the air, meditating and practicing. A figure appeared from a distance and walked over. This person was Gohan. Goten seemed to notice Gohan's arrival and opened his eyes. Brother. Gohan smiled and nodded. Goten, have you been practicing for a month? Yes. Then your strength must have improved a lot now, right? No, just a little bit. It's okay, it's normal to improve a little bit a month. Gohan smiled. Brother, why are you here? I haven't practiced for a long time, so I want to come here to practice. Is that so? Then is it okay for you to study? It's okay, I'm actually pre-reading the books for the 3rd year of high school now. Pre-reading? Pre-reading? Goten was stunned. It can only be said that he doesn't understand the world of academic masters. Yes, in mathematics, I have already read in advance to college. By the way, Goten, the practice you just did should be Uncle Piccolo's meditation practice, right? Goten nodded. Although Uncle Piccolo's meditation practice is good, physical exercise is more suitable for us scions. Goten did not speak after hearing this. In the latest chapter of Dragon Ball Super, Vegeta pointed out that their strength is actually similar to Jiren, but Jiren's control over the body is far superior to theirs, which is also recognized by Whis. This means that both the spirit and the body are important for strengthening strength. Seeing this, Gohan immediately started practicing. The morning passed quickly, and it was almost noon in a blink of an eye. Goten and Son Gohan was sweating all over because of the training. Son Gohan estimated that Chi-Chi would call him to study again in the afternoon, so he said to Son Goten, "Goten, how about we have another sparring?" "Sparring?" "Yes, because I applied for this half-day today with great difficulty from my mother." "Okay then." After that, the two of them stepped back at the same time. Then Goten, "Shall we start?" "Yes." Son Goten nodded. Seeing this, Son Gohan immediately rushed towards Son Goten. Soon, Son Gohan came in front of Son Goten and attacked forward with both fists. Son Goten also raised his fists and hit Son Gohan together. Bang bang bang! The two punched each other like the wind. After the two fought for a while, Son Gohan kicked Son Goten with his right foot. Goten subconsciously blocked with his right hand, and Gohan took the opportunity to hit Goten's face with his right fist, knocking him back. Goten clenched his hands tightly, and suddenly an extremely powerful energy burst out from his body. Ha! With a loud shout, Goten transformed into a Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan! Gohan said, and also transformed into a Super Saiyan. Bang! Goten exuded a lot of golden energy all over his body and rushed towards Gohan. Gohan also rushed towards Goten. Swish! Bang! 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 Soon, the two came to each other at the same time and fought fiercely. Dust immediately flew around the two. Bang! With a violent explosion, the two people condensed a golden energy wave with their hands at the same time and hit each other. A dazzling light came from the energy wave of the explosion. At the moment of the explosion, the two retreated hundreds of meters behind them at the same time. "Do you have a trick, Goten? I didn't expect that in just 1 month, your strength has become so strong." Sun Wushan nodded slightly. Then, the two figures flashed and instantly came to the mid-air to fight. Swish! Bang! 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 The two moved quickly in the air while attacking each other. Because the two moved too fast, from a distance, it looked like ripples in the sky. Chapter 9. Boom! After a while, Goten kicked Gohan heavily to the ground. A lot of sand and dust were immediately smashed on the ground. When the sand and dust dispersed, Gohan slowly got up from the ground and looked at Goten in the sky. Is this called a little improvement in strength? Goten was pretending to be so cool, he gave him full marks. Gohan looked at the sky and it was almost noon, so he decided not to hold back and use his strongest strength to defeat Goten. Thinking of this, Gohan clenched his hands hard, and an extremely amazing aura emanated from his whole body, and he quickly rose upwards. The surrounding ground was affected by Gohan's aura and suddenly shook violently. A lot of sand and stones were blown into the air by the aura emitted from Gohan. Ah! Gohan roared loudly, and his aura suddenly surged upwards. Then, the hair on Son Gohan's head stood up even more, the flaming aura on his body turned into a spitting fire, and lightning swirled around his body. This is exactly Super Saiyan 2. Bang! When the transformation was completed, Son Gohan immediately released his aura. Heaven! Piccolo, who was meditating, opened his eyes immediately after feeling Son Gohan's powerful aura. Did something happen to Dendi? How could Gohan suddenly emit such a powerful aura? No, Gohan and Goten were sparring. Sparring? Does it mean that Gohan can't beat Goten after transforming into a Super Saiyan? Dendi nodded. After hearing this, Piccolo gritted his teeth and felt a little jealous. Back then, he was also the feared Piccolo Demon King. Now, he has been surpassed by Son Goku and the others one by one. If he says he is not jealous, it is absolutely false. West Capital, Bulma's house. Vegeta also felt Son Gohan's aura at this time, but he didn't care, because his current strength had already surpassed Son Gohan. Baizai Mountain. Son Goten looked at the transformed Son Gohan with a faint smile on his face. Super Saiyan 2? In that case, I'll also transform into Super Saiyan 2. Transform into Super Saiyan 2. Son Gohan was shocked. As soon as the voice fell, Son Goten clenched his hands, and an extremely amazing aura emanated from his body, and quickly rose upwards. Ah! With a huge roar, Son Goten transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Super Saiyan 2. Son Gohan was shocked. Son Goten actually mastered Super Saiyan 2 like him. You know, even he mastered Super Saiyan 2 when he was 10 years old. And he practiced hard for more than a year in the Spirit Time House. If the time spent in the Spirit Time Chamber is included, he is actually 11 years old. How old is Goten? 7 years old. At the age of 7, he can already transform into Super Saiyan 2. It is now difficult for him to imagine how strong Goten will be if he continues to practice. Heaven! Piccolo looked at Goten, who had transformed into Super Saiyan 2, and a trace of shock immediately appeared on his face. He said, why couldn't he beat Goten before? It turned out that Goten's strength had far surpassed him. West Capital, Bulma's house. Vegeta, who was still practicing in the gravity room, immediately showed a trace of surprise on his face after feeling Goten's aura. Trunks, is this Goten's aura? Well, it seems so, but how can his aura become so strong? Could it be that he went to a special training place? Goten's aura is now stronger than Gohan. Goten's aura is stronger than Gohan's aura. Vegeta nodded. Gohan, this kid, has not practiced since he defeated Cell. He is now much worse than he was back then. Really? Vegeta nodded. So Trunks, don't learn from Gohan. When Trunks heard this, he didn't know what to say for a while. Because in his heart, he didn't like the boring days of practice. Thinking of this, Trunks suddenly hated Son Goten. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't have been pulled by Vegeta to practice. Baizai Mountain. After being shocked for a while, Son Gohan asked Son Goten in the sky. Goten, when did you practice to Super Saiyan 2? Just 3 days ago. Really? Then brother, let's continue fighting. Oh, okay. Seeing this, Son Goten raised his left hand and used his superpowers to make Son Gohan unable to move. My body, I can't move. Son Gohan startled. The next second, Goten appeared in front of Gohan and kicked him away. With a loud bang, Gohan's body crashed into the mountain behind him like a ray. The mountain immediately smashed out a lot of sand and stones. When the dust cleared, Gohan immediately climbed out of the mountain. Goten, what happened just now? Why can't my body move suddenly? That's the superpower of control. Superpower of control. Yes, that was a superpower I suddenly had a month ago. Superpowers are unscientific and the probability of them appearing is very, very small. So even if Gohan has some doubts in his heart, he can only choose to believe. Because even with the technology of the Dragon Ball world, there is no way to fully understand why some people have superpowers. Really? Gohan said, his figure flashed, and in a blink of an eye he came to Goten and attacked forward. Swish! Goten's figure flashed, and instantly appeared hundreds of meters behind him, and Gohan's right fist missed. Goten raised his left hand and used his superpowers again, making Gohan unable to move. My body can't move again. Gohan said, struggling to break free. But no matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free from Goten's control. In the end, he had to give in. I give in. Goten nodded and put down his left hand. Then, he changed his body back to normal. Seeing this, Gohan also changed back to normal. Ding! Congratulations to the master for defeating Gohan, obtaining the Super Saiyan 3rd Stage Advancement card, and learning Kamehameha. 100 Senzu Beans. Goten immediately used the Super Saiyan 3rd Stage Advancement card after hearing this. Goten immediately felt an extremely powerful force in his body. At this moment, Goten suddenly heard Chi-Chi's shout. Gohan, Goten, it's time to eat. Then Goten, let's go back to eat. Goten nodded. On the way back, Gohan chatted with Goten with a little emotion in his heart. It would be great if Dad was here. If he saw how strong you are now, he would definitely be very happy. Chapter 10. Then brother, how about we revive Dad? Resurrection, do you mean using the Dragon Balls? Yes. In fact, we wanted to revive Dad, but he didn't agree, so he stayed in the underworld to practice. Then how about we find a way to revive Dad? But what can we do? Dad, where is he in the underworld now? I think it should be Lord Kai. Lord Kai? Goten pretended not to know. Gohan nodded. Lord Kai is the god who manages the North Milky Way. Then how did Dad know him? It's a long story. I'll tell you after dinner. After dinner, Gohan told Goten about Radith's invasion. Goten, so Trunks' dad used to be a bad guy. Yeah, but Uncle Vegeta has turned over a new leaf now. Goten nodded. Afterwards, Goten left Gohan's room and returned to his own room. His current strength has reached the 3rd level of Super Saiyan, so defeating Goku shouldn't be a problem. But his strength is improving too fast now, so he should wait a month or two before fighting Goku and defeating him. Afternoon. After Goten woke up from his nap, he saw Trunks coming to him. Trunks, why are you here? You're so embarrassed to say that. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been caught by my dad to practice. Trunks, this can't be completely blamed on me. I can only say that your dad is too competitive. By the way, Goten, my dad said that you have surpassed Super Saiyan. Goten nodded. Goten, how did you train? How did you suddenly become so strong? I don't know, maybe the potential hidden in my body has awakened. Potential. After hearing this, Trunks was half believing and half doubting. Then Goten, can you transform into Super Saiyan 2 for me to see? Of course, but it's not convenient here, let's go to the back mountain. Trunks nodded. After a while, the two came to the back mountain. Goten clenched his hands fiercely, and his whole body exuded an extremely amazing aura, and quickly rose upwards. ZZ. Bang! With an extremely amazing momentum, Goten transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Is this Super Saiyan 2? It looks so handsome. Trunks said with some envy in his heart. Goten nodded. Looking at Trunks' envious expression, Goten actually wanted to say in his heart that he had a more powerful transformation. However, in order not to discourage Trunks' enthusiasm for training, it is better to wait for a more suitable time to show it in the future. Thinking of this, Sun Wushan immediately changed his body back to normal. Because the two had not seen each other for a long time, Trunks played in Baizai Mountain for an afternoon before going back. 2 months passed in a blink of an eye. 2 months later, Sun Wushan's strength has increased a lot. At this time, Sun Wushan was in a palace in the desert oasis. This palace was the palace of the fortune teller. Fortune teller, you said, you want me to take you to the underworld to find Wukong? Yes. Sun Wushan nodded. Does Chi-Chi know about this? The fortune teller asked. I don't know, but I won't stay in the underworld for too long, and I will be back soon. After hearing this, the fortune teller hesitated for a while and nodded. Okay, but you can't stay there for too long. Sun Wushan nodded. Seeing this, the fortune teller immediately took Sun Wuxian to the underworld. Yanma Palace. King Yama was busy at work at this time, and two figures walked in from outside the Yama Palace. These two people were the fortune teller and Sun Goten. Fortune teller. King Yama was surprised to see the fortune teller suddenly arrive. The fortune teller nodded. Long time no see, Lord Yama. Who is this? King Yama looked at Sun Goten. He is Son Goku's youngest son, Sun Goten. Sun Goten. Then why did you bring him here? He said he wanted to see Goku. It's no problem to see Goku, but can he finish the Yellow Spring Snake Road? King Yama asked. Don't worry, his current strength has surpassed Gohan. Surpassed Gohan. King Yama was shocked after hearing this. Sun Goten looked like he was only 6 or 7 years old, but his strength had surpassed Sun Gohan. Yes ah. The fortune teller nodded calmly. Then can we let him go to the Yellow Spring Snake Road now? Yama nodded and called a little ghost. Little ghost, take him to the Yellow Spring Snake Road. Okay, Lord Yama. The little ghost saluted Yama. After that, the little ghost immediately took Sun Wuxian out of Yama and came to the Yellow Spring Snake Road. The Yellow Spring Snake Road is just like its name, the whole road is like a snake winding. This is the Yellow Spring Snake Road, and the Sun Wukong you are looking for is on the planet at the end of the Yellow Spring Snake Head. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. Sun Wuxian nodded. The little ghost turned around and walked back. But before he took a few steps, there was a sudden noise behind him. The little ghost was a little curious, so he turned around and looked back. He found that Sun Wuxian was faster than a rocket and had already flown several thousand meters away. He seemed to say just now, his name is Sun Wu Tian, King Kai of the North. At this time, Sun Wukong was practicing with a halo on his head. King Kai of the North and Babris stood aside and watched Sun Wukong practice. Suddenly, Sun Wukong stopped practicing and looked at the Yellow Spring Snake Road. King Kai of the North also looked at the Yellow Spring Snake Road following Sun Wukong's sight. Suddenly, a white light appeared and flew towards them at an astonishing speed. When the white light flew closer, Sun Wukong saw a person who looked like him when he was a child. It was Sun Wuxian. King Kai of the North, this child looks like Goku. As soon as the voice fell, Sun Wuxian's figure immediately fell on the North Kai King's planet. Who are you? King Kai of the North asked. Hello, my name is Sun Wuxian, I'm here to find my father. Dad? Are you the son of Goku? Sun Wuxian nodded and looked at Sun Wukong. You are my son. Sun Wukong was surprised. Over the years, he has not been in contact with Sun Wuhan and the others, so he didn't know that he had a child. Sun Wuxian nodded. Then why are you here? I came to discuss resurrection with you. Resurrection? Sun Wuxian nodded. Brother and the others all want you to be resurrected. I'm fine here, it doesn't matter if I don't resurrect. Chapter 11. But Mom and the others miss you so much. Then I'll go back to visit everyone in a few days. Son Goku said. After hearing this, Sun Goten immediately walked to the side of the North King Kai. You should be Lord Kai, right? Yes, I am the King Kai. Then Lord Kai, do you want to be resurrected? Resurrection. When the North King Kai heard this, he immediately thought of the other King Kais who laughed at him because of his death. Yes. Ahem. The North King Kai coughed. Tell me, what are your conditions? Actually, it's nothing, I just want you to persuade my father to be resurrected. Wukong. After hearing this, the North King Kai glanced at Son Goku. Son Goku has always been his own man and never listened to him. But in order to avoid being ridiculed by other King Kais, he could only try. Goku, it's good that you're resurrected. You can teleport anyway, so you can come to me to practice at any time. Lord Kai, you want Goten to help you resurrect, right? Son Goku said. Yes, I want to be resurrected. If you hadn't brought Cell to my planet, I wouldn't have died and been laughed at by King Kai of the West. King Kai of the North said angrily. Since he accepted Son Goku as his apprentice, he hasn't had a good life for a few days. Lord Kai, didn't I apologize to you about Cell? King Kai of the North snorted. If apologizing for everything is useful, you humans don't need any laws. What is the law? Son Goku asked. Bang! King Kai of the North fell to the ground speechlessly after hearing this. Laws are rules that you humans make to control people. For example, if a thief steals something, it is against your human laws. Is that so? King Kai nodded. Goku, don't just practice all day, you should also read books occasionally. Goku nodded. By the way, Goten, how is Gohan now? Brother. Yes, is he practicing well? No, brother has been studying all the time. Always studying? Doesn't that mean his strength hasn't improved much? Yes, I beat brother. You beat Gohan. Goku was shocked after hearing this. Even if Gohan hasn't practiced much in these years, he should still be at the peak level of Super 1. Goten looks only 6 or 7 years old, but his strength has surpassed Gohan. Could it be that Goten's talent is even more terrifying than Gohan? Goku thought secretly in his heart. Goten, how about you fight me? Fight. Sun Wukong nodded. But this place is so small, if we fight here, will we destroy Lord Kai's planet? Northern King Kai was a little unhappy when he heard Sun Wushan say that his planet was small. But Sun Wushan was thinking about himself after all, so he didn't get too angry. It's okay, Goten, as long as Goku is willing to revive, it doesn't matter if this King Kai planet is given to you. Resurrection? Lord Kai, when did I agree to revive you? Sun Wukong said with a puzzled look. You didn't agree, I just said that if you want to fight here, you must agree to our resurrection. After hearing this, Sun Wukong glanced at Sun Wushan and said. Lord Kai, let's talk about resurrection after I finish fighting. No, we have to talk about it now, otherwise you don't fight here. After hearing this, Sun Wukong thought about it and said. Okay, but Lord Kai, after I revive, I will still train with you. No problem, as long as you are willing to revive, everything is fine. King Kai of the North laughed. As long as he resurrects, he can show off in front of those gloating King Kais and vent his anger. Thinking of this, King Kai of the North immediately took Babris and the others away from the two. Sun Wukong looked at Sun Wushan and said. Then Goten, shall we start? Sun Wushan nodded and made a fighting gesture with both hands. Sun Wukong saw this and also made a fighting gesture. Ha! With a loud shout, Sun Wukong rushed to Sun Wushan like the wind and attacked forward with his right fist. Sun Wushan moved to the right and dodged. Sun Wukong raised his right foot and kicked forward with force. Sun Wushan stepped back and dodged again. Sun Wukong clenched his hands tightly and attacked Sun Wushan as fast as lightning. Sun Wushan dodged and attacked Sun Wukong. Bang! Sun Wukong hit Sun Wushan in the face with his left fist, and Sun Wushan hit Sun Wukong in the abdomen with his right fist. The two hit each other together and repelled each other. Sun Wukong looked at Sun Wushan who had repelled him, and a faint smile immediately appeared on his face. Swish! Just at this moment, Sun Wushan sent an energy wave to Sun Wukong with his right hand. Sun Wukong moved to the left and dodged. Boom! With a huge explosion, the energy wave exploded in the sky behind Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's figure flashed and flew into the sky. Sun Wushan also flew into the sky. Soon, the two came to a place several hundred meters above the North Kai King planet and stopped. The two looked at each other, and rushed towards each other at lightning speed. Swish! Bang bang bang! The two rushed to each other at the same time, and their fists hit each other hard as fast as lightning. Swish! After the two fought for a while, Sun Wukong suddenly disappeared, causing Sun Wushan's right fist to miss. Sun Wushan saw that his right fist missed, and his body turned around subconsciously. He saw a swift fist attacking him. Because the distance was too close, Sun Wushan had no way to dodge, and his chest was hit directly by this punch. His body fell to the North Kai King planet below like a ray. With a loud bang, Sun Wushan's body hit the ground of North Kai King planet heavily. The ground was immediately smashed into a huge spider web and a large area of dust. Sun Wushan gritted his teeth, stood up quickly from the ground, and transformed into a Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan! Sun Wukong said, clenched his fists hard, and also transformed into a Super Saiyan. Ha! With a loud shout, Sun Wushan's body was covered with golden flames, and he rushed towards Sun Wukong in the sky. Sun Wukong's body was also covered with golden flames, and he rushed towards Sun Wushan. Sun Wushan's figure suddenly flashed, and in the blink of an eye he was in front of Sun Wukong, and kicked Sun Wukong with his right foot. Sun Wukong stepped back and dodged. Sun Wushan raised his fists, and his fists were as fast as lightning, and he hit Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong also raised his fists and hit Sun Wushan. Chapter 12. Bang, bang, bang. The two men's fists hit each other like lightning, making a series of violent noises. Swish! Bang! Suddenly, Sun Wushan kicked Sun Wukong back with a side kick. Sun Wukong clenched his fists and was about to rush forward again, but he saw Sun Wushan clenching his fists and his whole body's aura quickly surged upwards. Ah! With a huge roar, Sun Wushan transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Super Saiyan 2. Although Sun Wukong expected that Sun Wushan's strength might have reached Super Saiyan 2, he couldn't help but be surprised after seeing it with his own eyes. At this moment, Sun Wushan's figure flashed behind Sun Wukong and punched Sun Wukong's body with his right fist. Bang! With a violent sound, Sun Wukong's body was hit into a yellow cloud like a ray. Because this is the underworld, there is only vast space and clouds around them except for the Yellow Spring Snake Road and the North Kai King planet. Came Pa Chi Gong. Sun Wushan clasped his hands behind him, and a blue light bloomed in his hands, condensing into a blue air wave. Bo! With a loud shout, Sun Wushan sent Kamehameha to the clouds. Seeing this, Sun Wukong, who was still in the clouds, immediately used instant movement and teleport behind Sun Wushan. Boom! With a shocking explosion, Kamehameha exploded in the sky, and a strong wind generated by the explosion immediately spread to the surroundings. Immediately afterwards, a large amount of thick smoke appeared in the air. Ah! Sun Wukong clenched his fists hard, and his whole body immediately exuded an extremely powerful aura, which quickly rose upwards. ZZ! Bang! With an extremely amazing momentum, Sun Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Ah! Sun Wushan glanced at Sun Wukong, and in a blink of an eye, he came in front of Sun Wukong and swung his right fist forward. Sun Wukong dodged by moving sideways. Sun Wushan was startled and was about to raise his right fist to hit Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong kicked Sun Wushan's abdomen with his right foot. Sun Wushan screamed and immediately stepped back. Although Sun Wushan's strength was not inferior to Sun Wukong, his actual combat strength was still a little weaker. Sun Wukong smiled, rushed to Sun Wushan's front quickly, and punched forward with both fists. Sun Wushan dodged while raising his fists to fight with Sun Wukong. Because Sun Wushan still has the body of a child, when he fights with Sun Wukong often has the advantage because his arms and legs are not long enough. Because his arms and legs are too short, his attack range is limited, and his attacks become easier to dodge. Swish! Sun Wukong's figure suddenly flashed behind him, and his right hand condensed a golden energy wave and hit Sun Wushan. Sun Wushan casually slapped his right hand and slapped it to the left. Sun Wukong smiled, and his body instantly appeared in front of Sun Wushan, kicking forward with his right foot. Swish! Sun Wushan's figure disappeared, causing Sun Wukong's kick to miss. Sun Wukong turned around quickly and saw Sun Wushan attacking him. Bang! Sun Wukong caught Sun Wushan's right fist. Sun Wushan gritted his teeth and kicked Sun Wukong with his right foot. As soon as Sun Wukong released his left hand, he jumped up and dodged. Ah! Sun Wushan shouted, slapped his hands upward quickly, and fired a large amount of energy waves from his hands, attacking Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong dodged and fired back with energy waves. For a moment, the sky was filled with smoke and flames. Storms caused by the explosion appeared and swept around Yanma Palace. Because the aura of the two fighting was too strong, Yan Emma Wang, who was working in Yanma Palace, felt the powerful aura of the two. Fortune-telling woman, Wukong seems to be fighting with someone now. Fighting with whom? The fortune-telling woman said, as if she thought of something. Could it be that the two father and son will fight as soon as they meet? The fortune-telling woman said, and immediately used the crystal ball to see the situation on the North Kai King's planet. The picture of the North Kai King's planet soon appeared on the crystal ball. King Kai of the North and Babras stood together, looking up at the sky. Up there! The fortune-teller turned the crystal ball's vision to the sky, and indeed saw the two people fighting fiercely in the sky. The fortune-teller was speechless. She originally thought that the meeting between father and son should be a very warm scene, but she didn't expect after they met, they actually fought. Because the fight between the two was too intense, King Yama, who was working, was immediately attracted by the fight between the two and temporarily stopped his work. After seeing this, the little ghosts around wanted to remind him, but were stopped by the old ghost who had been working for a long time. King Yama is the boss of the underworld and rarely rests. This new little ghost went out to remind him, and he was undoubtedly in trouble. North Kai King Planet. Although Sun Wukong and his team's main battlefield is in the sky, they are occasionally knocked down to North Kai King Planet by the opponent, smashing big holes in the ground of North Kai King Planet. King Yama looked at the bumpy North Kai King Planet and couldn't help laughing. It seems that after they finish fighting, King North Kai will be busy again. Yes. The fortune-teller smiled and nodded. Huff. Just at this time, the two of them beat each other out at the same time and gasped. After his breathing became more stable, Sun Wushan clenched his fists fiercely, and an extremely amazing aura emanated from his whole body, rising rapidly upwards. What? Sun Wukong was shocked. Sun Wushan could actually raise his aura upwards. Ah! With a loud roar, the aura on Sun Wushan's body spread to the universe. The ground of North Kai King's planet shook violently under the influence of Sun Wushan's aura. What? North Kai King was shocked. Sun Wushan's ability to transform into Super Saiyan 2 was far beyond his expectations, but he did not expect that Super Saiyan 2 was not Sun Wushan's limit. Scions, what kind of nation are they? Just at this time, Sun Wushan's aura reached the limit of Super Saiyan 2. Could it be? Sun Wukong looked at Sun Wushan in great shock. Ah! With a loud roar, the hair on Goten's head grew to his waist, his eyebrows disappeared and his brow bones were close to his eye sockets, and dark blue pupils appeared in the original single light green eyeballs, and the golden flame on his body turned into light and fixed. This is exactly the third stage of Super Saiyan. Boom! The Yama Hall was affected by Goten's breath and shook violently. Super Saiyan third stage. Goku looked at Goten in front of him with some disbelief in his heart. Chapter 13. He practiced for more than 30 years to achieve the third stage of Super Saiyan, but Goten achieved it when he was only 6 or 7 years old. This is too talented, too evil. Earth. Because the aura of the third stage of Super Saiyan is too strong, even Vegeta and others on Earth can feel Goten's aura. West City, Bulma's house. Trunks, who was practicing in the gravity room, immediately showed a trace of disbelief on his face after feeling the powerful aura of Goten. This. Is it Goten's aura? No. It's impossible. How can Goten's aura be so strong? After hearing this, Vegeta gritted his teeth and left the gravity room. Dad! Trunks shouted and left the gravity room. Baizai Mountain, Goku's house. Gohan, who was doing the questions, immediately stopped writing after feeling Goten's aura. This, is it Goten's aura? No. Impossible, how could his aura be so strong? Yanma Palace. When King Yan saw Son Goten's Super Saiyan 3 transformation, his face was full of shock. Fortune-telling Granny, what is this transformation of Goten? I don't know, but I think it should be Super Saiyan 3. Super Saiyan 3? Yeah, don't they already have a Super Saiyan 2 transformation? Then this should be a Super Saiyan 3 transformation. King Yan nodded. By the way, fortune-telling Granny, how old is Goten this year? 7 years old. After hearing this, King Yan touched his chin with his right hand. Son Goten is already so strong at the age of 7, who knows how strong he will be in the future? Fortune-telling Granny nodded. By the way, King Yama, has Goku never transformed into this form? I don't know. I've been staying in the underworld. Maybe I need to ask King Kai of the North to know this. North Kai's planet. When King Kai of the North saw Son Goten in the third stage of Super Saiyan, he was completely convinced by him. Son Goten was the most talented human he had ever seen since he became King Kai. In the sky. After Son Goten transformed, he did not rush to do it, but looked at Son Goku in front of him and said, Dad, you also transform into Super Saiyan 3, right? Super Saiyan 3 is the name that Son Goku gave to the Super Saiyan transformation that surpassed Super Saiyan twice. So if Son Goten said Super Saiyan 3, it would easily arouse Son Goku's suspicion of him. Son Goku smiled and said, Goten, how do you know I can transform into Super Saiyan 3? I guessed. Is that so? Then I'll do as you said and transform into Super Saiyan 3. Super Saiyan 3. Goku nodded. This is the name I gave to Super Saiyan 3. Ha! Goku clenched his fists tightly after he finished speaking. An extremely powerful aura emanated from him and quickly rose upwards. God of the World. At this time, East Kai and Jebet, who were in God of the World, also felt the aura of Goten and the others. A human's aura can actually be transmitted from King Kai to King Kai. Jebet said with an unbelievable look on his face. Goku nodded. If we can get their help, maybe we can find Babadai faster. Earth, Baizai Mountain, Goku's home. Vegeta had brought Trunks to Son Goku's house at this time. Vegeta. She was a little surprised to see Vegeta suddenly come to her house. Because this was the first time Vegeta came to her house. Vegeta nodded. Where's Gohan? Gohan, he's in the room, I'll call him out now. She said. And hurried into Son Gohan's room and called Son Gohan out. Uncle Vegeta. Vegeta nodded and was about to ask Son Gohan where Goten was. He suddenly felt an extremely powerful breath, which was exactly the breath of Son Goku. Kakarot. Dad. Son Gohan was also shocked. He could actually feel the breath of Son Goku in the underworld on Earth. North Kai King Planet. Son Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan third stage with the same appearance as Son Goten in a huge roar. When King Kai saw both of them transform into Super Saiyan 3, his expression immediately became extremely nervous. Although he had seen Son Goku's Super Saiyan 3, he had never seen Son Goku transform into Super Saiyan 3 in a human fight. This means that the two will have an extremely fierce battle next. On Earth. As Goku's breath stabilized, Vegeta immediately looked at Gohan and said, "Gohan, where did Goten go?" Gohan glanced at Chi-Chi, feeling a little afraid to say it. But even if he wanted to hide it now, he couldn't. Goten. After hearing this, Chi-Chi also looked at Gohan. Goten, he went to Lord Kai. Vegeta snorted coldly. It's true. So, this is really Goten's anger. Goten, this kid actually hid it so deeply from me. Lord Kai? How did Gohan go there? Chi-Chi asked. Goten, he asked the fortune teller to take him there. Fortune teller, then he went to the underworld. Yes. Then Gohan, why did Goten go to the underworld? Vegeta asked. Goten, he wants to see his father, and wants to persuade his father to come back to life. Resurrect Goku. Chi-Chi said. North Kai King Planet. After Son Goku completed his transformation, he immediately looked at Son Goten and said. Then Goten, shall we start? Okay. Son Goten nodded. After saying that, the two figures flashed at the same time, and they came to each other in an instant, punching each other with both fists. Swish! Bang! 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 With a series of violent sounds, the two fists hit each other hard like a storm. Bang! The two men punched each other in the face with their right fists at the same time, causing the other's face to fall backwards. Sun Wukong kicked forward with his right foot, but was blocked by Sun Wukong's raised hand. Then, the two separated their bodies, gathered a large amount of energy waves in their hands, and hit each other. Boom! 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 With huge explosions, the energy waves of the two hit each other, producing huge flames and thick smoke in the sky. What a fierce battle! Seeing this, the North King Kai couldn't help but say, Kame Pai Ki Gong. Sun Wukong put his hands together and condensed a deep blue air wave in his hands. Seeing this, Sun Wukong also gathered his hands back. Bo! Sun Wukong shouted and threw out the Kamehameha in his hand. Chapter 14. Sun Wukong shouted loudly and also sent out Kamehameha. Bang! With a loud noise, the Kamehameha of the two people collided violently. An extremely violent gust of wind emanated from the two Kamehameha and spread to the surroundings. The two people gritted their teeth and looked at each other. Ha! Suddenly, Sun Wukong shouted loudly, and injected more energy into Kamehameha with both hands, and pushed Kamehameha to Sun Wukong at once. Smash! Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, and also injected more energy into Kamehameha with both hands, pushing Sun Wukong's Kamehameha back. In this way, after the two people held each other in the sky for a while, the Kamehameha of the two people disappeared at the same time because of the exhaustion of energy. Huff! The two people panted heavily and looked at each other. When their breathing became more stable, they rushed towards each other again. Because the two were moving so fast, even the North King could hardly see their fight. Bang! The two held hands tightly and fought hard in the sky. On the earth. At this time, Krillin and the others had gathered at Son Goku's house and asked Son Gohan about Son Goten. Krillin, resurrect Goku. Yes. But will Goku agree? I don't know, so I can only try. By the way, Gohan, how did Goten train? How can he be so strong? I don't know, maybe he has a stronger talent. Is this stronger? This is simply outrageous. Son Gohan smiled and said nothing. Who do you think will win, Goku or Goten? Yamcha said. I think it should be Goku. Krillin said. I think it will be Goten. Trunks said. Trunks, why do you think it's Goten? Because Goten has superpowers. Superpowers. Above the North Kai King planet. Although Goku is strong, he has only mastered the third stage of Super Saiyan not long ago, and the third stage of Super Saiyan consumes a lot of physical strength. At this time, it is difficult for him to maintain the third stage of Super Saiyan. Although Goku consumes a lot of physical strength like Goku, he has unlimited physical strength. Not to mention fighting Goku, even if he keeps this state, there is no problem. Ah! Goku looked at Goku, who had been holding on for a while, and immediately rushed forward. Goku clenched his hands and rushed towards Goku. Swish! Bang! 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 But in the blink of an eye, the two came to each other at the same time and fought fiercely. After a while, Goten knocked Goku down to the North Kai planet. Goku returned to normal because he could not maintain the third stage of Super Saiyan due to his physical strength. Goku looked up at Goten in the sky and chose to admit defeat. I lost. Goten nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, the voice of the system came to Goten's ears. Ding! Congratulations to the master for defeating Goku and obtaining the Super Saiyan God Advanced card. He learned King Fist and Teleport, and was rewarded with the Key Sword. Key Sword. Goten remembered that this sword seemed to be the sword that sealed the Dark Demon King God Mecha in the Dark Demon World comics. However, it seemed that it needed to gather the four powers of Dark Power, God Power, Time Power, and Light Power to seal people forever. Swoosh! Step! Goten thought for a while and fell back to the North Kai planet. At this moment, the North Kai planet was affected by the battle between the two. And the ground was only 1/3 of what it was at the beginning. Only a little wall remained in the North Kai's house. The North Kai and his companions stood behind the wall, which was like their fortress. Dad, Lord Kai, it's getting late, and I should go back soon. Okay. Sun Wukong nodded. After hearing this, the North Kai immediately ran to Sun Wushan and said, Then when will you help us revive, Goten? He suffered such a heavy loss, if Sun Wushan didn't help him revive, wouldn't he be dead? After I go back, I will collect the Dragon Balls to help you revive. Goten, it doesn't matter if you don't help us. Goku. After hearing this, the North Kai stared at him closely. Sun Wukong was fine, but he was always laughed at by the West Kai and his companions for his death. Then you, still help us revive. Sun Wukong looked at the North Kai's ferocious expression and said. Sun Wushan nodded, stepped on the ground with both feet, and opened the North Kai King planet. Then, the body flew forward at a very fast speed. Yanma Palace. Seeing that the battle was over, King Yama resumed his work. After a while, Son Goten returned to Yanma Palace. Goten, you're back. The fortune teller smiled. Sorry, fortune teller, I kept you waiting. It's okay, did Goku agree to your resurrection? Yeah. Son Goten nodded. In that case, let's go back. Son Goten nodded again. Heaven. The fortune teller used her ability to travel through the yin and yang worlds to bring Son Goten to a room in the Heavenly Palace. Where is this? This is the Heavenly Palace. Heavenly Palace. The fortune teller nodded and took Son Goten to the outside of the Heavenly Palace, where he saw Piccolo, Dendi, and Popo. Goten, what do you think? Is your father willing to be resurrected? He agreed. Really? Then I'll let Krillin and the others go find the Dragon Balls now. Goten nodded. After a long time, Krillin and the others gathered the 7 Dragon Balls and brought them to the heavens, summoning the Earth Dragon. This is the dragon. Trunks said excitedly as he looked at the dragon in the sky. This was the first time he had seen the dragon since he was born. Tell me your wish, any wish can be fulfilled, but only one can be fulfilled. The dragon looked at the familiar people and said. I want to revive the North Kai King and the others who died because of Cell's self-explosion. Gohan said. Okay, but Goku has died once, so you can only make a single wish to revive him. Does that mean 2 wishes are needed? Yes. The dragon nodded. In that case, let's revive Goku first. Krillin said. Okay. Son Gohan nodded. Then Shenlong, please revive my dad first. Okay, but Son Goku's soul is not here, so I can only revive him where his soul is. That shouldn't be a problem, right? No, you just need to revive him. Okay. Shenlong said, his red eyes flashed, and the halo above Son Goku's head, who was far away on the North Kai planet, disappeared. Oh, the halo disappeared, Goku. Really? Son Goku looked up, and the halo above his head really disappeared. Okay, then your second wish is to revive the North Kai and the others. Yet. Son Gohan nodded. Okay, I understand. Chapter 15. Great, we can be resurrected too. When the North Kai heard this, he immediately danced with Bobris and the others. Before they could jump a few times, the halo above their heads disappeared. Lord Kai, the halo above your head has also disappeared. Really? After hearing this, the North Kai said with great joy. Then in a few days, I will go to the West Kai and the others and show off. Let them always make fun of me with this. After hearing this, Son Goku laughed dryly. Then Lord Kai, I will go back. The North Kai nodded with a smile. After being happy for a while, the North Kai looked at the destroyed North Kai planet in front of him and immediately sighed. Then, he began to fill the hole in the Kai planet. Earth, heaven. After Son Gohan and the others made 2 wishes, they did not make any more wishes, waiting for Son Goku to come back. Swoosh! Suddenly, a figure appeared in the heaven. This person was Sun Wukong. Wukong! Wukong! Dad! Everyone was delighted to see the resurrected Sun Wukong. Especially Chi-Chi. She raised Sun Wuhan and Sun Wushan alone for 7 years. It was not easy. Sun Wukong smiled and nodded. Long time no see. Is everything okay? Yet. Everyone nodded. Wukong. At this time, Chi-Chi could no longer hold back her emotions and hugged Sun Wukong tightly with both hands. Chi-Chi. Sun Wukong became a little nervous when Chi-Chi hugged him so suddenly. After seeing this, Krillin and the others couldn't help laughing. After seeing this, Sun Wuhan's eyes suddenly became a little wet. If he hadn't been so reckless, Sun Wukong wouldn't have died. Dad! Gohan called to Goku. Gohan! Chi-Chi saw this and immediately loosened her arms. Dad, is he Goten's dad? Trunks asked. Vegeta nodded and walked towards Goku. Long time no see, Vegeta. Goku greeted Vegeta. Humph! Vegeta snorted. Kakarot, the power you and Goten use shouldn't be Super Saiyan 2, right? Yes, that's Super Saiyan 3, which is twice as strong as Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan 3. The Dragon Ball Z fighters were shocked. They thought the power they used was Super Saiyan 2, but they didn't expect it to be Super Saiyan 3. After hearing this, Vegeta gritted his teeth. If Goku's strength was only Super Saiyan 2, then the gap between them wouldn't be that big. But if Sun Wukong's strength reaches the 3rd stage of Super Saiyan, the gap between them will be huge. Who won between you and Goten? Goten. What? Krillin and the others were shocked again after hearing this. Sun Wukong is a martial arts genius. Even if Sun Wushan has also cultivated to the 3rd stage of Super Saiyan, with Sun Wukong's rich practical experience, he should not lose to Sun Wushan. Is it because of superpowers? Sun Wuhan said. Sun Wukong, superpower. Yes, Goten has superpowers that can make people unable to move. Didn't he use it on you? No. Sun Wukong shook his head. Goten, have you been hiding your true strength from me? Trunks walked up to Sun Wushan and asked. No, why do you say that? Sun Wushan said with a guilty look. In that case, tell me, how did you become so strong? No. I just practiced more seriously. More seriously. After hearing this, Trunks stared at him. In the past few months, he has been practicing very hard every day, but he has not even reached Super Saiyan 2, let alone Super Saiyan 3. Then swear, if you lie to me, we will no longer be friends. Okay. I swear, if I lie to you, we will no longer be friends. After hearing this, Trunks reluctantly believed him. At this time, Vegeta suddenly challenged Son Goku. Kakarot, we haven't seen each other for 7 years. How about we compete? Let me see your Super Saiyan 3 by the way. Compete? Vegeta nodded. But I just finished competing with Goten, and my body has no strength. How about another day? Okay, then I'll do it tomorrow. I'll challenge you. Tomorrow? Why, what's the problem? No, no. Goku shook his head repeatedly. If he didn't agree now, Vegeta would keep pestering him. Just then, Goku's hungry voice sounded. To celebrate Goku's resurrection, how about we all come to my house to have a party? Seeing this, Bulma suggested. After hearing this, Krillin and the others looked at each other and nodded. Then, everyone left the heaven and came to Bulma's house. Bulma asked people to send a lot of food and held a party at home to celebrate Goku's resurrection. Goku ate the food with relish, and occasionally answered questions from Krillin and the others. When Goku had almost finished eating, he suddenly looked at Gohan and said, Gohan, I heard from Goten that you haven't practiced in these years. After hearing this, Son Gohan nodded with some bad intentions. Gohan, this kid, I'm afraid he doesn't even have the strength to defeat Cell back then. Vegeta said. Gohan, you can't be like this. No matter how busy you are with your studies, you have to practice. Look at Goten, his current strength has surpassed his father. Son Gohan nodded. The party lasted for a long time, until the evening, when everyone left one after another. The next morning, Vegeta came to Son Goku's house early in the morning to fight Son Goku, but Son Goku went to the North King Kai early in the morning. This made it impossible for Vegeta to challenge him. Kakarot. Vegeta clenched his hands tightly and said angrily in his heart. If he still doesn't know that Son Goku is playing tricks on him, then he is really stupid. North King Kai's planet. Shu. Sun Wukong, who was practicing, suddenly sneezed. Then, he looked at the repaired North Kai planet in front of him and said, Lord Kai, you are really fast at repairing the planet. After hearing this, North Kai planet gritted his teeth in anger. It's all because of you. Because of me. Don't you think about who repaired North Kai planet every time you destroyed it? Sun Wukong looked embarrassed after hearing this. During the 7 years he was on North Kai planet, he destroyed North Kai planet almost every day. So, North Kai planet was able to repair North Kai planet in such a short time because practice makes perfect. Chapter 16. Afternoon. After Goten woke up from his nap, he saw Trunks who came to play with him. Trunks, why are you here? After hearing this, Trunks said with an unhappy face. Goten, you don't seem to want me to come. No, how could that be? My father doesn't force me to practice with him all the time now, as long as I practice for 1 or 2 hours a day. Is that so? That's good. After hearing this, Trunks looked unhappy. Because he was pulled by Vegeta to practice because of Goten, and now he is not forced to practice because of Goten. What's wrong, Trunks? Nothing. What shall we do next, Goten? I don't know, let you decide. How about we go to the waterfall to catch fish today? Then catch fish. Trunks nodded. Time flies, and more than a month has passed in a blink of an eye. Just like in the original story, Son Gohan was admitted to Orange Star High School and became a classmate of Videl. Baizai Mountain, the mountain behind Son Goku. Son Goten was standing on a grassy field, practicing. Ah! With a loud roar, Son Goten's hair turned bright red, his eyes became larger and his pupils appeared, the colors of his pupils and irises turned black and red respectively, and his whole body was wrapped in aura like the flames of the sun. This is exactly the transformation of the Super Saiyan God. Because the Super Saiyan God is the breath of God, Son Gohan and others on earth did not feel the breath of Son Goten after his transformation. Son Goten looked at his hair and raised his breath upwards again. Bang! With an extremely amazing momentum, Goten's hair and eyebrows turned sky blue, his pupils turned dark blue, and he was surrounded by blue aura and star-shaped particles unique to the breath of God. Water droplets flowed in his aura from time to time. The speed of the aura flow was much slower than that of humans and Super Saiyans, and it had very slight electric sparks. The aura was divided into 2 layers of aura, sky blue and white from the outside to the inside. This is exactly Super Saiyan Blue. Is this the power of Super Saiyan Blue? Goten said with his hands slightly clenched. Then he looked behind him. The power of Super Saiyan Blue is equivalent to that of Super Saiyan 4. If he didn't have a tail now, he could also transform into Super Saiyan 4 through Dragon Ball GT. In fact, Goten had a tail when he was a child, but it was pulled out by Gohan. Because Saiyans will transform into giant apes on the night of the full moon, Gohan is worried that Goten will become out of control like him. His current body is that of a child. If he can transform into Super Saiyan 4, he can become as tall as Sun Wukong and the others. System, do you have a way to make my tail grow? Master, the system does not have this function. Can you use the Dragon Balls to make your tail grow? Dragon Balls? But there is only one wish left for the Dragon Balls. If something suddenly happens on Earth, you have to use the Dragon Balls. Then Master, you can only wait for your tail to grow. Sun Wushan nodded. That system, I transform into a giant ape. I shouldn't lose control, right? Based on the Master's current bloodline, I think it should. Will it? Well, Master, you don't have to worry too much. You control the power of the Super Saiyan God. In theory, even if you lose control, you will only lose control for a while at most. Really? After hearing this, Sun Wushan immediately started practicing. In the evening, Son Gohan returned home wearing a green shirt and black pants, a red cape behind him, and a helmet on his head. This outfit was exactly the Super Saiyan Superman outfit that Bulma made in the original Dragon Ball story to help Son Gohan conceal his chivalrous deeds. How is it, Goten? After returning home, Son Gohan showed off his clothes to Son Goten. After hearing this, Son Goten laughed dryly and didn't know what to say for a while. Son Gohan's outfit looked so second year. Pretty good. Son Goten said against his will. Son Gohan smiled. I asked Aunt Bulma to make this outfit for me to conceal my identity. Conceal your identity? Son Goten pretended to be curious. Yes, I want to be a righteous hero, but I don't want others to know my identity and disturb my high school life, so I use this outfit to hide my identity. Is that so? Yes. Son Gohan nodded. And I also gave myself a resounding name. What name? Super Saiyan Superman. What do you think of this name, Goten? It's okay. What do you mean it's okay? This is a name I've been thinking about for a long time. Goten laughed after hearing this. Goten, what are you laughing at? Gohan's expression suddenly became a little serious. Nothing. Just then, Goku, who had been training on the North Kai King planet for a day, returned home. When he saw the outfit on Gohan, he immediately became a little speechless. Gohan, what are you wearing? Dad, this is the Super Saiyan Superman clothes that Aunt Bulma made for me. Super Saiyan Superman? What is that? It's just a hero who maintains peace in Zidu. Oh, but why are you dressed like this? I want to be an ordinary high school student, so I don't want others to know my true identity. Is that so? Then, Dad, what do you think of my clothes? Pretty Pretty good. Sun Wukong said against his will. Sun Wuhan was immediately happy when he heard this. Then, he went to find Chi-Chi and asked her what she thought of the clothes. Chi-Chi didn't say anything against her will, but just said that the clothes were just average. 2 days passed in a flash, and when Sun Wuhan returned home in the evening, he told Chi-Chi that he wanted to participate in the world's #1 martial arts tournament. Participate in the world's #1 martial arts tournament? Yes, Mom, I heard that the champion of the world's #1 martial arts tournament will get a prize of 10 million, and even the second place will get a prize of 5 million. 10 million. After hearing this, Chi-Chi's eyes lit up. Over the years, Chi-Chi has been living on Sun Wukong's prize money, and now there is not much money left at home. How could she let go of such an opportunity to give money? Okay, I agree. Go to school tomorrow and ask the teacher for leave of absence. Gaku, Goten, you two have to participate in the world's #1 martial arts tournament together. We? That Chi-Chi, Goten, and I don't need to, right? After hearing this, Chi-Chi glared at Sun Wukong. Wukong, you have been in the underworld all these years, you don't know how hard it is for me to take care of Gohan and Goten, and we don't have much money left at home now. If you go to participate in the competition, we will definitely win the championship and runner-up this time. 10 million plus 5 million is 15 million. Gaku, if you don't agree, I won't cook for you in the future. Ah! Sun Wukong was threatened by Chi-Chi and had to agree. Chapter 17. The next morning, Sun Gohan and Sun Goten went to the back mountain to practice together. A jet plane flew over and landed in front of Sun Gohan and the others. When the plane opened, a girl with twin ponytails wearing a white short-sleeved shirt and black shorts walked out. The girl had black hair, thin eyebrows, and light blue irises. She was Videl. Videl, how did you know my home is here? Sun Gohan looked at Videl, who came to the door, and said with some surprise. Videl smiled. Didn't you write your home address at school? You can find out as long as you check it. Is that so? Sun Gohan scratched his head with an embarrassed look. Brother, who is she? She is my current classmate, Videl. You can call her Sister Videl. Sister Videl. Videl smiled and nodded. Videl, why are you here? Sun Gohan, didn't you promise me that you would teach me how to fly in the sky? How come you forgot? After hearing this, Videl looked at Sun Gohan with an unhappy face. Sun Gohan remembered it immediately after hearing what Videl said. No, I thought it wasn't urgent. Videl snorted coldly. Who said it wasn't urgent? You must teach me before the world #1 martial arts tournament starts, and then you can surprise my dad. Sun Goten, brother, I want to go play with Trunks today, so I'll leave first. He didn't want to be a light bulb between the two. Hey, Goten. Before Sun Gohan finished speaking, Sun Goten had already used the sky dance technique and flew into the sky. Videl looked at Sun Goten flying into the sky, and her heart became more determined to learn the sky dance technique. Noon. Sun Wushan went home for dinner and saw Videl, who was left behind for dinner. Goshen, you're back. Videl greeted Sun Wushan with a smile. Sun Wushan nodded and sat down. Chaiki, okay, let's eat. Sun Wukong and the others started eating immediately after hearing this. Videl praised Chaiki after tasting some of the food made by Chaiki. Gohan, your mother's food is really delicious, even better than the food made by my chef. Chef? Is your family rich? You can even afford to hire a chef. Not bad. How many houses do you have in Zidu? Let me think, it seems like there are dozens of them. Several, dozens of them, that means they are extremely rich. When will you two get married, Gohan? Puff. When Sun Wuhan heard this, he immediately sprayed the food in his mouth onto Sun Wukong's face. Gohan. Sorry. I'm sorry, Dad. Sun Gohan said, picking up the paper towel on the table and wiping the rice grains off Son Goku's face. Videl looked at Son Gohan blankly, not knowing what she was thinking. Time flies, and a week has passed in the blink of an eye. After a week of teaching from Son Gohan, Videl finally learned the sky dance technique. At this time, she was flying in the sky of Bayazai Mountain. Suddenly, she flew in front of Son Gohan and said, "Son Gohan, I have learned the sky dance technique, so I will go back first. See you at the world's #1 martial arts tournament." "Okay." Son Gohan nodded. Seeing this, Videl immediately used the sky dance technique and left Bayazai Mountain. Finally left. Son Gohan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. Then, he went home and called Son Goten to help him practice. Time flies, and more than half a month has passed in a blink of an eye. Today is the day when the world's #1 martial arts tournament begins. Krillin and the others heard that Son Goku was going to participate in this tournament, so they came together to join in the fun and participate in this competition. Anyway, with their strength, it is definitely impossible to win the championship. At this time, Son Goku had already met Bulma and the others outside the martial arts tournament. Vegeta folded his arms and looked at Son Goku aggressively. "Kakarot, I must win this game with you." Son Goku nodded. He knew that this battle between him and Vegeta was inevitable. Just as the two were chatting, Son Gohan kept turning his head to look around. "Gohan, are you looking for Videl?" Son Goku asked. "Krillin, Videl?" "Yes, she is Gohan's classmate." "Just a classmate?" "Gohan." Krillin smiled. "Of course they are classmates, Uncle Klin. They are classmates, so why are you so excited?" "Noise, I'm not excited." Son Gohan explained. "Gohan-san." Just then, a familiar voice came. Son Gohan turned around and looked back, and saw Videl with short hair. "Son Gohan, Videl-san." Krillin couldn't help but tease Son Gohan after seeing Videl's appearance. "Gohan, this girl is pretty, you have good taste." Uncle Krillin. After hearing this, Son Gohan looked at Krillin angrily. Okay, I'm just joking, don't be angry, Gohan." Then Uncle Krillin, "Don't joke like this anymore." "Okay, I get it." Just then, Videl walked in front of Son Gohan. "Son Gohan-san, who are they?" "They are my father's friends. This is Uncle Krillin, this is Uncle Yamcha, this is Uncle Tien Shinyan." Videl nodded slightly. "Hello, I am a classmate of Son Gohan. My name is Videl." Krillin and the others nodded slightly. Then "Gohan, have you signed up?" Videl asked. "Not yet." Just then, a staff member holding a loudspeaker shouted to the crowd. "The registration office for the junior group of the world's #1 martial arts tournament is here. Please come and sign up." Son Gohan, junior group. Yes, now the world's #1 martial arts tournament is divided into the junior group and the adult group. For someone like Goten, he can only participate in the junior group. Son Gohan, is that so? Krillin and the others couldn't help laughing after hearing this. Son Goten, who is the strongest, can only participate in the junior group because he is too young. Then Videl, how much is the prize money for the junior group? Chi asked. It's also 10 million. Really? Then Goku, Gohan, Goten, you guys take the first and second place, that's 25 million. After hearing this, Vegeta looked unhappy. He admitted that Son Goku and Son Goten were strong, but Son Gohan, he hadn't practiced for 7 years, and he didn't believe that he couldn't beat Son Gohan. Then Goten, Trunks, you two go sign up. Son Goku said. The two nodded. Because there were not many people participating in the junior group competition, Son Goten and his friends didn't take long to sign up. Chapter 18. After the two of them signed up, Sun Wukong and his friends also signed up. Because the competition of the junior group started first, after Sun Wukong and his friends signed up, they went to the venue of the world's first martial arts conference to watch the competition of Sun Wushan and his friends. At this time, Sun Wushan was standing on the competition stage carelessly, looking at the little boy standing in front of him. The little boy was not wearing any clothes on his upper body, and his hands made a white crane spreading wings to provoke Sun Wushan. If there is no problem with the two players, let's start, the referee said. After hearing this, the little boy immediately stepped back and stood still. Then I now announce that the first game of the junior group will officially begin now. Ha! After hearing this, the little boy immediately shouted and punched Sun Wushan with his right fist. But before the little boy's right fist hit Sun Wushan's face, Sun Wushan's right fist had already hit the little boy's nose. The little boy screamed, his body stiffened, and fell to the ground behind him. Xiao Wu! The little boy's mother shouted. The referee saw this and immediately started counting down. 10, 9, 8, 7, 0, Goten wins. Goten yawned with a bored look on his face after hearing this. If it weren't for the 10 million bonus, he wouldn't have come to participate in such a boring game. After Goten won the game, he immediately jumped off the stage and let others play. The game went very quickly, and Goten and Trunks easily advanced to the finals. Audience players, the next is the final of our junior group competition. The winner of this competition will not only get a bonus of 10 million, but also get the opportunity to challenge the world champion Mr. Satan. Mr. Satan! The audience immediately became excited after hearing this. Many of them are fanatical fans of Mr. Satan. Now they are naturally very happy to hear that they can see Mr. Satan's heroic figure. On the second floor of an ancient building under the arena of the world's #1 martial arts conference, Mr. Satan was lying on a chair with a leisurely look on his face, smoking a cigarette. A staff member suddenly opened the door and walked in. Seeing this, Mr. Satan quickly put down his raised foot. What's the matter? Nothing, Mr. Satan. This match is the final of the junior group. I want to ask if you want to watch the match. Mr. Satan smiled. What's so interesting about a children's match? If you don't have anything else to do, just go out. Okay, Mr. Satan. The staff member said and left the room immediately. Mr. Satan saw the staff leave, and immediately stood up and looked at the competition stage outside the window. Sun Goten and Trunks are now standing on the stage. Mr. Satan looked at the two people and felt familiar, but he just couldn't remember where he had seen them. Then if Sun Goten and Trunks don't have any other questions, let's start the match. The two nodded. Then, the two stepped on the ground with their feet, came to each other like the wind, and punched each other with fists and feet. Swish! Bang bang bang! The two of them moved quickly while fighting fiercely with each other. Mr. Satan, who was in the lounge on the second floor, was immediately shocked by the two people's strong strength after seeing this scene. Even if they went to participate in the adult group, they should be able to get a good ranking. After being surprised for a while, Mr. Satan suddenly remembered that he saw Son Goku and Trunks in the Cell game. Could it be, are they the children of those blonde weirdos? Mr. Satan swallowed his saliva. He witnessed Son Goku and his group fighting Cell back then, and he knew very well in his heart that it was actually Son Goku's group who destroyed Cell, not him. He lied so much for fame and fortune. If it's really them, then I definitely have no chance of winning. Mr. Satan thought to himself. If he is defeated, his lie about defeating Cell will definitely be exposed. Then he will become the target of public criticism. Damn it! What should I do? On the competition stage. Because of the huge gap in strength between the two, Trunks could only defend against Goten's attacks. Vegeta, who was standing on the fence at the top of the audience, couldn't bear to watch it anymore and chose to leave. Vegeta, You don't want to watch it anymore? Gaku asked. No, there's nothing to watch anyway. Videl, who was standing next to Gohan, said with a puzzled look. Gohan, Goten and the others had such a wonderful match, why did he say there was nothing to watch? Gohan laughed dryly and didn't know what to do for a moment. How to explain? Because the reason why Vegeta didn't watch this game was very simple, that is, Trunks couldn't beat Son Goten. If Trunks beat Son Goten, then Vegeta would definitely watch the game, and maybe even show off in front of Son Goku. That, you will know later. Son Gohan didn't say it directly, but chose to hint. Because if he said it directly, he would definitely offend Bulma and Vegeta. Wait. Yes. Son Gohan nodded. After hearing this, Videl immediately looked at the competition stage. Bang! With a heavy punch, Son Goten punched Trunks off the competition stage. Trunks is out, Son Goten wins. Congratulations to Son Goten for winning the championship of this junior competition. The referee announced loudly to the audience. After hearing this, the audience in the audience immediately cheered. When Videl saw this, she seemed to understand something. On the second floor of the lounge, Mr. Satan saw that Sun Wushan won, and his heart immediately became more panic. Because the game between the two of them ended too quickly, he didn't think of any countermeasures at all. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Mr. Satan. Come in. Mr. Satan said with forced calmness. After hearing this, the staff outside the door immediately opened the door and walked in. Mr. Satan, the champion of the junior group has been produced, and it's your turn to compete with him next. Okay, I know, you go out first. I'll come later. Okay, Mr. Satan. The staff said, and immediately left the room. Seeing the staff leave, Mr. Satan wanted to sit for a while and think of a solution, but he heard a loud shout from outside. Satan! Satan! Mr. Satan saw that the audience was so enthusiastic about him, and the pressure in his heart suddenly became greater. But at this point, he could only bite the bullet. After thinking it over, Mr. Satan immediately walked towards the venue of the martial arts conference with heavy steps. This was not a long journey, but at this moment, Mr. Satan felt it was so difficult to walk. Chapter 19. After a while, Mr. Satan came to the scene of the martial arts competition. As soon as Mr. Satan appeared, he attracted the attention of a large number of audiences and reporters. It's Mr. Satan, the hero who saved our Earth. Mr. Satan! 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 The audience shouted to Mr. Satan. Hello everyone! After hearing this, Mr. Satan immediately raised his arms and cheered. Dad, he is really... Biddy Lee was speechless for a while. At this time, a large number of reporters ran to Mr. Satan and interviewed him. Mr. Satan, are you confident in this competition? A gentle-looking female reporter asked. Of course. Then what do you want to say to the audience in front of the TV? On the competition stage. Sun Wushan was a little impatient because of waiting, so he urged Mr. Satan under the stage. Uncle, can you hurry up? Mr. Satan was frightened when he heard Son Goten's urging. I'll be there soon, I'll be there soon. Mr. Satan said to the reporter beside him. Then the interview ends here first, and I'll continue the interview after the game. Okay, Mr. Satan, we will definitely take pictures of your handsome figure during the game. Handsome, handsome figure. Mr. Satan was stunned after hearing this. It was good enough that he was not beaten into a pig head by Son Goten, and handsome figure? At this time, the referee standing on the stage was also waiting impatiently. Mr. Satan, can I go to the game? Oh, okay. Mr. Satan said, and walked towards the competition stage with very heavy feet. Gaku, let's go. Anyway, we don't need to watch it, we already know the result of the game. Krillin said as he looked at Mr. Satan, who was walking slowly towards the competition stage. Yet. Sun Wukong nodded. Videl, who was standing next to Sun Wuhan, was stunned. Aren't you going to watch this game? This is a match between the world champion Mr. Satan and Sun Wushan. It might be a very exciting battle. Krillin waved his hand after hearing this. I might as well find a place to sleep if I have this free time. Videl immediately looked at Sun Wuhan on the side after hearing this. Sun Wuhan laughed dryly at this, and he wanted to beat Krillin up. At this time, Mr. Satan finally walked onto the stage. Since Mr. Satan has already come on stage, the game. Wait. Before the referee finished speaking, Mr. Satan suddenly spoke. What's wrong, Mr. Satan? The referee looked puzzled. Ahem. Mr. Satan coughed. Before the game, I want to say a few words to that kid, so that he doesn't have any psychological burden. Oh, okay, but you have to hurry up, because the audience has been waiting for a long time. Mr. Satan nodded and quickly walked to Sun Wushan and said. That kid, the game later is just for fun, you can just play casually, don't take it too seriously. Sun Wushan smiled and nodded. Seeing this, Mr. Satan walked back to the referee and said. You can announce the start of the game. The referee nodded. Then I now announce that the game between Sun Wushan and Mr. Satan is now officially started. Satan! Satan! The audience in the audience immediately shouted after hearing this. Seeing this, Mr. Satan immediately ran to Sun Wushan and put his face in front of Sun Wushan and said. Little friend, Uncle lets you punch, but you must hit gently. Okay, Uncle. Sun Wushan smiled. This was the first time in his life that he had seen someone make such a request. Bang! After Sun Wushan finished speaking, he punched Mr. Satan in the face with his right fist. Mr. Satan's face was immediately deformed, and his body was like the wind, hitting the wall of the house behind him heavily. The venue suddenly became silent. After seeing this scene, Vidalai was even more shocked. Her proud father was killed by Sun Wushan in one punch. Under the competition stage, Mr. Satan, whose head hit the wall heavily, felt a terrible headache at this time. This kid, I clearly told him to hit him gently, but he hit him so hard. Mr. Satan complained to Sun Wushan in his heart. However, although he was in pain, he still acted very relaxed in front of everyone. At this time, a fanatical fan of Mr. Satan seemed to have figured something out and shouted. I understand Mr. Satan. He must have deliberately lost to that kid to encourage him. After hearing this, the audience around him agreed with his point of view. I told you, how could Mr. Satan, the world champion, lose to a kid? As the public opinion in the audience was one-sided, everyone was moved by Mr. Satan's behavior. Only Goten and the others were speechless. It must be said that their imagination is really strong. Mr. Satan is out, Goten wins. Congratulations to Goten for successfully challenging Mr. Satan. Goten immediately jumped off the stage and came to Trunks' side after hearing this. Trunks? Trunks nodded. Goten, you won the championship this time, you have to treat us. Yet. Goten nodded. Then let's go watch my brother and the others fight now. Trunks nodded again. Great, Goten won the championship. In the audience. At this time, Shishi was very happy to say to Bulma. 10 million may not be a big deal for Bulma's family, but it is definitely a huge sum of money for Goku's family. Bulma nodded calmly. With this 10 million bonus, I can hire a tutor for Goten, even if I hire 3 or 4 at the same time. Then it's up to Goku and the others. The rest area for the players of the World No. 1 Martial Arts Tournament. After watching Goten and the others game, Sun Wukong was a little hungry, so he dragged Sun Wuhan and the others to the rest area to eat something. After arriving at the rest area, Sun Wukong saw Vegeta eating in big mouthfuls. Vegeta. Sun Wukong smiled and greeted Vegeta. Vegeta ignored him and continued to eat his own food. Seeing this, Sun Wukong told the staff that he wanted to eat, and then sat next to Vegeta and ate with him. Seeing this, Sun Wuhan took Videl and sat over. However, they were not in a hurry to eat the food on the table, but waited for the staff to bring the food up before starting to eat. It's delicious, Dad. The food at the martial arts tournament is always delicious. Always. Knock knock knock. Just when Son Gohan was confused, Son Goku took the food in front of Son Gohan and ate it. Dad, this is my food. Who told you not to eat it? I thought you didn't like it. Krillin couldn't help laughing as he watched Son Goku and the others eat. In the past, when he and Son Goku ate, Son Goku would also steal his food like today. Chapter 20. After a long time, Sun Wukong finished his meal and took Sun Wuhan and the others to the martial arts tournament venue. When leaving the rest area, Sun Wukong saw two men, one tall and one short. The tall man had red skin all over his body and looked a little old. He had long white hair on his head and wore a red uniform. The short man's feet were off the ground, his body was floating in the air, his skin was light purple, he had a white punk head on his head, and he wore a cyan uniform. These two people were Jebet and East Kai. When Sun Wukong saw the two, he immediately felt that they were extraordinary. Hello, are you Sun Wukong? East Kai smiled and greeted Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong nodded. Yes, who are you? East Kai smiled and said. I can't reveal my identity for now, but I believe we will meet on the stage soon. The stage? Yes, we also signed up for this competition. Is that so? Yeah. East Kai nodded. Then see you on the stage. East Kai finished speaking, and took Jebet to the rest area. Pico, who was standing aside, looked unhappy when he saw this. For some reason, he felt a strong pressure from East Kai. What's wrong with you, Uncle Piccolo? Nothing, nothing. Pico said, and followed Son Goku and the others to the preliminaries of the World No. 1 Martial Arts Tournament. This time, the preliminaries of the World No. 1 Martial Arts Tournament did not eliminate the contestants through fighting, but through punching the boxing machine. Simply put, whoever scores higher on the boxing machine can enter the top 16. At this time, Mr. Satan was standing in front of the boxing machine, preparing to hit it. Beside him, many reporters were standing with cameras following him. Son Gohan looked at the cameras, and was a little worried that they would take pictures of him and expose his identity, so his expression became very nervous. Piccolo seemed to see that Son Gohan was worried, and he opened his eyes and released a strong breath, causing all the cameras of the reporters to explode. What's going on? The reporters were all confused when they saw their cameras suddenly explode. I destroyed their cameras and video cameras, so that even if your clothes fall off, your classmates will not know. Thank you, Uncle Piccolo. Son Gohan was moved after hearing this. What's going on? What's going on? Really, you media are useless. Mr. Satan saw that the cameras and video cameras of the reporters and media were broken, and said with some dissatisfaction in his heart. Then, he made a fisting gesture and hit the boxing machine hard. Bang! With a loud bang, Mr. Satan hit the boxing machine hard with his right fist. Two numbers immediately appeared on the display screen of the boxing machine and rose rapidly. The final number stopped at 137. 137. Many passers-by who came to join in the fun could not help but shout after seeing it. Many contestants were also surprised after seeing it. Mr. Satan looked at their surprised expressions and immediately laughed. Then, he walked forward in what he thought was the most stylish posture. When he reached an entrance of the martial arts conference, he suddenly turned around and said to the contestants, "Everyone, try your best. I look forward to someone who can knock me down." At this time, the staff in charge of this preliminary competition said to Sun Wukong and others, "Then please ask all contestants to collect the number plates, and then line up one by one to test the boxing machine. After hearing this, Sun Wukong and others immediately went to draw the number plates. The number plates drawn by Sun Wukong and others were all at the back. Because Mr. Satan's strength was not bad, no one could break his record before Sun Wukong and the others hit the boxing machine. After waiting for a while, it was Lazili's turn to fight. Lazili, be gentle, don't break the machine. Clin whispered to Lazili. I know, can you stop being so long-winded? Lazili was a little impatient. Lazili said, walked to the boxing machine, and hit it. Bang! With a loud bang, 3 numbers appeared on the boxing machine, and quickly rose up, and finally stopped at the value of 774. 774. The staff on the side was shocked to see the number stopped on the boxing machine. The crowd standing around and watching all had dull eyes. You should know that before this, the highest score for hitting the boxing machine was Mr. Satan's 137 points. Mr. Satan is the world champion, and he once defeated Cell to save the world. His score was surpassed, which means that her strength may have surpassed Mr. Satan. Ordinary people's thoughts. After being shocked for a while, the staff slowly calmed down. This boxing machine may have a malfunction. I'll have someone check it first. Let's play again later. It turned out that the machine had a malfunction. I said, how could her score surpass Mr. Satan? After hearing this, the players around him immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing this, Clin said to Lazili again. Lazili, I told you to be gentle. I know, but this power is really hard to control. At this time, the staff repaired the machine and said to Lazili with a smile. The boxing machine has been repaired. Please play again. Lazili nodded, and her right hand hit the boxing machine like a dragonfly touching the water. 3 numbers 203 immediately appeared on the boxing machine. 203. The staff stared with wide eyes. If it was a problem with the machine just now, then this time, it must not be a problem with the machine. At this time, Krillin came on the field and scored 192. 192. The staff said numbly. Seeing this, Sun Wukong stepped forward and scored 186. 186. The staff saw Mr. Satan's score being broken one after another, and their hearts were completely numb. At this time, Piccolo came on the field and scored 210. The staff suspected that it was a problem with the machine again, so they said to other staff. This boxing machine may be broken, I think we should change a new boxing machine. Just then, Vegeta came on the field, swung his right fist fiercely, and directly smashed the boxing machine into pieces. The crowd and players around were stunned after watching. Some players were directly scared to give up and did not participate in this competition. Seeing this, Son Gohan covered his face helplessly. He originally wanted to be low-key in front of Videl, but with Vegeta doing this, he certainly couldn't be low-key. As expected, after Vegeta smashed the boxing machine, Videl was quickly attracted by the movement here. Chapter 21. Videl looked at the broken pieces of the punching machine on the ground with a look of disbelief on her face. A punching machine is not a sandbag, even her father may not be able to break it. Thinking of this, Videl immediately looked at Son Gohan and said, Gohan, who broke this punching machine? This. After hearing this, Son Gohan didn't know what to say for a while. But even if Son Gohan didn't say it, Videl could ask others what happened just now. After Videl learned that the punching machine was broken by Vegeta, she doubted the identity of Son Gohan and others. On the other side, Son Goten and Trunks were restricted by age, so they could only hang out outside, waiting for the game to start. Goten, why don't we go to the competition as well? Yeah, you can let me stand on your shoulders, and then we two pretend to be adults to participate in the competition. I think I'd better, forget it. Why? They can't beat me anyway. Trunks listened to Goten's verse and said with an unhappy face. Goten, don't be too proud, I will definitely become stronger in the future and surpass you and Dad and everyone else. Goten nodded. Then let's go watch my brother's game. Yeah. Trunks nodded. Then the two walked into the audience and waited for the game to start. With the end of the preliminaries, Gaku and his team successfully entered the top 16. In the first game, Krillin played, and Krillin easily defeated his opponent. In the second game, Gaku played, and Gaku also easily defeated his opponent. In the third game, Piccolo played, and his opponent was the East Kai. The third match of the World No. 1 Martial Arts Tournament begins. Please invite contestants Piccolo and Shin to compete. After hearing this, Piccolo and East Kaishin immediately jumped onto the competition stage. Then contestants Piccolo and Shin, if there are no other questions, please start the match. The two nodded. As the match began, Piccolo wanted to fight, but for some reason his body became unable to move, as if his body was suppressed by something. The audience in the audience saw that the two did not fight, and immediately urged them to start the match. What's going on? The match has already started, why don't you fight? Piccolo. Krillin and the others were also surprised when they saw this. On the competition stage. At this time, Piccolo was looking at East Kaishin with sweat all over his head. And East Kaishin was looking at Piccolo with a smile on his face. In this way, the two stood there and confronted each other for a long time. The referee standing in the audience could not help but urge them when he saw this. Piccolo, Shin, can you please start the game? Uncle Piccolo. Son Gohan whispered. Piccolo glanced at the referee after hearing this. I choose to admit defeat. Referee, admit defeat. Krillin and the others were immediately shocked when this was said. Yes. Piccolo nodded. Piccolo admits defeat, Shin wins. Seeing this, Piccolo immediately jumped off the stage. Uncle Piccolo, what's going on? Son Gohan asked. Let's wait until you finish the game. Okay. Son Gohan nodded. Under the stage. At this time, Trunks was looking at Son Goten with a puzzled look on his face. Goten, why did Uncle Piccolo admit defeat? I don't know. Son Goten shook his head. Could it be that the guy is very strong? Uncle Piccolo thinks he can't beat him. But, maybe. It's a pity that I can't participate in the competition, otherwise I really want to fight him. Just as the two were chatting, Videl walked onto the stage. Goten, it's your brother's girlfriend. Goten nodded. After Videl came onto the stage, a tall and burly bald man walked onto the stage. The man's name was Boss Bikey, and he was once defeated by Mr. Satan. Then how strong is she? Should she be able to beat that big guy? Trunks asked. Her strength is okay, but I don't know if she can beat that big guy. Really? On the stage. At this time, the referee was introducing Videl's identity to the audience. Audience contestants, besides being a contestant this time, Videl is also the daughter of Mr. Satan, the champion of the junior group of the last World's No. 1 martial arts competition. Videl. Just then, a blond man sitting in the audience stood up and shouted loudly to Videl. His name is Shippu, and he is Videl's classmate and admirer. Shippu, after getting up, Bidalai's teacher and classmates who were sitting next to him cheered for Bidalai loudly. Bidalai saw this and waved in response. Referee, then Bidalai, Spabik, if there are no other questions, please start the game. The two nodded. Seeing this, the referee immediately jumped off the stage. Bidalai shouted and rushed towards Spabik like the wind. Soon, Bidalai came in front of Spabik and attacked Spabik with both fists. Spabik raised his hand to resist Bidalai's attack and retreated. Suddenly, Bidalai kicked Spabik's neck with his right foot. Spabik fell heavily to the ground immediately. Spabik has fallen to the ground. Now we start counting 10, 9, 8. Just when the referee counted to 6, Audiobook stood up from the ground as if nothing had happened. Sun Gohan was shocked. Videl frowned slightly. But she still believed that she could beat Audiobook. Audiobook has stood up. The game continues. Audiobook turned his neck and looked at Videl with a smile. Videl shouted and rushed towards Audiobook quickly. Bang! Videl kicked with her right foot and hit Audiobook hard. Audiobook's body immediately stepped back a few steps. As soon as Videl's right foot landed on the ground, her fists and feet were like the wind, attacking Audiobook. Audiobook clenched his hands and attacked Videl as well. Videl dodged to the side, punched Audiobook with both fists like the wind, and continuously knocked him back. Ha! With a loud shout, Videl kicked Audiobook's neck again with her right foot. Audiobook's entire neck was bent and fell to the ground. Audiobook is down, now count down 10, 9, 8. Huff, hey. After hearing this, Videl gasped immediately. Just when the referee counted to 3, Audiobook stood up with a crooked neck. Is this guy immortal? Trunks looked at Audiobook's scary appearance and said. Just at this moment, Audiobook straightened his neck and smiled at Videl. Chapter 22. Videl gritted her teeth and rushed towards Audiobook again. Videl stepped hard with her left foot and kicked with her right foot towards Audiobook. Audiobook had already prepared for this after eating several of Videl's kicks. So when Videl kicked this time, he directly grabbed Videl's right foot with his left hand. What? Videl was shocked to see her right foot being grabbed. Audiobook chuckled and smashed Videl to the ground with his left hand. Videl. Sun Gohan was shocked. At this moment, Audiobook's body suddenly stopped. Although Videl didn't know what happened, she still broke free from Audiobook's hand and fell to the ground. East Kai King God glanced at the audience and saw Sun Goten using his superpowers on Audiobook. Goten didn't want to attack, but Videl was his future sister-in-law after all, so he helped her. Goten. At this time, Gohan in the audience also understood that it was Goten who attacked. Lord Kaishin, that kid seems to have the ability to control people, what should we do? I'll compete with him. East Kaishin said. Jebet nodded slightly. After that, East Kaishin immediately used his superpowers on Goten, making him unable to move. My body. I can't move. Goten said, and Audiobook on the stage immediately resumed his actions. However, because of Goten's control just now, Audiobook's body recovered, but was swept to the ground by Videl who attacked. Ah! At this time, East Kaishin lost control of Goten because of the great power on him. Lord Kaishin. Jebet was shocked. No, Goten is too strong, I can't control him at all. Then Lord Kai, what should we do next? It seems that we can only change the original plan. East Kai said, and took Jebet to find Goku and the others. Give up. Goten felt that the control of East Kai disappeared, and immediately used his superpowers to make Audiobook's body unable to move. On the competition stage. At this time, Videl had already knocked Audiobook to the ground. Audiobook has fallen to the ground, and now we will start counting down 10, 9, 8. Audiobook. Just then, a bald man with an M on his head shouted at Audiobook. The man's name was Yamu, and he was Audiobook's companion. 0. Audiobook has fallen to the ground and cannot stand up, and Videl has won. Seeing this, Goten immediately released his control over Audiobook. I don't accept it, she cheated. Audiobook stood up from the ground with an angry face. After hearing this, Son Gohan immediately jumped onto the competition stage and protected Videl. What cheating? I think you are the one who cheated. Seeing this, Yamu also jumped onto the competition stage and said. Forget it, Audiobook, losing is losing. After hearing this, Audiobook walked down the competition stage with Yamu with an unwilling look on his face. Gohan. Just then, Sharp and others in the audience recognized Son Gohan, who was wearing a white headscarf and sunglasses. Ah! Sun Gohan was shocked when he heard that he was recognized. In order to conceal his identity before, he deliberately got a Super Saiyan Superman's clothes. As a result, he was easily recognized because he didn't wear a helmet in the competition today. But since he had been recognized, he had to take off his sunglasses and waved to Sharp and others with a smile. It's really Gohan. Sharp, who was not sure that the person on the stage was Son Gohan, was shocked to sit back in his seat after seeing Son Gohan take off his sunglasses and wave to them. He could never have imagined that Son Gohan, a nerd, would be a Super Saiyan Superman. I said he was Gohan. Eliza laughed. Sharp nodded. Even if he didn't believe it now, the facts were in front of him. On the stage. Because the fourth game was between Son Gohan and Jebet, Son Gohan didn't have to leave the stage. Videl, Gohan, the next game is yours, you must do your best. Son Gohan nodded. Seeing this, Videl immediately jumped off the stage. At this time, Jebet walked onto the stage. The two looked at each other, and the atmosphere around them became a little solemn for a while. Excuse me, are you Jebet? The referee asked. Before the game begins, the referee will usually confirm the identity of the players. Yes. Jebet nodded. Then Super Saiyan Cha Ren and Jebet, if there are no other questions, please start the game. The two nodded. Seeing this, the referee immediately walked down the stage. At this time, Jebet suddenly said to Son Gohan. Hello, your name is Son Gohan, right? I want to see your true strength. Real strength. Yes, because if you do this, it will be of great help to us. But why should I help you? After listening, Jebet glanced at the audience. At this time, Piccolo suddenly sent a voice message to Son Gohan. Gohan, just do what he said. Uncle Piccolo. After listening, Son Gohan had some doubts in his heart, but looking at Piccolo who was closer to him than his own father, he chose to believe Piccolo in his heart. I understand. Son Gohan said, clenched his hands hard, and an extremely amazing breath emanated from his body, and he quickly rose up. Ah! With a roar, the bricks on the ground of the competition arena were blown up. The audience sitting in the audience seats were all surprised when they saw this scene. At this moment, Son Gohan's hair and eyebrows turned golden, his eyes turned light green, and all his hair except the bangs stood up, and a golden aura rose from his body. This is Super Saiyan 2. Go! Gohan! Videl was shocked when she saw Son Gohan's appearance. Because Son Gohan's current appearance is the same as the Golden Warrior who appeared in Zeta before. It turns out that Gohan is the Golden Warrior. Sharp said in surprise. It was surprising enough for him that Son Gohan was a Super Saiyan Superman, but he didn't expect that Son Gohan was actually a Golden Warrior. Is this a dream? If it is a dream, let me wake up as soon as possible. Sharp said to himself, feeling a little bit hard to accept the reality. Under the stage, Mr. Satan looked at Son Gohan who had transformed into a Super Saiyan, and immediately recalled the blonde weirdo who defeated Cell 7 years ago. Could it be that this guy is the same guy from 7 years ago? Mr. Satan thought with a cold sweat on his forehead. In the distance from Mr. Satan, Spabikey was holding the energy collector given to him by Babadai and aiming it at Son Gohan to see how much energy he had. Chapter 23. How is it? Akira asked. Wow! Such amazing energy! Spabikey said as he looked at the rapidly rotating pointer on the energy collector. Amazing energy, that's him! Akira said excitedly. On the competition stage, Jepitel looked at Son Gohan in front of him and was shocked by him. What an amazing power! I can't imagine he is immortal. As you wish, I have transformed into a Super Saiyan. What should I do next? Is this the competition? Son Gohan asked. Vegeta, that bastard was not only at this level when he defeated Cell. It must be because he neglected to practice during peace. No, even so, his power is beyond my imagination. Can he stop that power? East Kai said. Son Goku, stop. Just then, Spabiki and Aki suddenly rushed to the competition stage. Son Gohan turned around and saw the two people rushing towards him. Son Gohan clenched his hands slightly, and was about to knock the two down, when his body suddenly became unable to move. What? Son Gohan was startled. The next second, Son Gohan was hugged tightly by Spabiki. Yamu took this opportunity to insert the needle of the energy collector into Son Gohan's body and absorb his energy. Son Gohan immediately screamed. Gohan! Vidal was startled and wanted to go on stage to stop it, but was pulled by Son Goku. Uncle, what are you doing? Isn't Gohan your son? Believe me, Gohan is fine. But I can understand your feelings, but I promise you that Gohan will definitely be fine. After hearing this, although Vidal was still a little worried, she still chose to believe Son Goku. Spabiki, Yamu, what are you doing? It's against the rules for you to suddenly go on stage like this. I can disqualify you from the competition. The referee standing in the audience saw this and hurriedly stopped them. The two ignored it. Although the referee tried his best to stop them, he was just an ordinary person after all, so he could only speak without taking action. At this time, Son Gohan returned to his normal state because too much energy was absorbed in his body. Seeing this, Trunks, who was sitting in the audience, immediately said to Son Goten beside him. Goten, your brother is no longer a Super Saiyan, won't you help your brother? It's okay, with Dad and the others here, my brother should be fine. Trunks nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, Son Gohan's face turned extremely pale. Gohan! Chi-Chi shouted hysterically to the stage because she was worried about Son Gohan's safety. At this time, the energy in Son Gohan's body was completely extracted. Okay, Spabiki, his energy has been sucked out, shall we go? Spabiki nodded and let go of Son Gohan. Bang! Son Gohan fell to the ground pale. The two turned around and flew into the sky. The referee standing in the audience saw this and hurriedly called for medical staff, but was stopped by Jebit standing on the stage. He's fine, just a little exhausted. Referee, exhausted? Yes, I can make him recover soon. But Jebit said, squatting down, putting his hands on Son Gohan's chest to restore his strength. Jebit felt that Son Gohan still had strength in his body, and was surprised by Son Gohan again. At this time, Son Gohan recovered his strength and stood up from the ground. Son Gohan has stood up. Gohan! Seeing this, Vidal and the others immediately put down their worries. What is going on? Son Gohan asked. Jepitel glanced at the audience. Son Goku and Vegeta had already left the World No. 1 martial arts tournament with the East Kaishan realm. Where are you going, Goku, Vegeta? Bulma and Chi-Chi shouted at the two. Because they were too far away, Son Goku and the others did not hear. Dad and the others have left, Goten. Trunks said. Son Goten smiled and nodded. Trunks, shall we go over and see? Yes. Trunks nodded. Bang! After saying that, the two immediately used the sky dance technique and flew into the sky. Goten, Trunks, where are you going? Chi-Chi and Bulma shouted at the two. After hearing this, the two of them immediately accelerated and flew forward. Son Gohan, if you want to know everything, follow me. After saying this, Jupiter immediately jumped off the competition stage. Seeing this, Son Gohan jumped off the competition stage. On the other side, after East Kaishan led Son Goku and the others away from the World No. 1 martial arts tournament, he revealed his true identity to them. Krillin, Kaishan? Goku, what kind of god is Kaishan? I don't know much about this either, I only know Lord Kaishan and Lord Grand Kaishan. Are Kaishan are gods greater than Grand Kaishan? East Kaishan said. A god greater than Grand Kaishan, then aren't you more powerful than Lord Grand Kaishan? East Kaishan nodded slightly. Then Lord Kaishan, why did you let Spabiki and the others absorb Gohan's energy? Krillin asked. After hearing this, East Kaishan glanced behind him. At this time, two figures were flying towards them quickly. These two people were Son Goten and Trunks. Soon, the two flew to the side of Son Goku and the others. Goten, Trunks. Dad, Uncle Goku. Son Goku and Vegeta nodded. Actually, the reason why I let Spabiki and the others absorb Gohan's energy is because we are looking for someone. East Kai said. Son Goku, a person. Yes, the one who controls them. That person is called Babadai and is an evil magician. Babadai? Yes, a long time ago, when humans on your earth just started to walk on their feet, the universe had 4 great Kais and the Great Kai. Originally everything was very peaceful, but suddenly one day, an evil magician named Bibidai created a monster called Majin Buu. Krillin, Majin Buu. Yes, Bibidai created after creating Majin Buu, he controlled Majin Buu to destroy planets wantonly, and a large number of planets were destroyed by Majin Buu in a short period of time. After learning about this, the bravest South Kai fought with Majin Buu, but was absorbed by Majin Buu. After that, West Kai and North Kai fought with Majin Buu and were killed by Majin Buu. Finally, the Great Kai fought with Majin Buu and was also absorbed by Majin Buu, and I survived by chance because I did not participate in the battle. The East Kai said with a trembling voice. If he had not been too weak at the beginning, he would not have watched his companions die in front of him. Chapter 24. Majin Buu. After hearing this, Trunks suddenly looked excited. Goten, did you hear that? Majin. Yes. Goten nodded. Piccolo was speechless. What's so exciting about Majin? He's still the Demon King. What happened later? Goku asked. Later, Bibidai sealed Majin Buu because he was too strong to control. I found his lair while Bibidai sealed Majin Buu and killed him. I thought everything was over, but something terrible happened recently. Piccolo, horrible thing. Yes. East Kai nodded. Bibidai's son is born. His name is Babadai. He is also an evil magician like Bibidai, and he can also unlock Majin Buu's magic. I let those two humans absorb Gohan's energy, just to find Babadai through them. Pico, so that's it. East Kai nods. So you all, don't let Spabiki and the others notice you. After hearing this, Piccolo and the others immediately looked at Son Goten and Trunks. The two of them are most likely to be exposed. Uncle Piccolo, why are you looking at us? Trunks asked. We are following Spabiki and the others now, you two must not expose yourself to me. Don't worry, Uncle Piccolo, we two will never be exposed. Pico glanced at Trunks. What he is most worried about now is him and Son Goten. Lord Kai, is the strength of that Majin Buu really that strong? Son Goku asked. Very strong. How strong is that? Let me tell you this, our former King Kai could kill Frieza with just one finger, but he couldn't defeat Majin Buu. Is that so? Yeah. Just like that, after tracking for a while, Goku and his friends saw Gohan and Jeppet, who followed them after sensing their presence. Gohan. Pico greeted Gohan. Gohan nodded. You should have known about Majin Buu, right? Gohan nodded again. Jeppet has already told me. Just at this moment, Spabiki and Yamu suddenly descended forward. Goku, they have already started to descend, shall we descend too? Okay. Goku nodded. After that, Goku and his friends immediately followed them and descended. Swoosh. Step. Spabiki and Yamu landed in a place surrounded by mountains. In front of them was a house with the letter M written on it. Seeing this, Sun Wukong and the others immediately landed behind a small hill behind the two. At this time, Spabiki and Yamu walked to the White House. The door of the house opened, and a short man with yellow skin came out with a tall man with red skin. These two people were Babadai and Dabura. Demon. Dabura, the king of the demon realm. East Kai was shocked when he saw the two. "What's wrong, Lord Kai?" Sun Gohan asked. "I didn't expect Babadai to even bring the demon king Dabura here. This is a tricky situation." "The demon king?" "Yes, the so-called demon world is another world on your earth, and the demon king Dabura is the strongest in the demon world," East Kai King Shen said solemnly. Just as the two were chatting, Spabiki and Yamu handed over the collected energy to Babadai. "Lord Babadai, you said before that as long as we help you collect enough energy, you will give us a reward." Spabiki asked Babadai for a reward with a smile on his face. "Yes, there is indeed a reward." Babadai smiled. "What is the reward?" Babadai smiled and suddenly said a piece of magic. As the magic was spoken, Spabiki's body expanded rapidly and turned into a pool of black blood. Yamu, who was standing aside, was immediately scared to death when he saw this. "Do you want a reward?" "No, I don't want anything, Lord Babadai." Babadai sneered and used magic again, turning Yamu into a pool of black blood. Krillin, who was hiding behind the hill, was immediately frightened after seeing this. He was not afraid of Babadai's strength, but his invisible killing method was too scary. This is Babadai's evil magic, but his magic is only effective against people with evil hearts, so you don't have to worry too much, East Kai said. Krillin was relieved after hearing this. These two useless bastards, they didn't even know they were being followed, and they dared to ask me for a reward. Babadai looked at the blood on the ground. Dabura nodded. Because of the distance, Sun Wukong and the others didn't know they had been discovered. But the people who followed us are quite strong. If we can catch them, we may be able to get the energy to revive Majin Buu. What's your plan? I plan to lead them into the spaceship and then catch them. Are you sure? Of course, I am the king of the demon world after all, and I don't care about a few humans. In that case, everything is up to you. Dabura nodded slightly. Seeing this, Babadai turned around and walked towards the spaceship. Krillin, Babadai has gone in. East Kaishin nodded. Then let's leave here first, and then plan the next step. Are you going? Lord Kaishin. Sun Gohan asked. Yes, because everything is beyond my expectations, so we have to replan. Just then, Dabura flew towards Son Goku and the others. Pico, oh no, he seems to have discovered us. In that case, we can only fight. Son Goku said, and rushed out first. Hey, Goku! Seeing this, East Kaishin wanted to stop them. As a result, Son Gohan and the others also rushed out with Son Goku. East Kaishin had no choice but to rush out with Jepital. When Dabura saw Son Goku and the others appear, a sneer immediately appeared on his face. Suddenly, he spit 2 mouthfuls of saliva at Krillin and Piccolo. The two were startled and it was too late for them to dodge. As the saliva spit on the two, their bodies immediately turned into stones. Uncle Piccolo. Son Gohan was shocked. Goku, Gohan, Dabura's saliva can turn people into stone, so you must not be attacked by his saliva. East Kaishin said. Damn it! Son Gohan gritted his teeth. Dabura laughed and was about to turn around and return to the spaceship, but suddenly found that his body could not move. My body can't move. Chapter 25. At this time, Sun Wukong and the others also discovered Dabura's abnormality. Could it be? East Kai seemed to have thought of something and looked at Sun Goten. Brother, I have him under control, you go and destroy him? Then Uncle Krillin and the others may recover. Sun Goten smiled and said to Sun Gohan. This Dopper dared to act cool in front of him, let's see if he won't kill him. No, Gohan, although Dopper is temporarily controlled, he may soon break free from Goten's hands. As soon as the voice fell, Dopper immediately broke free from Sun Goten's control. Look at Gohan, I said Dopper is not that easy to control. Bang! Sun Goten transformed into a Super Saiyan and controlled Dopper again. Trunks, Kamehameha! Sun Goten looked at the timid East Kai and said speechlessly in his heart. Okay. Trunks said, and quickly put his hands together. Kameha Pai Ki Gong. Damn it! Dabura gritted his teeth as he watched Kamehameha condense. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free from Goten's control. Po! Just then, Trunks used Kamehameha to hit Dabura. Boom! With a huge explosion, Dabura was destroyed. After Dabura died, Piccolo and Krillin's bodies recovered immediately. Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Krillin! Gohan shouted happily to the two of them. Piccolo nodded. Gohan, didn't we just turn into stone? Gohan nodded. Thanks to Goten and Trunks for destroying Dabura, you two can recover. The East Kai standing aside was looking at Goten and the others with a shocked face. The king of the demon world was killed by Goten and Trunks in seconds. If this matter were to spread, few people would believe it. Vegeta looked at the East Kai, who looked like he had never seen the world, with disdain on his face. He also began to look down on the Majin Buu that the East Kai mentioned. Babadai's spaceship. At this time, Babadai was speechless looking at Dabura who was destroyed in the crystal ball. Before he entered the spaceship, Dabura confidently told him that he didn't care about a few humans. As a result, he was destroyed by Sun Goten and his friends in the blink of an eye. This slap in the face speed should be faster than the speed of light, right? However, although Babadai was speechless in his heart, the most important thing for him now was to find a way to survive. Once Dabura died, the East Kai would definitely bring Son Goku and his friends in. That would be his death. No, I absolutely can't follow my father's old path. Babadai said, looking at the Majin Buu dome beside him. Originally, he was planning to gather enough energy to revive the Majin Buu dome. But in the current situation, there is no way for him to gather enough energy to revive Majin Buu. Outside Babadai's spaceship, East Kai, who had gained confidence because Dabura was eliminated, led Son Goku and his friends into Babadai's spaceship. Through the elevator on the spaceship, Son Goku and his friends quickly entered the first floor of Babadai's spaceship. Lord Kai, there seems to be nothing here. Son Goku looked around and said. I'm not sure about this, but we still have to be careful. Son Goku nodded. At this moment, a man with black skin and a white armor appeared. This man's name is Pei, and he is a subordinate that Babadai has conquered in the universe. Who are you? Son Goku asked. My name is Pei, and I am a subordinate of Lord Babadai. Pei. After hearing this, Sun Wukong couldn't help laughing. Your name is really interesting. After hearing this, Pei was immediately angry. Sun Wukong actually dared to laugh at his name. Wukong, I think we should quickly get rid of him and go find Babadai. East Kai said. Sun Wukong nodded. Damn it, you dare to look down on me. Pei gritted his teeth and rushed towards Sun Wukong like the wind. Soon, Pei rushed in front of Sun Wukong and swung his right fist at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong raised his left hand and caught Pei's fist. Pei was startled and quickly raised his foot to kick Sun Wukong. As soon as Sun Wukong loosened his left hand, he hit him hard in the face before Pei kicked with his right foot. Ah! With a scream, Pei stepped back a few steps. Damn it! Pei shouted angrily and rushed towards Sun Wukong again. Go! But before Pei rushed to Sun Wukong, his abdomen was suddenly hit by a huge blow. Pei Pei looked at Sun Wukong, who had come to him at some point, and his body immediately fell down. Sun Wukong turned around and walked back to Sun Wuhan and the others. East Kai, then Gaku, let's go to the next floor now. Sun Wukong nodded. Seeing this, East Kai immediately took Sun Wuhan and the others to the next floor. Soon, Sun Wukong and the others came to the second floor. Like the first floor, there was no one on the second floor. Sun Wukong, strange, why is there no one here? Humph. Vegeta snorted coldly. I think most of the time that Babadai doesn't have many subordinates. Kakarot, after dealing with that Babadai, you will fight with me. Sun Wukong didn't say anything after hearing this. Anyway, even if Vegeta fought him, he would not be his opponent. Just at this moment, a monster with green skin and a mantis-like appearance appeared. This monster was called Yego, and was a subordinate that Babadai had subdued from the universe. Demon Beast Yego. East Kai looked at Yego, who suddenly appeared, and was immediately surprised. Demon Beast Yego. East Kai nodded. Demon Beast Yego is a terrifying existence in the universe that makes people shudder. Gaku, you guys should be careful. Sun Wukong nodded. Vegeta was disdainful of this. Kakarot, you just dealt with one, leave this one to me. Okay. Sun Wukong nodded. Seeing this, Vegeta slowly walked towards Yego. Yego sneered, stepped hard on the ground with both feet, and bounced towards Vegeta. Soon, Yego jumped in front of Vegeta and attacked forward. Vegeta snorted coldly, dodged Yego's attack, and kicked Yego hard with his right foot. Bang! With a heavy kick, Yego's body was kicked hard against the wall behind him. Damn it! Yego screamed angrily and quickly stood up from the ground. At this time, Vegeta suddenly appeared in front of Yego and punched Yego in the chest with his right fist. Bang! With a violent sound and scream, Yego spat out a mouthful of bitter water. Chapter 26. But... damn it! Yego looked at Vegeta with great anger. At this time, Vegeta pointed his right hand at Yego's chest and fired a golden energy wave at him. Bang! A golden flame passed through Yego's body. Yego screamed loudly, and his body suddenly lost its breath and fell to the ground. Vegeta snorted coldly and walked to the side of Son Goku and the others. East Kai, then let's go to the third floor. Yes. Son Gohan nodded. Babadai's control room. Babadai looked at Yego and couldn't help cursing him in his heart. But what he hated most in his heart now was Spabiki and the others who had attracted Son Goku and the others. After cursing for a while, Babadai used a spell to remove the seal of Majin Buu's dome. In fact, the Majin Buu dome does not have to be fully charged to remove the seal, but Babadai wants Majin Buu to be resurrected with full energy. Because he is not sure whether Majin Buu can be resurrected successfully if he does not gather full energy. As the seal is lifted, the Majin Buu dome suddenly breaks and splits into two halves. A pink breath flies out of the dome and flies to the ceiling. Majin Buu, where is my Majin Buu? Babadai saw that there was nothing in the Majin Buu dome, and he suddenly collapsed to the ground in despair. If he had known earlier, he would have waited for the Majin Buu dome to gather full energy before resurrecting Majin Buu. After a few seconds, Babadai suddenly saw a large group of pink air on the ceiling of the spaceship condensing together to form a human shape. After a while, a man with pink skin, half-naked upper body, white pants and dark brown shoes on the lower body, wrist guards on both hands, thick palms and a very fat body appeared on the ceiling. This man was Majin Buu. Bang! Majin Buu fell from the ceiling, deliberately stepped heavily on the ground with his feet, causing the ground of the entire control room to vibrate violently. Babadai, who had just stood up, was also shaken back to the ground by the violent vibration and fell on his butt. Ouch! Babadai screamed in pain, and his body quickly climbed up from the ground and looked at Majin Buu. Excuse me, are you Majin Buu? Oh, oh. Majin Buu did not pay attention to Babadai after hearing this, but roared excitedly in his heart. Damn it! Babadai saw this and gritted his teeth angrily. Majin Buu, if you dare not listen to me, I will seal you back. I have read my father's notes and know how to seal you back. Majin Buu stopped yelling immediately after hearing this, and his expression became extremely respectful. Lord Babadai, what do you want? Seeing this, Babadai nodded with satisfaction. That's about right. Let's go and destroy our mortal enemy, King Kai. Rival. Although Majin Buu's consciousness has just awakened, he doesn't remember that he has any mortal enemy. Because his opponents either died in his hands or were absorbed by him. Babadai nodded and left the main control room with Majin Buu. The third floor of Babadai's spaceship. Son Goku and his team have now defeated all the soldiers stationed on the third floor. Suddenly, Son Goku and his team felt an extremely powerful and evil aura. Such a strong energy. Krillin trembled. After hearing this, the look on East Kai's face immediately became extremely gloomy. This energy. Before East Kai finished speaking, Babadai appeared with Majin Buu. Son Gohan, Babadai. Babadai smiled and nodded. Then who is next to him? Majin Buu. East Kai said. What? Jebit was shocked. Majin Buu was resurrected without gathering full energy. Babadai smiled. Are you surprised, Kai? What is going on, Babadai? East Kai asked. Babadai smiled. Under normal circumstances, Majin Buu should be resurrected when he has gathered full energy. But in my current situation, I definitely can't revive him with full energy, so I took a gamble and resurrected Majin Buu without full energy. Although my Majin Buu was resurrected without gathering full energy, I think it should be enough to deal with you, don't you think, Majin Buu? Yet. Majin Buu nodded. Damn it! After hearing this, East Kai gritted his teeth in anger. If he had known that the situation would turn out like this, he should have left room for Babadai. The Art of War by Sun Tzu. When you surround an army, you must have a gap. When you are desperate, you should not force it. At this time, Babadai suddenly used magic to turn the surrounding environment into a land surrounded by mountains. What is this place? Krillin was shocked. This is Babadai's magic. He can use his magic to change the surrounding environment at will. East Kai said. Magic? Yes. East Kai nodded. Babadai smiled and said. Kai, this is the tomb I chose for you. How about it? Do you like it? After hearing this, East Kai gritted his teeth and said. Wukong, you guys run away quickly. Everyone who can run away is a person. Son Goku, run away. Yes, don't you feel the powerful aura of Majin Buu? Lord Kaishin, Majin Buu's aura is very strong, but I don't think he can be defeated. Really, Goku? Yes. Goku nodded. Just then, Vegeta, who was quite interested in Majin Buu, stepped forward and said. Kakarot, I will deal with this Majin Buu. East Kaishin, Vegeta, do you mean you want to deal with him alone? Vegeta nodded. No, Vegeta, Majin Buu's strength is definitely not as simple as you think. I think you should go with Goku and the others, so that you can be more confident. East Kaishin advised. After hearing this, Vegeta ignored him and walked straight towards Majin Buu. Babadai smiled and said. Majin Buu, since he wants to be the first to die, then you should help him. Majin Buu nodded. At this moment, Vegeta stopped and clenched his hands tightly. Ah! With a huge roar, Vegeta's hair and eyebrows turned golden, his eyes turned light green, all the hair on his head stood up, and lightning swirled all over his body. This is Super Saiyan 2. Majin Buu looked at Vegeta in surprise when he saw this. It was the first time he saw Vegeta transform like this. Ha! At this moment, Vegeta shouted, and rushed to Majin Buu like a thread, punching Majin Buu with both fists. Chapter 27. Bang, bang, bang. Under Vegeta's fierce attack, a large number of fist marks immediately appeared on Majin Buu's body. Majin Buu staggered back. Majin Buu! Babadai was shocked. Vegeta snorted coldly and hit Majin Buu's face with his right fist. Bang! With a loud bang, Majin Buu's face was punched in. At this time, Vegeta raised his leg high and kicked Majin Buu's head hard, causing him to fall to the ground all of a sudden. Majin Buu! Babadai was shocked. The Majin Buu he had been looking forward to in his heart was so vulnerable in front of Vegeta. Ha! Vegeta shouted, and condensed a golden air wave with his hands and hit Majin Buu. Bang! With a huge explosion, a big hole was punched in Majin Buu's body. Great, Dad has eliminated Majin Buu. Trunks jumped up happily. After hearing this, Son Goku and the others said nothing. Although Majin Buu's head was blown up by Vegeta, his aura did not weaken at all. Goten, what's wrong with them? Why are they not happy that Dad has eliminated Majin Buu? Trunks, didn't you notice that Majin Buu's aura did not weaken at all? Aura. After hearing this, Trunks sensed Majin Buu's aura and found that it did not weaken at all. Just when Trunks was wondering why Majin Buu's aura did not weaken, Majin Buu, who had fallen to the ground, suddenly stood up from the ground and grew a new head. Then, Majin Buu took a deep breath, and the punch mark that Vegeta had hit him on immediately disappeared. Majin Buu! Babadai was immediately excited when he saw that Majin Buu was safe and sound. If Majin Buu died so easily, he would be finished. I'm angry! Majin Buu shouted angrily, and a lot of white gas came out of the hole on his head. Then, the figure rushed towards Vegeta very quickly. Bang! With a violent sound, Majin Buu hit Vegeta's face with his right fist. Vegeta's body immediately fell backwards. Majin Buu loosened his clenched right fist, grabbed Vegeta's head with both hands, and pushed Vegeta's forehead with his right knee. Bang! Majin Buu pushed Vegeta's forehead with his right knee, causing him to scream violently. Then, Majin Buu let go of Vegeta's head and punched Vegeta's face with his fists like a storm. Bang bang bang! Under the fierce attack of Majin Buu, Vegeta immediately let out a violent scream. Dad! Trunks was furious and wanted to rush forward to help, but was pulled back by Piccolo. Trunks, calm down. Your dad will be fine. But... no buts. Just then, Majin Buu's stomach suddenly made a hungry sound. He looked at Vegeta who was beaten by him, and the tentacles on his head suddenly fired a deformation beam at Vegeta. Vegeta screamed and was turned into a human-sized chocolate by Majin Buu. Vegeta! Dad! Everyone was shocked. Babadai looked at the extremely surprised expressions of everyone and said with great pride in his heart. This is the end of offending me, Babadai. All of you will become Majin Buu's food today. After hearing this, East Kai King God gritted his teeth tightly. Ah! Just at this moment, Goten suddenly roared loudly and transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Super Saiyan 3! Goku was shocked. He didn't expect that Goten would transform into Super Saiyan 3 at this time. Goten! Such a strong aura, this aura is much stronger than Vegeta. East Kai said solemnly. Although he knew that Goten was strong, it was the first time for him to feel the aura of Goten's transformation into Super Saiyan 3 at such a close distance. Majin Buu, who originally wanted to eat Vegeta, was also attracted by Goten's powerful aura at this time. Goten looked at everyone looking at him, raised his hands, and controlled Majin Buu. Trunks, go save your dad. Okay. Trunks nodded, rushed to Majin Buu, and picked up Vegeta, who was turned into a chocolate block on the ground. Dad! Trunks whispered and carried Vegeta away. Majin Buu, what's wrong with you? Babadai asked when he saw that Majin Buu was motionless. Majin Buu didn't reply after hearing this. Instead, his body suddenly burst out with an extremely powerful energy and broke free from Goten's control. Uncle Krillin, you guys leave here quickly, I'll deal with him. Okay, but you must be careful. Goten nodded. Seeing this, Krillin immediately flew back with Piccolo and the others. East Kai, Gohan, let's leave here too. Gohan looked at Goten and felt a little uneasy. Although Goten was stronger than him, Goten was only 7 years old and had no combat experience. Gohan, you and Lord Kai go, I will protect Goten. Okay, but you must be careful. Yes. Goku nodded. Babadai saw that Goku and the others wanted to escape, and immediately gave an order to Majin Buu. Majin Buu, don't let them escape. Majin Buu nodded and rushed towards Son Goku and the others. Son Goten's figure flashed, and in the blink of an eye he came in front of Majin Buu, and kicked Majin Buu's head with his right foot. Bang! With a violent sound, Majin Buu's body was like a ray, and it crashed heavily into the mountain behind him. The mountain immediately smashed out a lot of sand and dust. Son Gohan and the others took this opportunity to leave the battlefield. Swish! After Son Goten kicked Majin Buu's body away, his right hand immediately fired an energy bomb at Babadai. What? Babadai was startled and quickly used magic to open the protective shield. However, the energy bomb was too powerful, and Babadai was still killed by Son Goten's energy bomb even if he opened the protective shield. Ding! Congratulations to the master for defeating Babadai, learning dark magic. Just then, a pink energy wave shot out from the sand. Goten immediately dodged to the side. A figure suddenly appeared behind Goten. This person was Majin Buu. Swish! Just when Majin Buu was about to attack, Goten teleported and appeared behind Majin Buu. Teleport! Goku was shocked. He didn't even teach Goten how to teleport, how could he teleport? Just when Goku was confused, Goten grabbed Majin Buu's tentacles with his right hand, and his left fist was as fast as lightning, hitting Majin Buu's face. Chapter 28. Bang, bang, bang. Because Majin Buu's body has a certain elasticity, after Goten hit with his left fist, Majin Buu's body bounced up and down like a pinball. Swish! After Goten beat Majin Buu for a while, he threw him out with his right hand, and condensed a large amount of energy waves with his hands to attack Majin Buu. Swish! Bang! Boom! 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 With a series of huge explosions, Majin Buu's body was blown into pieces. Goten stopped the energy wave attack with both hands and waited quietly for Majin Buu's body to recover. After a while, Majin Buu's body recovered. Majin Buu looked at Goten with an extremely angry look. Ha! With a loud shout, Majin Buu's body rushed to Goten like a lion, and his fists attacked forward with force. Son Goten clenched his hands and attacked Majin Buu as well. Bang bang bang! With the sound of fierce fighting, the two men's fists hit each other as fast as lightning. The ground around the two men shook violently under the fierce fight between the two men. On the other side, after Piccolo and the others left, they did not go too far, but landed on a mountain and watched their fight from a distance. If they had stayed there just now, they would definitely hinder Son Goten and the others' fight. Piccolo, what's the situation now? Krillin could not see the fight between Son Goten and the others clearly, so he could only ask Piccolo on the side. No. I don't know. Piccolo shook his head. Although he was stronger than Krillin, he could not see the fight between the two men clearly. Then Uncle Piccolo, what should my father do? Trunks, who was standing behind the two men, asked. Piccolo, it seems that Dragon Ball has another wish. How about we use Dragon Ball to restore Vegeta? Krillin said. No, there is only one wish left in the Dragon Ball. If Goten and the others cannot defeat Majin Buu, they may have to use the power of the Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball! East Kaishan asked with a puzzled look. Dragon balls are 7 beads that can fulfill any wish. Sun Gohan said. Really? There is such a magical thing in this world. Sun Gohan nodded. Gohan, will you leave the earth with me and go to the Kaishan realm? The Kaishan realm? Lord Kaishan. Jebit was shocked. He actually wanted to take Sun Gohan, a mortal, to the Kaishan realm. The Kaishan realm is where I live. Then Lord Kaishan, can I go with Gohan? Piccolo asked. East Kaishan nodded. Lord Kaishan, why are you taking me to the Kaishan realm? Sun Gohan asked. To help you increase your strength and defeat Majin Buu. Increase your strength? Yes, you'll know wherever you go with us. After saying this, East Kai immediately asked Jepit to use teleportation to bring Sun Gohan and Piccolo to the Kaishan realm. Swoosh! Boom! Sun Goten sighed. After fighting with Majin Buu for a while, Sun Goten blew his body into pieces again. However, because of Majin Buu's strong recovery ability, Majin Buu's body recovered again quickly. Ding! Congratulations to the master for defeating Majin Buu, gaining the ability to survive in outer space, super recovery ability, the body can be revived continuously as long as there is one cell left, body liquefaction, telekinesis, deformation light. Defeat it now. Yes, master, this is inferred by the system. Just at this moment, Son Goku suddenly flew to Son Goten from a distance and said. Goten! Let me fight this guy. Goten nodded. Seeing this, Goku clenched his hands, and an extremely amazing aura emanated from his body, and he quickly rose upwards. Ah! With a huge roar, Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Then, Goku continued to raise his aura upwards. Because Goku had just mastered Super Saiyan 3 not long ago, he could not fully control the aura emanating from his body, so while Goku was raising his aura, the aura emanating from his body was also constantly spreading to the entire Earth. Under the influence of Goku's aura, the entire Earth's ground experienced various natural disasters such as earthquakes, tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions. Because Goku's aura was so strong, even Gohan and others who had already reached the Kaishan realm could feel Goku's aura. Dad! I didn't expect that the aura of a mortal could actually be transmitted from the earth to the Kaishan realm. Jebit said in shock. What's going on? Wasn't Goten fighting Majin Buu just now? Why is Dad emitting such a strong aura now? I'm not sure about this, but I can still feel Goten's aura. I think it's time to change people. But none of this matters. The most important thing now is to pull out the King of Swords. Kaishenjian. Yes, according to legend, as long as you pull out the King of Swords, you can gain the greatest power in the universe, so as long as you pull it out, you can gain the greatest power in the universe. Boom! On the earth. With a violent vibration on the ground, Son Goku successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Sorry to have kept you waiting for so long, because I have only mastered this transformation not long ago. After hearing this, Majin Buu clenched his hands tightly, and rushed towards Son Goku like a thread. Son Goku smiled and also rushed towards Majin Buu. But in the blink of an eye, the two of them came in front of each other at the same time, punching each other and kicking each other. Bang! The two of them hit each other in the face with their right fists at the same time, and their faces were immediately hit backwards. Then, the two quickly retracted their right fists, and the two fists hit each other again like a storm. Bang! Just like this, after the two fought for a while, Son Goku with a side kick of his right foot, Majin Buu was kicked out. Majin Buu clenched his fists and soon stopped on the ground. At this time, Sun Wukong quickly flew in front of Majin Buu and kicked Majin Buu's abdomen with both feet. Bang! With a violent sound, Majin Buu's body was kicked like a ray and hit a mountain behind him. A lot of sand and dust were immediately knocked out of the mountain. Sun Wukong took this opportunity to quickly clasp his hands back and said, "Came Pai Qi Gong Wave." A deep blue wave of energy condensed from Sun Wukong's hand and hit Majin Bu. Soon, Kamehameha hit Majin Bu and exploded on the ground. Boom! With a huge explosion, Majin Bu and the mountain behind him were blown up by Kamehameha. When the explosion smoke dissipated, a large number of Majin Bu's body fragments immediately appeared on the ground. Chapter 29. Sun Wukong looked at the broken pieces of Majin Bu's body on the ground, and his expression immediately became serious. Even Kamehameha doesn't work. As soon as he finished speaking, Majin Bu's body recovered immediately. "I'm angry!" Majin Bu shouted angrily, and his arms suddenly stretched out, hitting Sun Wukong's shoulders. Sun Wukong was startled and was about to take Majin Bu's arms away. Majin Bu stretched his arms forward and came in front of Sun Wukong in an instant, and hit Sun Wukong's forehead with his forehead. Sun Wukong screamed loudly and fell backwards. Majin Bu took this opportunity to sweep Sun Wukong with his right foot like an autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves. Bang! Sun Wukong slipped to the ground. Majin Bu rushed to Sun Wukong and attacked Sun Wukong with his fists like a storm. Sun Wukong was startled and quickly raised his hands to block Majin Bu's attack. Bang! 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 Under Majin Bu's fierce attack, a lot of dust was thrown up on the ground. Suddenly, Sun Wukong slid forward and kicked Majin Bu's body with his right foot, kicking him into the air. Sun Wukong took this opportunity to quickly get up from the ground and gasped. What's going on? When I was with King Kai before, my physical strength was obviously not consumed so quickly. Is it because of resurrection? Just as Sun Wukong was muttering to himself, Majin Bu had already slowed down in mid-air, and his hands fired a large amount of pink energy waves to attack Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong shouted, and his hands fired a large amount of golden energy waves to hit Majin Bu. Swish! Bang! Boom! Boom! With huge explosions, the energy waves of the two hit each other and exploded. For a moment, the sky and the ground were full of explosions and the smoke and flames produced by the explosions. The Kaishan realm. At this time, Sun Gohan was brought by the East Kaishan to a stone pillar in the middle of a pool. There was a sword inserted on the stone pillar, but only the hilt was exposed. This sword was the Kaishan sword. Gohan, this sword is the Kaishan sword. If you just pull it out, you may be able to defeat Majin Bu. Okay. After hearing this, Sun Gohan took a deep breath, grabbed the hilt with both hands, and pulled the sword up with force. Gohan. Picker, who was standing on the grass in the distance, looked at it and hoped that Sun Gohan would pull up the sword. And Jupiter, who was standing next to Piccolo, didn't quite believe that Sun Gohan could pull up the sword. After trying for a while, Sun Gohan failed to pull out the King of Kings sword because it was too difficult to pull out. Not only did his hands become red and swollen because of pulling out the sword. Huff! Sun Gohan looked at his swollen hands and immediately got angry. Seeing this, Jebit couldn't help but laugh. Even Lord Kai can't pull out the King of Kings sword. You are just a mortal. Jebit. When East Kai saw that Jebit wanted to mock Sun Gohan, he immediately scolded him. After hearing this, Jebit immediately shut up. Although he didn't think much of mortals, he still listened to East Kai's words. Sun Gohan didn't care about it, but suddenly clenched his fists. Ah! With a huge roar, Sun Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan! Jebit was shocked. Although he didn't think much of mortals, he still knew how powerful Super Saiyans were. Therefore, the expression on his face began to become tense. Ah! At this time, Sun Gohan grabbed the hilt of the King of the Sword with both hands again, and a large amount of golden energy emanated from his body, and he pulled it up violently. Bang! Sun Gohan stepped heavily into the ground with both feet, and the entire stone pillar shook violently under the powerful force of Sun Gohan. The pool under the stone pillar was affected by the stone pillar and surged violently. At this time, the king of the sword was pulled out a little. When East Kai saw this scene, a trace of joy immediately appeared on his face. Ah! Suddenly, Sun Gohan roared loudly, and with all his strength, he climbed up the king of the sword from the stone pillar and flew into the air. The upper part of the stone pillar collapsed a little because of the pulling out of the sword. Sun Gohan took a deep breath and brought the sword to Piccolo's side. "How is it, Gohan? Do you feel your strength has increased?" East Kai asked. "It's not enhanced, but I just feel that this sword is quite heavy." "Is that so?" After hearing this, East Kaishin looked disappointed. If the Kaishin sword can't help Sun Gohan increase his strength, then they will have no chance of defeating Majin Buu. "No. Sir Kaishin, don't be too disappointed. Maybe when I can use this sword well, I can defeat Majin Buu." Sun Gohan comforted. "Really? Then practice this sword well." East Kaishin heard this and immediately rekindled hope in his heart. Sun Gohan nodded and changed his body back to normal. Because the sword was too heavy, after Sun Gohan changed back to normal, he lost his grip with both hands and dropped the sword heavily to the ground. Jupiter saw that Sun Gohan couldn't even catch the sword, and he was speechless. "Is this sword so heavy? You can't even catch it." "Sun Gohan, in that case, help me pick up the sword." "Pick it up, pick it up." He still didn't believe how heavy a sword could be. Jebet said as he squatted down and lifted the sword up with both hands. Because the sword was too heavy, Jebet's hands were swollen and his face was flushed, but he still couldn't pick up the sword. Besides, because Jebet had exhausted his strength, he let go of the sword with both hands and fell heavily on the ground. If it weren't for his red skin, his face would have been so red at this time. This slap on the face really hurt. Piccolo felt quite happy and snorted coldly. This Jebet has always looked down on mortals because he is a follower of the King of the Kai, and has a strong sense of superiority. If he hadn't considered the face of the East King of the Kai, he might have slapped him a few times. "How is it?" Sun Gohan laughed. "Ahem." After hearing this, Jebet coughed and quickly climbed up from the ground. "This sword is indeed very heavy, but I believe that as long as you practice to the point where you can use it easily, you can defeat Majin Buu." After hearing this, Sun Gohan picked up the Kaishin sword from the ground with difficulty. "Lord Kaishin, what is the situation on Earth now?" "I don't know, but Son Goku's breath is weakening." "Weakened?" "Yes, I think he won't be able to hold on for much longer, so you must become stronger as soon as possible." Sun Gohan nodded. "On Earth, because Super Saiyan 3rd stage consumes too much energy, Son Goku can no longer maintain Super Saiyan 3rd stage and has returned to Super Saiyan state." Chapter 30. Goku. Krillin saw that Goku's body had turned back into the Super Saiyan state, and he clenched his fists immediately. "Ha!" At this moment, Goten clenched his hands hard, and his whole body suddenly exuded an extremely amazing momentum. A large amount of sand and stones floated in the air under the influence of Goten's breath. "Goten!" Goku was shocked. At this time, Goten's body suddenly exuded an extremely dazzling white light. A white beam of light appeared from Goten's body and went straight to the sky. A series of strong winds flew out of the beam of light and swept around. Goten's breath gradually turned from white back to red. As the white light faded from his body, Goten's hair turned bright red, his eyes became larger and his pupils appeared, his eyes became something with outlines, the colors of the pupils and irises turned black and red respectively, and his whole body was covered with aura like the flames of the sun. This is the Super Saiyan God. Because mortals cannot feel the breath of God, Sun Wukong, and the others cannot feel Sun Wushan's breath. "Goten, what is this transformation of yours? Why can't I feel your breath?" Sun Wukong asked. "This is Super Saiyan God, the transformation of Super Saiyan God. Super Saiyan God transformation. Mortals cannot feel the breath of God. Really? Then Super Saiyan God is stronger than Super Saiyan 3. Yes. Sun Wushan nodded. Kaishan realm. East Kaishan felt Sun Wushan's breath because he is a god. But he didn't know that this was Sun Wushan's breath. East Kai, what's going on? A strong aura of God suddenly appeared on earth. Aura of God. Yes, to put it simply, it is the breath of God. You mortals cannot feel the breath of God. The breath of God? Lord Kai, is there any God in this universe that you don't know about? Yes. East Kai nodded. Like Earth's new god Dendi, if he hadn't gone to Earth, he wouldn't have known that there were gods on Earth. Then Lord Kai, how are Son Goku and the others now? Son Goku's aura can still be felt, but Goten's aura. Goten, what's wrong with him? Son Gohan, who was practicing swordsmanship, heard their conversation and immediately ran over with an excited look and asked. Gohan, you have to calm down, I just can't feel Son Goten's aura. After hearing this, Son Gohan gritted his teeth. On Earth. After explaining to Son Goku, Son Goten immediately looked at Majin Buu. Majin Buu was looking at the two with anger on his face at this time. It was the first time for him to encounter such difficult opponents as Son Goku and Son Goten. Damn it! Majin Buu gritted his teeth and rushed towards Son Goten like a thread. Son Goten stood still. Just when Majin Buu was about to rush in front of Son Goten's figure suddenly disappeared and appeared behind Majin Buu. Without waiting for Majin Buu to react, Son Goten kicked Majin Buu's head with his right foot. Majin Buu's body immediately hit the mountain in front of him like a ray. Boom! With a bang, a big hole was knocked out of the mountain in front of Majin Buu. A large piece of sand and dust was immediately raised on the ground. Son Goten raised his right hand and fired a large amount of energy waves from his hand to attack Majin Buu. Swish! Bang! Boom! 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 With huge explosions. Majin Buu and the mountain in front of him were quickly turned into dust under the bombardment of Son Goten. Seeing this, Son Goten immediately stopped attacking. After a while, when the dust on the ground dissipated, a large amount of pink air condensed in the sky. After these pink air condensed, they soon formed the appearance of Majin Buu in the sky. Because of the attack of a large amount of energy waves, Majin Buu's body was charred at the beginning of his recovery. After a while, the charred black on his body disappeared. Kai! Majin Buu looked at Son Goten, and a lot of white air came out of the hole on his head. He was really completely enraged by Son Goten. Bang! Suddenly, Majin Buu's body was like a thread, and he came to Son Goten in an instant, and attacked forward with both fists. Sun Wushan moved left and right, easily avoiding Majin Buu's attack. Wow, so powerful! Sun Wukong was shocked. Although the two of them only had a simple fight, he could see from their fight that Sun Wushan's strength was completely above Majin Buu. Just when Sun Wukong was surprised, Sun Wushan clenched his hands and punched Majin Buu's face with his fists as fast as lightning. Bang! 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 Under Sun Wushan's fierce attack, Majin Buu's body immediately retreated continuously, and he let out a series of violent screams. Suddenly, Sun Wushan grabbed the tentacles on Majin Buu's head, rotated his body outward several times, and threw him into the sky. Swish! Majin Buu's body was thrown thousands of meters high like a ray. Damn it! Majin Buu screamed angrily, and his body slowed down in mid-air. At this time, a golden ray attacked from the ground, hit Majin Buu in an instant, and exploded in the sky. Under this huge explosion, Majin Buu's body was immediately blown to pieces. After a while, when the smoke from the explosion dissipated, Majin Buu's body recovered again. Son Goten looked at the recovered Majin Buu, and for a moment he didn't know whether to destroy him or subdue him. According to the original Dragon Ball, There are two Majin Buu, one is Majin Buu, and the other is Majin Buu's evil thoughts. Normally everyone has evil thoughts. The original Piccolo was the evil thoughts separated from the body of the Earth God. Majin Buu is difficult to control, otherwise Bibidai would not have chosen to seal Majin Buu. Ha! Just when Sun Goten was thinking, Majin Buu rushed towards him like a thread. Sun Goten's figure flashed, and in a blink of an eye he came behind Majin Buu. Transformation Ray. Sun Goten raised his right hand, and a pink ray of light came out of his hand, turning Majin Buu into a chocolate ball. What? King Kai, who was on the North Kai planet, was immediately shocked when he saw this scene. Goten actually turned Majin Buu, who even Goku couldn't beat, into a chocolate ball. Majin Buu was turned into a chocolate ball by Goten. Krillin and the others were also shocked when they saw it. Great! Goku said happily. At this time, Goten held Majin Buu, who had turned into a chocolate ball, in his palm and flew towards Krillin and the others. Chapter 31. Swoosh! Ta! Goten landed in front of Trunks. Trunks, Goten! Goten nodded, and his left hand emitted a pink light, turning Vegeta, who had turned into chocolate, back to normal. Dad! When Trunks saw Vegeta turn back, he immediately went forward and hugged him with great joy. Trunks, what happened just now? Where's Majin Buu? Dad, you were turned into a piece of chocolate by Majin Buu. Chocolate? After hearing this, Vegeta immediately became very angry. He was a Scion Prince, but he was turned into chocolate by someone. This was simply a great shame. What about Majin Buu? He has been turned into a chocolate ball by Goten. Chocolate ball? After hearing this, Vegeta immediately looked at Goten in the Super Saiyan God state and gritted his teeth. Goten, what kind of transformation is this? This is called Super Saiyan God, it is the transformation of Super Saiyan God. Super Saiyan God transformation. Yes. Goten nodded. What about Majin Buu? Goten raised his right fist and released it, revealing a brown chocolate ball. This chocolate ball is Majin Buu. Goten, give me this chocolate ball. Okay, but Uncle Vegeta, you must not destroy him, otherwise he will turn back into Majin Buu. Can't destroy? You mean he's not dead yet? Goten nodded. He was just temporarily turned into a chocolate ball by me. After a while, he will recover. If you destroy him, he will recover in advance. Damn it! After hearing this, Vegeta immediately gritted his teeth in anger. Now he wanted to cut Majin Buu into pieces, but he also knew that with his current strength, he could not defeat Majin Buu at all. Then give him to me, I won't destroy him. Vegeta thought for a while and said. Okay. After hearing this, Son Goten immediately handed the chocolate ball in his hand to Vegeta. Vegeta, what are you going to do? Krillin asked. After hearing this, Vegeta ignored Krillin, but threw the chocolate ball to the ground and stomped on it with both feet. He couldn't destroy the chocolate ball, but couldn't he stomp on it? Dad, I'll help you stomp it. Seeing this, Trunks immediately stepped forward to help stomp the flattened chocolate ball. Krillin and the others were stunned when they saw this. Is this still the aloof Vegeta? The ground immediately made a banging sound and a large amount of dust under the stomping of the two. Okay, Trunks, stop stepping on it. After venting his anger, Vegeta calmed down immediately and said. Okay, Dad. Goten looked at the chocolate ball on the ground that was stepped on to become thin paper, and secretly sighed that the chocolate ball was so soft that it could not be broken even if stepped on like this. Then, Trunks, can you return the chocolate ball to Goten? Trunks nodded and handed a thin paper of unknown shape to Goten. Goten took the thin paper and rolled it into a ball again, holding it in his hand. By the way, Goten, how did you learn Majin Buu's moves? Vegeta asked. I don't know either. I learned his moves just by looking at them. Goten said. Looked at it. After hearing this, Vegeta was half believing and half doubting. Because even a genius like him couldn't learn the other person's moves just by looking at his moves. Unless Goten already knew this move. Then Goten, how did you know to change me back? Goten saw Majin Buu use the transformation beam. And he had a very high level of understanding, so it was barely reasonable that he learned Majin Buu's move. But he changed himself back, but he didn't see Majin Buu use this move, so it didn't make sense. Uncle Vegeta, if I say, this is what I learned after learning Majin Buu's move, do you believe it? I don't believe it. Vegeta shook his head. Oh, then you don't believe it. Goten smiled. Anyway, whether Vegeta believes it or not, he changed Vegeta back, that's a fact. Goten, you just said that Majin Buu will change back, right? Goten nodded. This move is Majin Buu's move. He may have a way to unlock it, but it just takes some time. In that case, why don't you just destroy him? Majin Buu has a strong recovery ability. If his cells are not completely destroyed, he will be resurrected again. By the way, where is my brother? He was taken to the Kaishin realm by Lord Kaishin to practice. Kaishin realm? Yes. Krillin nodded. Really? In that case, I'll go there too. You'll go there too? Krillin was puzzled after hearing this. Yes. Goten said, putting 2 fingers on his forehead and instantly moved to the Kaishin realm. Teleport. Krillin was shocked. Wukong, when did you teach him to teleport? No, I didn't teach him to teleport, and I don't know how he learned my teleportation. After hearing this, Vegeta gritted his teeth. Is Goten really so gifted? God of the Kai. Gohan was waving the sword of the King of the Kai at a meadow when a figure suddenly appeared next to the East King of the Kai. This person was Goten. Goten, Goten. The East King of the Kai was shocked. Piccolo and the others were also surprised. Especially Jupiter. A mortal can actually come to the King of the Kai. Goten nodded. Goten, how can the aura on you become the aura of God? The East King of the Kai asked. This is the transformation of Super Saiyan God. Super Saiyan, transformation of God. Yes, that is, Super Saiyan God. Then Goten, what you just did was teleportation, right? Goten nodded again. What about Majin Buu? How come his chi suddenly disappeared? Goten said as he loosened his clenched right fist. I have turned him into a chocolate ball. You mean, this chocolate ball is Majin Buu? East Kai was shocked. Yes. Goten nodded. In that case, why don't you destroy him? It's not that I don't want to destroy him, but once I destroy this chocolate ball, Majin Buu's body will return to its original state. Restore again. East Kai was shocked. What should I do then? Lord Kai, can you lend me the Kai realm? Chapter 32. Kai, Kaishin realm. East Kaishin was shocked. He had been a Kaishin for so long, but this was the first time he heard someone ask him to borrow Kaishin realm. Son Goten nodded. Yes, I have been fighting with Majin Buu for a long time. I am worried that he cannot beat me and will self-destruct and destroy the earth. When Son Gohan heard this, he immediately recalled Cell's self-destruction. If he hadn't been so reckless, Son Goku wouldn't have died in Cell's self-destruction. So when he heard this, he felt a little ashamed. Why wasn't he as cautious as Son Goten at the beginning? Self-destruct. East Kaishin was shocked again. What if he self-destructs in Kaishin realm? It's okay. Anyway, there are not many people in your Kaishin realm. At worst, I will let Shenlong help you restore Kaishin realm. After hearing this, East Kaishin gritted his teeth and said. Okay, I got it. I'll lend you the Kaishin realm. As a Kaishin, he still knows what's important and what's not. Lord Kaishin. Jebet was shocked. He didn't expect that East Kaishan would actually agree to Sun Goten's request. It's okay, Jeber. If the Kaishan realm is gone, just create another one. Compared with the entire human population on Earth, this is nothing. Jebet nodded. Okay Lord Kaishan, you guys go to Earth quickly. Majin Bu should be able to recover soon. Okay. East Kaishan nodded. Son Gohan, Goten, I've become stronger. I want to stay and fight with you. No need, brother. I can handle him alone. Goten. Okay Gohan, I think we should leave this to Goten. East Kaishan advised. Yes, Gohan. Seeing this, Piccolo also advised. Well. Okay. After saying this, Gohan left the Kaishan realm with East Kai and the others. Gohan looked at the chocolate ball in his hand, threw it to the ground, and changed back. Majin Bu saw that his body had recovered, and immediately looked at Goten. Why did you change me back? I want you to turn over a new leaf. Turn over a new leaf. Yes, as long as you promise me that you will stop destroying things, I will give you a lot of delicious candies and biscuits. After hearing this, Majin Bu's stomach immediately growled. He hadn't eaten since he came out of the seal. How about it? Goten smiled. Then give me the candies and biscuits. Goten said, taking out a universal capsule and throwing it to the ground. A large number of candies and biscuits immediately appeared on the ground. These candies and biscuits were all bought with the money he earned from selling wild game in the mountains. Majin Bu saw the candies and biscuits on the ground, and immediately drooled. Of course, as long as you promise me that you will turn over a new leaf in the future. After hearing this, Majin Bu immediately tore open the packaging of candies and biscuits and started eating. Soon, the candies and biscuits that Son Goten took out were eaten by Majin Bu. Are there any more? Majin Bu asked. Son Goten smiled awkwardly. No more. Although he sold some game from the mountains for money, the money was limited after all. But as long as you promise to turn over a new leaf, I can get more. After hearing this, Majin Bu looked at Son Goten deeply and said. Okay, I promise you, anyway, you are very strong, and I can't beat you. After hearing this, Son Goten nodded. Then wait for me, I'll get you food now. Son Goten said. And teleport back to Earth. Goten. When East Kai and the others saw Son Goten coming back, they immediately showed a hint of surprise on their faces. Goten, how is Majin Bu? Pico asked. He promised me that he would turn over a new leaf. Turn over a new leaf? Goten, you absolutely cannot believe in Majin Bu, he is a monster created by Bibidai. East Kai said excitedly. I know, but isn't it impossible for us to destroy him now? Why not let him stay in the Kaishan realm first? But will he be obedient? East Kai asked. Yes, just give him a lot of candy and biscuits. Candy and biscuits? Yes, so I have to ask Aunt Bulma for this. Goten looked at Goku and said. Goku, then I'll go find Bulma and ask her to help prepare a lot of candy and biscuits. Goten nodded. Then Lord Kai, will you stay on Earth for a while? I don't think you want to live on the same planet with Majin Bu, do you? Okay. East Kai nods. Then Uncle Yamcha, can you go to the Kaishan realm and play with Majin Bu for a while? Play with Majin Bu. After hearing this, Yamcha was immediately frightened and stuttered. Son Goten actually wanted him to play with Majin Bu. Yes. Son Goten nodded. What if he kills me? He has turned over a new leaf now. If he kills you, we can use the Dragon Balls to revive you. In that case, why don't you let Krillin go? Uncle Krillin has a family to take care of, and you are alone anyway, aren't you? Ah! When Yamcha heard this, he immediately felt a knife stabbed in his heart. Then, what about Tien Shinyan and Gyoza? Aren't they also single? They need to practice. When Yamsha heard this, he felt like a knife was stabbed in his heart again. Seeing this, Krillin, who was standing aside, couldn't help but laugh. Yamsha, I think it's better for you to play with Majin Buu. Yamsha snorted coldly. Krillin, don't be so proud, I will definitely get out of being single. Really? Krillin smiled faintly after hearing this. Then Uncle Yamsha, are you willing to go to the Kaishan realm to accompany Majin Buu? I'm definitely not willing, but for everyone, I'll sacrifice once. Goten nodded and looked at the Kaishan sword in Gohan's hand. Brother, what is this sword? This sword is the Kaishan sword. The Kaishan sword. Yes, Lord Kaishan said that as long as you can wield this sword easily, you may be able to defeat Majin Buu. Really, can you show me this sword? Okay, but you have to be careful, this sword is very heavy. Yet. Goten nodded. Seeing this, Son Gohan immediately handed the king of the sword to Son Goten. Son Goten raised it with one hand, and with his right hand as fast as lightning, he stabbed forward continuously. East Kai and Jepit were shocked. Although they knew that Son Goten was very powerful, they couldn't help but be surprised to see that Son Goten used the king of the sword so quickly. At this moment, Son Goten stopped swinging the king of the sword and returned the sword to Son Gohan. Then brother, you should practice this sword well, maybe you can really defeat Majin Buu. Son Gohan always felt a little strange when he heard this. It was like an elder saying to a younger person. But he seemed to be the elder. Of course, Son Gohan had this illusion mainly because Son Goten was stronger than him. Chapter 33. Okay. Then Uncle Yamsha, I'll take you to the Kaishan realm. Go now? Don't you want to go with Goku? No, let's go now. Well, okay then. Seeing this, Goten teleported and brought Yamsha to the Kaishan realm. At this time, Majin Buu was sitting on a big rock with a bored look on his face. When he saw Goten coming back, he immediately ran over and said happily. Goten. Goten nodded. Goten, who is he? He is Uncle Yamsha. Uncle Yamsha. After hearing this, Yamsha immediately smiled and said. You are older than me, you don't have to call me uncle like Goten, just call me Yamsha. Yamsha. Yet. Yamsha nodded. Goten, where's the food? My dad has already gone to get it, maybe wait a while. Oh. Majin Buu said with a little disappointment. Then Uncle Yamsha, how about you play with Majin Buu? Me? Yamsha pointed at himself. Yet. Then, okay. Yamsha looked at Majin Buu, but he still didn't dare to play with him. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something, and took out a bunch of comics and beauty magazines from his clothes and put them in front of Majin Buu. Majin Buu, look at this. What is this? This is a comic, this is a magazine about beauty, it's very beautiful. Majin Buu looked at the cover of the magazine and the comic, and finally chose to pick up a comic and read it. Ha ha ha. Majin Buu laughed immediately after reading the comic for a while. Seeing this, Yamsha breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing this, Sun Wushan immediately sat down on the grass nearby. The seventh universe. At this time, a tall woman with blue-green skin, white hair, and a high ponytail on her head was flying in the seventh universe at superluminal speed with a man who looked like a fat version of Beerus and had a short tail. These two people were Xiongpa and Bardos from the sixth universe. And the reason they appeared in the seventh universe was because Xiongpa wanted to collect Super Dragon Balls. Suddenly, Bardos slowed down and stopped. What are you doing, Bardos? Xiongpa asked when he saw Bardos suddenly stop. After hearing this, Bardos raised his staff with his right hand, and the figure of Sun Wushan suddenly appeared on the crystal ball of the staff. What's wrong, Bardos? Nothing, Lord Xiongpa, I just suddenly felt a strong breath of God, and I was curious. Strong breath of God? Is it the breath of the god of destruction? No. Bardos shook his head. This is a breath of God that I have never felt before. After hearing this, Xiongpa touched his chin with his right hand. Do you think he is the candidate for the god of destruction selected by Beerus? I don't know, but he is in the Kaishan realm, maybe he will be the next Kaishan kingdom, King Shin, then he shouldn't have discovered us, right? Xiongpa said with a guilty conscience. This time they came to the 7th universe to collect the Super Dragon Balls while Beerus was still asleep. If Beerus wakes up and knows that he took the Super Dragon Balls of the 7th universe, he will definitely settle accounts with him. I don't know. Bardos smiled and said. Master Xiongpa, you are not afraid that he will tell Master Beerus that you are in the 7th universe, right? Xiongpa snorted coldly. If I was afraid of him, I would not have come to the 7th universe. Oh, in that case, let's continue to look for the Super Wishing Ball. Ahem. Xiongpa coughed. You just said that his divine aura is very strong, how about we go and meet him? Meet? Yes, confirm that he is the candidate for the god of destruction of the 7th universe. Vados smiled. Master Xiongpa, you are still afraid. I'm not, I'm just curious about his strength. Xiongpa said stubbornly. After hearing this, Vados pointed the staff in his hand towards the void of the universe. Vados' body flew forward with Xiongpa again at superluminal speed. Kaishan realm. Sun Yushin was sitting on a grass field at this moment, looking up at the universe. Because of the special geographical location of the Kaishan realm, there are many beautiful planets around the tower. It would be great if I had a planet of my own. Goten murmured to himself. Just at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Goten. This person is none other than Son Goku. Dad. Son Goku nodded. Goten, I've brought the candies and biscuits. Then you give the candies and biscuits to Majin Buu. Son Goku said, opening a universal capsule and throwing it on the ground. Bang! With a burst of white smoke, 5 or 6 tables of candies, biscuits, and cakes appeared on the ground. Candies, biscuits. Seeing this, Majin Buu, who was reading a comic, immediately put down the comic in his hand and ran over. Compared to comics, he is more interested in eating. Ku. Such a strong aura of God? Could it be Beerus? No, it's impossible. Beerus still needs 5 years to wake up. Goten thought to himself. What's wrong, Goten? Goku saw that Goten's face was not right and asked. There is a very strong aura, and it is approaching us now. It's very strong, so why can't I feel it? That's the aura of God. God? Is that aura stronger than yours? Yes. Goten nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, a white light landed in front of Goten and the others. When the white light dissipated, 2 figures immediately appeared inside. These 2 people were Kampa and Bardos. Kampa. Goten said in his heart. Who are you? Goku asked. Hello, my name is Bardos, and I am the servant of Lord Xiongpa, the god of destruction of the 6th universe. The one standing next to me is Lord Xiongpa, the god of destruction of the 6th universe. The 6th universe. Sun Wukong was puzzled after hearing this. Yes, there are 12 universes in total, and the universe you are in now is the 7th universe. Bardos said, looking around. By the way, where is the Kaishan of your universe? Lord Kaishan is on Earth now. Sun Wukong said. Earth. Yes. Sun Wukong nodded. After hearing this, Xiongpa immediately looked at the 4 people and said. Bardos, which one is the one whose divine aura you are talking about? Because Sun Wushan has now returned to normal, Xiongpa has no way to feel the divine aura on Sun Wushan. Chapter 34. The youngest one among them. Bados laughed. The youngest. After hearing this, Xiongpa immediately looked at Sun Wushan. Could it be him? Yes. Bados nodded. Little guy, What's your name? My name is Sun Wuxian. Then, do you know Beerus? No. Sun Wuxian shook his head. No? Didn't the King of the Worlds tell you about Beerus? Actually, I just met Lord King of the Worlds today. Today? After hearing this, Xiangpa immediately looked at Bardos. Bardos, didn't you say he was the next King of the Worlds? Lord Xiangpa, I said maybe. Then what about the aura of God? Lord Xiangpa, you have to ask him. Oh. Xiangpa looked at Sun Wuxian. Goten, what's wrong with your divine energy? That's my divine transformation, I call it Super Saiyan God. Super Saiyan God? Yes. Goten nodded. Then can you show me your transformation? Okay. Goten said, clenched his hands, and an extremely amazing aura emanated from his body, and he quickly rose up. Ha! With a loud shout, Goten transformed into Super Saiyan God. Super Saiyan God! Xiangpa smiled. Suddenly, he found Majin Bu who had been eating candy and cake, so he walked over and said. Hey, didn't you see me? I saw it, so what? So what? Do you know who I am? I am the god of destruction, believe it or not, I will destroy you in a minute. Majin Bu's face immediately became serious when he heard this. Seeing this, Sun Wuxian hurriedly stopped the conflict between the two. Master Xiangpa, he has never been to school and knows nothing. You should not bother with him if you are a great man and do not bear grudges against him. Humph! Xiangpa snorted coldly. You can just not bother with him and ask him to give me the food. This. After hearing this, Sun Wuxian immediately hesitated. Majin Bu had just been subdued. If he was provoked now, he would definitely rebel against him soon. But if he did not listen to Xiangpa and angered Xiangpa, he might have to fight Xiangpa head-on. Or he could just give up Majin Bu. Although the Super Saiyan God is strong, there is still a big gap between him and the God of Destruction. Master Xiangpa, how about I treat you to something else? No, I want cake. After hearing this, Majin Bu immediately licked the uneaten cakes with his tongue. You bastard! Seeing this, Xiangpa clenched his fists, and instantly came to the front of Majin Bu, punching him into the air. Master Xiangpa! Vados was shocked. She didn't expect Xiangpa to suddenly attack. Seeing this, Sun Wuxian immediately said to Sun Wukong beside him. Dad, you and Uncle Yamsha go back to Earth and ask Aunt Bulma to bring some delicious food. Delicious food? Yes, otherwise, the Kai King God realm may not be safe. Okay, I understand. Sun Wukong said, and immediately used teleportation to bring Yamsha back to Earth. Swish! Bang bang bang! In the sky. At this time, Xiangpa was beating Majin Bu with one hand. Boom! With a bang, Xiangpa hit Majin Bu's face with his right fist, knocking him to the ground. A large amount of dust was immediately raised from the ground. After a while, when the dust on the ground dispersed, a huge deep pit immediately appeared on the ground. Majin Bu was lying in the deep pit in a very embarrassed state. Damn it! Majin Bu gritted his teeth and quickly climbed up from the ground. With a lot of white gas coming out of the hole on his head. Bang! Majin Bu rushed towards Xiangpa like a thread. Xiangpa stood still. Soon, Majin Bu came in front of Xiangpa and attacked forward with both fists. But Xiangpa easily dodged all of them. Suddenly, Xiangpa laughed evilly, and kicked Majin Bu's abdomen with his right foot like kicking a ball. Bang! With a violent sound, Majin Bu flew backwards like a ray. Xiangpa's figure flashed, and in the blink of an eye he appeared behind Majin Bu, and shot a beam of destructive energy at him. Boom! With a huge explosion, the destructive energy exploded, and Majin Bu's body was immediately hit by the massive explosion. Covered by the thick smoke. Xiangpa's figure flashed and returned to Bardos. After a while, when the smoke from the explosion dissipated, Majin Buu stood in a very embarrassed state, gasping for air. Since you don't know the etiquette, I won't kill you today, but if there is a next time, I can't say for sure. Xiongpa said coldly. After hearing this, Majin Buu gritted his teeth tightly, and more white air came out of the hole on his head. Ah! Suddenly, Majin Buu screamed in pain and covered his head with both hands. Xiongpa, what happened to him? I don't know. Bardos shook his head. Come out. After Majin Buu screamed in pain for a while, a ball of black breath suddenly came out of his mouth. After the black breath came out, it soon turned into a thin Majin Buu with black skin all over his body. This Majin Buu is the evil Majin Buu. Xiongpa, this guy has become two. It looks like he split. Split? Yes, the thinner guy is full of evil spirits. Really? Then, will there be something interesting to watch next? Xiongpa laughed. I think so. Just then, the two Majin Buu looked at each other, and both wanted to eliminate each other and become the only Majin Buu. Who are you? I am Majin Buu. I am also Majin Buu. After saying that, the two rushed towards each other like a line. Soon, the two came in front of each other at the same time, and their fists and feet were like lightning, and they started fighting fiercely. Dust immediately flew around the two people. Bang! With a heavy blow, the evil Majin Buu punched Majin Buu away. Majin Buu clenched his fists and quickly slowed down in mid-air. At this moment, the evil demon appeared in front of Majin Buu, kicked Majin Buu with his right foot, and kicked him out. Boom! Majin Buu's body was like a ray, and it crashed into the mountain behind him. The mountain was immediately smashed into a lot of dust. The evil demon Buu put his hands together and fired a pink energy wave from his hands, hitting Majin Buu. Boom! With a huge explosion, the mountain behind Majin Buu was blown up, and Majin Buu's body was also blown black. Xiongpa, I didn't expect that this thin guy is so powerful. Bardos smiled. It's just like you and Lord Beerus. I'm stronger than Beerus. Xiongpa said angrily. Chapter 35. Swish! At this moment, evil Majin Buu's tentacles fired a pink beam at Majin Buu. Seeing this, Majin Buu also fired a pink beam at evil Majin Buu from his tentacles. Bang! The pink beams of the two people collided with each other at the same level. Suddenly, evil Majin Buu shouted, and the beam he fired pushed Majin Buu back. Zzz! With a flash of lightning, Majin Buu was turned into a cookie. It turned into a cookie. Xiongpa was shocked. Yet. Bardos nodded. At this moment, Sun Goten flashed, and appeared in front of evil Majin Buu in the blink of an eye, kicking him out. Bang! With a loud bang, evil Majin Buu was kicked 1,000 meters away. Goten fired a pink beam of light at Majin Buu with his right hand, transforming him back. Seeing this, evil Majin Buu gritted his teeth and looked at Goten angrily. Interesting. Xiongpa smiled. Bang! At this time, evil Majin Buu rushed towards Goten quickly like a thread. Goten's figure flashed, and he appeared under evil Majin Buu in the blink of an eye. His fists were as fast as lightning, hitting evil Majin Buu's abdomen hard. Bang bang bang! Under Goten's attack, evil Majin Buu immediately screamed. Bang! Goten hit evil Majin Buu's chin with his right fist, knocking him into the air. Then, he gathered his energy all over his body, and quickly closed his hands back and said, Came Pai Qi Gong Wave. A deep blue wave of air quickly condensed from Sun Goten's hand and hit the evil demon Buu in the sky. Suddenly, an extremely huge blue ball of light appeared in front of the evil demon Buu, pushing him into the universe. Ah! The evil demon Buu screamed loudly, and his hands desperately resisted the Kamehameha. But under the absolute power, even if the evil demon Buu used it, it would be in vain. Boom! With a huge explosion, the Kamehameha exploded in the sky. An extremely dazzling blue light instantly flashed the entire sky. Immediately afterwards, an extremely huge storm appeared, sweeping towards the entire sky and the Chaosian realm. Ah! The evil demon Bu screamed loudly, and his body was quickly destroyed by this extremely huge storm. Majin Bu, I hope you will be a good person in your next life. Goten said as he looked at the evil Majin Bu who was about to be destroyed. After a while, when the smoke in the sky dissipated, the breath of the evil Majin Bu completely disappeared. Majin Bu was destroyed. On the North Kai planet. When the North Kai saw this scene, he was immediately shocked. Gaku and Goten had never been able to destroy Majin Bu before. As a result, Goten destroyed another Majin Bu in one go. I don't know if the other Majin Bu's recovery ability is relatively weak, or if Goten deliberately let him go. Seeing this, Xiongpa smiled and walked in front of Goten. Goten, you are quite strong, do you want to fight with me? Fight with you? Don't worry, I won't use my full strength. Then, okay. Goten said, and his body immediately stepped back. Then shall we begin? Xiongpa waved to Sun Wuxian. Okay. Sun Wuxian said, and his body immediately turned into a red light and rushed towards Xiongpa. In the blink of an eye, Sun Wuxian came in front of Xiongpa and attacked with both fists. Xiongpa moved left and right and dodged easily. Ha! Sun Wuxian saw this and immediately shouted and punched forward with his right fist. Xiongpa raised his left hand and caught Sun Wuxian's right fist. Sun Wuxian gritted his teeth and kicked Xiongpa with his right foot. Xiongpa raised his right foot and kicked against Sun Wuxian's right foot. With a violent sound, a crackling lightning immediately came out from the feet of the two. Xiongpa glanced at Sun Wuxian and let go of his hand. Seeing this, Sun Wuxian immediately stepped back and clenched his fists tightly. Ha! With a loud shout, Sun Wuxian's hair and eyebrows turned sky blue, his eyes turned dark blue, and his body was surrounded by blue aura and star-shaped particles unique to the breath of God. Water droplets flowed in the flame from time to time. The speed of the flame flow was much slower than that of humans and super scions, and it had very slight electric sparks. The flame was divided into two layers of flames from the outside to the inside. There are two colors in it, sky blue and white. This is exactly Super Scion Blue. What is this? This is called Super Scion Blue, a Super Scion transformation with Super Scion God as the norm. Oh, it sounds quite complicated, anyway, it's stronger than the previous transformation, right? Yeah. Goten nodded. In that case, let's continue. Okay. Goten said, and his body immediately turned into a blue light and rushed towards Xiongpa. However, in the blink of an eye, Goten came in front of Xiongpa and punched forward with both fists. Xiongpa had to use both hands to resist Goten's attack because he didn't expect that Goten's speed would increase so much after the transformation. Bang bang bang! Under Goten's attack, Xiongpa's body kept retreating. Damn it! Xiangpa gritted his teeth, and suddenly a powerful energy burst out of his body, knocking Sun Wuxian back. Sun Wuxian clenched his hands and soon stopped on the ground. At this moment, Xiangpa fired a destructive energy from his right hand and attacked Sun Wuxian. Sun Wuxian raised his hands forward and blocked the destructive energy. However, his body was also pushed back hundreds of meters by the destructive energy. So hot! Sun Wuxian said, and immediately threw the destructive energy upwards. Boom! With a huge explosion, the destructive energy exploded in the sky. I have a trick. Xiangpa smiled, and his body instantly appeared in front of Sun Wuxian, and he punched forward with both fists. Because Xiangpa moved too fast, Sun Wuxian's body had not yet reacted before Xiangpa's fists hit his face. Sun Wuxian screamed loudly, and his face and body were beaten wildly by Xiangpa. Sun Wuxian gritted his teeth, dodged Xiongpa's right fist, and rammed his forehead against Xiongpa's. Bang! With a loud noise, Sun Wushan knocked Xiangpa back. Damn it! Xiangpa rubbed his forehead with his hand in anger. Then, his figure flashed, and his right fist hit Sun Wushan's face hard, knocking him out. Sun Wushan clenched his fists and quickly slowed down. Chapter 36. On Earth. East Kaishan and his companions just felt the aura of another Majin Bu. Lord Kaishan, what happened in the Kaishan realm? How could there be two auras of Majin Bu? Not sure. East Kaishan shook his head. But Goten seems to be fighting the god of destruction that Gaku mentioned. God of destruction? Lord Kaishan, do you know what god this is? Not sure. East Kaishan shook his head again. When the 5 great Kaishan were still there, he was only responsible for managing the eastern Milky Way. Later, Majin Bu eliminated the great Kaishan and his companions, and then he became the only Kaishan of the 7th universe. Really? Then Lord Kaishan, is the aura of that god very strong? Sun Gohan said with some concern for Sun Goten's safety. Very strong, this is the first time I feel such a strong breath of God. Then Lord Kai, will Goten be in danger? This? I don't know. Kaishan realm. Goten and Xiangpa have moved from the ground to the air. At this time, the two were condensing energy waves with their hands and attacking each other. Swish! Boom! 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 Goten's energy wave and Xiangpa's destructive energy hit together, forming huge explosions. For a while, the sky was full of explosions and the flames produced by the explosions. Suddenly, Xiangpa stopped the destructive energy attack and flashed in front of Goten. What? Goten was shocked. The next second, Xiangpa's right fist hit Goten heavily. Goten raised his arms forward and retreated with the force of Xiangpa. Oh! Xiangpa was shocked. He didn't expect that the young Sun Wushan would have such a strong fighting talent. This also made Xiangpa suddenly playful. Haha! Xiangpa laughed evilly, and a large amount of destructive energy suddenly appeared around his body. With so much destructive energy, I wonder how you can deal with it alone. After hearing this, Sun Wushan put his hands together and said, Kame Pai Chi Gong. A deep blue air wave condensed from Sun Wushan's hands. Xiangpa waved his right index finger lightly, and all the destructive energy around his body immediately attacked Sun Wushan together. Bo! Sun Wushan shouted and fired Kamehameha. After the Kamehameha was fired, it was like a dragon swinging its tail, detonating all the destructive energy that attacked. In the sky, there were soon earth-shaking explosions. Xiangpa narrowed his eyes, his body turned into a purple light, and rushed towards Sun Wushan. But in the blink of an eye, Xiangpa came in front of Sun Wushan and attacked with his right fist. Sun Wushan dodged by moving to the side. Xiangpa was startled and attacked Sun Wushan again. Ha! Sun Wushan shouted, and a lot of blue aura suddenly emanated from his body. His right fist also attacked Xiangpa. Swish! Bang bang bang! With a series of storm-like sounds, the two fought fist to fist and foot to foot. Because of the fight between the two, fierce gusts of wind appeared in the sky. These gusts of wind were the powerful fist wind and momentum emitted by the two when they were fighting. Earth, Zidu, Bulma's house. Sun Wukong and Yamsha had asked Bulma for a lot of food according to Sun Wushan's instructions, and were preparing to return to the Kaishan realm. Vegeta, who had been standing aside for a long time, suddenly said to Sun Wukong, Kakarot, I want to go to the Kaishan realm with you. Vegeta. Are you going too? Vegeta nodded. I want to meet the god of destruction you just mentioned. Okay then. Gaku said, and used teleportation to bring the two to the Kaishan realm. Swoosh! Gaku and the other two appeared next to Majin Bu. When Vegeta saw Majin Bu turning himself into chocolate, he immediately felt a little unhappy. But he was soon attracted by the battle between Goten and Kampa. Kakarot, the one fighting Goten should be the god of destruction, right? Yes. Gaku nodded. After hearing this, Vegeta began to think. When he was very young, he had seen Beerus. Although Kampa in front of him was somewhat similar to Beerus, he was definitely not Beerus. And Gaku also said that his name was Kampa. Could it be that they are brothers? Bang! Just as Vegeta was thinking, Goten and Kampa grabbed each other's hands and fought in the sky. Ah! With a shouting loudly, Sun Wushan exuded a lot of blue aura all over his body. Xiang Pa snorted coldly, and a lot of purple aura emanated from his body. The auras of the two people immediately became like blazing flames, competing with each other in the sky. Bang! After a stalemate, Xiang Pa exerted force with both hands and pushed Sun Wushan away. Sun Wushan gasped and looked at Sun Wukong standing on the ground. Master Xiang Pa, I'm a little tired. How about we stop fighting today? Sun Wushan is just a child now, so it shouldn't be a big deal for him to act like a spoiled child to Xiang Pa. Don't fight anymore. Yeah, I'm a little hungry. Sun Wushan laughed. Xiang Pa saw that Sun Wushan was still a child, and he didn't want to bully the weak, so he restrained his aura and said, Okay, but don't tell Beerus about your meeting with me today. And they have to keep it a secret too. Xiangpa glanced at Sun Wukong and the others. Sun Wushan nodded and changed his body back to normal. Sun Wukong, are you not going to fight? After saying that, the two of them immediately descended to the ground. The two landed beside Sun Wukong and Bardos respectively. Dad, did you bring the food from Earth? Sun Wukong nodded and threw an opened universal capsule to the ground. Bang! With a burst of white smoke, 5 or 6 tables full of food appeared on the ground. Xiangpa looked at the delicious food, and couldn't help but feel interested in the food brought by Sun Wukong. Seeing this, Majin Bu was also interested in the food brought by Sun Wukong. Goten, what are these? Can I try them? Majin Bu asked with drooling mouth. Yes, but you can't compete with Lord Kampa for food anymore. Okay. Majin Bu nodded obediently. Humph. Kampa snorted coldly. I didn't say I wanted to eat your food. Lord Kampa won't eat it. In that case, I'll have to ask Sister Bardos to taste it. Sister. Bardos smiled when she heard it. Even angels, like humans, still hope that others will call them young. Of course, Bardos' age has long been that of the ancestors, even surpassing the ancestors of the Scions. Sun Wushan said, and immediately handed a pizza on the table to Bardos. Sister Bardos, this is pizza from Earth, do you want to try it? Okay. Bardos smiled and nodded. Chapter 37. Then, Bardos took the pizza from Sun Wushan and started eating. After taking a bite of the pizza, Bardos immediately showed a trace of surprise on his face. What's wrong, Bardos? Master Xiangpa, this food called pizza is really delicious. Really? Xiangpa pretended to be calm. Bardos nodded and quickly finished the pizza in his hand. Seeing this, Sun Wushan brought other delicacies from the earth to Bardos. After tasting other foods, Bardos kept showing surprise on his face. Seeing this, Xiangpa could no longer hold back his greed. Bardos, are these foods really so delicious? Really, Master Xiangpa, every dish of food that Sun Wushan brought from the earth is very delicious. Xiangpa looked at Sun Wushan and didn't know how to start for a while. Because he just said that he didn't eat Sun Wushan's food. Sun Goten seemed to see what Xiangpa was thinking, and smiled as he handed a piece of pizza to Xiangpa. Master Xiangpa, try this pizza, it's really delicious. Ahem. Xiangpa coughed. Since you said so, I'll try it. Xiangpa said, and took the pizza handed by Sun Goten and started eating. After Xiangpa tasted a bite of the pizza, a trace of incomparable surprise immediately appeared on his face. Then, he ate it in big mouthfuls. Soon, a piece of pizza was eaten by Xiangpa. Xiangpa was no longer polite, and tasted the delicacies on the table one by one. When Majin Bu saw Xiangpa snatching food from him, he immediately sped up his eating. Sun Goten said that he couldn't snatch food from Xiangpa, but he didn't say that he couldn't eat food faster. Damn it! When Xiangpa saw Majin Bu snatching food from him, he didn't want to be outdone and sped up his eating. Soon, the food brought by Sun Wukong was eaten by Sun Wukong, Xiangpa, Bardos, and Majin Bu. Xiangpa looked at Sun Wushan with some regrets. Sun Wushan, did you bring all this food from the earth? Sun Wushan nodded. After hearing this, Xiangpa immediately looked at Bardos beside him. Bardos, look at where the earth of our sixth universe is. It's Lord Xiangpa. The earth of the sixth universe? Does it mean that there is also an earth in your universe? Sun Wukong asked. Because the sixth universe and the seventh universe are twin universes, the planets that the seventh universe has should also be in the sixth universe. Bardos explained. Are there scions in the sixth universe? Sun Wukong asked. Of course, but their strength is not as strong as yours. As Bardos said, a Death Star appeared on the crystal ball of her staff. Well, what's going on, Sun Goten? Is your Earth in the northern galaxy? Yes, Sister Bardos. What's wrong, Sister Bardos? No, the Earth in our sixth universe seems to be a dead star. Dead star? Xiangpa was shocked. If the Earth in their universe was a dead star, he would not be able to taste such delicious food as the Earth in the seventh universe. I will go back in time to see what exactly caused the Earth in our universe to become a dead star. Bardos said, and the Earth on the crystal ball of the staff immediately returned to before the Earth became a dead star. Then time went on, the Earth of the sixth universe became a dead star because of the war. So that's it, the Earth in our universe became a dead star because of the war between humans. War? Does this mean that the Earth in our universe does not have Earthlings who can make delicious food like the Earth in the seventh universe? Yes. Bardos nodded. After hearing this, Xiangpa touched his chin with his right hand, and wanted to collect the super dragon balls even more in his heart. Vados, it's getting late, we should go back soon. Okay, Lord Xiangpa. Vados nodded and said goodbye to Sun Goten. Then Sun Goten, we'll go back first, see you later. See you later. Seeing this, Vados pointed his staff at the ground, and a colorful light immediately appeared under the feet of the two, taking them away from the Kaishan realm. Seeing this, Sun Goten immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Then Dad, let's go back to Earth too. What about Majin Bu? Sun Goku asked. He's going back with us too. Then put your hands on my back. Sun Goten and the others nodded. Seeing this, Sun Goku teleported and brought Sun Goten back to Earth. Swoosh! Sun Goku and his companions appeared in front of East Kai and his companions. Majin Bu. When East Kai saw Majin Bu being brought back, he was immediately shocked. Lord Kai, don't be afraid, Majin Bu has turned over a new leaf. Right, Majin Bu? Yes. Majin Bu nodded. Goten, you can't just trust him, he's Majin Bu. Because of his fear of Majin Bu, East Kai still didn't quite believe that Majin Bu could turn over a new leaf so quickly. Lord Kai, you really don't have to be afraid, he really turned over a new leaf. After hearing this, East Kai still didn't quite believe it. However, he was completely powerless in the face of Majin Bu, so even if he didn't believe it, he could only choose to accept this reality. Then Goten, what happened to the two Majin Bu auras that appeared before? That's Majin Bu's evil thought. Evil thought? Yes, I have destroyed him now. Then, how is the Kaishan realm now? It's a little damaged, but it's okay. Really? In that case, Jebet and I will go back first. Lord Kaishan, what about this Kaishan sword? Sun Gohan asked. Since you pulled out this sword, I'll give it to you. Anyway, we can't lift this sword. Sun Gohan nodded. Then everyone, we'll see you later. See you later. Seeing this, Jebit teleported and brought East Kaishan back to the Kaishan realm. Back in the Kaishan realm, East Kaishan immediately saw that the Kaishan realm was full of potholes. Kaishan realm. Jebit said with a big mouth. Earth. When Sun Wukong saw the East Kai and the others, he immediately looked at Majin Bu and said. Then Goten, where do you plan to place Majin Bu? Majin Bu is a big eater. With the financial situation of Sun Wukong's family, it is definitely difficult to afford it. And Chi Chi will never agree to let Majin Bu live in their house. Uncle Yamsha. Sun Wushan looked at Yamsha. After hearing this, Yamsha waved his hands. Goten, my financial ability is limited. It's okay to let him live with me, but as for food, I can't solve it. Chapter 38. Is that so? Goten looked at Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo, can Majin Bu live in your heaven first? The heaven is not mine, but Dende's. Let me ask Dende for you. Okay. Goten nodded. Seeing this, Piccolo immediately used telepathy to communicate with Dende. Dende, agree to let Majin Bu live with him. Really? That's great. Heaven. Majin Bu looked at Goten with a puzzled look. Yes, where will you live today? I will take you to a good place tomorrow. Okay. Majin Bu nodded. Then Goku, if there is nothing else, shall we go back first? Yamsha said. Okay, then we will meet again next time. Goku nodded. By the way, we left the world #1 martial arts tournament, and we don't know how the competition will go. Krillin said. In addition to the reason why Sun Wukong and the others came to participate in the competition, he and Lazuli came to participate in the competition this time, and they also wanted to get the prize money of the tournament. Then, leave came house, buy a house and move to Zidu. I think it should be over. Sun Wukong said. Sun Wushan smiled. Uncle Krillin, Aunt Lazuli may have won the champion of this tournament. Champion. Krillin, you made a profit this time. Yamsha put his right hand around Krillin's neck and said. Made a profit. Krillin looked at Yamsha, not knowing whether he said he made a profit by marrying Lazuli, or Lazuli won the championship of the tournament. But no matter which one Yamsha said, he made a profit. Yes, the prize money of the competition must have been won by the one in your family. Krillin nodded. Then Dad, I will take Majin Bu to the heaven. Okay, how about I take you there? Okay. Goten nodded. Seeing this, Goku teleported and brought the two to the heaven. Goku. Dende greeted Goku. Goku nodded. Dende, Piccolo has told you, right? I told you, Majin Bu will live with me first. Then Majin Bu, you live here, but you must listen to Dende. Goten told Majin Bu. Okay. Majin Bu nodded. Then Dad, let's go back. Goku nodded. After that, the two left the heaven immediately. The next morning, Goten came to the heaven after breakfast and brought Majin Bu to Mr. Satan's house. Aren't you the champion of the junior group yesterday? Yes. Goten nodded. Then why are you here? Mr. Satan, I came here today to trouble you with something. One thing. Yes, his name is Majin Bu, he is my friend, I want him to live with you. Live with me? Yes. No, I don't want him to live with me. What did you say? After hearing this, Majin Bu raised his fist angrily. Of course, Majin Bu didn't really do it, he just wanted to scare him. Seeing this, Mr. Satan was immediately frightened and trembled. Goten smiled and said. Mr. Satan, it was not you who defeated Cell 7 years ago, but my father and others, right? Mr. Satan was shocked. You, how do you know, did your father and others tell you? Goten nodded. But Mr. Satan, don't worry, I won't tell anyone about this, as long as you promise me to let Majin Bu live here with you. This. After hearing this, Mr. Satan still hesitated. Majin Bu is stronger than Aunt Lashley. Majin Bu can protect you, or pretend to be your disciple and help you play the game. Are you serious? Mr. Satan was moved when he heard this. In the match between him and Lashley yesterday, although Lashley lost to him, she extorted 30 million from him. Originally, Lashley won the championship with a prize of 10 million. He was extorted by her, and with the prize of the runner-up, Lashley directly earned an extra 25 million. It must be said that Lashley is really very smart. Of course, as long as you play well against Majin Bu, he will definitely help you. Don't you think so? Majin Bu. Majin Bu nodded. Okay, but the thing you just said must be kept secret. Of course. Then Majin Bu, just stay here first. If you want to eat something, just tell Mr. Satan directly. I will come to see you when I am free. Okay. Majin Bu nodded. Seeing this, Sun Goten immediately left Mr. Satan's house. After Sun Goten left, Mr. Satan immediately looked at Majin Bu and said, Your name is Majin Bu, right? Yeah. Majin Bu nodded. Then can you fly like them? Yes. Then can you teach me how to fly in the sky? Of course, but I am a little hungry now. What do you want to eat? I will have someone bring it to you now. I want to eat candy, cakes, and all kinds of delicious food. Okay, no problem. On the other side. After Goten left, he first went to the World No. 1 Martial Arts Tournament to receive a bonus of 10 million, and then came to Trunks' house. Goten. Trunks saw Goten coming and greeted him happily. Goten smiled and nodded. Goten, did you get the bonus? You said you would treat us. I got it, but my mom said I can only use 10,000 at most. Ah, so little. Yeah, our family is not like yours. We don't even know how much the company has. Don't say that, Goten. 10,000 is a little less, but you can still buy a lot of delicious food. Goten nodded. Universe 6, Destroying the God Realm. After having tasted the delicacies of Earth yesterday, Xiongpa couldn't forget the delicacies of Earth. However, the journey to Universe 7 is long, and he still hopes that Bardos can find 7 Super Dragon Balls, so that he can make a wish to Super Shenlong for an Earth like Universe 7. I wonder if Bardos has found the Super Wishing Ball of Universe 6. If he does, I can go to Universe 7 again. The Super Dragon Balls are scattered in Universe 6 and 7. Xiongpa has found 2 Super Dragon Balls in Universe 6. Normally, Universe May 6 have 1 or 2 more Super Dragon Balls. So if Bardos finds all the Super Dragon Balls of Universe 6, Xiongpa can go to Universe 7 with Bardos to look for Super Dragon Balls again. Time flies, and 2 days have passed in a blink of an eye. Earth, on Baizai Mountain. Goten and Trunks are practicing on the back mountain of Goku's house. Chapter 39. Goten, tell me honestly, how did you become a Super Saiyan God? No. I just practiced seriously, maybe I'm a genius. Humph. Trunks snorted coldly. Goten, don't be too proud, I will also become a Super Saiyan God and surpass you in the future. Really? After hearing this, Son Goten smiled faintly. Trunks' current strength is only Super 1, 3 levels lower than him. When he becomes a Super Saiyan God, his strength is estimated to reach Super 6 or Super 7. The underworld, Yama Hall. At this time, Yama King was very busy looking at the ghost information to see whether to sentence him to hell or heaven. Go to heaven. Go to hell. Go to hell. Just when Yama King was very busy, a little ghost brought a new little ghost to Yama King and said, Lord Yama, this is the new kid. How do you think he should be arranged for work? The king of Yama glanced at the kid casually and said, "Let him be in charge of the soul cleaning machine." "Okay, Lord Yama," the kid said, and took the new kid to the place where the soul cleaning machine was. All souls sentenced to hell in the underworld must be cleaned by the soul cleaning machine before they can be taken to hell. This is the soul cleaning machine. Your main job is to replace those jars that are about to be full in time," the kid said to the new kid. The new kid was listening to music with headphones at this time and did not hear what the kid said. "Did you hear that?" The kid took off the new kid's headphones and said loudly to him. "Listen. I heard it." The kid snorted coldly. "And the gas in that jar is almost full. Remember to change it later." The new kid nodded. "And don't slack off at work, or I'll report it to Lord Yama and have him deduct your salary." The new kid said nothing. After the kid finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards the stairs above. Seeing this, the new kid immediately stuck out his tongue at him. At this time, the kid suddenly turned around and reminded the new kid again. "Don't forget to change the can." "Yes." The new kid nodded. Seeing this, the kid continued to walk up. Seeing the kid leave, the new kid continued to put on headphones and listen to the song. While listening to the song, the new kid danced along with the song, and had completely forgotten about changing the can. Just when the kid was immersed in dancing, the can of the soul cleaning machine was full of gas, and the can began to expand outward. Boom! With a huge explosion, the can exploded, and a large amount of gas appeared. After the gas hit the open flame, it immediately burned the soul cleaning machine, causing it to explode. The kid who was still listening to music heard the explosion and immediately took off his headphones, and saw that he was surrounded by a large amount of gas. "It's over. It's over, all my wages are gone," the new kid said, picking up the fire extinguisher on the side, trying to put out the fire and make up for his mistake as much as possible. At this time, the kid who had just arranged a job for him ran in a hurry, and saw that there was gas everywhere, and said angrily in his heart, "You kid, I just kept telling you to change the tank, but you ignored my words." After hearing this, the new kid was very regretful. Because now he not only can't get his salary, but also has to pay a large sum of money to the underworld. Boom! Just when the new kid was thinking about it, an explosion suddenly occurred beside him, and a large amount of gas was blown onto the new kid. The new kid's body was quickly covered by a large amount of gas. Then, under the influence of the gas, the new kid's body turned into a huge and fat yellow monster. The yellow monster had short horns on both sides of its head, pointed ears, short hands and feet, arms slightly longer than legs, wearing light purple pants, light purple wrist guards on both hands, and a big and thick tail behind it. "The kid has transformed." The kid was shocked and ran forward. Evil thought wave. Just then, the yellow monster raised his hands forward, and a barrier appeared, spreading to the entire underworld. On the earth, Sun Goten and Trunks were fighting at this time. Suddenly, the two felt a lot of powerful energy appearing on the earth. "Goten, do you feel it? It seems that the earth suddenly strong auras appeared." "Yes." Goten nodded. "Why don't we go take a look?" "Okay." After the two finished speaking, they immediately flew towards the West City. West City. Gohan, who was studying at Orange Star High School, left the classroom immediately after feeling the aura of Frisia and his friends, and saw a large number of dead people with halos on their heads flying in the sky. Some of these dead people were from Frisia's army, and some were enemies that Goku and his friends had destroyed. Although Gohan didn't know what happened, they were all bad guys and posed a great threat to the city. So he chose to destroy them. At the same time, the Dragon Ball Z warriors on Earth also felt the aura of Frisia and his friends, and rushed to West City to help. "Krillin, Goku, what's going on? How come so many ghosts appeared on Earth?" "I don't know either, I'll ask Lord Kai," Sun Wukong said, and then used telepathy to contact the North King. Lord Kai, what is going on? Why did the ghosts of Frisia and others appear on Earth? The reason for this is mainly because the little ghost in charge of the soul cleaning machine failed to replace the tank of the soul cleaning machine in time, causing the tank to explode. The little ghost also became a monster called Evil Thought Wave because of the gas. Evil Thought Wave. Yes, the ghosts that appeared on Earth were summoned by him. Now King Yama and others are trapped in the barrier set by Evil Thought Wave. Is that so? Lord Kai, do you have any way to make these ghosts disappear? I am powerless about this. I think you can only defeat them now. I understand. Then Krillin, let's all eliminate these ghosts. Okay. Krillin nodded. On a building in the western capital, Goten and Trunks met Frisia and his Jinya force. Who are you? Why do you look so much like Goku? Frisia was surprised when he saw Goten's appearance. He is my father, my name is Goten. Goten. After hearing this, Frisia looked at Trunks and found that he looked like future Trunks who had cut his body into several pieces. Who are you? Frisia asked Trunks. My name is Trunks. Who is your father? Vegeta. Vegeta turned out to be the traitor. Do you know my father? Of course, your father was my subordinate. Subordinate? Trunks looked puzzled. Frisia smiled and said. Didn't your father tell you about me? My name is Frisia. Oh, so you are the bad guy Frisia. Vegeta did not mention Frisia to Trunks. It was Bulma who told him about Frisia. After all, it was not a glorious thing for Vegeta to work under Frisia. Humph! Frisia snorted coldly. Jinya Force, get rid of them. It's King Frisia. After hearing this, Geese and the others immediately rushed towards the two. Ha! Trunks shouted, rushed to Geese quickly, and punched through his body. Bang! Because Geese was in the state of soul now, after Trunks punched him, Geese's body immediately dissipated like smoke. Gudu and the others were shocked, but still attacked Trunks. Trunks dodged to the side, and eliminated them one by one with a punch or one by one with a kick. Damn it! Frisia gritted his teeth and rushed towards Trunks. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared and kicked his body into two pieces. This person was Son Goten. Frisia saw that his body was kicked into two pieces, his face changed drastically, and then he also dissipated like smoke like Geese and the others. Seeing this, Frisia's army behind Frisia fled backwards. Don't run! After seeing this, Trunks immediately chased after him. Seeing this, Son Goten also chased after him. Chapter 40. After a long time, Sun Wukong and his friends destroyed most of the ghosts and found the Dragon Balls, hoping to restore everything through the power of Shenlong. Sun Wukong, Shenlong, can you let all the ghosts on Earth return to the underworld? No, the ghosts in the underworld are under the control of Lord Yan Maoong, and I have no way to interfere in the affairs of the underworld. Is that so? In that case, let's not make a wish for now. Shenlong nodded, and his body turned back into the Dragon Balls and scattered on the earth. Then Goku, what should we do next? Krillin asked. I'm not sure about this. How about Dad, let's go find Lord Kaishin. Sun Wushan suggested. Lord Kaishin. Yes, since this incident was caused by that evil thought wave, let's go to the underworld and defeat that evil thought wave. That makes sense, then Goten, hold my shoulders. Okay. Sun Wushan nodded. Seeing this, Sun Wukong teleported and brought Sun Wushan to the Kaishin realm. Wukong. East Kaishin looked at Sun Wukong who suddenly appeared and said in surprise. Sun Wukong nodded. Lord Kaishin, you should have known about the underworld, right? I know, but the monster's energy is so strong that I can't do anything. Then Lord Kaishin, do you have a way to send us to the underworld? Send us to the underworld? Lord Kaishan said that the monster turned into evil thoughts because a little ghost was exposed to the gas from the explosion, so we want to defeat him and restore the underworld to its original state. Is that so? Then Jebet, send them both to the evil thoughts. Yes, Lord Kaishan. Jebet nodded. Thank you so much, Lord Kaishan. Nothing, this is what I should do. Then let's go. Jebet said, looking at Sun Wukong and his son. Okay. Sun Wukong nodded. Seeing this, Jebet teleported and brought the two to the barrier of Xianianbo. 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 At this time, Xianianbo, who looked like a little monster, was dancing in the barrier. Wukong, I can only send you here, and the rest is up to you. Okay. Sun Wukong nodded. Seeing this, Jebet immediately used teleportation to leave. Then Goten, how about I fight Xianianbo first? Okay. Sun Wushan nodded. Seeing this, Sun Wukong immediately rushed towards Xianianbo. Soon, Sun Wukong came in front of Xianianbo and punched forward with both fists. Xianianbo flashed, and in a blink of an eye, he circled behind Sun Wukong and kicked his butt hard with his right foot. Bang! With a violent sound, Sun Wukong's body hit the barrier in front of him like a ray. It hurts, it hurts. Sun Wukong raised his hand and touched his head. His body quickly stood up from the ground and turned to look at Xianianbo. Sun Wukong's expression became serious, and he raised his hands and clenched them tightly. Ha! With a loud shout, Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan. Oh! Seeing this, Xianianbo showed a trace of surprise on his face. Then, he spit out a golden energy wave from his mouth and attacked Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong rushed forward and dodged. Boom! With an explosion, the energy wave exploded on the ground. Sun Wukong shouted, rushed to Xianianbo, and punched Xianianbo with all his strength. Bang! Xianianbo was hit and took a few steps back. Evil Nianbo! Evil Nianbo! Xianianbo looked at Sun Wukong and turned the candy fragments on the ground into many small Evil Nianbo. Evil Nianbo! Evil Nianbo! Under the control of Xianianbo, the small Evil Nianbo jumped towards Sun Wukong. Clone! Seeing this, Sun Wukong immediately condensed energy waves with both hands and hit the small Evil Nianbo. Boom! 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 With huge explosions, the clones of Xianianbo were quickly destroyed. Sun Wukong smiled and looked at Xianianbo with some pride in his heart. Xianianbo looked at the proud Sun Wukong, stretched out his hands and arms and hit Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was startled and quickly jumped up from the ground. At this time, the holes and mouth of Xianianbo simultaneously sent waves to Sun Wukong. Dozens of energy waves were quickly launched into the air and attacked Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong raised his arms forward to resist Xianianbo's energy waves. Boom! 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 The energy waves hit Sun Wukong's arms and exploded. Huge waves of energy thick smoke soon covered Sun Wukong's body. Ha! Sun Wukong shouted, and suddenly a powerful energy burst out of his body, rebounding the attacking energy waves. Then, he rushed towards the evil thought wave on the ground. At this moment, the evil thought wave punched down with his right fist, and a ripple immediately appeared in the void, transmitting his fist to the sky above Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was startled, and before he could dodge, he was hit hard to the ground by the right fist of the evil thought wave. A large piece of sand and dust was immediately raised on the ground. Energy distorts space. Sun Wushan narrowed his eyes when he saw this. This trick of the evil thought wave is the same as the trick used by Analazar in the third universe in Dragon Ball Super. Damn it! Just at this moment, Sun Wukong shouted angrily, and his body quickly climbed up from the ground and rushed towards the evil thought wave. Xianianbo's fists quickly hit the left and right sides, and the energy's ability to distort space immediately sent his attack to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was startled and quickly dodged to the sides. At this time, Xianianbo's fists hit the surrounding space randomly. Xianianbo's attacks immediately appeared from all directions and hit Sun Wukong. Although Sun Wukong was strong, he was still unable to dodge so many attacks at the same time. Bang! With a violent thump and scream, Sun Wukong's back was hit hard. Immediately afterwards, Xianianbo's other attacks hit Sun Wukong again, causing him to scream. Bang! Xianianbo clasped his hands together and knocked Sun Wukong heavily to the ground. Ah! Seeing this, Sun Wushan couldn't help but sigh. As we all know, Sun Wukong has a bad habit of not liking to use all his strength at the beginning. At this moment, Sun Wukong got up from the ground and quickly put his hands together. Came Pa Qi Gong. A deep blue wave of qi condensed in Sun Wukong's hands. At this moment, Xianianbo raised his right hand, and Sun Wukong's figure suddenly appeared in his hand. Bo! Sun Wukong had not yet realized that he was in Xianianbo's hand, so he used Kamehameha. At the moment when Kamehameha was used, Sun Wukong's body was teleported in front of Kamehameha. Boom! With a huge explosion, Sun Wukong's face was burnt black by his own Kamehameha. Can you do magic? Sun Wukong looked at Xianianbo in a daze. Chapter 41. After Sun Wukong finished speaking, the expression on his face suddenly became extremely serious. Sun Wukong clenched his hands fiercely, and an extremely amazing aura emanated from his whole body, and he quickly rose up. Ah! With an extremely violent roar, Sun Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Xianianbo, you are really amazing. You can actually force me to use Super Saiyan 3. Xianianbo. Xianianbo. After hearing this, Xianianbo continued to jump towards Sun Wukong. Ah! Sun Wukong shouted loudly, and rushed under Xianianbo in the blink of an eye, and punched Xianianbo into the air. Then, Sun Wukong's body quickly came to the air, and his fists hit Xianianbo's abdomen like lightning. Zzz. Bang bang bang! Because when Sun Wukong's body emits energy, lightning will linger, so when his fists hit Xianianbo, lightning will also hit Xianianbo together. Xianianbo was constantly hit into the sky under Sun Wukong's fierce attack. Ha! At this moment, Sun Wukong suddenly flew above Xianianbo, condensed two golden energy waves with his hands, and hit Xianianbo's abdomen. Bang! The energy wave hit Xianianbo's abdomen and exploded above his abdomen. After Xianianbo's body exploded, he floated in the air like mud soaked by rain, and then slowly turned into a man with an evil face and orange-red skin. The man had pointed ears, a pair of black eyes and egg yolk eyes, and wore a light purple armor that exposed his abdomen. He had a pair of animal horns on his head, a strong and tall figure, a long lizard-like tail behind him, and white wrist guards on his wrists and calves. This is the second form of Xianianbo. Sun Wukong was startled. Xianianbo laughed evilly, and his body suddenly disappeared from the spot and rushed in front of Sun Wukong. What a fast speed! Sun Wukong clenched his fists and attacked Xianianbo. Xianianbo raised his hands and caught Sun Wukong's fist. Sun Wukong raised his foot and kicked forward, kicking Xianianbo away. Just at this moment, a dark dragon ball suddenly appeared and attached to Xianianbo. Sun Wushan, who was standing aside, saw it and immediately showed a trace of surprise on his face. Dark Dragon Ball. In his previous life, he had seen the Dragon Ball comics of the Dark Demon Realm. In the comics, the Dark Demon Realm's king god Mekadapura asked the gods of the Demon Realm to activate the Dark Dragon Balls in order to restore his youth and strength. Then, these Dark Dragon Balls flew into different time and space. One of them was a Dark Dragon Ball, which was attached to Xianianbo. Ah! Just as Sun Wushan was thinking, Xianianbo roared loudly, and his egg-yellow eyes turned black, and the whole person seemed to be out of control. Sun Wukong raised his right foot and kicked forward with force. Bang! With a violent sound, Xianyanbo was kicked out. But he quickly slowed down and rushed towards Sun Wukong quickly. But the attack was in the blink of an eye. Xianyanbo came in front of Sun Wukong, and his fists and feet were like lightning, attacking Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong raised his fists and attacked Xianyanbo. Bang! 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 The fists of the two were like a storm, hitting each other hard. However, Xianyanbo's power increased greatly because of the control of the Dark Dragon Ball, so after fighting with Sun Wukong for a while, he knocked Sun Wukong to the ground. Seeing this, Sun Wushan immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan God and rushed towards Xianyanbo. Bang! Sun Wushan flew in front of Xianyanbo and kneed him with his right foot, knocking Xianyanbo away. Xianyanbo gritted his teeth, and his body quickly slowed down from the ground and rushed towards Sun Wushan. Sun Wushan's figure flashed, and in the blink of an eye he came behind Xianyanbo, and his right hand condensed a golden energy wave and hit Xianyanbo. Boom! With a huge explosion, Xianyanbo was destroyed, and the Dark Dragon Ball attached to him also fell to the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the Master for defeating the evil thought wave, and gaining the ability to travel through the yin and yang worlds, the ability to distort space with energy, control life and death, control the laws of life and death in the yin and yang worlds, can change the state of the dead at will, and make all ghosts and corpses resurrect and come to the human world to cause chaos, causing a great disturbance on the earth, including Frisia's army, create barriers, decompose and move. And get an extra reward of the angel staff, including the shuttle block. Angel staff? Yes, Master. After hearing this, Sun Wushan immediately picked up the 3-star Dark Dragon Ball on the ground. At this moment, a ripple appeared in the void next to Sun Wushan. A white-haired man with a huge sickle in his hand and a lot of white cloth wrapped around his head appeared. His name is Hulam, and he is the demon god of the Dark Demon Realm. After Hulam appeared, many men wearing masks appeared. These people are the masked army under the Dark Demon Realm King God Mecha Capra. Many of these people are scions. Hand over the Dark Dragon Ball. Hulam looked at Sun Goten, who was holding the Dark Dragon Ball in his hand, and threatened him. Sun Goten smiled and said, "If you have the ability, just take it from me." Damn it! Hulam shouted angrily, raised the sickle in his hands with both hands, and rushed towards Sun Goten. Ha! Sun Goten shouted, his body turned into a red light, and rushed towards Hulam. Soon, Hulam rushed in front of Sun Goten, and waved the sickle in both hands quickly at Sun Goten. Sun Wushan dodged and attacked Hulam. Bang! With a heavy kick, Sun Wushan's right foot hit Hulam hard, and Hulam's body immediately retreated backwards. Hulam gritted his teeth and rushed towards Sun Wushan again. Sun Wushan dodged and jumped left and right, easily avoiding Hulam's attack. After seeing this, Hulam attacked Sun Wushan with even more anger. Sun Wushan snorted coldly, and his right foot swept Hulam to the ground like an autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves. Then, his right hand quickly condensed a golden energy wave and hit Hulam. Boom! With a huge explosion, Sun Wushan's energy wave hit Hulam. The thick smoke produced by the explosion soon covered Hulam's body. Lord Hulam! After seeing this, the masked army showed worried expressions. Their strength is not strong, they just come to help. So once Hulam is defeated, they can only run away. Ding! Congratulations to the Master for defeating Hulam and gaining the ability to travel through time and space, the power of darkness. The power of darkness. This is a power possessed by a demon god, it can enhance your strength. Chapter 42. Just at this moment, a Sun Wukong wearing a black martial arts uniform and a red coat appeared. This Sun Wukong is from Xeno Time and Space. He is now a member of the Space Patrol. His main job is to help the Time King God to reverse the wrong history. After the Space Patrol Sun Wukong appeared, he immediately looked at the masked army and Hulam. Although Hulam was hit by the energy wave of Sun Goten, he was not destroyed. Space Patrol. Seeing the Space Patrol Sun Wukong, Hulam knew that he could not get the Dark Dragon Ball today, so he chose to retreat with the masked army. Escaped. The Space Patrol Sun Wukong said, looking at Sun Goten who was holding the Dark Dragon Ball in his hand. The Space Patrol Sun Wukong flew in front of Sun Goten and greeted him. Goten. Sun Goten nodded. Who are you? I am Sun Wukong from another time and space. Another time and space? Who were those people just now? Those people are from the Dark Demon Realm. Goten, can you give me the Dark Dragon Ball in your hand? Of course, I can, but I have a condition. What condition? I want to fight with you. Whether I win or lose, I will give you the Dark Dragon Ball. Fight. Sun Wukong of the Time and Space Patrol looked at Sun Wukong. Although Sun Wukong looks young, he can defeat the demon god Hulam, so he must have some strength. Okay. Sun Wukong of the Time and Space Patrol agreed after thinking for a while. After hearing this, Sun Wukong stepped back and made a fighting gesture with both hands. Sun Wukong of the Time and Space Patrol looked serious and clenched his fists tightly. Ha! With a loud shout, Sun Wukong of the Time and Space Patrol transformed into Super Saiyan 4. What a strong aura! After feeling the aura of the Space Patrol team Sun Wukong, a trace of surprise immediately appeared on his face. Seeing this, Sun Wushan clenched his hands and transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. What is your transformation? Why can't I feel your aura at all? The Space Patrol team Sun Wukong asked. This is called Super Saiyan Blue, a Super Saiyan transformation with Super Saiyan God as the norm. Super Saiyan God? Yes, because mortals can't feel the breath of God, so you can't feel my aura. So that's how it is. So let's get started. Yeah. Sun Wushan nodded. Seeing this, the Space Patrol team Sun Wukong shouted loudly, and his body turned into a red light and rushed towards Sun Wushan. Sun Wushan shouted loudly, and his body turned into a blue light and rushed up. Swish! Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, the two of them were in the air at the same time, fighting fiercely. Because the two of them moved so fast, from a distance, it looked like a lot of ripples in the sky. After the two of them fought for a while, Sun Wukong of the Space-Time Patrol punched Sun Wushan in the face with his right fist, knocking him down heavily to the ground. A large piece of sand and dust was immediately raised on the ground. When the sand and dust dispersed, Sun Wushan stepped on the ground with both feet and rushed towards Sun Wukong of the Space-Time Patrol in the sky. Sun Wukong of the Space-Time Patrol flashed, and in a blink of an eye he came behind Sun Wushan, kicking Sun Wushan's body with his right foot. Bang! Sun Wukong of the Space-Time Patrol kicked Sun Wushan's back with his right foot, and Sun Wushan's body hit the barrier like a ray. The barrier broke a large piece of the wall because of Sun Wushan's violent impact. Damn it! Goshen gritted his teeth, quickly got up from the ground, and clenched his fists tightly. Ah! Goshen roared loudly, and a lot of red energy suddenly emanated from his body. Could this move be? Gaku was shocked. Because the move Goshen used was his King Fist. However, using King Fist puts a heavy burden on the body, and Goshen used it in the state of Super Saiyan Blue. King Fist. As a fellow Gaku, Gaku of the Space-Time Patrol naturally knew this move. However, he still found it hard to believe that Goshen could use King Fist in the state of Super Saiyan Blue. Because King Fist is used in the Super Saiyan state, the burden is not ordinary, and one's life may be in danger if it is not used properly. However, what they don't know is that Goshen now has the physique of Majin Buu and has a super strong recovery ability, so there is no need to worry about these. At this time, Goten combined the Super Saiyan Blue aura with the auras of the King Fist completely merged together. In addition to Sun Wuxian's blue aura, a red aura appeared. Did it succeed? Sun Wukong was shocked. Sun Wuxian looked at the Space Patrol Sun Wukong in the sky, clenched his fists and said, 10 times Kaioken. As soon as the voice fell, Sun Wuxian's body immediately turned into a red flash and rushed towards the Space Patrol Sun Wukong. Space Patrol Sun Wukong clenched his fists, and the expression on his face became very nervous. Sun Wuxian was very fast, and he arrived in front of the Space Patrol Sun Wukong in almost the blink of an eye. Space Patrol Sun Wukong looked at the 10 times Kaioken that was about to hit him, and immediately raised his arms to resist the punch. Bang! With a violent sound, the Space Patrol Sun Wukong flew backwards like a ray. Sun Wuxian shouted, and quickly came behind the Space-Time Patrol Sun Wukong, and swung his right fist forward. Space-Time Patrol Sun Wukong moved to the right and dodged Sun Wuxian's attack. Sun Wuxian was startled and was about to kick forward. The figure of Space-Time Patrol Sun Wukong suddenly disappeared and appeared in front of Sun Wuxian. Goten, 10 times Kaioken should be your limit, right? I don't know, but I think I can go higher. Go higher, are you going to use 20 times Kaioken? Yes. Sun Wuxian nodded. Goten, let me ask you, how old are you this year? 7 years old. 7 years old. Space-Time Patrol Sun Wukong was shocked. When he was 7 years old, he couldn't even beat Master Kame. But the Sun Wuxian of this time and space already has the strength of Super Saiyan 4. The gap between this person and the world is too big. Ah! Just when Sun Wukong of the Space-Time Patrol was thinking, Sun Wuxian clenched his fists and raised his aura again. Seeing this, Sun Wukong of the Space-Time Patrol immediately became extremely solemn. Soon, Sun Wuxian raised the King of Kings to 20 times. 20 times King of Kings. Sun Wuxian shouted, and his body speed was much faster than before, rushing towards Sun Wukong of the Space-Time Patrol. Chapter 43. Although the Time and Space Patrol Team Sun Wukong was prepared, the speed of the 20x Kaioken was too fast, and he still failed to defend himself, and was hit in the abdomen by Sun Wuxian's 20x Kaioken. Ah! With a loud scream, the Time and Space Patrol Team Sun Wukong flew backwards like a ray. Sun Wuxian took this opportunity to quickly put his hands together and said, Kame Pai Chi Gong Wave. A deep blue breath condensed from Sun Wuxian's hands and hit the Time and Space Patrol Team Sun Wukong. Seeing this, the Time and Space Patrol Team Sun Wukong's face changed drastically, and he quickly raised his arms to resist the Kamehameha. Boom! With a huge explosion, the Kamehameha hit the Time and Space Patrol Team Sun Wukong and exploded in the sky. After the Kamehameha exploded, an extremely huge storm immediately appeared in the sky, sweeping around. Then, a large amount of smoke appeared, covering the body of the Space Patrol Sun Wukong. After a while, when the smoke in the sky dissipated, the Space Patrol Sun Wukong gasped and stood in the air. Sun Wuxian saw that the Space Patrol Sun Wukong had not been defeated, and his expression became a little solemn. The Space Patrol Sun Wukong looked at Sun Wuxian standing on the ground, and his expression was also solemn. Although he had just withstood Sun Wuxian's 20 times Kaioken, his body was seriously injured. If Sun Wuxian used the 20 Kaioken 2 or 3 more times, his body would not be able to withstand it. Ah! Just when the Space Patrol Sun Wukong was thinking this in his heart, Sun Wuxian shouted loudly, and his body exuded the breath of Kaioken again. The Space Patrol Sun Wukong has been practicing Super Saiyan 4 for a long time. Under normal circumstances, it is difficult for Sun Wuxian to defeat him. However, Goten has the physique of Majin Buu and unlimited physical strength. He can completely consume the opponent's strength through a war of attrition. When Goten of the Space-Time Patrol saw that Goten was going to use the King Ken again, a trace of surprise immediately appeared on his face. Although the King Ken is strong, it is a great burden on the body and consumes a lot of physical strength. Goten was already very surprised after using it once. Unexpectedly, he would continue to use it. I want to see how many times you can use it. 20 times the King Ken. Just at this time, Goten shouted loudly, and his body turned into a flash of light and rushed towards Goten of the Space-Time Patrol. Gaku of the Space-Time Patrol shouted loudly and also rushed towards Goten. Bang! With a shocking sound, the right fists of the two hit each other hard, and the powerful force directly knocked them both out at the same time. Goten was shocked. Then, he used the 20X Kaioken again and rushed towards the Time Patrol Team Sun Wukong. Swish! Bang! 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 With earth-shaking sounds, the two bodies turned into two red flashes and kept fighting each other in the sky. Just like that, after the two fought for a while, the Time Patrol Team Sun Wukong gradually couldn't resist because Sun Wushan kept using the 20X Kaioken. Bang! With a violent sound, the Time Patrol Team Sun Wukong's body was kicked heavily to the ground like a ray. A large piece of sand and dust was immediately raised on the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the master for defeating the Time Patrol Team Sun Wukong. Obtaining a Super 5 advanced card, learning the Dragon Fist, and an additional reward of the ability to go back 3 minutes. At this moment, the system voice came to Sun Wushan's ears. Super 5 advanced card. Sun Wushan said excitedly. Yes, master, do you want to use this advanced card? Use. Okay, master. As soon as the voice fell, a brown-yellow tail immediately grew behind Sun Wushan's buttocks. Then, Sun Wushan's body suddenly gained an extremely powerful force. At this time, Sun Wukong of the Space Patrol stood up from the ground and said, I lost to Goten. Sun Wushan nodded, took out a senzu bean and threw it to Sun Wukong of the Space Patrol. Sun Wukong of the Space Patrol took the senzu bean and swallowed it. Seeing this, Sun Wushan threw the Dark Dragon Ball in his hand to Sun Wukong of the Space Patrol. Thank you, Goten, we will see you later. See you later. After saying this, Sun Wukong of the Space Patrol flew forward immediately. Seeing this, Sun Wushan immediately took out 2 senzu beans, one for Sun Wukong and one for himself. Goten, where did you get these senzu beans? I asked for them from Lord Karan. Lord Karan. Goten nodded and looked at the barrier around him. Then he raised his right hand and the barrier around him was lifted. The barrier disappeared. Then let's go back, Dad. Sun Wukong nodded, and with a teleportation, he brought Sun Wushan back to Earth. Because the barrier disappeared, King Yama regained control of the underworld, and the ghosts summoned to Earth were also summoned back by King Yama. After the ghosts disappeared, Sun Wukong and his friends gathered the 7 Dragon Balls again and resurrected the innocent humans who died because of the ghosts. The Nest of Time is the residence of the King of Time, who is responsible for managing time and space. It is located in a void outside all time and space. The Nest of Time is very large, with a courtyard, a training room, a swimming pool, an office, etc. After Sun Wukong, a member of the Space-Time Patrol, got the 3-star Dark Dragon Ball, he returned to the Nest of Time. In the office of the Nest of Time, a little girl with pink skin, short orange-pink hair, and a shoulder-bearing Kaishin uniform was sitting on a desk, flipping through a book quickly. This little girl is the current Kaishin of Time, Ken. Lord Kaishin, I'm back. Sun Wukong of the Space-Time Patrol walked to the office and said loudly to Ken. Ken glanced at him indifferently. Wukong, do you know the purpose of the Dark Demon Realm? Sun Wukong of the Space-Time Patrol nodded and took out the Dark Dragon Ball in his hand. I think their goal should be the Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball. As long as you collect 7 Dragon Balls, you can make any wish come true. I think they should want to use the Dragon Balls to make their wishes come true. Are you saying that any wish can be made true with this ball? Yes, Lord Kaishan. In that case, we must not let the people from the Dark Demon Realm succeed. Son Goku of the Space-Time Patrol nodded. By the way, Lord Kaishan, I just met Goten when I went to the abnormal space-time. There are many parallel spaces in space-time, there is nothing strange about it. No, Lord Kaishan, I met Goten when he was only 7 years old, but he defeated me. You mean, the little Goten in the parallel space-time defeated you? Yes. Lord Kaishan. Chapter 44. It's amazing that the 7-year-old Goten can defeat you, but the most important thing for us now is the matter of the Dark Demon Realm. As for the Goten you mentioned, I will investigate it when I have time. Goten of the Space-Time Patrol nodded. Time flies, and 2 days have passed in a blink of an eye. Earth, Bayazai Mountain. After a few days of training, Gohan can use the King of Kings sword at will. Goten, my strength has become stronger, do you want to fight with me? Gohan said to Goten while waving the King of Kings sword. Are you going to fight me with the King of Kings sword? Goten asked. Of course not. You are so strong. If I use the King of Kings sword, I will definitely not be able to beat you. But brother, even if you don't use the King of Kings sword, you can't beat me. Gohan looked at the naive Goten, not knowing whether he said this intentionally or unintentionally. Anyway, Goten, I won't use the King of Kings sword. Oh. Seeing this, Gohan immediately put down the King of Kings sword in his hand and prepared to fight with Goten. At this time, a colorful light fell from the sky and landed in front of Goten and the others. When the light faded, 2 figures immediately appeared inside. These 2 people were Kampa and Bardos. Lord Kampa. Goten greeted Kampa. Kampa smiled and nodded. We meet again, Goten. Goten nodded. Son Gohan, Lord Kampa? Could it be that he is the god of destruction you mentioned? Son Goten nodded. Goten, who is he? He is my brother Son Gohan. Lord Kampa, hello. Son Gohan greeted Kampa. Kampa nodded and looked at the sword of the King of the Universe beside Son Gohan. Isn't this sword the sword of the King of the Universe? How come it is here with you? I pulled out the sword of the King of the Universe, so Lord Kaishan gave it to me. Oh, but it seems that something is sealed in this sword. What is sealed? Kampa nodded and looked at Son Goten. Goten, can you take me to taste the food on Earth? Taste the food on Earth? Yes, we are not familiar with Earth, and we don't know where the food is delicious. But I am just a child, how about I take you to Bulma's house and let Aunt Bulma take you to taste the food? Bulma. Her family is the richest on Earth, and she can get you whatever you want to eat. Is that so? In that case, Bardos, let's go to Bulma's house with Goten. Okay, Lord Kampa. Seeing this, Son Goten immediately walked to Kampa's side. Aren't you going with us? Bardos asked, looking at Son Gohan who was motionless. No, you guys can go. Okay then. Then Goten, hold my shoulder. After hearing this, Son Goten immediately put his hand on Bardos' shoulder. Seeing this, Bardos pointed the staff in his hand towards the ground. A colorful light immediately appeared under the feet of the 3 people, and took the 3 people away. West City, Bulma's house. At this time, Bulma was lying in the yard with a leisurely look on her face, reading the latest magazine. A colorful light suddenly fell from the sky and landed in the backyard of Bulma's house. When the light faded, 3 figures immediately appeared inside. These 3 people were Goten, Kampa, and Bardos. Bulma saw Goten and immediately stood up from the recliner. Goten smiled and nodded. Aunt Bulma. Who are they? This is Lord Kampa, the god of destruction of the 6th universe. And this is Sister Bardos, Lord Kampa's servant. Lord Kampa. Yes. Goten nodded. So why are they here? Aunt Bulma, they like the food on Earth very much. I hope you can take them to taste the food on Earth. Taste the food on earth. Yes, if you don't have time, you can also have someone deliver it directly. Is that so? Then what kind of food on earth do you want to eat? Bulma asked the two. Kampa, pizza, sushi, roast duck. Wait a moment, I'll take a note. Kampa nodded. After a while, Bulma called someone to deliver the food that Kampa mentioned. Bulma, then you sit in the yard for a while, and someone will deliver the food you mentioned later. Kampa nodded, and sat down at the table placed in the yard with Bardos. Seeing this, Bulma also sat down. Came down and said, Master Xiongpa, what kind of god is the god of destruction? The god of destruction is a god who is specifically responsible for destroying planets. Vados laughed. Responsible for destroying planets. Yes, but you don't have to worry, the universe that Master Xiongpa is responsible for is the 6th universe, not the 7th universe. The 6th universe. Yes, there are 12 universes in total, and the universe you are in now is the 7th universe. Then does our 7th universe also have a god of destruction? Yes, but Master Beerus is sleeping now. Sleeping? Yes. Vados nodded. The lifespan of gods is very long, so they sometimes sleep for a long time. So, does that mean all planets will be destroyed by the god of destruction? Of course not, only planets that do not meet the standards will be destroyed by the god of destruction. Not up to standard. Vados nodded again. After a long time, the food ordered by Xiongpa and his friends was delivered and placed on the table in the yard. Okay, the food you ordered is here. Xiongpa swallowed his saliva. In that case, we won't be polite. Bulma nodded. Crack, crack, crack. Seeing this, Xiongpa quickly picked up the food on the table and started eating. Trunks, isn't your father coming to eat? Bulma looked at Trunks who was sitting next to him. Dad said he wants to practice. Okay then. After a long time, Xiongpa finished eating the food ordered by Bulma and burped a lot. So full. Yeah, you ordered 3 times, how can you not be full? Xiongpa blushed after hearing this. The 3 times mentioned by Bardos were the 3 times Xiongpa ordered. Bulma ordered too little the first time, so he ordered again. But the second time was still not enough, so he ordered again. I ordered 3 times because I'm a little hungry today, and I ordered 3 times because I want to pack some food to take back. Pack? Yes, the 7th universe is so far away, if we pack some food to take back, won't it save you a few trips? Is that so? But Lord Xiongpa, you're already very fat, you still need to lose some weight. I know. Xiongpa said perfunctorily. Chapter 45. Then Bulma, can we pack up the remaining food and take it back? Bardos looked at Bulma and asked. Of course, I'll help you get the packing bags now. Thank you. After a while, Bulma packed the food on the table. Bardos waved his staff in his right hand and put the food into the staff. Lord Kampa, the food has been packed. Are you going back? Kampa nodded and stood up from the chair. Then Bulma, shall we go back? Okay. Bulma nodded. Seeing this, Bardos pointed the staff in his hand at the ground and left the earth with Kampa. Then Aunt Bulma, I'm almost back too. Goten said goodbye to Bulma. Goten, don't you want to play with Trunks for a while? No, Aunt Bulma. Okay then. Goten said, and immediately left Bulma's house. Dark Demon Realm. An old man with pale blue skin and white hair on his head was standing in a place where 7 dark dragon balls were placed. This man was the ruler of the Dark Demon Realm, Mechacapura. After a battle with the Space-Time Patrol, the Dark Demon Realm finally defeated the Space-Time Patrol and got the 7 dark dragon balls. Let's get started. Mechacapura said to the graceful woman beside him. The woman's name was Tova, and she was the female demon of the Dark Demon Realm. It's Lord Mechacapura. As Tova said, she used magic words to summon the dark dragon. As the summoning spell was recited, a long dark dragon soon appeared in the sky. This long dragon was the dark dragon. Tell me your wish, any wish can be fulfilled, but only one can be fulfilled. Lord Mechacapura. After hearing this, Tova immediately looked at Mechacapura beside her. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the dark dragon ball. This person was Sun Wuxian. Who is it? Tova looked at Sun Wuxian, who suddenly appeared, and the expression on her face immediately became extremely vigilant. Sun Wuxian chuckled, and condensed a golden energy wave with his right hand, hitting the dark dragon. Not good. Tova was shocked, and it was too late to stop it in her heart. Boom! With an explosion, the dark dragon was blown to pieces. Ding! Congratulations to the master for defeating the dark dragon and obtaining the dark dragon's magic power. Damn it! Mechacapra saw that the dark dragon ball that he had obtained with great difficulty was destroyed by Sun Wuxian, and he immediately became extremely angry. Tova, kill him for me. It's Master Mechacapra. Tova said, and his body rushed towards Sun Wuxian as fast as lightning. Sun Wuxian clenched his hands tightly, and an extremely amazing aura emanated from his whole body, and he quickly rose up. Ah! With a loud roar, Sun Wuxian's body turned into an adult size. Except for his head, hands, feet, and chest, his whole body was covered with a lot of red hair. He had thick black hair draped over his shoulders, and his eyes were golden with red eye circles. He was naked on the upper body, and wore yellow trousers and black cloth shoes on the lower body. This was exactly Super Saiyan 4. When Tova saw Sun Wuxian's transformation, she was shocked, but she still attacked Sun Wuxian. Sun Wuxian chuckled and dodged to the side. Master Tova. When Myra, the artificial man created by Tova, saw this, she immediately rushed towards Sun Wuxian together. Damn it! Tova screamed angrily, raised the magic wand in her right hand, and attacked Sun Wuxian frantically. Sun Wuxian's body moved quickly in the sky like light and dodged. Swoosh! Boom! 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 With huge explosions, the energy waves fired by Tova's magic wand exploded in the sky. Mechacapra saw that Tova could not attack Goten, and immediately said to the other 5 demon gods. Sarasa, Putin, all of you come and get rid of that guy. It's Lord Mechacapra. After the 5 people said this, they immediately rushed towards Goten together. 6 against 1. Goten said, and his fists hit the surroundings as fast as light. Suddenly, ripples appeared, transmitting Goten's attack to Sarasa and the others. This is the energy distortion space ability of the evil thought wave. Because Gyulabi, Putin, and Dapra did not expect Goten to have the energy distortion space ability, their bodies were directly hit by Goten's sudden attack, and their bodies quickly fell to the ground. Sarasa and Hulam, who dodged Goten's attack, rushed towards Goten with anger on their faces. Sun Wuxian stood still. Soon, 2 people rushed to Sun Wuxian, one raised his magic wand, and the other raised his sickle, and attacked Sun Wuxian. Sun Wuxian's body turned into particles and went behind the 2 people. The attacks of the 2 people also failed. Sun Wuxian took this opportunity to kick Sarasa's waist with his right foot. Bang! Boom! With a bang, Sarasa's body fell heavily to the ground like a ray. A large piece of sand and dust was immediately raised on the ground. Hulam gritted his teeth, raised his huge sickle with both hands, and attacked Sun Wuxian. Sun Wuxian raised his right hand and grabbed Hulam's sickle. Hulam was startled. Sun Wuxian raised his left foot and kicked Hulam heavily. Hulam screamed loudly, and his body flew backwards like a ray. Sun Wuxian glanced at the sickle in his hand and put it into the system's inventory. Hulam's sickle is gone. Putin, who fell to the ground, was shocked. Gyulabi nodded, picked up the big hammer in his right hand, and climbed up from the ground. Seeing this, Sun Wuxian clenched his fists hard, and his whole body exuded an extremely amazing aura, and quickly rose up. Boom! The dark demon realm shook violently under the influence of Sun Wuxian's aura. What? What? Mecha was shocked. Ah! At this moment, Sun Wuxian's hair turned silver, the silver hair on his head grew to his waist, his eyes turned purple, his skin turned red, and a large amount of lightning emanated from his body. This is exactly Super Saiyan 5. Although Goten's Super Saiyan 4 could deal with them, he didn't want to waste time with them, so he chose to transform into Super Saiyan 5 to defeat them. Sarasa and the others looked at Goten, who had transformed into Super Saiyan 5, and their faces became extremely solemn. Although they didn't know how powerful Super Saiyan 5 was, from the perception of his aura, the power of Super Saiyan 5 was definitely not something they could handle. Bang! After Goten completed his transformation, he immediately released the energy gathered outside his body, and a deep pit like a meteorite fell immediately appeared on the ground. Chapter 46. Gyulabi gritted his teeth and rushed towards Sun Wuxian first. Sun Wuxian moved and appeared in front of Gyulabi in the blink of an eye, kicking his chest with his right foot. Boom! With a bang, Gyulabi's body hit the mountain behind him like a ray. After seeing this, Tova and the others immediately rushed towards Sun Wuxian together. Sun Wuxian moved and came behind Sarasa in the blink of an eye, and kicked him with his right knee, sending him flying. Then, he quickly appeared in front of Shulam, Pudin, and Dapra, and knocked the three people away with one punch or one kick. Tova was shocked to see the three people being knocked away, but she still raised the magic wand in her hand and fired an energy wave at Sun Wuxian. Just when Tova raised the magic wand, Sun Wuxian suddenly appeared and snatched the magic wand from her hand. "My wand!" Tova shouted as she saw her wand being taken away. Goten ignored her and put her wand into the system's inventory. Then, he condensed a golden energy wave in his right hand and attacked Tova. Boom! With a huge explosion, Tova was hit by the energy wave, and a lot of smoke from the explosion immediately appeared in the sky. "Master Tova!" Myra roared loudly and rushed towards Goten at full speed. Goten's figure flashed and appeared behind Myra in the blink of an eye. He condensed a golden energy wave in his right hand and hit Myra. Boom! With a huge explosion, Myra was destroyed. Ding! Congratulations to the master for defeating Tova, learned. Ding! Congratulations to the master for defeating Myra, learned. Who are you? Mechapra asked Goten with an angry face. Goten. Goten, so you are from the Space-Time Patrol. No, but I know someone from the Space-Time Patrol. Really? Mechacapra said, and raised his right wand. A powerful dark force appeared on the wand and was injected into the body of the demon god Dapra. Ah! Dapura roared loudly, and an extremely amazing aura emanated from his whole body. Goten stood in the air with a calm expression. Although Dapra's aura has improved a little, it is still far behind him. In a dark castle in the southern part of the demon world. At this time, a man with pale yellow skin, pointed ears, long fiery red hair on his head, and wearing a blue dress was sitting on a stone chair. The man's name is Demigula. In ancient times, he was the strongest magician in the heavens. Together with two other magicians in the heavens, Pudin and Gurbi, he betrayed the heavens and joined the dark demon king Mechacapura, and was endowed with the power of the demon god. He became one of the creators of the dark demon world. Later, he and Mechacapura were defeated by Cain and sealed in the space-time crack. After Mechacapura and others escaped from the space-time crack, he also escaped from it. However, after he escaped, he did not unseal the dark demon world with Mechacapura, but chose to take his subordinates Xiaomiu and Luobailo back to the demon world and wait for an opportunity. Originally, the space-time patrol was defeated, and he was worried that Mechacapura would come to deal with him after he regained his youth. Fortunately, Sun Wuxian appeared and disturbed Mechacapura's plan. However, Sun Wuxian is powerful. If he is a member of the Space-Time Patrol, it will become difficult for him to deal with the Space-Time Patrol. Dark Demon World. Ha! After Dabura obtained the power of darkness, he immediately raised the magic wand in his hand and rushed towards Sun Wuxian. Sun Wuxian's figure flashed, and in the blink of an eye he appeared behind Dabura, and kicked his right foot hard on the back. Bang! Boom! With a bang, Dabura's body fell heavily to the ground like a ray. A large piece of sand and dust was immediately raised on the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the master for defeating the demon god Dabura, learning. Damn it! Seeing this, Mechacapura gritted his teeth in anger. If he had not been sealed for too long and had little dark power left in his body, he would have fought Sun Wuxian himself. But now, even if he fought himself, he might not be Sun Wuxian's opponent. Just when Mechacapura was thinking, Sun Wuxian had already rushed towards the other demon gods. Ding! Congratulations to the master for defeating Sarasa, I learned. Ding! Congratulations to the master for defeating Gulabi, I learned. Under the absolute strength of Sun Wuxian, Sarasa and the others were quickly defeated by Sun Wuxian. Only you are left. Sun Wuxian looked at Mechacapura with a cold face. Mechacapura looked at the fallen Sarasa and the others on the sky, raised their right wands, and a black vortex immediately appeared beside Sarasa and the others. Dark Devouring. Sarasa looked at the black vortex that suddenly appeared in the sky, and his face suddenly changed. Dark Devouring is one of Mechacapura's strongest skills. He can use the powerful dark power to devour everything and transform it into his own power. Mechacapura once used this trick to devour the history of a time and space. Mechacapura used this trick, obviously wanting to devour them and get the power from them. Mechacapura, you bastard, we are helping you wholeheartedly, but you actually want to devour us. Hulam cursed at Mechacapura loudly. Mechacapura snorted coldly. This world is a world where the strong prey on the weak. If you want to blame someone, blame your weak strength. Kill each other. Sun Wuxian said, and immediately rushed towards Mechacapura. Because Goten was so fast, Mechacapura was punched away by Goten before he could react. Boom! With a bang, Mechacapura's body hit the mountain behind him like a ray. A large amount of dust was immediately raised on the mountain. Goten clapped his hands forward, and a large amount of energy waves were launched from his hands, attacking Mechacapura. Boom! 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 With huge explosions, Mechacapura was hit by the energy waves and screamed violently. At this time, Mechacapura's dark devouring devoured Sarasa and others, turning them into the power of Mechacapura's body. After swallowing Sarasa and others' power, Mechacapura's aura became much stronger, but it was still far from his peak power. And although he obtained Sarasa and others' power, his body was still in his twilight years. After Mechacapura's power increased, he immediately raised the magic wand in his hand and fired several energy waves at Sun Wuxian. Sun Wuxian raised his right hand and slapped away all the energy waves that Mechacapura attacked. Boom! 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 Chapter 47. With huge explosions, energy waves exploded in the sky. Swoosh! Mechacapura's figure flashed, and in the blink of an eye he appeared in front of Sun Wuxian, and his right hand wand attacked forward with force. Sun Wuxian's figure flashed and appeared behind Mechacapura. Mechacapura was startled and turned around quickly, and saw a fist hitting him in the face. Mechacapura's body immediately flew backwards like a ray. Sun Wuxian took this opportunity to quickly put his hands together and said, "Kame Pai Chi Gongbo." A deep blue chi wave condensed from Sun Wuxian's hands and hit Mechacapura. Mechacapura was shocked, and it was too late for him to dodge. Bang! With a violent sound, Kamehameha hit Mechacapura and pushed his body backwards. Then, with an extremely loud explosion, Kamehameha exploded in the sky. An extremely huge storm appeared and swept around. Sun Yushan gathered his energy and condensed a translucent protective shield to resist the strong wind. After a while, when the explosion stopped, Sun Yushan suddenly heard the voice of the system in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the master for defeating Mecha Capra, learning the dark body control, dark air bomb, dark devouring. After hearing this, Sun Yushan immediately looked forward. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Mecha Capra's body slowly appeared. Mecha Capra gasped for air, his clothes were torn in many places, and he looked very embarrassed. Immortal body. Mecha Capra swallowed a lot of history, so his body is likely to be immortal. Mecha Capra did not reply to him, but raised his magic wand and fired energy waves at Sun Yushan. Sun Yushan moved his body to the side and dodged easily. Just at this time, Sun Yushan of the Space-Time Patrol arrived with Qian and others. Sun Yushan of the Space-Time Patrol, Goshen. Sun Yushan nodded and changed his body back to normal. Since you are here, this guy is left to you. Wait! Kane shouted to Sun Yushan with a very serious look. What's wrong? Who are you? Why can you travel through time and space? I am Sun Yushan. As for why I can travel through time and space, I can't tell you. See you later. After Sun Yushan finished speaking, he immediately opened a space-time door and left the Dark Demon Realm. Then Lord Kai, are we going to chase him? Sun Wuhan of the Space-Time Patrol asked. No, let's deal with this guy first. After hearing this, Sun Yushan of the Space-Time Patrol immediately looked at Mecha Capra. King of the Kai. After hearing this, Mecha Capra gritted his teeth. Then, the Space-Time Patrol fought fiercely with Mecha Capra. Finally, Mecha Capra was sealed forever by the Space-Time Patrol with the key sword. Main Space-Time. Goten returned to the main space-time. Since he had nothing to do at home, he borrowed Gohan's King of the Kai sword. At this time, he was waving the King of the Kai sword in the back mountain. After waving the King of the Kai sword for a while, Goten transformed into Super Saiyan 4, grabbed the blade of the King of the Kai sword with his right hand, and folded it outward. Crack! With the sound of a long sword breaking, the King of the Kai sword was broken in half. Goten looked around and found nothing. After a while, an old man in the King of the Kai uniform suddenly appeared behind Goten. This man was the old King of the Kai. Goten turned around as if he had noticed something and saw the hunchbacked old Kai. You saved me? Old Kai asked. Yes. Goten nodded. What's your name? My name is Goten. Goten. How did you know I was trapped in the sword? Lord Xiangpa, tell me. Lord Xiang. Lord Xiangpa, are you talking about the god of destruction of the sixth universe? Yes. How did you get the sword of King Kai? Goten immediately told old Kai about Majin Bu. When Goten finished speaking, old Kai looked at Goten calmly. So, that means it was actually your brother who pulled out the sword of King Kai? Yes. Goten nodded. This is difficult, because my original intention was to repay the person who pulled out the sword of the King of Kings. Repay? Yes, I am the King of Kings after all, I still know how to repay a favor. You are amazing. Of course. How about you fight me? Ahem. Old Kai coughed. What I mean by powerful is different from what you understand as powerful. Different. What I mean by powerful is my ability. I can increase a person's strength beyond the limit. Beyond the limit, understand? Oh, then can you fight me? Old Kai was speechless. I've already said that I'm not good at fighting, but my ability is powerful. It's okay, Master Old Kai, I won't use my full strength. Old Kai was speechless again. Is this a question of whether to use full strength or not? Goten, you see I'm already old, do you think I can still fight you? Why not? Grandpa Kame can still fight with my father. Who is Kame? My father's master. Old Kai looked at the innocent son Goten and couldn't help him, so he could only agree. Okay, but I'm an old man now, you can't hit me too hard. Okay. Son Goten smiled and nodded. Old Kai looked at the smiling son Goten and made up his mind that he would admit defeat as soon as they started fighting. Then Goten, attack me. Okay. As soon as he finished speaking, son Goten hit Old Kai's face with his right fist. Old Kai screamed loudly, and his body flew backwards like a ray and crashed into the mountain behind him. Ding! Congratulations to the master for defeating Old Kai, obtaining clairvoyance, the ability to see insects fighting on Earth from King Kai, learning God-level teleportation, and an additional crystal ball, the ability to use magic to see everything in the 7th universe. It hurts so much. Just then, Old Kai covered his head with his hands and screamed. Goten, I told you to be gentle, but you hit me so hard. Seeing this, Goten ran over and took out a senzu bean for him. I'm sorry, Old Kai, this is a senzu bean. If you take it, your injuries will heal. Senzu bean. Yes. Goten nodded. Chapter 48. Seeing this, Old Kai hesitated for a while and swallowed the senzu bean. The wounds on Old Kai recovered immediately. Goten, where did you get this senzu bean? It's quite magical. I asked for this from Lord Karan. Lord Karan. Yes, he is a sage living in Karan Tower. Is that so? Then Goten, if there is nothing else, I will leave. Where to? Of course, back to the Kaishan realm. Oh. Then thank your brother for me. Thank my brother. Yes, after all, it was he who pulled out the sword of the King of Gods. Then Old Kai, can you help me repair this sword of the King of Gods? No. Old Kai shook his head. This sword of the King of Gods has sealed him for so long, how can he possibly repair this sword? Why? No reason. After saying this, Old Kai used teleportation and left the earth. Kaishan realm. At this time, East Kaishan was standing on a grass field observing the universe, and a figure suddenly appeared in front of East Kaishan. This person was Old Kaishan. East Kaishan lowered his head and looked at Old Kaishan. Who are you, old sir? I am probably the 15th Kaishan before you. 15th. East Kaishan was shocked. Yes. Then aren't you my ancestor? Yes. Old Kaishan nodded. Then, ancestor, how did you suddenly appear? It's a long story. To put it simply, I was sealed in the Sword of Kings. Sword of Kings? Isn't that sword in Gohan's hand? Yes. Goten broke the sword while practicing sword today. Break the sword. Yes, otherwise I would still be sealed in it. Originally, I thought that the one who pulled out the Sword of Kings would be a certain generation of kings, but I didn't expect it to be a human. The kings are really getting worse and worse. Sorry, I'm sorry, ancestor. East Kai said ashamedly. After hearing this, the Old Kai snorted coldly and said nothing. Earth, Baizai Mountain. After the Old Kai left, Goten returned home and told Gohan that the Sword of Kings was broken in half. Old Kai. Yes. Goten nodded. If the King Kai's sword is broken, it's broken. I'll ask Dad to ask King Kai to fix it. King Kai. Yes. Son Gohan nodded. Universe 6. Kampa and Bardos were flying fast in the universe at this time, looking for Super Dragon Balls. Master Kampa, we have found 5 Super Wishing Balls now. As long as we find 2 more Super Wishing Balls, we will have found all the Super Wishing Balls. Kampa nodded. Then we will make a wish to the Super Shenlong, so that we can have Earth in Universe 6. Yes. Kampa nodded. Bardos, how long will it take Beerus to wake up? 5 years. Really? This guy can really sleep. Master Xiongpa, you slept much longer than Master Beerus. That was before. Now there are delicious foods like earth food. I won't sleep so long again. By the way, Bardas, what do you think of the scion called Sun Goten? What do you think? He is only 7 years old, but he has such a strong power. Bardas thought for a while and said. He has the potential to become a god of destruction. Just as I thought. Then Master Xiongpa, are you planning to let him take over your position? No, I don't have the idea of not wanting to be a god of destruction yet. I just think he is quite powerful and may catch up with me in the future. Time flies, and half a month has passed in a blink of an eye. Everything was very peaceful during this half month. Baizai Mountain, the mountain behind Sun Wukong's home. Sun Wushan was practicing in the back mountain at this time, and a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. This person was Qin, the king of time. Who are you? I am the king of time who is in charge of managing time and space. What are you doing here? I came to ask you about traveling through time and space. Traveling through time and space is usually only possible for the demon god, me and the king of time. Even Sun Wukong and others from the Time and Space Patrol can only open the door of time and space with my help. So who are you? Sun Wushan smiled and said. Didn't I tell you before? My name is Sun Goten. Then how do you explain traveling through time and space? It was an old man who gave me the power of time. Old man? Yes, he told me not to reveal his identity. After hearing this, Qian touched his chin with his right hand. In that case, why don't you join our time patrol? No. Why? Because I always like to be alone. In that case, I'll go back. Going back now. Otherwise, would you stay for dinner? Not impossible. After hearing this, Qian was too lazy to pay attention to him and chose to leave directly. Time Nest. At this time, Trunks of the Time Patrol was practicing sword in the yard and suddenly saw Qian's figure. Lord Kaishan. Kane nodded. Lord Kaishan, how did you go to ask? I didn't ask anything. Then do you think he might be possessed by someone? I don't know, but I didn't sense any evil spirit in him. Do you think he might be a reincarnated time traveler? I don't know. Lord Kaishan, did you invite him to join our time patrol? I did, but he refused. Kaishan Realm. At this time, the old Kaishan was very bored and was watching the insects fighting on Earth with his clairvoyance. A figure suddenly appeared in the Kaishan realm. This person was Sun Goten. Goten. East Kaishan was shocked. Long time no see, Lord Kaishan. Hearing this, the old Kaishan immediately looked at Sun Goten. Long time no see, Lord Kaishan. After hearing this, the old Kaishan immediately looked at Sun Goten. Long time no see, Goten, why did you suddenly come here today? I came to see Lord Old Kaishan. Looking for me? Goten nodded. What do you want to talk to me about? Old Kai, didn't you say before that you can make people surpass their limits? You want me to help you surpass your limits? Yes. Goten nodded. No. Why? You hit me before, have you forgotten? But Old Kai, didn't I give you senzu beans later? No, anyway, I have already repaid you. In that case, I can only go to find Master Xiongpa. What do you want to find Master Xiongpa for? The Kaishan sword has been repaired, I think I'd better let you return to the sword. Chapter 49. Sword of the King of the Kai. Yeah, my dad asked the King of the Kai to fix it. King of the North, that bastard. Old King of the Kai gritted his teeth. Then Old King of the Kai, will you help me improve my strength? Old King of the Kai snorted coldly. How dare I not help? I really don't understand, you are so strong, why do you want to get stronger? It's just like human desires, they will never be satisfied. I didn't expect you to know so much at such a young age. Goten smiled but said nothing. Since you want me to help you improve your strength, you have to listen to me next. Goten nodded. Well, stand up straight now. Goten stood up straight immediately after hearing this. Old King of the Kai nodded and danced around Goten. Old ancestor, what are you doing? This is a ritual to help Goten improve his strength. Ritual? Yes. Old Kai nodded. By the way, Goten, I just forgot to tell you that my ritual takes 24 hours. If you think it takes too long, you can still stop it now. It's okay, Old Kai, just help me improve my strength. You said that? Yes. Goten nodded. Seeing this, Old Kai had no choice but to help Goten improve his strength. Because this ritual takes 24 hours, Goten asked East Kai to tell Gaku about it. Gaku didn't say anything after knowing this, but Chi-Chi was very excited after knowing this. Because Goten rarely stays overnight outside. Originally, a day passed quickly, but because Goten couldn't do anything or sleep, he felt that time passed very slowly. Not ready yet. Goten said, looking at the sky that had not changed. Wait a little longer. Okay then. Just at this moment, a colorful light descended from the sky and landed on the Kaishin realm. When the light faded, two figures immediately appeared inside. These two people were Kampa and Bardos. Lord Kampa. Goten greeted Kampa. Kampa nodded and looked at Goten sitting on the grass. I heard from Bulma that you asked the Kaishin to help you improve your strength. Yes, it's almost ready. Really? In that case, I'll wait a little longer. After a while, the old Kaishin suddenly retracted his right hand and said. Okay, the upgrade is complete. Is the upgrade complete? Yes. The old Kaishin nodded. You can try to release your chi. Okay. After hearing this, Goten immediately stood up from the grass and clenched his fists. Ha! With a loud shout, a breath stronger than Super Saiyan 5 emanated from Goten and spread to the entire universe. Xiongpa was shocked. Although Goten's breath was that of a mortal, the breath emitted from his body should not be underestimated even by him, the god of destruction. As Goten's breath spread, Gaku, who was training on the North Kai planet, also felt Goten's chi. This is Goten's chi, how could his chi become so strong? Yes, this chi is Goten's chi. The North Kai king trembled slightly. I think it should be Lord Kai who helped him surpass his limit. But even so, his breath is too strong, isn't it? Earth. West Capital, Bulma's house. Vegeta, who was training in the gravity room at this time, gritted his teeth angrily after feeling the aura emitted by Son Goten. Damn, is this Son Goten a monster? His aura is so strong. At the same time, Piccolo and the others on Earth also felt the aura emitted by Son Goten, and couldn't help but marvel at Son Goten. The Seventh Universe. The Destruction of the Gods. At this time, there was a very tall man with blue-green skin, long white curly hair on his head, and purple pupils standing on a piece of grass. There was a large light blue halo around the man's neck, wearing a dark red robe and black armor with 3 diamonds painted on it, 2 white and 1 orange, a light blue belt around his waist, and a long staff in his right hand. This man was Whis. Suddenly, Whis seemed to have noticed something and looked towards the North Milky Way. Kaishin Realm. After releasing the aura on his body, Son Goten looked at his hands with some surprise in his heart. Although he knew that old Kai was powerful, he didn't think to be so strong. How is it? Old Kai asked. Not bad. What do you mean by not bad? It's obviously very powerful, okay. Very powerful. That's about right. And I'll make your strength exceed the limit, so you don't need to transform into a Super Saiyan. Why? Because once you transform, you can't maintain your current state. Goten, since you have improved your strength, do you want to fight me again? Xiongpa smiled. Another fight? Yes. Since Lord Xiongpa said so, I will fight you. Wait. Just then, Old Kai suddenly spoke. What's wrong, Lord Old Kai? I have no objection to you fighting, but you are not planning to fight in the Kai realm. No. Of course not, the Kai realm is our territory. After hearing this, Xiongpa condensed a purple destructive energy in the palm of his right hand. What did you say? Nothing, nothing, if you want to fight, just fight. Old Kai said in a second. Xiongpa snorted coldly and dispersed the destructive energy in his hand. Sun Wuxian looked up and flew into the sky. Xiongpa saw this and immediately followed. After flying to a certain height, Sun Wuxian suddenly stopped in mid-air. Xiongpa saw this and also stopped. Then Lord Xiongpa, shall we start? Yes. Xiongpa nodded. Sun Wuxian saw this and came to Xiongpa in the blink of an eye, hitting Xiongpa's face with his right fist. Bang! Boom! With a bang, Xiongpa's body, like a ray, crashed heavily into the mountain behind him. The mountain was immediately smashed into a large amount of dust. What a fast speed! Vados narrowed his eyes when he saw this. Just at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the Kaishan realm. This person was Sun Wukong. Wukong. Sun Wukong nodded. Damn it! Xiongpa gritted his teeth, his body turned into a purple light, and rushed towards Sun Wuxian. Soon, Xiongpa came in front of Sun Wuxian, and his fists were like purple light and attacked Sun Wuxian. Sun Wuxian moved his body left and right, easily avoiding Xiongpa's attack. Xiongpa shouted and punched forward with his right fist. Bang! Sun Wuxian raised his left hand and blocked Xiongpa's full-strength punch. Chapter 50. Xiongpa gritted his teeth and pushed forward with his right fist, causing Sun Wuxian to step back a few steps. At this moment, Xiongpa pushed forward with his right knee. Sun Wuxian raised his left knee and pushed it against Xiongpa's right knee. An extremely violent collision sound came from the kneecaps of both men. What? Xiongpa was startled and quickly raised his left fist to attack Sun Wuxian. Sun Wuxian dodged and kicked Xiongpa's abdomen with his right foot. Xiongpa screamed loudly and flew backward like a ray. Xiongpa gritted his teeth and his body quickly stopped in mid-air. At this moment, Sun Wuxian's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Gone. Just when Xiongpa was trying to find Sun Wuxian suddenly appeared in front of Xiongpa, and his fists were as fast as flashes, hitting Xiongpa's face and body with force. Swish! Bang! 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 Under Sun Wuxian's attack, Xiongpa's body immediately retreated continuously, and screamed one after another. Suddenly, Sun Wuxian kicked forward with his right foot, and kicked Xiongpa hard, kicking him out. Boom! With a bang, Xiongpa crashed into his mountain like a ray. The mountain was immediately smashed into a lot of sand and dust. Damn it! Xiongpa screamed in anger, and suddenly burst out with an extremely amazing breath from his body, rushing towards Sun Wuxian. Sun Wuxian clenched his fists hard, and a translucent flame rose from his body, rushing towards Xiongpa. But in the blink of an eye, the two men came to each other at the same time, and punched forward with both fists. Swish! Bang! 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 With the earth-shaking fighting sounds, the two men moved quickly in the sky while fighting fiercely in the sky. Because the two men moved too fast, it looked like a lot of ripples in the sky from a distance. So fast, can't I see their fight clearly? Sun Wukong said in surprise. Before, Sun Wuxian transformed into Super Saiyan Blue and fought with Xiongpa, and he could clearly see the fight between the two. But now that Sun Wuxian has been promoted by the old Kai, he can't see the fight between the two at all. This means that Sun Wuxian's current strength has far surpassed him. Standing not far away, Bardos watched the fight between the two and fell into deep thought. Now Sun Wuxian's strength has completely reached the realm of the god of destruction. But before, the strength of Goten and Xiongpa was obviously far apart. Thinking of this, Bardos immediately looked at old Kai. Is it because of his ability? Bardos thought in his heart. In the sky, Goten and Xiongpa were now frantically attacking each other with fists and feet. Damn it! Xiongpa gritted his teeth when he saw that Goten was evenly matched with him. Goten had fought him before, and Goten was obviously not his opponent at all. It had only been a short time, and Goten's strength was already equal to his. Could it be that he didn't show his true strength when he fought me before? Just as Xiongpa was thinking, Goten's right fist hit Xiongpa's face hard, knocking him out. Xiongpa clenched his fists hard and quickly stopped in mid-air. At this time, Sun Wuxian rushed to Xiongpa, and his fists flashed like flashes, hitting Xiongpa's body with force. Ah! Xiongpa roared loudly, and suddenly a very powerful breath burst out from his body, knocking Sun Wuxian back. Sun Wuxian raised his arms forward and soon stopped in the air. At this time, Xiongpa shouted loudly, and a large amount of destructive energy was emitted from his body, attacking Sun Wuxian. Sun Wuxian moved quickly in the sky and dodged. The destructive energy emitted by Xiongpa's body either fell to the ground or flew into the sky and exploded. Ah! Xiongpa saw that the destructive energy did not hit Sun Wuxian, and his body immediately emitted a large amount of destructive breath. Bardos was shocked. Goshen, he can actually force Lord Xiongpa to this point? To this point? Sun Wukong looked at Bardos with a puzzled look. Bardos nodded. Goten, his power has now reached the realm of the God of Destruction. The God of Destruction, realm. Bang! Just as the two were chatting, Xiongpa rushed towards Sun Wuxian at top speed. In the blink of an eye, Xiongpa rushed in front of Sun Wuxian, and his fists were as fast as flashes, attacking Sun Wuxian. Sun Wuxian punched forward with both fists. He raised his hand, resisted Xiongpa's attack, and retreated. Ha! Suddenly, Xiongpa shouted and kicked forward with his right foot. Sun Wuxian was hit hard and flew backwards like a ray. Xiongpa raised his right hand, condensed a huge destructive energy in his hand, and hit Sun Wuxian, who was flying backwards. Sun Wuxian clenched his hands, quickly stopped in mid-air, and dodged. After Sun Wuxian dodged, the destructive energy immediately exploded behind him. Because of the powerful energy emitted by the explosion of destructive energy, the entire ground of the Kaishan realm was shaken. Immediately afterwards, an extremely huge purple storm swept towards the entire Kaishan realm. Sun Wukong and others saw this and covered their eyes with their hands. Damn it! Seeing that the destructive energy was dodged, Xiongpa exuded a lot of terrifying destructive aura all over his body and rushed towards Sun Wuxian. Sun Wuxian clenched his fists, and a large amount of translucent flames emanated from his body, and he rushed forward. Swish! Bang! 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 With earth-shaking sounds, the two bodies collided violently in the sky like light. After colliding for a while, the two flew towards the outside of the Kaishan realm at the same time. Because the two were very fast, they soon arrived outside the Kaishan realm and stopped in the atmosphere of the Kaishan realm. The two stood in the atmosphere 1,000 meters apart and looked at each other. Sun Wuxian, your strength is really strong. How about you become the god of destruction of our sixth universe? The god of destruction of the sixth universe. Yes. I think it's better to forget it, because I don't like destruction very much. Really? Then there's nothing we can do. After Xiongpa finished speaking, his body immediately turned into a purple light and rushed towards Sun Wuxian. Sun Wuxian smiled and rushed towards Xiongpa as well. In the blink of an eye, the two men arrived in front of each other at the same time, punching and kicking as fast as flashes of light, hitting each other's body with all their might. Swish! Bang bang bang! With the sound of fierce fighting, the two men's faces and bodies were hit by each other with a lot of injuries. Chapter 51. Bang! The two men punched each other in the face with their right fists at the same time, and their faces tilted backwards immediately. Then, the two men quickly retracted their right fists and continued to attack each other. Bang! Sun Mushin hit Xiangpa's forehead with a headbutt. Xiangpa screamed and immediately stepped back a few steps. Sun Mushin took this opportunity to quickly come in front of Xiangpa and punched Xiangpa with both fists. Bang bang bang! Under Sun Mushin's attack, Xiangpa's body immediately retreated backwards. Bang! Suddenly, Sun Mushin punched forward with his right fist, and Xiangpa's body immediately flew backwards like a meteor. Sun Mushin took this opportunity to quickly put his hands together and said, "Turtle School Qi Gong." A deep blue air wave condensed from Sun Mushin's hands and hit Xiangpa. Xiangpa was startled, and it was too late for him to dodge. Bang! With a loud sound, Kamehameha hit Xiangpa and pushed Xiangpa's body backwards. Damn it! Xiangpa was angry, and a lot of destructive aura emanated from his body, dissolving Sun Mushin's Kamehameha. However, although Xiangpa dissolves Kamehameha, he also consumed a lot of physical strength. So after Xiangpa dissolves Kamehameha, he immediately gasped. What? Sun Mushin was shocked. Although he knew that destructive energy was powerful, he didn't expect it to be so powerful. It's no wonder that some people say that the god of destruction is the ceiling of the universe. Because they are not only powerful, but the destructive energy they control is also difficult to dissolve. When Xiangpa's breathing became more stable, he looked at Sun Mushin with a slightly green face. At first, he was curious about how much strength Old Kai helped Sun Mushin improve, so he let him fight with him. If he had known that Old Kai had helped him improve his strength so much, he would not have fought him. He had just fought with Godin, using almost all his strength. The two had not yet decided the winner, but if he lost to Godin, he would lose face. Thinking of this, Xiangpa raised his right hand, condensed an extremely huge destructive energy in his hand, and hit Godin. Seeing this, Godin immediately put his hands together and said, "Kame Pa Ki Gong." A deep blue wave of energy condensed from Godin's hands and hit the destructive energy that attacked. Bang! With a violent sound, Kamehameha and the destructive energy collided violently. Godin exerted force with both hands and pushed Kamehameha forward. The destructive energy was immediately pushed back. Xiangpa gritted his teeth and pushed forward with both hands. Kamehameha was immediately pushed back. Ah! Sun Mushin shouted loudly and pushed forward with both hands with all his strength. Seeing this, Xiangpa also shouted loudly and pushed the destructive energy forward with all his strength. As the energies of the two people continued to collide, invisible ripples were emitted from the two energies and spread to the entire universe. Uninhabited planets near the Kaishan realm, under the attack of invisible ripples, immediately turned into dust in the universe. It's over, the entire universe is over. After seeing this scene, the old Kaishan said in despair. What happened to the ancestor? East Kaishan asked. Didn't you see? Many planets in the universe have disappeared because of the battle between the two. Disappeared? Yes. Because of the energy on them, the universe began to be unable to bear their power. What should we do, ancestor? Or should I ask Wushan to stop fighting? Do you think you can stop them? This. East Kaishan was speechless. Although he is a Kai, his strength is far inferior to that of Son Goku and the others. So he was not sure that Son Goten would listen to him. Then, old ancestor, how long can the universe withstand their battle? After hearing this, the old Kai raised 3 fingers. 30 minutes. No, 3 times. 3 times. 3 attacks like just now. Ah! The East Kai was shocked. Outside the Kai realm, the Kamehameha and destructive energy were pushed back and forth by the two people, and now they were compressed into a lightning. Ah! With a loud roar, the energy of the two finally disappeared due to the exhaustion of energy. The two people who had been competing for strength for a long time also stopped for a while. Although Sun Goten has unlimited physical strength, the excessive consumption of physical strength will also make his body feel a little tired. Bang! After a short rest, the two rushed towards each other again. Bang! With a sound that shook the world, the two men's right fists hit each other hard, and an extremely amazing momentum emanated from their hands, spreading to the surroundings. Immediately afterwards, invisible ripples emanated from their hands and spread to the entire universe. The second time. East Kai was shocked. Yes. Old Kai nodded. At this moment, the two men retracted their right fists and hit their left elbows hard together. Another invisible ripple was emitted from the two men, spreading to the entire universe. The third time. Old Kai nodded with a serious face. One more time, and the universe should be destroyed. Bang! As soon as the voice fell, the two men's right knees pressed together. Another invisible ripple appeared, spreading to the entire universe. The fourth time. Is the universe going to end soon? No, I just counted wrong, maybe more than 3 times. How many times is that? Maybe 5 times or 6 times. As soon as the voice fell, another invisible wave appeared because of the fight between the two. East Kaishan swallowed his saliva. If what the old Kaishan said was true, then there are 2 more times and they are finished. Bang! In the atmosphere of the Kaishan realm. At this time, Goten and Xiongpa were holding each other's hands and fighting each other. Ha! With a loud shout, Xiongpa's whole body exuded a lot of purple breath. Seeing this, Goten also shouted loudly, and his whole body exuded a lot of translucent breath. After the two people's breath was released, they immediately turned into dragons and tigers to fight in the universe. Bang! After a stalemate, Goten used both hands to push Xiongpa away. Damn it! Xiangpa shouted angrily, slapped his hands forward quickly, and fired a large amount of destructive energy from his hands, attacking Sun Goten. And this move is exactly the famous prince's fighting method in the Dragon Ball world. Sun Goten dodged while firing air waves to detonate the destructive energy that attacked. For a moment, the atmosphere of the Kaishan realm was filled with explosions of destructive energy and the thick smoke produced by the explosions. Seeing that the destructive energy was ineffective, Xiangpa's body immediately turned into a purple light and rushed towards Sun Goten. Chapter 52. Seeing this, Sun Wuxian also rushed towards Xiongpa. Swish! Bang! 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 With earth-shaking sounds, the two bodies fought together in the universe in the shape of an 8. Because the two moved so fast, it looked like a lot of purple light flashing in the universe from a distance. Bang! With a heavy kick, Sun Wuxian kicked Xiongpa away. Xiongpa clenched his fists, and his body quickly stopped in the universe, looking at Sun Wuxian. He had just used all his strength to fight Sun Wuxian, but even so, he still couldn't defeat Sun Wuxian. Damn it, is it possible that I, Xiongpa, who has been wise all my life, will lose to a mortal today? Xiongpa gritted his teeth and thought in his heart. It should be almost done. Sun Wuxian looked at Xiongpa in front of him, and his body suddenly rushed towards Xiongpa at a very fast speed. Xiongpa was startled, and before he could react, he was hit hard in the abdomen by Sun Wuxian. Xiongpa screamed loudly and spat out a mouthful of bitter water. At this time, Sun Wuxian flashed behind Xiongpa and clasped his hands together to hit Xiongpa's body hard. Bang! With an extremely violent sound, Xiongpa's body fell quickly towards the Kaishan realm like a meteorite. Sun Wuxian clasped his hands back and condensed a deep blue air wave in his hands and hit Xiongpa. This was exactly Kamehameha. Bang! Kamehameha hit Xiongpa and pushed him heavily to the ground. Goten! Sun Wukong was shocked. If Kamehameha hit the ground like this, the entire Kaishan realm would probably be destroyed. Damn it! Just when Kamehameha was about to land, Xiongpa roared loudly, and a large amount of destructive aura emanated from his body to dissolve Kamehameha. However, he was also exhausted and gasped. At this moment, Sun Wuxian moved instantly and appeared above Xiangpa in an instant. Then, with a flying kick with his right foot, he kicked Xiangpa's body heavily. Boom! 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 With a series of extremely violent sounds, Xiangpa's body was like a ray, and it successively crashed into several mountains behind him. Finally, he was crushed to the ground by a big rock falling from a mountain. Just at this moment, the voice of the system came to Sun Wuxian's ears. Ding! Congratulations to the master for defeating Xiangpa, learning the destructive energy, the god of destruction's control skills, the destruction. Lord Xiangpa. Seeing this, Bardos immediately flew to the side of the big rock pressing Xiangpa, and waved his right hand staff to let the big rocks pressing Xiangpa fly away. Then he used the staff to heal Xiangpa's wounds. After Xiangpa recovered from his wounds, he immediately stood up from the ground and looked at Sun Wuxian deeply. Bardos, let's go. Yes, Lord Xiangpa. Bardos nodded, pointed his right staff at the ground, and a colorful light immediately appeared under the feet of the two people, taking them away from the Kaishan realm. East Kai was stunned. This is leaving now. Old Kai nodded. It seems that Lord Xiangpa is angry. Angry? How can he not be angry when he loses to a mortal? Will he destroy the planets in the universe when he is angry? I don't know, but he is the god of destruction of the sixth universe. Logically, he cannot destroy our planet. That's good. After hearing this, East Kai was relieved immediately. After saying this, Old Kai immediately looked at Sun Wuxian. Goten. Why don't you give way to Lord Kampa? Although you beat him, he is the god of destruction of the sixth universe after all, and you will have a hard time in the future. This shouldn't be the case, right? In fact, Goten has already given way to Kampa, otherwise with his mysterious Super Saiyan 5 strength, he would have defeated Kampa long ago. Why not? Gods of destruction are all very proud. I was sealed in the Kaishan realm by Beerus-sama because I offended him. Grandmaster, were you sealed by Beerus-sama? Yes. But Grandmaster, now that things have come to this, it's useless for you to say anything. Who said it's useless? Goten is fighting with Lord Kampa this time, but if he fights with Lord Beerus next time and he beats Lord Beerus, he might destroy most of the universe. Most of the universe. Yes, Lord Beerus is the god of destruction of our universe, he won't think so much. But, didn't you say that Lord Beerus has fallen asleep? Lord Beerus is asleep, but he will wake up one day. After hearing this, East Kaishan immediately looked at Goten and said. Goten, if Lord Beerus wants to fight you, you must not fight him. Oh. Universe 7. Kampa and Bardos were on their way back to Universe 6 at this time. Lord Kampa, it doesn't matter if you lose this battle. I heard that there are humans who surpass the god of destruction in Universe 11. Humans who surpass the god of destruction. Bardos nodded. Bardos, do you think that Goten is really just a human child? I think so. Should. Yes, I checked his soul and there is nothing wrong with it. He was stronger than me when he was 7 years old, and I don't know how much he will grow in the future. Bardos, do you think Goten's strength has increased so much all of a sudden just because Old Kai helped him stimulate his potential? I don't know. Bardos shook his head. But Sun Wuxian didn't seem to use his full strength in the battle just now. No. I didn't use my full strength. After hearing this, Xiangpa immediately broke out in a cold sweat on his forehead. Sun Wuxian was so strong without using his full strength. If he used his full strength, wouldn't he be completely his opponent? I think he should be considering your face, so he hasn't used his full strength. Bardos, you are not lying to me, right? Bardos smiled. Lord Xiangpa, please think carefully about the battle just now. Have you found that you can't keep up with Sun Wuxian's speed several times? After hearing this, Xiangpa thought about it carefully. He really couldn't keep up with Sun Wuxian's speed several times, especially when Sun Wuxian finally defeated him. What do you think, Lord Xiangpa? I didn't expect it. Xiangpa said stubbornly. Bado smiled but said nothing. Time flies, and 3 days have passed in a blink of an eye. After learning that Goten defeated Xiangpa, Trunks spent the past 3 days training in the gravity room. Baizai Mountain, the mountain behind Goku's home. Goku and Goten were fighting in the sky behind the mountain. Bang! With a heavy kick, Goku's body was kicked to the ground like a ray. A large piece of sand and dust was immediately raised from the ground. Chapter 53. After a while, when the dust on the ground cleared, Sun Wukong stood up from the ground with a somersault. Do you want to continue fighting, Dad? Sun Wuxian landed in front of Sun Wukong and asked. No, my current strength is far behind yours, I think I'd better practice first. Sun Wuxian nodded. At this moment, a figure flew down from the sky. This person was Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo. Piccolo nodded. Where's Gohan? Didn't he practice with you? No, he seems to have gone on a date with Sister Videl. Date? After hearing this, Piccolo felt a little disappointed. Sun Wuxian was so strong, but he didn't practice well and catch up with Sun Wuxian. Sun Wuxian nodded. By the way, Goten, do you think Lord Xiangpa will come to Earth again? After hearing this, Goten was about to shake his head, but suddenly he felt Xiangpa's breath. Dad, Lord Xiangpa is here. Is he here? Yes. Goten nodded. But he seems to be heading towards Zidu. Zidu, is he going to Bulma's house? I think so. Then I'll go to Bulma's house now. Goku said, and he disappeared from the spot in an instant. Goku. Piccolo looked at the disappearing Goku, and immediately looked at Goten. Goten, what does your father want to do with Lord Xiangpa? He wants to practice on Lord Xiangpa's planet. To practice on Lord Xiangpa's planet. To practice on Lord Xiangpa's planet. Yes. Goten nodded. Only in this way can his strength be improved faster. But will Lord Kampa agree? I don't know. Goten shook his head. So if that's the case, will I go back? Uncle Piccolo, are you going back now? How about we fight each other? Piccolo was speechless. Goku couldn't beat Goku, so if he fought Goku, wouldn't that be like asking for trouble? No, I'll go back. After Piccolo finished speaking, he immediately used the sky dance technique to fly into the sky. Goten sighed when he saw this. Being invincible is so lonely. West Capital, Bulma's house. Goku had already arrived at Bulma's yard at this time and saw Kampa and Bardos who came to Bulma's house. Goku. Lord Kampa. Goku smiled and replied. Where's Sun Wuxian? Wuxian, he's practicing in the back mountain of his home. Oh, so why are you here? Master Xiangpa, can I practice on your planet? Practice? Yes, I want to be as strong as you, Master Xiangpa. No. Because you can only practice on my planet if you become the next god of destruction. Then Master Xiangpa, is there any other way besides becoming the god of destruction? No. Xiangpa shook his head. If Sun Wukong went to his planet, he would definitely not be at peace. Then Master Xiangpa, how about I treat you to a delicacy you've never tasted before? Delicacy you've never tasted before? Yes, but you have to promise me to let me practice on your planet. Xiangpa snorted coldly. That depends on how the delicacy tastes. Don't worry, I will definitely not let you down. Sun Wukong smiled. Where is the delicacy you mentioned? Wait a minute, I'll get it for you now. Okay, hurry up. Sun Wukong nodded, teleported, and disappeared in Bulma's house. Bardos, isn't this teleportation? Yes, Lord Xiangpa, but Sun Wukong's teleportation is not the teleportation of King Kai, but the teleportation of Yadrit. Oh! After a while, Sun Wukong came back with 3 buckets of instant noodles. Xiangpa looked at the instant noodles and said, Sun Wukong, is this the delicacy you mentioned? Yes. How do you eat this? Just put the seasoning packet in it and soak it in boiling water. Oh, then you quickly soak it in boiling water, okay. Okay, Lord Xiangpa. After Sun Wukong finished speaking, he immediately opened the instant noodles and put the seasoning packet in it in. Then, Sun Wukong went to Bulma's house to get a pot of boiling water and poured it into the instant noodles. After the water was poured, Sun Wukong covered the noodles. Can't I eat it yet? Xiangpa asked. No, I have to wait 3 minutes. Okay then. 3 minutes time passed quickly. Sun Wukong saw that the time was almost up, so he opened the instant noodles, and a fragrance immediately emanated from the opened instant noodles. Xiangpa smelled the fragrance and swallowed his saliva. Can we eat it now? Xiangpa immediately picked up the chopsticks and started eating. Seeing this, Bardos also started eating. Bardos took a bite and immediately showed a trace of surprise on her face. She didn't expect that such a simple instant noodle would be so delicious. How is it? Is it delicious? Sun Wukong asked the two. Delicious. Xiangpa replied. After a while, a bucket of instant noodles and the soup were all eaten by Xiangpa. How is it, Lord Xiangpa? Sun Wukong smiled. It's okay. Then can I go to your planet to practice? Of course, I can, but a bucket of instant noodles is too little, I'm not full at all. I have a lot at home, I'll go back and get it now. After Sun Wukong finished speaking, he moved in an instant and disappeared. After a while, Sun Wukong came back carrying several boxes of instant noodles. By the way, Sun Wukong, where is Wushan? Xiangpa asked Sun Wukong when he came back. He is practicing in the back mountain at home. He is already so strong, why is he still practicing? Yes, he said he wants to become stronger and defeat Bardos. Defeat me? Yes, because you are stronger. Is that so? Bardos laughed immediately after hearing this. But Goten, it's a pity that he didn't become the god of destruction. If he became the god of destruction, he might become the strongest god of destruction. Bardos, is there anyone stronger than you in this world? Of course there is. My father, the great priest. The great priest. Yes, I can't even match one of his fingers. This is so strong. Son Goku was shocked. He thought Bardos should be one of the top few in the 12 universes, but he didn't expect that she couldn't even match one of his father's fingers. This is really a person who is better than others. Where is your father now? He is with the Omni King now. The Omni King. The Omni King is the greatest god of the 12 universes and the supreme ruler of the 12 universes. My father, the great priest, is the butler of the Omni King. Butler. Bardos nodded. My father's strength should not be in the top 5 among the 12 universes. Does this mean that your father's strength is around the top 5? Yes. Chapter 54. Okay, Sun Wukong, take out your instant noodles and make a few more. Okay, Lord Xiangpa. After Sun Wukong finished speaking, he immediately went to get some boiling water to make instant noodles. Gravity room at Bulma's house. Because Sun Wukong hid his aura, Vegeta, and Trunks, who were practicing in the gravity room at this time, didn't know that Sun Wukong and the others had come. 1103, 1104. Trunks counted while doing one finger push UPS. At this moment, the door of the gravity room opened, and Mrs. Brief squinted and said to the two of them. Trunks, Vegeta, Bulma ordered a lot of food, do you want to stop practicing and eat something together first? Food. After hearing this, Trunks was immediately tempted. But when he saw Vegeta looking at him seriously, he immediately gave up the idea. No need, Grandma. Dad and I should wait until we finish training before we go to eat. Is that so? I was thinking of letting you eat with Goku. Uncle Goku. Is Kakarot here? Vegeta turned and looked at Mrs. Brief. Yes, the god of destruction is here too. Lord Kampa. Yes. Mrs. Brief nodded. Seeing this, Vegeta immediately looked at Trunks on the side. Trunks, let's go eat something first and practice later. Okay, Dad. Trunks nodded. After Vegeta finished speaking, he immediately restored the gravity of the gravity room to normal gravity. Then, he took Trunks out of the gravity room. Bulma's backyard. Son Goku, Kampa, and the others were sitting at a large table in the backyard, tasting the food that Bulma had just ordered. Although instant noodles are delicious, they are too monotonous, so after eating a few buckets of instant noodles, Xiangpa asked Bulma to order some delicacies and have them delivered. Just as Sun Wukong was eating delicacies, he suddenly saw Vegeta and Trunks coming from a distance. Vegeta, Trunks! Sun Wukong shouted to the two. Uncle Goku! After hearing this, Trunks responded politely. Vegeta remained silent. Soon, the two walked in front of Sun Wukong and the others. Bulma smiled and said, Vegeta, I thought you wouldn't come. After hearing this, Vegeta did not reply to Bulma's words, but looked at Sun Wukong and said, Kakarot, why are you here today? I'm here to find Lord Xiangpa. Looking for Lord Xiangpa. Sun Wukong, I'm ready to practice in our universe. Bado said. Practice? Kakarot, are you going to practice on Lord Xiangpa's planet? Yes. Sun Wukong nodded with a smile. Then Lord Xiangpa, can I also practice on your planet? No. Xiangpa shook his head. Why? Kakarot, he can practice. Kakarot. Lord Xiangpa, Kakarot is Sun Wukong's scion name. Is that so? Yes. Vados nodded. Sun Wukong, he can practice on my planet because he invited me to taste a delicacy I have never tasted before. Delicacy I have never tasted before. Yes, so if you want to practice on my planet, you have to invite me to taste a delicacy I have never tasted before. Okay. After hearing this, Vegeta immediately agreed. Son Goku's strength is stronger than his. If he doesn't seize the opportunity to practice in the 6th universe, he will only be the 3rd in his life. In the Cell period, he was also the 3rd. Then Lord Xiangpa, shall I take you now? Wait until I have tasted these delicacies first. Okay. Vegeta nodded, staring at Son Goku with his eyes, and swore in his heart. Kakarot. I will not lose to you. After a long time, Xiangpa burped loudly after eating. Then Lord Xiangpa, I will take you to taste the delicacies you have never tasted. Okay. Xiangpa nodded. Although Xiangpa is full now, he can still pack. Seeing this, Vegeta immediately took Xiangpa and others to Zidu to taste the delicacies. At the beginning, Xiangpa and others had eaten the delicacies that Vegeta mentioned. Fortunately, Xiangpa and his friends didn't stay on Earth for long. Vegeta finally used a bowl of beef balls, a street snack, to successfully persuade Xiangpa to agree to let Vegeta go to his planet to practice. Great! When Vegeta heard Xiangpa agree, he immediately danced with joy. Afterwards, Sun Wukong and Vegeta went home to pack up their things and followed Xiangpa and the others went back to the 6th universe to practice together. At noon, Gohan returned home after a date and learned from Goten that Goku went to the 6th universe to practice. Chi-Chi was very angry because Goku secretly went to the 6th universe to practice. So Goten and Gohan did not dare to say anything during their meal, fearing that Chi-Chi would vent her anger on them. The 6th universe, the realm of the gods of destruction. Goku and Vegeta had already arrived at the realm of the gods of destruction. However, because Xiongpa had to take a nap at noon, Xiongpa did not want Goku and the others to disturb his sleep, so he asked them to practice in the afternoon. The realm of the gods of destruction in the 6th universe is similar to the realm of the gods of destruction in the 7th universe, and their palaces are all on a purple big tree. Because Goku and Vegeta could not practice for the time being, they took a nap in the room arranged by Bardos. In the afternoon, after waking up from their nap, they quickly got up and washed, and came to a piece of grass in the realm of the gods of destruction. Bardos was standing on the grass at this time. "Bardos, please arrange training for us," Bardos said, and moved his right staff forward, and 2 stone locks appeared in front of the 2 people. "Do you want to lift this?" Sun Wukong looked at the stone lock and said. "Yes, you 2 use both hands to lift it up, and then go around the entire Destroyer God realm 3 times, but you are not allowed to transform into a Super Saiyan." "Okay." After hearing this, Sun Wukong immediately stepped forward, put his hands in the stone lock, and lifted it up with force. However, because the stone lock was too heavy, Sun Wukong couldn't lift it up after lifting it for several seconds. "Is it so heavy?" Seeing this, Vegeta walked forward with a serious face, put his hands in the stone lock, and lifted it up with force. Like Sun Wukong, he didn't lift the stone lock all at once, and because the stone lock was too heavy, his face was a little red. Ah! It was at this time that Sun Wukong finally lifted the stone lock. "I lifted it up." Seeing this, Vegeta also lifted the stone lock. "Okay, then you 2 move forward now. If you 2 don't move forward, the road behind you will disappear and fall into the other dimension. Then even I can't save you 2. Bardos said to the 2 with a smile on his face. "What?" Vegeta was shocked. Although training should be strict, this is too dangerous. Just as Vegeta was thinking, Bardos waved his staff forward, and the purple road behind the 2 began to disappear. Seeing this, the 2 hurried forward. Chapter 55 Universe 7, Earth, Baizai Mountain. Sun Wushan was lying on a grass field and looking at the sky with a leisurely look on his face. In fact, it was Sun Wukong's idea to go to Universe 6 to practice. He wanted Sun Wukong to become stronger as soon as possible and comprehend Ultra Instinct. Then he would defeat Sun Wukong and directly obtain Ultra Instinct. After lying down for a while, Sun Wushan suddenly saw a figure in the distance flying towards him. This person was Trunks. Sun Wushan saw Trunks and immediately climbed up from the grass. After a while, Trunks flew down from the sky and landed in front of Sun Wushan. "Trunks?" Trunks nodded. "Goten, you are so leisurely." "Trunks, aren't you going to practice today?" "No, no matter how hard I practice, I can't catch up with you." "Don't say that, Trunks, if you practice hard, you can still catch up with me." "Don't comfort me, Goten, my dad practices so hard every day, but he can't catch up with you, let alone me." "Actually, Trunks, you don't have to take me as your goal, as long as you work hard to surpass yourself." "Yeah." Trunks nodded. "Goten, do you think Mr. Par's planet is far away from the Earth?" Sun Goten nodded. "I heard from Sister Bardos that it takes her dozens of minutes to come to Earth." "Really? It's a pity that I can't leave Earth, otherwise I really want to visit Lord Xiongpa's planet." "By the way, Goten, don't you teleport? Can you take me to Lord Xiongpa's planet?" "My teleportation requires the perception of Qi to go there, and Lord Xiongpa's planet is not in our universe." Although Sun Goten can teleport at the god level now, it would be difficult to explain if he used it now. "Is that so?" After hearing this, Trunks felt a little disappointed. "If you want to go to Lord Xiongpa's planet, I can let Lord Kaishin take you there." "Lord Kaishin?" "Yes, doesn't Lord Kaishin have a follower named Jebet? I can let him take us there." "Okay, but Dad and the others just went to Lord Xiongpa's planet. I think we should go there after a while." Son Goten nodded. Time flies, and half a year has passed in a blink of an eye. During this half year, Goku and Vegeta have basically been training in the 6th universe. After half a year of training, the two have improved their strength a lot, but they are still very far away from the realm of God. The 7th universe, the Kaishin realm. At this time, Goten was showing the God-level teleportation to the East Kaishin and others. Swish! Goten teleported and disappeared in the Kaishin realm, and appeared on an uninhabited planet. The old Kaishin and others saw Goten teleporting to the uninhabited planet through the crystal ball. Goten! Goten, he really learned our teleportation. Jebet said with surprise. A few months ago, Goten came to the Kaishin realm and said he wanted to learn the God-level teleportation of the East Kaishin. However, the God-level teleportation is a skill that only the Kaishin can master. Unless Goten agrees to become the next Kaishin, the East Kaishin can teach him. However, Goten did not agree, but chose to stay in the Kaishin realm to watch Jebet and the others use the God-level teleportation. Just today, Goten successfully learned teleportation. Yes, and it only took him 3 months. East Kaishin gritted his teeth. When he was still an intern Kaishin, it took him more than a year to master it. And Goten learned it in just 3 months by stealing. Old Kaishin nodded. It's a pity that he doesn't want to be a Kaishin, otherwise he will definitely be the strongest Kaishin. Yet. East Kaishin nodded. Swoosh! As soon as the voice fell, Goten's figure immediately appeared in front of the 3 people. How is it, Lord Kaishin? This is indeed our Lord Kaishin's teleportation. Goten, are you really not considering becoming a Lord Kai? No, Lord Kaishin, if there is nothing else, I will leave first. Okay. Seeing this, Son Goten teleported to the Lord Kaishin realm of the 6th universe. A middle-aged man with green skin, a fat body, a few white hairs standing up on his head, and wearing a Lord Kaishin uniform. At this time, he was standing on a piece of grass in the Lord Kaishin realm. The man's name is Fu Wa, is the Kai of the 6th universe. Human! Human! Fu Wa was frightened when he saw the sudden appearance of Goten. Because ordinary humans have no way to get here. Hello, my name is Goten, and I'm a friend of Lord Xiongpa. Lord Xiongpa. When Fu Wa heard Xiongpa's name, he immediately looked at Goten. No matter how he looked at Goten, he looked like a human child. It was still hard for him to imagine that Xiongpa would be friends with a child. You just did teleportation, right? Yes. Goten nodded. Then you are a Kai from another universe. No. Then how can you teleport? I learned it secretly from Lord Kai. Learned it secretly. When Fu Wa heard this, he just wanted to say, damn, has stealing become a proud thing now? And he told him directly. Then, you just said that Lord Xiongpa is your friend, is that true? Yes. Goten nodded. Then why are you here? I just learned to teleport and came from the 7th universe. The 7th universe? Yes, can you tell me where Lord Xiongpa's planet is? After hearing this, Fu Wa hesitated for a moment, but still told the location of Lord Xiongpa's planet. Lord Xiongpa's planet is in. Okay, thank you. Goten said, and immediately disappeared in the Kaishin realm. The 6th universe, the Destroyer God realm. Bardos was standing on a grassy field at this time, looking at the universe, and a figure suddenly appeared in the Destroyer God realm. This person was Goten. Goten. Goten smiled and nodded. Goten, how did you get here? I used Lord Kai's teleportation to get here. Lord Kai, have you been chosen as the next Lord Kai? No, I learned it from Lord Kai. Really? Did he tell you that you can't just go to other people's universes? No. Goten shook his head. Of course he knew that you couldn't just go to other universes. But he thought that he was so familiar with Xiangpa and the others, so it shouldn't be a problem to come here. Do you know it now? I know. Chapter 56. Are you here to find Gaku? Yes. Goten nodded. Gaku and Vegeta are mowing the grass in front now. Mowing the grass. Vados nodded. Goten, do you want to come and practice with us? I think. I don't need to. Vados smiled. Then don't you want to defeat me? Defeat you? Yes, it was Gaku who said you wanted to defeat me. Dad. Goten felt sold out by Gaku when he heard this. Yes. Vados nodded. That was just something I said casually. Is it really just something I said casually? Vados smiled and looked at Goten. Goten nodded with a guilty conscience. Then shall we take you to see Gaku and the others? Yes. Seeing this, Vados immediately took Goten and flew forward. After a while, Bardos brought Sun Wushan to a meadow. Sun Wukong and Vegeta were cutting grass with sickles at this time. These grasses were not ordinary grasses. They grew very fast. As long as one day passed, they would grow as long as today. Dad, Uncle Vegeta. Goten. Sun Wukong replied after hearing this, but his hands were still cutting the grass quickly. Wait a minute, Goten. I'll talk to you after I finish cutting these grasses. Sun Wushan nodded. After a while, Sun Wukong and Vegeta finally finished cutting the grass and sat on the ground tiredly. At this time, Sun Wukong and Bardos walked in front of the two. Seeing this, Sun Wukong and Vegeta immediately stood up from the ground. Goten, why did you come to the 6th universe? Sun Wukong asked. I learned the teleportation of Lord Kaishin, so I came here for a walk. The teleportation of Lord Kaishin. The teleportation of Lord Kaishin can directly come to our universe from the 7th universe. Vados said. Is that so? Dad, how are you practicing? Goten asked. Not bad, but it may take a long time to practice to the realm of God. Goten nodded. Later, because Gaku and the others had to practice, Goten did not destroy the realm of God and returned to the 7th universe. Noon. After Xiangpa woke up, he learned from Vados that Goten had learned the teleportation of Lord Kaishin. The teleportation of Lord Kaishin. Yes. Vados nodded. Then we can let him take me to the 7th universe in the future, so that we can greatly reduce the time we spend going to the 7th universe. Xiangpa smiled. Vados was speechless. She doesn't obey anyone except Xiangpa, the 6th one. By the way, Bardos, haven't you found the last super wishing ball yet? No. Universe 7. Earth, Baizai Mountain, Sun Wukong's home. Shu. Sun Wushan had just finished his meal and suddenly sneezed. Afternoon. Because Trunks asked Sun Wushan to play at his house today, Sun Wushan came to his house after waking up from his nap. Goten, you're here. Trunks saw Sun Wushan coming and said to him happily. Sun Wushan nodded. Goten, let's go, I'll take you to see my new toys. Okay. It turned out that Trunks asked him to come just to show off his toys to him. Sun Wushan had some doubts in his heart that Trunks couldn't beat him, so he wanted to win him through other means. Soon, Goten came to Trunks' room and saw the toy plane Trunks had just bought. Goten, how about this plane? Very good. Zidu. At this time, a very tall man with a staff in his right hand was sitting in front of a small stall, eating the fried skewers that had just been fried. This man was Whis. Well. All the food here is delicious. No wonder my sister and the others come to Earth so often. I just don't know what expression Lord Beerus will have when he wakes up and knows that he has missed so many delicacies. In fact, half a year ago, when Goten fought with Kampa, he already knew that Kampa and Bardos often came to Earth. But Beerus was still sleeping, and he didn't dare to wake Beerus up, so he just left Kampa and the others alone. After all, he was just Beerus' servant and had no right to directly manage the universe. And he had lived for so many years, and he still knew what he should and shouldn't manage. Bulma's backyard. Sun Wukong. At this time, Tian was playing with a remote control airplane with Trunks. A figure suddenly fell from the sky. This person was Whis. When Goten saw Whis suddenly appear, he immediately looked at him. "Goten, do you know him?" "No." As soon as the voice fell, Whis immediately walked towards the two of them. "He's coming towards us." "Yet." Goten nodded. After a while, Whis walked in front of the two and said to them with a smile. "Hello, my name is Whis, and I am the servant of the god of destruction Beerus." "Trunks, Beerus." "Yes, my sister should have mentioned Beerus to you, right?" "Trunks, your sister." "My sister is Bardos." "So you are Bardos's brother?" "Yet." Whis nodded. "Then why are you here?" "I'm here to find Goten." "Goten?" "To me." Whis nodded. "You are very powerful, so I want to ask you, do you want to be the god of destruction?" "God of destruction?" After hearing this, Trunks looked envious. He remembered that Kompa seemed to want Goten to be the god of destruction before, but Goten refused. Damn! Why doesn't anyone ask him to be the god of destruction? "No, I don't really like destroying planets, so forget it." In fact, the main reason why Goten didn't want to be the god of destruction was because the fate of the god of destruction was linked to the fate of the king of the worlds. Goten was afraid that if he became the god of destruction, the East King of the worlds, who was a nosy guy, would get himself killed one day. He didn't want to put his life in the hands of others. Really? Just at this moment, Bulma, who came out of her house, saw Whis in front of the two of them and immediately came over. "Who is Trunks?" "Mom, he is Whis, the younger brother of Bardos." "Bardos's younger brother?" "Ahem." Whis coughed. "Hello, my name is Whis, and I am the servant of the god of destruction Beerus-sama." "God of destruction Beerus-sama? You mean the god of destruction of our universe?" "Yes." Whis nodded. "But didn't Bardos say that he is still asleep?" "Beerus-sama is still asleep, it's just that I came to your Earth for a walk." "Is that so?" Chapter 57. Whis nodded. "Why did you come to Earth?" "Mom, he came to find Goten to be the god of destruction." "God of destruction?" "Ahem." Whis coughed. "Actually, I came to Earth this time mainly to taste Earth's delicacies, and I just came to find son Goten to see if he is willing to be the god of destruction." "Earth's delicacies, do you like our Earth's delicacies like Mr. Xiongpa and the others?" "Yes, by the way, I just forgot what to call you." "My name is Bulma." "Ms. Bulma." Bulma nodded with a smile. "Ms. Bulma, I just came to Earth today. I wonder if you have any delicious food to recommend to me." "Of course, there is not much else on our Earth, but there are the most delicious food." "Really?" After hearing this, Whis was very happy. Then, Bulma introduced various delicacies to Whis. Son Goten and Trunks felt bored, so they continued to play with their remote control planes. At noon, Whis had to leave the Earth because he had to go back. Bulma introduced Whis to delicious food in the morning and became friends with Whis. In the days after that, Whis often came to Earth to taste the delicious food on Earth. Time flies, and half a month has passed in a blink of an eye. Because Xiongpa had not tasted the delicious food on Earth for a long time, he took Sun Wukong and others back to the Earth of the 7th universe. Whis happened to be on Earth at this time. Because angels and angel staffs will sense each other as long as they are too close, after Bardos came to Earth, he quickly knew that Whis was at Bulma's house through the staff. "Lord Xiongpa, Whis is here on Earth." "Whis? Yes, the battle between you and Goten was so fierce before, he must have noticed us a long time ago. If he noticed it, he would notice it." Anyway, Beerus is still asleep. After hearing this, Xiongpa said nonchalantly. Then Lord Xiongpa, aren't you afraid that Whis will tell Lord Omni King about this? Bardos smiled. Of course, Bardos said this to scare him. Xiongpa had been overeating for the past 6 months and had gained dozens of pounds. Now that Whis appeared on Earth, she could just use Whis to scare him and make him come to Earth less often. All King. Xiongpa's face changed when he heard this. Although he was not afraid of Whis, he was afraid of the All King. Bardos nodded. Whis, he shouldn't complain about this little thing, right? That's hard to say. Then what should we do? Xiongpa asked. How about we go back? No, we've already come here, how can we go back? Then you're not afraid of the All King? Xiongpa gritted his teeth after hearing this. I don't believe that Whis will tell this little thing to the All King. You said that? Yes. Xiongpa nodded. Seeing that he failed to fool people, Bardos had to bring Xiongpa and the others to Bulma's house. Master Xiongpa, sister. Whis, who was enjoying the food in the backyard of Bulma's house, greeted Xiongpa and the others immediately after seeing them. The two nodded. That Whis, Beerus should still be asleep, right? Xiongpa asked. Still asleep? Whis said, looking at Son Goku and Vegeta. You two are Son Goku and Vegeta, right? Do you know us? Son Goku asked. Bulma and I are friends, and she told me everything about you. So that's how it is. Whis nodded. Master Xiongpa, although Master Beerus is still asleep now. He will be angry if he knows that you often come to our Earth in the 7th universe after he wakes up. Xiongpa and Beerus have always been at odds, and they often fight when they meet. Whis said this to remind Xiongpa. Xiongpa snorted coldly. If there was no Earth in their 6th universe, he wouldn't come to the 7th universe so often. I see, then Whis, you won't tell the Omni King about this, right? If Lord Kampa only came to Earth to taste the food, I naturally wouldn't tell the Omni King. After hearing this, Kampa immediately felt guilty. Because his original purpose of coming to the 7th universe was to find the Super Wishing Ball. Although Kampa felt guilty, he still pretended to be calm on his face. Of course I only came to the 7th universe because of the food on Earth. After hearing this, Whis was half believing and half doubting. Dad. Just then, Trunks ran out of the house. Veg Tower nodded. Trunks, where's Goten? Goku asked. Goten, stay at home and practice with Gohan. Gohan. Gohan said he also wants to get stronger. Really? Goku said happily after hearing this. He originally thought that Gohan was wasted. Baizai Mountain, the mountain behind Goku's home. Gohan and Goten are fighting at this moment. Swish. Swish. Because Goten's strength is far superior to Gohan's, Gohan's attack can't hit Gohan. Bang. With a heavy punch, Gohan's body crashed into the mountain behind him like a ray. A large piece of sand and dust was immediately raised from the mountain. Damn it! Gohan shouted angrily, and his body quickly climbed out of the mountain. Brother, Lord Kampa seems to have come to Earth. Lord Kampa. Dad and Vegeta may have come back too. Then let's go see Dad. Yes. Goten nodded. West City, Bulma's house. Goku and his friends were already sitting down in the backyard of Bulma's house to eat with Whis. Two figures suddenly appeared in the backyard. These two people were Gohan and Goten. Dad. Gohan shouted to Goku. Gohan, Goten. The two nodded. Gohan, I heard from Trunks that you and Goten are training in the back mountain. Gohan nodded. You all are training, I don't want to be the last one. Among the 5 Scions on Earth, Gohan is weaker than Trunks. Goku nodded. How about we fight after dinner? Okay, Dad. Son Gohan nodded. Afterwards, After dinner, Son Goku went back to Baizai Mountain with Son Gohan and the others, and then fought with Son Gohan at Baizai Mountain. Time flies, and 2.5 years have passed in a blink of an eye. After 2.5 years of training, Son Goku and Vegeta finally entered the realm of God. 2.5 years have passed, and Xiongpa and the others still haven't found a Super Dragon Ball. But not long ago, Xiongpa learned about the Dragon Ball radar from Son Goku. He originally planned to let Bulma make a Super Dragon Ball radar to help him find the last Super Dragon Ball. But Whis was always wandering around on Earth, and he was worried that he would be discovered by Whis when he came to the 7th universe to find the Super Dragon Ball, so he didn't ask Bulma for help. Chapter 58. Universe 7, Earth, Heaven, Spirit Time Room. Goten is currently performing a ritual for Trunks to draw out his inner body. This ritual was the ritual that old Kai used to help Goten improve his strength. In the past 2.5 years, in order to inspire Trunks, Goten used the power of the Dark Dragon Ball to help him stimulate his inner potential, which greatly improved his strength. Goten, does this ritual have to last a day? Trunks said, looking at Goten, who was dancing with joy. Yeah. Goten nodded. Okay then. Kaishin Realm. Old Kaishin is currently watching the situation in the Spirit Time Room through a crystal ball. Goten, this kid, actually learned the ritual that I used to help people surpass their limits by helping him improve his strength. Old Ancestor, it's not just this, there's also our Kaishin's instant movement. East Kaishin said. Jepital, yeah, so we must not perform other tricks in front of Goten, so that Goten will learn them. One day outside, 1 year inside the Spirit Time Chamber. 4 minutes later. Goten successfully completed the ritual. Okay Trunks, you can try to release your energy now. Trunks nodded. Ha! With a loud shout, an extremely amazing breath emanated from Trunks' body and spread to the surroundings. Because the two were still in the Spirit Time Chamber, Piccolo and the others in the Spirit Time Chamber did not feel Trunks' breath. Wow, so awesome! Trunks was a little bit unbelievable in his heart, and looked at his hands. Goten nodded. Then let's go out now. Okay. Trunks nodded. After that, the two immediately left the Spirit Time Chamber. Heaven. At this time, Gohan was standing on the ground at the front of Heaven with Dendi, Popo, and Piccolo. Suddenly, he felt the energy of Goten and Trunks. Dendi, it's Goten and Trunks' energy. Gohan nodded. After a while, Goten and Trunks walked in front of Dendi and the others. Brother. Gohan nodded and looked at Trunks. Trunks, your energy seems to have improved a lot. Trunks nodded. Then Trunks, how about we have a sparring match? Okay. Trunks nodded again. More than 10 minutes ago, Goten also helped Gohan improve his strength. So now Gohan and Trunks are in a mysterious state without having to become stronger. Brother, Trunks, if you want to fight, you can go to the Spirit Time Chamber to fight. Okay. Gohan nodded. After that, Son Gohan and Trunks immediately walked towards the Spirit Time Chamber, and Son Goten and Piccolo followed them in. After the upgrade of Popo, the Spirit Time Chamber can now accommodate 4 people. After a while, Son Gohan and Trunks came to the ground in front of the Spirit Time Chamber. Son Goten and Piccolo stood in front of 2 huge hourglasses to watch the battle. At this time, Son Gohan and Trunks made fighting gestures together. Then Trunks, let's start. Okay. As soon as the voice fell, Trunks rushed towards Son Gohan as fast as lightning. Seeing this, Son Gohan also rushed towards Trunks. Soon, Trunks flew in front of Son Gohan, and punched Son Gohan with his fists as fast as lightning. Son Gohan clenched his fists and fought with Trunks. Many people ask how Goten and Goku fight when they have a height difference. It's simple. They can fight while flying. Ha ha ha. Trunks shouted while fighting Gohan. Swish. Just then, Gohan kicked Trunks with his right foot. Trunks flew back and dodged. Then, the two flew into the sky at the same time and fought in the sky. There were violent noises in the sky soon. Because the two moved so fast, it looked like a lot of ripples in the sky from a distance. Piccolo looked at the two people's almost invisible figures, and a trace of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Unexpectedly, Trunks' strength was improved by Goten, and he was so fast that he could hardly see Trunks' figure. Bang! With an extremely violent sound, the two people's right fists hit each other, and an amazing strong wind emanated from their hands and spread to the surroundings. Son Gohan clenched his right fist and knocked Trunks back dozens of meters. Damn it! Trunks gritted his teeth, slapped his hands forward quickly, and fired a large amount of golden energy waves from his hands, attacking Son Gohan. Swish! Tap! Son Gohan's body fell from mid-air, and his hands shot a large amount of energy waves at Trunks in the sky. Trunks was startled, dodged his body, and fired a large amount of energy waves with his hands, hitting Son Gohan's energy waves together. Boom! 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 With a series of huge explosions, the energy waves of the two hit together. For a while, the sky and the ground were full of explosions and the thick smoke produced by the explosions. Son Gohan took advantage of the thick smoke in the sky and the ground to sneak around behind Trunks. Gone! Trunks saw Son Gohan's figure disappear, and immediately became extremely alert. At this time, Son Gohan kicked with his right foot and kicked Trunks back heavily. Bang! Boom! With a loud bang, Trunks' body fell heavily to the ground like a ray. A large piece of sand and dust was immediately raised from the ground. When the sand and dust dispersed, a large deep pit immediately appeared on the ground. Trunks was lying in the deep pit, and there was a lot of sand behind him pressing on him. Trunks supported the ground with both hands, and his body quickly climbed out of the deep pit and flew to the ground. Son Gohan smiled and fell to the ground from mid-air. At this time, the smoke around the two of them dissipated. Trunks looked at Son Gohan, and drew a circle in the air with his right index finger, and a golden circle immediately appeared in the air. Golden chocolate circle! Trunks shouted, and an amazing energy burst out from his body, letting the golden circle fall on Son Gohan. Son Gohan jumped up with both feet and dodged. Did you dodge it? Trunks said, and put his fists together and stretched them outward. The golden chocolate circle below Son Gohan immediately expanded outward. Son Gohan was startled. At this time, Trunks raised his fist upward, and the golden chocolate circle immediately flew around Son Gohan. Trunks smiled wickedly, and put his fists together from the outside to the inside, causing the golden chocolate circle to shrink rapidly and bind Son Gohan's body. Chapter 59. Son Gohan, what? Ha! Trunks shouted and rushed towards Son Gohan in midair. Son Gohan's expression became serious, and his whole body suddenly exuded an extremely amazing aura. Son Gohan roared loudly, and his hands directly broke the golden chocolate ring. At this moment, Trunks rushed in front of Son Gohan, and his right fist was as fast as lightning, hitting Son Gohan. Bang! Trunks hit Son Gohan's face with his right fist, causing him to fly backwards. Trunks immediately chased after him and kicked Son Gohan with his right foot. Swish! Just when Trunks' right foot was about to kick Son Gohan's figure suddenly disappeared, and Trunks' right foot also missed. Trunks immediately looked around and saw Son Gohan above him, so he immediately rushed towards Son Gohan. Son Gohan saw Trunks rushing towards him, and kicked Trunks with his right foot. Trunks saw this and immediately stopped and moved to the left. Son Gohan slowed down and stopped his body just before it hit the ground. Then, he looked up and saw Trunks firing a large amount of energy waves at him with both hands. Swish, swish, swish. Looking at the energy waves falling like rain, Son Gohan immediately ran forward. Trunks followed Son Gohan and sent the energy waves forward. Boom! 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 With huge explosions, Trunks' energy waves fell on the ground, creating huge deep pits. Suddenly, Sun Gohan disappeared from the ground and appeared in front of Trunks. Seeing this, Trunks immediately stopped his chi wave attack and rushed towards Sun Gohan. However, in the blink of an eye, the two came to each other at the same time, punching and kicking each other like a storm. The bodies of the two soon became red and swollen under the attack of each other. Swish! Sun Gohan kicked Trunks with his right foot. Bang! Trunks raised his left hand and blocked the punch. Are they equally strong? Piccolo said when he saw that Trunks had not been defeated for so long. No, brother has not fully shown his true strength. True strength? Piccolo looked at Sun Gohan in mid-air. Sun Gohan slowly retracted his right foot. Then, his figure suddenly disappeared and appeared on the left side of Trunks. Trunks was shocked. The next second, Sun Gohan kicked Trunks with his right foot. Trunks' body immediately fell heavily to the ground like a ray. A large piece of dust was immediately raised on the ground. After a while, when the dust on the ground was about to dissipate, a figure suddenly appeared behind Sun Gohan. This person was Trunks. Sun Gohan turned around quickly and punched Trunks with his right fist. Ah! Trunks screamed loudly, covered his stomach with both hands, and retreated. Brother Gohan, I won't fight anymore, I admit defeat. Admit defeat? Okay then. Sun Gohan said, and immediately put away his breath. Piccolo saw that the battle between the two was over, and immediately looked at Sun Goten on the side. Goten, can you also help me improve my strength? Uncle Piccolo, do you also want me to help you do that ritual? Yes. Piccolo nodded. Uncle Piccolo, maybe another day? I'm tired of helping Trunks and the others do that ritual. Piccolo nodded again. Just then, Trunks and Sun Gohan came over. Trunks, Goten, your ritual is really amazing. Dad would be shocked if he knew how strong I am now. Sun Goten nodded. Then Goten, do you have any way to help me improve my strength? Trunks is treating him as a tool. Yes. What is the way? Practice well. Trunks was speechless. Seeing this, Sun Gohan smiled. Trunks, Goten is right. Only by practicing hard can you improve your strength faster. Trunks nodded. 2 days later, Son Goku and Vegeta returned to Earth with Kampa and the others and learned about Son Gohan and Trunks' improvement in strength. Son Goku, Goten, do you also know the ritual that old Kai used to help people improve? Yes, Dad. Son Gohan nodded. Really? Then let Goten help me improve my strength in the future. You are so deceitful, Kakarot. Vegeta, who was standing aside, said after hearing this. Sun Wukong smiled and said, Vegeta, you can also let Goten help you improve your strength. Humph. Vegeta snorted coldly. I don't want Goten to do that kind of ritual for me. Then, Sun Wushan learned from Sun Wukong that Sun Wukong and Vegeta had already cultivated to the realm of God. After Sun Wukong stayed at Bulma's house for a while, he followed Sun Wushan back to Baizai Mountain. Because Sun Wukong only knew how to practice every day and didn't help his family make money. After Sun Wukong returned home, Chi-Chi must have been nagging. After dinner, Sun Wushan proposed to spar with Sun Wukong, so the two came to the back mountain of their home. Goten, more than 2 years have passed, your strength should have improved a lot now, right? Sun Wukong looked at Sun Wushan in front of him and asked. Sun Wushan nodded. Sun Wushan's strength has improved, but not much. After all, Sun Wushan's strength improvement mainly depends on external plugins. Seeing this, Sun Wukong made a battle gesture with both hands. In that case, let's start. Yes. Sun Wushan nodded. Ha! Sun Wukong shouted and rushed towards Sun Wushan. Soon, Sun Wukong came in front of Sun Wushan, and his fists were like the wind, attacking Sun Wushan. Sun Wushan moved left and right, easily avoiding Sun Wukong's attack. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and punched forward with his right fist. Sun Wushan raised his right index finger and blocked Sun Wukong's punch. After seeing this scene, Sun Wufan, who was standing in the distance, immediately showed a trace of surprise on his face. Sun Wushan actually blocked the swift punch with just one finger. Ah! After seeing this scene, Sun Wukong immediately saw the gap between the two, so he roared loudly and transformed into a Super Saiyan. Then, with his fists as fast as lightning, he attacked Sun Wushan. Sun Wushan's figure flashed, and in the blink of an eye he appeared behind Sun Wukong, and his right elbow hit Sun Wukong's back. Bang! With a loud sound, Sun Wukong was knocked to the ground by Sun Wushan's elbow. The ground was immediately stirred up by Sun Wukong's sudden fall. A lot of dust. Could it be that Goten, he is now in a state where he doesn't need to transform? Chapter 60. Sun Wukong propped himself up with both hands, leaped up from the ground, and retreated several dozen meters behind him. Very impressive, it seems I have to show my real skills. Sun Wukong said, clenched his fists, and his whole body exuded an extremely amazing aura that quickly rose upwards. Ha! With a loud shout, Sun Wukong's hair and eyebrows turned sky blue, his eyes turned dark blue, and his body was surrounded by blue aura and star-shaped particles unique to the breath of God. Water droplets flowed in the aura from time to time. The speed of the aura flowed was much slower than that of humans and Super Saiyans, and it carried very slight electric sparks. The aura was divided into two layers of aura, sky blue and white from the outside to the inside. This is Super Saiyan Blue. Sun Gohan, Super Saiyan Blue. Seeing this, Sun Wushan looked calm. Goten, won't you transform? No, I have mastered the state of being able to exert my full strength without transforming. Okay then. After Sun Wukong finished speaking, he immediately rushed towards Sun Wushan. But in the blink of an eye, Sun Wukong came in front of Sun Wushan and attacked with both fists. Sun Wushan put his hands behind his back and easily avoided Sun Wukong's attack. Damn it! Sun Wukong shouted angrily and kicked forward with all his strength with his right foot. Bang! Sun Wushan quickly raised his left hand and grabbed Sun Wukong's right foot. What? Sun Wukong was shocked. Sun Wushan loosened his left hand and pushed Sun Wukong's body back. Sun Wukong stepped on the ground with his right foot, stabilized his body, and looked at Sun Wushan. Ha! With a loud shout, Sun Wukong exuded a lot of blue breath all over his body and rushed towards Sun Wushan. Sun Wushan's figure flashed, and in the blink of an eye he appeared above Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong raised his head and rushed into the sky. Sun Wushan put his hands forward and fought with the rushing Sun Wukong. Swish! Bang bang bang! Sun Wukong's strength became stronger and stronger as the battle went on. But even so, the gap between him and Sun Wushan was still too big. Bang! With a heavy kick, Sun Wukong's body fell heavily to the ground like a ray. A large piece of sand and dust was immediately raised on the ground. When the sand and dust dispersed, a large deep pit immediately appeared on the ground, and Sun Wukong was lying in this deep pit. Sun Wukong looked at Sun Wushan in the sky and chose to admit defeat. I lost to Wushan. Sun Wushan nodded. At this time, the voice of the system suddenly came to Sun Wushan's ears. Ding! Congratulations to the Master for defeating Son Goku and obtaining the Super Saiyan 2 Advanced card. I learned. Master, do you want to use the Super Saiyan 2 Advanced card? Yes. Okay, Master. As soon as the voice fell, a lot of memories about transforming into Super Saiyan God 2 immediately appeared in Son Goten's mind. The transformation of Super Saiyan God 2 and the transformation of Super Saiyan God are not much different except that the power is greatly increased. It seems that it's good to pretend to be cool without transforming. Son Goten glanced at Son Goku on the ground and thought secretly in his heart. Son Goten didn't transform and fight Son Goku this time, just to experience Beerus's master style. As we all know, Scions surprise their enemies by constantly transforming. And people like Beerus and Jiren are very strong in their normal state because they can't transform. And without transforming, their physical energy consumption is also very small. In the original Dragon Ball Super, Beerus flicked Super Saiyan 3 Son Goku away with one finger. When Sun Wukong saw this scene, he was shocked. Swoosh! Tap! Sun Wukong landed in front of Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong looked at Sun Wuhan and said, "Gohan, although your strength has improved, you still need to practice well." "Okay, Dad." Sun Wuhan nodded. Time flies, and a month has passed in a blink of an eye. Because Xiongpa couldn't ask Bulma to make a Super Dragon Ball, he found a super scientist in the 6th universe to help him make a Super Dragon Ball radar and find the last Super Wishing Ball. Unexpectedly, this last Super Wishing Ball is actually an unknown star. Vados nodded. "Then Lord Xiongpa, what wish do you want to make?" "Of course, it is to restore the Earth in our 6th universe. In this way, we don't have to go to the 7th universe all the time." Vados nodded. Afterwards, Bardos summoned the Super Dragon to restore the Earth of the 6th universe and make the Earth civilization of the 6th universe reach the same level as the Earth of the 7th universe. After making the wish, the Super Dragon immediately turned back into 7 Super Dragon Balls and scattered them to the 6th universe 7. The first thing Xiongpa did after making a wish was to take Bardos to Earth in Universe 6 for a big meal. Time flies, and a year and a half has passed in a blink of an eye. Now there are only 4 months left before Beerus. Universe 7, Earth, on an uninhabited island tens of thousands of miles south of Zidu, there is a secret research institute. A woman with long brown hair, black framed glasses, huge earrings, and a white coat. At this time, she was in front of a computer, looking at the values on the computer. The woman's name is Android 21. She was once a scientist employed by the Red Ribbon Army and was acquainted with Dr. Gero. After the Red Ribbon Army was destroyed, she hid and continued to study androids. And she has been collecting information about Son Goku and others. When Majin Buu appeared, she collected Majin Buu's cells and transformed herself into an android through Majin Buu's cells. And named herself Android 21. Her purpose of transforming herself into an android is also very simple, that is, to obtain immortal life, keep researching, and create the most powerful android. Da-da-da. With the rapid tapping of the keyboard, a golden cell appeared on the computer. This golden cell is the strongest android that Android 21 wants to create. Golden Cell is not only much stronger than Cell, but also has the cells of Majin Buu in his body. This means that he can be resurrected even if he is broken into pieces like Majin Buu. In addition, Golden Cell also has the ability to absorb. However, although Golden Cell is the ultimate android designed by Android 21, there is a huge problem. This problem is time. Like the original Cell, Golden Cell is cultivated from cells. This means that it will take 20 years to cultivate Golden Cell. 20 years. Android 21 looked at Golden Cell on the computer and fell into deep thought. 20 years is not a short time. Even if she creates Golden Cell by then, she may not be able to defeat Son Goku and the others. Chapter 61. Just as Android 21 was thinking, her brain suddenly felt a sharp pain, and a desire to destroy came from her brain. Ah! Android 21 screamed loudly, and a black breath flew out of her body, transforming into a woman with pink skin, messy long hair on her head, 2 golden bracelets on her hands, red eyes, and black outside the pupils. The woman wore a black chest wrap on her upper body, white trousers on her lower body, a golden belt around her waist, and a long tail behind her. This woman is the evil thought of Android 21. And her current appearance is the state of Android 21 after transforming into a demon. Who are you? I am you. The evil Android 21 licked his tongue and said. You are me. Yes, in other words, I am your innermost thoughts. Thoughts. Don't you want to create the strongest android and rule the world? Rule the world. After hearing this, Android 21 seemed to have thought of something. Could it be that you are the evil thoughts in my heart? Evil Android 21 smiled. I just said that I am the thoughts deep in my heart. As long as you and I join forces, this world will be ours. No, I won't join forces with you. After hearing this, evil Android 21's face suddenly turned cold. In that case, I can only destroy you. After hearing this, Android 21 immediately turned around and fled. Seeing this, evil Android 21 immediately chased after him. Soon, the two left the institute, flew to the sea outside the island, and stopped. Haha! Evil Android 21 looked at Android 21 and sneered. Android 21 gritted his teeth in anger and clenched his fists. Ah! With a loud roar, Android 21 transformed into the same demon state as evil Android 21. However, her aura was much weaker than that of evil Android 21. Ha! Evil Android 21 saw Android 21 transform and immediately rushed towards Android 21. Android 21 was startled and rushed to fight. Bang! With a loud sound, evil Android 21's right knee hit the abdomen of Android 21 who was rushing towards him. Android 21 screamed loudly and was pushed 1,000 meters away. Android 21 covered her abdomen with her right hand, and the next second, the figure of evil Android 21 instantly appeared in front of her. Without waiting for Android 21 to react, evil Android 21's fists hit Android 21's face and body like a storm. Bang bang bang! Under the attack of evil Android 21, Android 21 kept retreating and screaming. Bang! Suddenly, evil Android 21 kicked Android 21 hard, causing her to fly backwards. Evil Android 21 raised his right hand and fired a pink energy wave at Android 21. Boom! With a huge explosion, the energy wave hit Android 21 and exploded above the sea. A huge smoke soon appeared above the sea. Plop! Android 21 used the smoke to let his body fall into the sea. Evil Android 21 heard the sound of falling into the water and immediately fired energy waves at the sea with both hands. Bang! 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 With huge explosions, huge waves were blown out of the sea. Android 21 was hit by the energy wave from the attack of evil Android 21, but she had the super recovery ability of Majin Buu, so her injuries recovered quickly. Plop! Just when evil Android 21 also fell into the sea, his body moved towards Android 21 as fast as lightning. Android 21 clenched his hands and rushed towards evil Android 21. Swish! Bang bang bang! Soon, the two came to each other at the same time. Fighting fist to fist and foot to foot. The surrounding sea water formed huge whirlpools because of the fierce battle between the two. These whirlpools also brought considerable resistance to the battle between the two. Bang! Android 21 punched Android 21 in the face with his right fist, causing her to fly backwards and hit a boulder behind her. The boulder split open at the top due to the impact of Android 21, and it flew towards Android 21. Fell. Android 21 moved forward and dodged. At the same time, the Dragon Ball Z warriors on Earth all felt the aura of evil Android 21 and Android 21. West City, Krillin's house. After feeling the aura of evil Android 21 and the others, Krillin looked at Lazuli and said, "Such a strong aura, could it be that there are powerful enemies on Earth again? I don't know, but those two are very strong, definitely not something you can handle." Android 21 sighed. Swoosh! Bang! 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 Evil Android 21 and Android 21 have come out of the sea and come to the sky to fight. Just when the two were fighting fiercely, a figure suddenly appeared, and this person was Son Goten. Goten! When Android 21 saw Goten, he immediately looked at him as if he were his savior. Do you know me? Yes, I know. This person is my evil thought. Can you help me get rid of her? Of course, as long as you call me brother. Android 21 was speechless when he heard this. She was older than Gaku, but she actually asked him to call her brother. Just when Android 21 hesitated, evil Android 21 kicked Android 21 hard with his right foot, causing her to fly backwards. Brother! While flying backwards, Android 21 shouted to Goten without hesitation. Goten flashed and came behind Android 21 in the blink of an eye. He pressed her waist with his right hand to slow her down. Evil Android 21 snorted coldly. Goten, since you want to meddle in other people's business, I will destroy you too. Goten smiled. If I don't save her, you won't destroy me. Of course I will destroy you too. After saying that, evil Android 21 immediately rushed towards Goten. Soon, evil Android 21 came in front of Goten, and his fists and feet were like light, attacking Goten. Goten clenched his hands and attacked evil Android 21 as well. Chapter 62. But in the blink of an eye, the two men came to each other at the same time, and their fists and feet were like light, fighting with each other. Soon, the sound of the two men fighting fiercely came from the sky. Bang! After the two men fought for a while, Sun Wuxian's right fist hit the abdomen of evil Android 21 with force. Evil Android 21 screamed immediately and retreated backwards. Evil Android 21 gritted his teeth and rushed towards Sun Wuxian again. Sun Wuxian snorted coldly, clenched his fists, and exuded an extremely amazing breath from his whole body, which quickly rose upwards. Ha! With a loud shout, Sun Wuxian turned into an adult body. Except for the chest, head, palms, and soles of the feet, a lot of red body hair grew all over his body. He had a long black hair draped over his head, his eyes were golden, and the eye circles outside his eyes turned red. Goten was naked from the waist up, wearing yellow trousers and black cloth shoes, with a blue cloth tied around his waist. This was Super Saiyan 4. Evil Android 21 was startled, but still attacked Goten. Goten swung his left fist forward and hit the right fist of evil Android 21. Bang! With a loud noise, evil Android 21 was knocked back by a punch. My body! My body has grown bigger. Android 21 looked at Goten, who just looked like a child, and suddenly became tall and handsome, and said in shock. Goten looked at his body. Although he was very strong in the mysterious state, he still preferred the body of an adult. With the body of an adult, his hands and feet were relatively long, so he could attack his opponent even if he didn't have to get too close to the opponent. Seeing that Goten was distracted, evil Android 21 immediately rushed towards Goten. Goten smiled, his body disappeared in the blink of an eye, and appeared behind evil Android 21. Evil Android 21 was startled, and quickly stopped, turned around, and saw a foot kicking her face. Because the speed was too fast, evil Android 21 had no time to dodge, and her face was kicked down by the kick, and her body immediately fell backwards. However, although the kick was powerful, evil Android 21 still managed to stabilize her body. Just a second after evil Android 21 stabilized her body, Goten kicked evil Android 21's face with his other foot, forcing evil Android 21 to retreat. Immediately afterwards, Goten's feet were as fast as lightning, and he kept kicking evil Android 21's body and face, causing her body to retreat continuously and scream. Bang! After kicking evil Android 21 for a while, Sun Wuxian kicked evil Android 21's body with his right foot and kicked her out. Evil Android 21 clenched his fists and quickly slowed down in mid-air. Then, he slapped his hands forward quickly, launching a large amount of energy waves to attack Sun Wuxian. Sun Wuxian dodged while launching energy waves to hit back evil Android 21. Swish! Bang! 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 Boom! 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 A large number of explosions and thick smoke appeared in the sky, and the sea was blown up by huge waves because of some energy waves falling into the sea. At this time, evil Android 21 stopped the energy wave attack, and a huge suction force appeared in his hands to absorb the energy wave attacked by Sun Wuxian. Sun Wuxian, be careful, she can absorb your energy. Android 21 reminded. Absorb energy. Sun Wuxian smiled, and his hands emitted purple destructive energy. Attacking evil Android 21. Evil Android 21 aimed his hands at the destructive energy, trying to absorb the energy of the destructive energy. Soon, a destructive energy was absorbed into the body of evil Android 21. But in the next second, the face of evil Android 21 changed drastically. What kind of energy is this? Destructive energy. Sun Wuxian laughed. Destructive energy is compressed energy, which is definitely not comparable to ordinary energy. Moreover, destructive energy is destructive energy. Evil Android 21 absorbed it, not only could not turn it into his own power, but also hurt himself. Evil Android 21 just absorbed the destructive energy, and nothing happened on the surface, but she consumed a lot of physical strength to suppress the destructive energy. After hearing this, evil Android 21 gritted his teeth and quickly dodged the destructive energy that attacked. Don't you want to absorb the energy? Goten taunted the evil android number 21. Evil android after hearing this, number 21 looked at Goten with anger on his face. Just then, Gohan and Trunks flew over from a distance. Brother, Trunks. You are Goten. Trunks said with some disbelief in his heart. Yes. But how did you become like this? This is the transformation I just mastered, it can make my body become that of an adult. Newly mastered transformation. Yes, I'll tell you after I finish fighting her. Okay. Trunks said, looking at the Android 21 who looked exactly like the evil Android 21. Who are you? Are you an accomplice of that guy? This. After hearing this, Android 21 didn't know how to explain for a while. Because the evil Android 21 appeared because of her. Just when the two were chatting, Goten had already rushed to the front of the evil Android 21. Evil Android 21 raised her right fist quickly and hit Goten. Goten raised her left hand and blocked her right fist. Evil Android 21 was startled. At this time, Goten raised his right hand and said to evil Android 21. Destruction. As soon as the voice fell, the body of evil Android 21 immediately emitted a dazzling light. Evil Android 21 screamed loudly, and her body disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Trunks was shocked. Goten, what is this move? Why did she disappear? This is a destructive move. God of Destruction. Goten nodded. Then can you teach me? Of course. Then how can she solve it? Trunks looked at Android 21. I don't know. Don't know. I just felt the aura of the evil Majin Buu on that girl just now, so I killed her. Tell me, what's going on? Goten asked Android 21. After hearing this, Android 21 had to tell her identity and the matter of collecting Majin Buu's cells. Chapter 63. After Android 21 finished speaking, Trunks looked at Android 21 with a serious face. Android 21, after this lesson, you must reflect on it and start a new life. Yet. Android 21 nodded speechlessly. She was actually taught a lesson by a child. By the way, Android 21, you just said you are a scientist, right? Yet. Android 21 nodded. In that case, how about you come to work in my company? My company is the largest company in the world, working from 9 to 5, and having weekends off. Well, I'll think about it. Okay. Trunks nodded. If there is nothing else, I'll go back first. Son Gohan nodded. Seeing this, Android 21 immediately turned around and flew back to his research institute. Goten, what's up with your Super Saiyan 4? Super Saiyan 4 is what I did when I saw a full moon and turned into a giant ape and lost my mind, and then I regained my mind. Giant ape? Yeah, didn't your father tell you that we Saiyans will transform when we see a full moon? No. Trunks shook his head. And I've seen a full moon before, and I didn't transform into a giant ape. Because Vegeta had pulled out his tail a long time ago, he didn't tell Trunks about it. That's because you don't have a tail. Son Gohan said. Tail? Yes, I once transformed into a giant ape. Tail? Trunks looked behind him. He had a tail when he was very young, but Bulma didn't like it. In addition, he had to go to school, and a tail behind him would definitely attract a lot of attention, so he pulled it out. Then Goten, can you transform into Super Saiyan 4 with a tail? No, in addition to the tail, your strength must also reach a certain level. On the other side. After returning to the research institute, Android 21 looked at the embryo of Golden Cell that she had cultivated and finally decided to destroy it. Although it was her dream for Android 21 to create the strongest android, after experiencing the evil Android 21, she was worried that the Majin Buu cells in Golden Cell's body would cause Golden Cell to split into two cells, and even she would not be able to control it at that time. In addition, her evil thoughts were separated, which greatly changed her temperament. Time flies, and 4 months have passed in a blink of an eye. Today is the day when Beerus wakes up. In the 7th universe, the god of destruction, in Beerus' room. At this time, Beerus is sleeping on a floating stone. There are many stone bells around the stone where Beerus sleeps. Boom! Suddenly, a stone bell exploded, and the sand and stones from the explosion immediately fell on Beerus. Beerus turned over without caring. Boom! 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 At this time, several stone bells exploded in succession. Beerus opened his eyes slightly, and then closed them again. After a while, Beerus yawned, turned forward, and rolled onto a floating stone below. Then, he slowly crawled forward and rolled onto the next stone. After rolling for a while, Beerus finally rolled onto a stone less than 1 meter from the ground. At this time, Whis walked in from outside and said, "Lord Beerus, you should get up. If you don't get up, I will sing loudly for you." Upon hearing this, Beerus immediately rolled off the stone to the ground, then stood up from the ground and yawned. "Whis, is the hot water ready? I want to take a bath first." "It's ready, Lord Beerus." "Really?" After hearing this, Beerus went out of the room with a sleepy face. After a while, Beerus came to the bathroom and soaked in a pool full of hot steam. Whis was responsible for adding water. "Lord Beerus, how is the water temperature?" "This temperature is about right. If you add more, it will be too hot." "Okay, Lord Beerus." Whis said and stopped adding water immediately. "Whis, I had a dream. I dreamed that I fought with Kampa and almost destroyed the entire universe." Is that so?" Whis smiled awkwardly. Before, he was surprised that the fight between Goten and Kampa was so loud that he didn't wake up. It turned out, he fought with Kampa in his dream. That Beerus-sama, Changpa-sama came to our universe, and he fought a scion of Son Goten. What? Beerus was shocked after hearing this. He asked why he dreamed of Kampa. It turned out that his own universe was fighting with others. Scion? I remember I asked Frisia to destroy the scions. Didn't Frisia do what I told him to do? No, Lord Beerus, Frisia has destroyed planet Vegeta. This Son Goten is the son of the scion survivors. So that's how it is, but a mere scion, Kampa should have easily destroyed him. No, in the past 10 years, the scions have mastered a new transformation called Super Saiyan. Whis said, and a projection of Son Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan appeared on the crystal ball of the staff in his right hand. Super Saiyan. After hearing this, Beerus touched his chin with his right hand. Are super scions strong? Ordinary super scions are just like super scions, but above super scions there are super scion 2, super scion 3, and super scion blue. Oh, what is the strength of Goten who fought against Kampa? Surpassed super scion blue. Surpassed super scion blue? Who won in the end? Goten. What? After hearing this, Beerus immediately stood up from the pool excitedly. Kampa, a god of destruction, actually lost to a human. At this time, Whis suddenly became very shy and said, Lord Beerus, down below. Beerus was reminded by Whis, and immediately looked down and quickly returned to the pool. How old is Goten who defeated Kampa this year? 12 years old. 12 years old, isn't he a child now? Yet. Whis nodded. He was 7 years old when he defeated Lord Kampa. 7 years old, is Whis, the man called Son Goten, really a scion? He is a scion, but he is a hybrid of scion and earthling. Hybrid. Whis nodded. By the way, Lord Beerus, why did you wake up after such a short sleep this time? Because of a precognitive dream. Precognitive dream. The prophetic fish once told me that my powerful enemy will appear in 39 years. Oh, but Lord Beerus's precognitive dream seems to have never come true. Whis laughed. Chapter 64. Humph. Beerus snorted. Who said it didn't come true? Didn't Goten defeat Kampa? I think he should be the rival in my dream. Whis smiled. Lord Beerus, you didn't just bring up Goten because of what I said. Who said I brought up Goten? This is clearly my precognitive dream. Goten's name was in the precognitive dream. No, in my precognitive dream, I was fighting a super scion, something. Super scion what? I don't know, I forgot, I'll think about it later. The scions are so strong now, how is Frisia now? Frisia has been defeated by Goten's father, Gaku. Gaku. Goten can defeat Kampa, so it's not surprising that Gaku can defeat Frisia. Yes, he is the first scion to transform into a super scion. Really? By the way, how did Kampa come to our universe? And he fought with that guy called Son Goten. I don't know much about this. By the way, Lord Beerus, I found a planet full of delicious food. A planet full of delicious food. Yes, this place is the Earth. Where is the Earth? The Earth is in the northern Milky Way, and it is also the planet where Son Goku and his friends live. Even Lord Kampa likes the delicious food on Earth. Kampa? Could it be that he often comes to our 7th universe while I am asleep? After hearing this, Beerus narrowed his eyes. He hasn't settled the score with him for the fight with Son Goten yet, but he keeps coming to his universe again. That, not often, just occasionally. What about you? Beerus stared at Whis and said. Me? Since you said that the Earth is full of delicious food, you should have been to the Earth, right? I only go there occasionally. Yet. After hearing this, Beerus looked at him with disbelief. Lord Xiongpa, I went a little more. Whis said with a guilty conscience. You didn't lie to me. How could that be? Since you said there were delicious food on Earth, did you bring it back? Of course I did. I knew Lord Beerus woke up today, so I went to the Earth yesterday and brought back some delicious food. That's more like it. After a while, Beerus finished his bath and put on his clothes and came to the palace. Whis brought the delicious food brought back from the Earth to the table one by one. What is this? This is called pizza. You can try it, Lord Beerus. After hearing this, Beerus picked up a piece of pizza and tasted it. After tasting a bite of pizza, Beerus' face immediately showed a hint of surprise. Afterwards, he quickly finished a piece of pizza and tasted other Earth delicacies on the table. After tasting many delicacies, Beerus looked at Whis angrily. Whis, there are so many delicious foods, why didn't you wake me up earlier? I'm afraid that if I wake you up, you will be unhappy. Humph! Beerus snorted coldly. Tell me the truth, how many times have you been to Earth? This. I forgot too. Did you forget? Or are you afraid that I will be angry and dare not tell me? Lord Beerus, I think I'd better not say it, otherwise you will be even more angry. You guy! Beerus looked at the smiling Whis and finally calmed down. Although he wanted to beat Whis, he couldn't beat him because Whis was too strong. After a while, Beerus finished his meal and called the prophecy fish. Lord Beerus, what do you want to talk to me about? Prophecy fish, you said before that I would have a strong enemy, right? Yes. The prophecy fish nodded. Then do you know the name of my strong enemy? This. I forgot it too. The prophecy fish scratched its head with its hand and said. After hearing this, Beerus stared at him. Whis, you feed the prophecy fish 3 times a day, right? Yes, Lord Beerus. Then you feed him twice a day in the future. Okay, Lord Beerus. Whis smiled. Don't do that, Lord Beerus. The prophecy fish said in panic. In that case, you should remember it. Beerus said with some anger in his heart. Yes. The prophecy fish was frightened by the angry Beerus. Oh, I remember, your strong enemy is called Super Saiyan God. Super Saiyan God. Beerus smiled and looked at Whis beside him. What do you think, Whis? I didn't lie to you, did I? Whis nodded slightly. Then Whis, do you know where the Super Saiyan God is? Replying to Lord Beerus, the so-called Super Saiyan God is the transformation of the Super Saiyan God. The transformation of the Super Saiyan God. Just now I introduced the Super Saiyan transformation, but forgot to introduce you to the Super Saiyan God, because Son Goku and the others have already mastered the Super Saiyan Blue transformation that surpasses the Super Saiyan God. Super Saiyan Blue, what do you mean? Super Saiyan Blue is stronger than Super Saiyan God. Yes. Whis nodded. Then how does the strength of Son Goku and Son Goten compare? Son Goten's strength is much stronger than Son Goku. Is that so? How long will it take us to go to Earth? About 20 minutes. That's long enough to watch an episode of a cartoon. What's wrong, Lord Beerus? Do you want to fight Goten? Beerus nodded. Although Goten defeated Kampa, he is stronger than Kampa and will not necessarily lose to Goten. Well then. Whis said, and took Beerus out of the palace and headed for Earth. Earth, Baizai Mountain. Goten was lying on a piece of grass in the sun with a leisurely look on his face. A little girl with blonde hair and blue eyes flew down from the sky and landed next to Goten. This little girl was Krillin's daughter Marin. Marin is now 9 years old. Although she is not tall, she is much taller than when Goten first met. Because Goten is very talented, he is often mentioned by Krillin. So after playing with Goten and the others for a few times, Marin liked to play with them. Marin. Brother Goten. Goten nodded. Marin, what's wrong with you today? Nothing, I was just bored at home alone, so I came to play with you. Where's your dad? My dad is at work. Brother Goten, what are you doing lying here? Sunbathing. Brother Goten, how about we go to the mountains to pick wild fruits? Boring. Then Brother Goten, what do you think we should do? Chapter 65. Why don't you go play with Trunks? Brother Trunks isn't home. Goten called Trunks the sixth brother in his heart. Then I'll take you to play with Dragonite, how about that? Dragonite. He's a flying dinosaur. Marin thought for a moment and nodded. Goten saw this and immediately flew forward with Marin. After a while, Goten brought Marin to the outside of a cave. Goten shouted loudly into the cave. Dragonite. At first, there was no movement in the cave. After a while, a dinosaur with yellow skin in front and light skin in the back, with a pair of wings behind it, appeared. This dinosaur was Dragonite. Dragonite was a good friend of Gohan when he was a child, in the Dragon Ball movie. Goten also heard about Dragonite from Gohan, and then he knew Dragonite. Quick Dragon. After hearing this, Quick Dragon immediately licked Goten's hand with his tongue. Quick Dragon, this is Marin. Hello. Marin smiled and greeted Quick Dragon. Quick Dragon roared and looked at Marin with a smile. Then, he walked in front of Marin and lowered his head. Brother Goten, what is he doing? He is trying to show you his goodwill and let you touch his head. Is that so? Marin said, and touched Quick Dragon's head with his hand. Quick Dragon smiled and raised his head and licked Marin's hand with his tongue. The Seventh Universe. Beerus and Whis are on their way to Earth at this time. Because Beerus has been sleeping for too long and has no work, he destroyed some planets on the way here. The Kai King God Realm. The old Kai King God has noticed that Beerus has woken up and is coming towards them. Grandfather, what's wrong? East Kai asked when he saw old Kai frowning. Lord Beerus, he's awake. Lord Beerus. Yes. Old Kai nodded. Just a few moments ago, a large number of planets were destroyed by Lord Beerus. Then, Grandfather, what should we do? Just chill. Ah. Lord Beerus is the god of destruction. His job is to destroy planets. We can only pray that he destroys fewer planets. What I'm most afraid of now is that Lord Beerus will look for Son Goku and the others. Goku. Yeah, you know how much trouble the Scions can cause. Earth. After Marin got familiar with Dragonite, he sat on Dragonite's back and flew around in the sky. Seeing that the man and the dragon were having fun, Son Goten immediately found a place to sit down. Suddenly, he felt a strong destructive aura. This aura, could it be Beerus? North Kai King Planet. Because Chi-Chi was always nagging, Sun Wukong returned to the 7th universe to practice for a while. 2100, 2101. Sun Wukong put hundreds of tons of weight on his back. North Kai King Planet's gravity is 10 times that of the Earth, hundreds of tons multiplied by 10 is thousands of tons, and practiced single-finger push UPS. Suddenly, Sun Wukong felt an extremely strong destructive aura. Such a strong aura, could it be that Lord Beerus has awakened? Yes. North Kai King nodded. Goku, if Lord Beerus comes later, you must not provoke him. Why? Lord Beerus is the god of destruction of our universe. If you make him unhappy, he will really destroy the planet. Don't worry, Lord Kai, I know what's going on. After hearing this, the North Kai was very worried. On the other side, Beerus and Whis have already arrived at the North Milky Way. Whis. How long will it take us to get to Earth? 5 minutes. But Lord Beerus, Son Goku who defeated Frieza is not on Earth now, but on the planet of the North Kai. North Kai. North Kai is Goku's master. North Kai actually accepts Scions as his apprentices, so let's go to the North Kai first. Yes, Lord Beerus. 4 minutes later, Beerus and Whis arrived at the North Kai's planet. Lord Beerus. When the North Kai saw the two people coming, he immediately came over with a warm face. Beerus nodded and looked around. North Kai, your planet is so small. Whis, who was standing aside, couldn't help laughing immediately after hearing this. Lord Beerus, have you forgotten? The North Kai's planet was not originally so small, but because I angered you, you destroyed a lot of it, so it became so small. Little one. Really? Yes. Whis nodded. Lord Beerus. Just then, Son Goku came over with a warm face. Hello Lord Beerus, my name is Son Goku. Are you Son Goku? Yes. Son Goku nodded. I heard from Whis that you have mastered the Super Saiyan God. Yes, Lord Beerus. Then can you transform into Super Saiyan God and fight me? Lord Beerus. King Kai was shocked. Beerus actually asked Son Goku to fight him. Super Saiyan God? Yes. Beerus nodded. Okay. Sun Wukong said, clenching his fists, and his whole body exuded an extremely amazing aura, which quickly rose upwards. Ha! With a loud shout, Sun Wukong's hair turned bright red, his body became more handsome and thin, and his whole body was covered with a spiritual energy like the sun's flame. His eyes became larger and his pupils appeared. His skin became whiter and his appearance became younger and more like a teenager. This is the Super Saiyan God. Beerus raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing his white teeth and smiled. Is this the Super Saiyan God? Yes. Sun Wukong nodded. Swish. Tap. Whis stepped back. Seeing this, North Kai immediately led Bobris and the others to retreat to avoid being affected by the fight between the two. Just then, Beerus pointed his right finger at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong shouted, took a few steps forward, and punched Beerus in the face with his right fist as fast as light. Swish! Swish! Beerus moved his body to both sides and dodged. Ha! Sun Wukong shouted and punched with all his strength. Beerus was startled and quickly raised his left hand to block Sun Wukong's punch. Bang! With a loud noise, Beerus was knocked back a few steps, and the ground under his feet was scraped off because Beerus stepped on the ground with both feet. At this moment, Sun Wukong rushed in front of Beerus, jumped into the air, and kicked Beerus hard with his right foot. Beerus quickly stepped back and dodged. As soon as Sun Wukong landed, he rushed towards Beerus again. Chapter 66. Beerus stomped his feet on the ground and rushed towards Son Goku. Swoosh! Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, the two of them came to each other at the same time, and their fists were as fast as light, hitting each other hard. The grass of North Kai's planet was blown into the air because of the fierce battle between the two, making the entire North Kai's planet bare. My North Kai! Seeing this, North Kai felt heartbroken. According to the destructive power of Son Goku and his friends, his North Kai's planet would definitely not be saved. Earth. After Son Goten felt that Son Goku had transformed into a Super Saiyan God, he immediately took out the crystal ball to check the battle on North Kai's planet. Brother Goten, what are you looking at? Marin asked after getting off the fast dragon. I'm watching the fight between my dad and Beerus. Who is Beerus? The god of destruction in our universe. Really? Then I'll see it too. Marin said, sitting next to Son Goten and looking at the crystal ball together. Brother Goten, why is there nothing? Because Son Goku and the others moved too fast, Marin couldn't see the fight between the two at all. No, Dad and the others moved too fast, so you can't see it clearly. Is that so? North Kai King Planet. Because North Kai King Planet was too small, the two flew into the sky at the same time, and then stopped at the same height 1,000 meters away. Son Goku, you really have some skills, no wonder you can defeat Frieza. Thank you for the compliment, Lord Beerus. But, if your strength is just like this, you can't beat me. Son Goku smiled. I don't expect to beat Lord Beerus, I just hope I can last a few more moves in Lord Beerus's hands. Oh! After hearing this, Beerus was a little disappointed. Although the Super Saiyan God transformed by Sun Wukong is strong, it is far from the Super Saiyan God in his dream. By the way, Sun Wukong, I heard from Whis that you have mastered the transformation of Super Saiyan God, right? Lord Beerus, do you mean Super Saiyan Blue? Yes. Beerus nodded. Since Lord Beerus said so, I will transform into Super Saiyan Blue. Sun Wukong said, clenched his fists, and an extremely powerful divine aura burst out from his body, and quickly rose upwards. Ha! With a loud shout, Sun Wukong's hair and eyebrows turned sky blue, his pupils turned dark blue, and he was surrounded by blue aura and star-shaped particles unique to the breath of God. Water droplets flowed in his aura from time to time. The speed of the aura flow was much slower than that of humans and super scions, and it carried very slight electric sparks. The aura was divided into 2 layers of aura, sky blue and white from the outside to the inside. This is Super Scion Blue. Seeing this, Beerus narrowed his eyes. Is this the Super Scion Blue that surpasses the Super Scion God? Yes, Lord Beerus. In that case, let me see your strength. Okay, Lord Beerus. As soon as the voice fell, Sun Wukong's body immediately turned into a blue light and rushed towards Beerus. Beerus raised his fists forward and also rushed towards Sun Wukong. Soon, the 2 men came to each other at the same time, punching and kicking like light, hitting each other vigorously. There were loud noises in the sky immediately, and the violent wind generated by the fight between the 2 men. Bang! Suddenly, Sun Wukong's body was lifted up, and his right fist hit Beerus' body hard, causing him to step back a few steps. Beerus was startled. Then, he became a little serious. Ha! Sun Wukong shouted, and fired a large amount of energy waves with both hands, attacking Beerus. Beerus dodged, quickly came to Sun Wukong, and hit Sun Wukong's chin with his right fist. Bang! With a loud noise, Sun Wukong's body immediately stepped back a few steps. The energy wave that Sun Wukong attacked also exploded in the sky at this time. Beerus flashed and appeared in front of Sun Wukong in the blink of an eye, kicking forward with his right foot. Sun Wukong raised his hands to block, and his body retreated hundreds of meters. Sun Wukong, is this all you can do? Of course not, Lord Beerus. Ha! Sun Wukong said, clenched his fists, and a large amount of blue aura emanated from his body. As the aura emanated, Sun Wukong suddenly rushed towards Beerus at a very fast speed. Because Beerus did not expect Sun Wukong to improve so quickly, he could only raise his hands to resist Sun Wukong. As expected, when Beerus raised his hands, Goku's fists were like a storm, attacking him desperately. Bang! 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 Under Goku's fierce attack, Beerus had to retreat backwards. Ha! After attacking for a while, Goku hit forward with all his strength, knocking Beerus' body back hundreds of meters. Whis watched the wonderful fight between the 2 and suddenly took out a bag of potato chips from his staff. Whis ate while watching the fight between the 2. King Kai of the North was speechless when he saw this. He was heartbroken because the fight between Goku and Beerus destroyed his planet beyond recognition, but Whis not only watched their fight with relish, but also ate potato chips. King Kai of the North, do you want to eat potato chips? Okay. In the sky. After Beerus was beaten back, he immediately gathered destructive energy in his hands and attacked Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong moved to the side and dodged. Boom! With a shocking explosion, the destructive energy exploded behind Sun Wukong. An extremely violent purple storm appeared and swept around. Boom! Not long after, another destructive energy exploded. Beerus saw that both destructive energies missed, and immediately rushed towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong shouted and also rushed towards Beerus. In an instant, the 2 appeared in front of each other at the same time. Sun Wukong swung his right fist vigorously and hit Beerus with all his strength. Beerus dodged and went around behind Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was startled and was about to turn around, but Beerus' tail suddenly tied his body like a rope. After Sun Wukong was tied up, he could not move. Beerus laughed evilly and punched Sun Wukong's face and body with both fists. Sun Wukong screamed immediately. Crack! After attacking for a while, Sun Wukong suddenly bit Beerus' tail with his mouth. Ah! Beerus screamed loudly and quickly retracted his tail. Beerus-sama. After seeing this scene, King Kai was almost scared to death. Sun Wukong actually used the tricks he used to deal with Frisia to deal with Beerus. Chapter 67. Huff, huff. Beerus looked at the swollen tail and blew air at him immediately. When the tail was not so swollen, Beerus looked at Sun Wukong with anger in his heart. You damn guy, you actually use such a barbaric fighting method. Lord Beerus, who told you to tie me up with your tail? Beerus snorted coldly, and rushed towards Sun Wukong as fast as light. Sun Wukong was startled and quickly raised his hands to defend. Bang, bang, bang. Beerus' hands were full of lightning, and he hit Sun Wukong's arms hard. Under Beerus' attack, Sun Wukong's body immediately retreated. Bang! Suddenly, Beerus pushed forward with his right knee and hit Sun Wukong's abdomen hard. Sun Wukong screamed loudly and spit out a mouthful of bitter water. Beerus flashed behind Goku, and hammered Goku's back with both hands. Bang! Boom! With a bang, Goku's body was like light, and a big hole was knocked out of the ground of North Kai's planet. 1/3 of North Kai's planet was immediately lost. My North Kai! King Kai shouted excitedly. Ah! Just at this moment, Goku, who was still falling, clenched his fists and stopped under King Kai. Goku looked up and found that Beerus' figure was no longer above North Kai's planet. Gone! As soon as he finished speaking, Beerus' body suddenly appeared below Goku. Goku seemed to look down and saw that Beerus' right hand was gathering a destructive energy and hitting him. Goku was shocked, and it was too late to dodge. Boom! With a huge explosion, destructive energy exploded in the sky. An extremely huge purple storm appeared and swept around. The entire North Kai planet was destroyed by the huge explosion. Before the explosion, Whis used the power of angels to condense a protective shield to protect the North Kai and his people. The North Kai looked at the North Kai planet with mixed feelings. Beerus snorted coldly and fired a destructive energy with his right hand towards the smoke of the explosion. Boom! With a huge explosion, the destructive energy exploded in the sky again. A huge scream came out from the smoke immediately. The North Kai planet, which was only half left, shook violently due to the impact of the explosion. The North Kai was unstable and fell to the ground. After a while, after the smoke of the explosion dissipated, Sun Wukong stood in the air in a very embarrassed state, still panting. Beerus smiled and flew down to the sky above the North Kai King planet. Seeing this, Sun Wukong immediately followed. Soon, the two arrived above the North Kai King planet. The two looked at each other. Then, they rushed towards each other as fast as light. Swish! Bang! 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 With a series of violent collisions, the bodies of the two turned into blue and purple lights, constantly colliding in the sky. Many blue and purple circles immediately appeared in the sky. These circles were caused by the collision and fighting of the two bodies. After fighting for a while, the two grabbed each other's hands and fought hard in the sky. Because Beerus was stronger, he quickly pressed Sun Wukong back. Ah! Sun Wukong roared loudly, exuding a lot of blue breath from his body, and smashed Beerus back. Beerus gritted his teeth, and a large amount of purple aura emanated from his body, pressing Sun Wukong back. The space around the two men vibrated violently because of the collision of their auras. A series of extremely sharp gusts of wind emanated from their bodies and spread to the surroundings. Bang! After a stalemate, Beerus exerted force with both hands and pushed Sun Wukong away. Hoo-hoo! The two men gasped at the same time because of the huge consumption of physical strength. After a short rest, Beerus' body transformed into 6 clones, surrounding Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was startled, and the expression on his face became serious. At this time, the 7 Beerus' right hands condensed destructive energy at the same time and hit Sun Wukong. Seeing this, Sun Wukong gritted his teeth tightly. Boom! With an explosion, the destructive energy exploded, and a large amount of explosion smoke was produced in the sky. Hit! Beerus laughed happily and let all the clones return to their original bodies. Ha! Just at this moment, a loud shout came from the thick smoke. What? Beerus was startled and saw Sun Wukong's devil with his fist clenched. He rushed out of the thick smoke. Soon, Sun Wukong rushed to Beerus and swung his right fist forward. Beerus raised his arms forward to block Sun Wukong's attack. Sun Wukong raised his left fist and hit Beerus hard. Beerus pushed forward with his right knee, and when Sun Wukong's left fist was about to hit him, his right knee hit him and pushed him back. Sun Wukong looked up and saw that Beerus' right hand was gathering a destructive energy towards him. Beerus grinned and hit the destructive energy in his hand. Sun Wukong moved to the side and dodged. Boom! With a huge explosion, the destructive energy exploded in the sky. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and was about to rush towards Beerus, but saw that a large amount of destructive energy was gathering around Beerus' body. What? Sun Wukong was shocked. Beerus waved his right hand forward, and all the destructive energy immediately attacked Sun Wukong. Seeing this, Sun Wukong quickly clasped his hands back and said, Kame Pai Qi Gong Wave. A deep blue air wave condensed from Sun Wukong's hand and hit the attacking destructive energy. Kamehameha Pai Qi Gong Wave was like a dragon swinging its tail, detonating all the destructive energy. A large amount of smoke from the explosion immediately appeared in the sky. Beerus looked at the destructive energy of the explosion, raised his right index finger upward, and condensed a super-large destructive energy in his hand. What? North Kai was shocked. If this destructive energy fell, his North Kai planet would definitely be gone. Sun Wukong looked at the destructive energy condensed by Beerus and immediately gritted his teeth. Beerus chuckled and hit the destructive energy at Sun Wukong. Kame Pai Qi Gong Wave. Sun Wukong clasped his hands together and condensed a deep blue chi wave in his hands again, hitting the destructive energy that was attacking. Bang! With a loud sound, the Kamehameha Pai Qi Gong Wave hit the destructive energy. However, because the destructive energy was too large, the Kamehameha Pai Qi Gong was pushed out. Ah! Sun Wukong roared loudly, and an extremely amazing chi burst out from his body, pushing the destructive energy forward a little. Chapter 68. Beerus opened his eyes and pressed hard with his right hand. Ah! Sun Wukong suddenly felt a huge pressure and screamed. This is the end of Sun Wukong. Beerus chuckled and pressed harder with his right hand. Damn it! Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and a lot of blue aura emanated from his body. Kaioken! With a loud shout, in addition to the blue aura emanating from Sun Wukong's body, there was an additional red aura. What? Beerus was shocked. 10 times Kaioken! Sun Wukong shouted loudly, and his aura surged, pushing the destructive energy back. Ah! Beerus gritted his teeth and pressed his left hand towards the destructive energy. As the two energies continued to collide, invisible ripples emanated from the two energies and spread to the entire universe. Ah! Sun Wukong roared loudly, and his aura surged again. 20 times Kaioken! Gaku shouted and pushed the destructive energy back. Beerus gritted his teeth and used all his strength with both hands to push the destructive energy forward a little. After a stalemate, the two energies were consumed at the same time and disappeared. Huff! Beerus panted and looked at Gaku. If he had known that Gaku had such a killer hidden, he would not hold back and defeat him directly. Now he wants to fight Goten, and he will definitely suffer a physical loss. Gaku was also panting at this time, looking at Beerus. Suddenly, his body returned to normal. North Kai, go! Gaku has changed back. Whis nodded. It's amazing that Gaku can fight with Lord Beerus for so long. That's true. Beerus smiled and looked at Gaku, who had returned to normal. Gaku, do you want to continue fighting? No need, Beerus-sama, I've already done my best. Beerus nodded and fell towards the North Kai King planet, which was only half left. Gaku saw this and fell down with him. Beerus-sama. Wis saw this and immediately walked over. Then Wis, let's go to Earth. Yes, Beerus-sama. Go to Earth. Gaku asked Wis. Yes, Beerus-sama. Let's go to Earth to taste the food. Before Wis finished speaking, Beerus rushed to say. Is that so? Why don't I take you there? You. Beerus-sama, Gaku knows the instant movement of the Udrid people, which will be faster than us. In that case, you take us there. Gaku nodded and put his index fingers on his forehead. Then Beerus-sama, Wis, put your hands on my back. The two nodded and put their hands on Sun Wukong's back. Swoosh! Sun Wukong saw this and moved in an instant and disappeared. After the three disappeared, North Kai looked at the half of North Kai King's planet left and immediately became sad. Today is really an unfortunate day for him. Earth, West Capital, Bulma's house. At this time, Sun Wukong had brought Beerus and Wis to the backyard of Bulma's house. Wukong, who is this? Bulma looked at Beerus, who looked very similar to Kampa, and asked. Bulma, this is Lord Beerus. Oh, so you are Lord Beerus of our universe. Beerus nodded. Lord Beerus, this is Miss Bulma. She was the one who arranged the food for me when I came to Earth. Really? After hearing this, Beerus stared at Wis. That look seemed to say, how much food have you eaten behind my back? Seeing this, Wis immediately felt guilty. Lord Beerus, what food do you want to eat? I don't know, but bring me all the delicious food. I understand, then Miss Bulma, I'll trouble you. Bulma nodded. Lord Beerus, aren't you going to fight Goten? Why do you suddenly say you want to taste the food on Earth? Wis asked Beerus in a low voice. I just consumed a lot of physical strength, can't I replenish my physical strength? Wis smiled and said. Lord Beerus, you are not afraid that you can't beat Son Goten, so you need to replenish your energy, right? Who is afraid of not being able to beat Son Goten? I just want to taste the food on Earth, okay? Okay, okay. Wis said with a smile. At this time, Sun Wukong, who was standing not far away, saw the two whispering and immediately asked Wis. Wis, what are you talking about? No what? Really? After hearing this, Sun Wukong was half believing and half doubting. After a long time, the earth food ordered by Bulma was delivered and placed on the big table in the backyard. Beerus saw a large table of food and immediately prepared to eat, but heard Wis beside him. No rules, you have to say it before eating, right? Of course I know. Then I'll eat it. Baizai Mountain. After seeing the battle, Sun Wushan was about to put away the crystal ball, but saw Marin looking at him with a smile on her face. Brother Sun Wushan, can you lend me your crystal ball to play with? No. Sun Wushan refused without thinking. After hearing this, Marin pouted. Don't be so stingy, it's not like I won't return it to you. I can lend it to you, but I have a condition. What condition? After hearing this, Marin's eyes lit up. Beat me. Brother Goten, if you don't want to borrow it, just say so. I said it straight, but you still want to borrow it. Humph. Marin snorted coldly. I'm going to ignore you, I'm going to play with Brother Trunks. After Marin finished speaking, he flew into the sky. Seeing this, Goten didn't care, but put the crystal ball he picked up into the system's inventory. At this time, Marin turned his head and looked back at Goten. Seeing that Goten didn't come to coax him, he accelerated his body and flew forward faster. West Capital, Bulma's house. After Beerus had a big meal, his stomach immediately became round and bulging. So full. Beerus said, touching his stomach with his right hand. After hearing this, Wis picked up a fried fish with chopsticks and started eating. Beerus had eaten one meal when he came from the Destroyer God realm, and now he had eaten another meal. It would be strange if he was not full. After waiting for half an hour, Beerus felt that he had digested almost everything, so he said to Whis, who was already full. "Wis, let's go find Sun Goten." "Sun Wukong, find Goten." "Yes, Lord Beerus originally planned to fight Sun Goten, but he heard that you defeated Frisia and mastered the transformation of Super Saiyan God, so he fought with you to see how strong you are." "Is that so?" "Yes." Wis nodded. "Then Lord Beerus, let's go." "Yes." Chapter 69. Seeing this, Whis pointed his staff at the ground and took Beerus away from Bulma's house. On Bayazai Mountain. At this time, Goten was sitting on a big rock, looking up at the sky. A colorful light suddenly fell from the sky. When the light faded, two figures immediately appeared inside. These two people were Beerus and Whis. "Lord Beerus, he is Goku's youngest son, Goten." Lord Beerus nodded slightly. "Goten, this is Lord Beerus." "Lord Beerus." "Goten, Lord Beerus heard that you are very powerful, so he wants to fight you." "Fight me?" Whis nodded. "Okay then." After hearing this, Goten thought about it and agreed. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared, and this person was Goku. He didn't want to miss such a wonderful battle. Whis glanced at Sun Wukong and immediately flew backwards. Sun Wukong saw this and also retreated backwards. Beerus smiled and said, "Sun Wushan, you transform into Super Saiyan God." "Super Saiyan God? I want to see if you are the rival in my dream." Sun Wushan nodded and clenched his fists tightly. "Ha!" With a loud shout, Sun Wushan's hair turned bright red, his eyes became larger and pupils appeared, his eyes became something with outlines, the colors of the pupils and irises turned black and red respectively, and his whole body was covered with aura like the flame of the sun. "This is the Super Saiyan God." Seeing this, Beerus touched his chin with his right hand. Although Sun Wushan's aura is very strong now, it has not reached the realm of the God of Destruction. King Kai realm. Seeing the two preparing to fight, the old King Kai sighed in his heart. "I thought that the fight between Goku and Beerus was over, but I didn't expect Beerus to come after Goten again. Old ancestor, there's nothing we can do about it." East Kai said. "How many people in this universe dare to refuse Beerus' request?" Old Kai nodded slightly. "Then Beerus, can we start?" Goten asked Beerus, who was staring at him. Beerus nodded slightly. Seeing this, Goten clenched his hands and hit Beerus in the face. Beerus moved his body to both sides and dodged. Goten shouted and pushed forward with his right knee. Beerus pushed forward with his left knee, and pushed together with Goten's right knee, making an extremely violent sound and gust of wind. The two were pushed back a few steps by each other at the same time, but they soon came to each other again, punching and kicking like light, and hitting each other hard. Bang bang bang! Under the fierce battle between the two, the entire Bayazai mountain immediately shook, and countless sand and stones around the two were blown into the air. Bang! Beerus hit Sun Wushan's face with his right fist and knocked him out. Boom! With a bang, Sun Wushan's body was like light, and he crashed heavily into the mountain behind him. Beerus raised his right hand, condensed a destructive energy in his hand, and hit the mountain that Sun Wushan crashed into. Boom! With a huge explosion, the mountain was blown into pieces and fell from the sky. However, there was no figure of Sun Wushan in the shattered mountain. Seeing this, Beerus narrowed his eyes. The next second, a figure suddenly appeared behind Beerus. This person is Goten. Beerus turned around and saw Goten's right fist coming towards him. Beerus moved to the right and kicked Goten to the left with his right foot. Goten stomped his feet hard on the ground and stopped when he was about to crash into the mountain behind him. Okay, the warm-up is over. It's time for you to show your true strength. Goten can defeat Xiongpa, so his strength must be more than this. Goten nodded and clenched his fists tightly. An extremely powerful breath immediately emanated from his body and quickly rose upwards. The ground around was affected by Godin's breath and shook violently. Ah! Godin roared loudly, and a lot of white light emanated from his body. When the white light dissipated, although he still looked like a super scion god, his breath was qualitatively improved. Beerus felt Godin's breath and was a little surprised. Because Sun Wuxian's aura is no weaker than his now. Sun Wukong and Whis were also a little surprised after seeing this. Wukong, the transformation beyond Super Saiyan God Sun Goku nodded. I think it may be that Godin's strength is stronger, so even if he transforms into Super Saiyan God, it is stronger than my Super Saiyan Blue. Really? Sun Goku nodded. Beerus, is yours Super Saiyan God? Sun Godin nodded. But this is Super Saiyan God too. Super Saiyan God too. Yes, although they are both Super Saiyan God, there is a big difference in realm. Is that so? No wonder your aura is so different from before. Beerus said, a trace of cold sweat on his forehead. Before coming, he had anticipated the strength of Sun Godin, but he didn't expect to underestimate him. According to Sun Goku, Super Saiyan Blue is a transformation beyond Super Saiyan God. If Sun Godin also mastered Super Saiyan Blue 2 or King Fist, then he might be evenly matched with Sun Godin in this battle. Then Lord Beerus, let's continue fighting. Okay. Beerus said with some lack of confidence. Godin saw this and his body turned into a red light and flew into the sky. Beerus saw this and flew into the sky together. After flying to a height of 1,000 meters, the two suddenly stopped and looked at each other. Godin chuckled, and a lot of red light emanated from his body, and he rushed towards Beerus. Beerus radiated a lot of purple light from his body and also rushed towards Godin. Swish! Bang! 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 With earth-shaking sounds, the two bodies moved quickly in the sky while fighting fiercely in the sky. Under the fierce fight between the two, extremely sharp gusts of wind immediately appeared in the sky and emanated towards the ground. Bang! Godin and Beerus punched each other in the face with their right fists at the same time, knocking them back. Ha! Godin shouted, slapped his hands forward quickly, and fired a large amount of energy waves from his hands, attacking Beerus. Beerus dodged to the side and rushed towards Godin. Godin saw it and immediately stopped the energy wave attack and rushed forward. Chapter 70. Swish! Beerus' figure suddenly disappeared and appeared behind Godin. Godin turned back quickly and saw Beerus kicking him. He subconsciously moved his left hand forward to block and stepped back a few steps. Beerus snorted coldly and rushed towards Godin with his fists. Godin clenched his fists and attacked Beerus. Swish! Bang! 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 Beerus moved to the sides to avoid Godin's fierce attack. Then, he raised his fists to attack Godin. Godin dodged to the side and also dodged Beerus' attack. Beerus gritted his teeth and condensed a destructive energy in his right hand to attack Godin. Godin was startled and dodged quickly. Boom! With a huge explosion, destructive energy exploded behind Godin. Godin and Beerus flashed, flew upwards, and punched each other with their fists. Bang! After fighting for a while, the two grabbed each other's hands, and their bodies emitted red and purple auras, colliding violently. The surrounding void vibrated violently under the fierce collision of the two's auras. Then invisible ripples emanated from the two's bodies and spread to the entire universe. The sea of the earth was affected by the invisible ripples and surged violently. The humans on the earth were also affected to some extent, feeling a headache and nausea. The uninhabited planets near the earth immediately turned into dust in the universe after being hit by the invisible ripples. Ah! With a loud shout, Godin pushed Beerus forward a few steps. Beerus gritted his teeth and pushed Godin back. Bang! After a stalemate, the two men simultaneously knocked each other out and gasped for breath. Suddenly, Beerus showed a faint smile on his face. Yes, this is exactly the Super Saiyan God in my dream, but the height is a little different. In a dream. Goten pretended not to know. Yes, do you know why I want to fight you? Isn't it because I am stronger? Not only this reason, the main reason is the precognitive dream. Precognitive dream. In short, I dreamed that I was fighting with the Super Saiyan God. His strength is equal to mine. It's a pity that I woke up from the dream before I could decide the winner with him. Is that so? Beerus nodded. Of course, there is another most important reason that he didn't say, and that reason is face. Originally, a precognitive dream, even if it is fake, is nothing, but he happened to talk to Whis about precognitive dreams many times before, but he failed every time, and he would definitely be laughed at by Whis. Although he had fought with Goku before and proved to Whis how powerful the Super Saiyan God was, there was still some gap between this and the Super Saiyan God in his dream. So he fought with Goten to prove that his dream of foresight was true, and slapped Whis in the face. Then, Lord Beerus, let's continue fighting. Goten said, and his body immediately turned into a beam of fire and rushed towards Beerus. Beerus shouted and punched forward with his right fist. Bang! With a shocking sound, the two men's right fists hit each other hard, and an extremely amazing momentum emanated from their hands, spreading to the surroundings. Immediately afterwards, invisible ripples emanated from the hands of the two men, and once again spread to the entire universe. Bang! After a stalemate, Beerus clenched his right fist hard and shook Goten back a few steps. Beerus raised his index finger upwards. And a huge destructive energy condensed in his hand, falling towards the ground. Sun Wuxian was startled, and his body immediately appeared under the destructive energy, and his hands quickly gathered energy backwards and said, Came Pai Qi Gong Wave. A deep blue energy wave condensed from Sun Wuxian's hands and hit the destructive energy falling to the ground. Bang! With an extremely violent sound, Kamehameha and the destructive energy collided violently. Beerus pressed down with both hands to suppress the destructive energy. Sun Wuxian gritted his teeth and pushed up with both hands. What a powerful force! Is this the power of Lord Beerus and others? Although Sun Wukong watched the battle between Sun Wuxian and Xiongpa, he could not sense the spirit of God at that time. Now the violent collision of the two people's energy made him deeply feel the gap between him and them. Ah! Beerus shouted, and moved his hands downwards with all his strength. Press down. Sun Wuxian also shouted loudly and hit upwards with all his strength. Bang! As the two energies collided violently, the two energies immediately emitted extremely violent storms and spread to the surroundings. Immediately afterwards, invisible ripples emanated from the two energies and spread to the entire universe. After a stalemate, the two energies continued to collide and squeeze, and finally disappeared together due to the exhaustion of energy. Hoo! The two panted and looked at each other. Suddenly, Sun Wuxian changed his body back to normal. Beerus, don't fight anymore. No, I just want to fight you with the power of a mortal. Mortal power? Yes. Sun Wuxian said, clenched his fists hard, and his whole body exuded an extremely amazing aura, and quickly rose upwards. Boom! The ground around him shook violently. Ah! With a huge roar, Goten's body grew taller and bigger. Except for his chest, head, palms, and soles, a lot of white hair grew all over his body. The white hair grew to his waist, his eyebrows disappeared, and his brow bones were close to his eye sockets. His pupils turned red. This is exactly Super Saiyan 5. As Goten's breath spread, Krillin and others on Earth immediately felt Goten's aura. Tian Xinyan, so strong aura, is Goten fighting someone? I don't know. Jiaozi shook his head. Beerus was also a little surprised when he saw Goten's transformation. Is this your transformation into a Super Saiyan? Goten nodded. Although Super Saiyan God 2 can also defeat Beerus, as a mortal, he still wants to defeat Beerus with his mortal power. Really? If that's the case, let me see your strength. Godin nodded, and his body turned into a white light, rushing towards Beerus. In the blink of an eye, Godin arrived in front of Beerus, and his fists were like light, attacking Beerus. Beerus dodged, used both hands to resist Godin's attack, and retreated. Chapter 71. Ha! Godin shouted and punched forward with his right fist. Bang! Godin's right fist hit Beerus' chest, knocking him back hundreds of meters. Just then, Piccolo and Trunks arrived. Uncle Piccolo, is that Godin? Although Trunks had seen Godin's Super 4 transformation, he had never seen Godin's Super 5 transformation. In addition, they were flying high, so he was a little unsure whether that person was Godin. Yet, Piccolo nodded. Godin glanced at Beerus, and his body turned into a white light and flew over the earth. Seeing this, Beerus immediately followed. Soon, Godin flew out of the earth's atmosphere and stopped above the earth. Godin looked down and saw the blue earth. At this time, Beerus flew in front of him and stopped. Godin chuckled and suddenly raised his hands to Beerus. Seeing this, Beerus' eyes narrowed slightly. Godin shouted loudly, and his body turned into a white light and rushed towards Beerus. Beerus wanted to move, but found that his body seemed to be controlled and could not move. Could it be? Beerus looked at Godin raising his hands, as if he thought of something. Bang! At this moment, Godin rushed to Beerus and pushed his right knee towards Beerus' abdomen. Beerus screamed loudly and spit out a mouthful of bitter water. Godin went around behind Beerus and hit Beerus back with both hands. Bang! With an extremely violent sound, Beerus fell towards the earth like a meteor. Sun Wuxian took this opportunity to quickly put his hands back and said, "Came Pai Qi Gong Wave." A deep blue wave of air condensed from Sun Wuxian's hands and hit Beerus. What? Beerus was shocked. Bang! Kamehameha hit Beerus and made him fall to the ground faster. Earth. Sun Wukong saw Kamehameha hitting the earth and immediately became worried. Damn it! Beerus shouted angrily, and his whole body exuded an extremely terrifying aura of destruction, slowly transforming and disappearing the Kamehameha in front of him. However, although Beerus transformed and disappeared Kamehameha, he consumed a lot of physical strength. Kamehameha is gone. Sun Wukong was shocked. Whis nodded. The god of destruction can transform energy. Gaku, you have been training with Master Xiangpa for so long, don't you even know this? I don't know. Although Sun Wukong trained with Xiangpa, he rarely fought with Xiangpa. Swish! Just at this moment, Sun Wuxian clenched his fists, and an extremely amazing aura emanated from his whole body, rising rapidly. What? Beerus' face changed immediately when he felt that Sun Wuxian's aura was rising rapidly. He had just fought with Sun Wuxian with all his strength, but Sun Wuxian still hid his strength from him. It's okay to hide his aura, he fought with Sun Wuxian for so long, his aura decreased due to the decline of physical strength. Sun Wuxian transformed twice, and his aura not only did not decrease but increased. Is this still a human? ZZ. Bang! Just at this moment, Sun Wuxian increased his strength to the full power of Super Saiyan 5 and released the aura gathered outside his body. Seeing this, Beerus gritted his teeth. Godin's strength was far beyond his imagination. If he continued to fight, he might really be defeated by Godin. But if he didn't fight, wouldn't that mean he was afraid of Godin? Now it was a dilemma for him. Fight! Beerus said. And his body immediately turned into a purple light and rushed out of the earth. Seeing this, Godin immediately flew from outside the earth's atmosphere to the earth. Bang! With an extremely violent sound, Godin's body went down, Beerus's body went up, and their right fists hit each other fiercely. An extremely violent gust of wind emanated from the hands of the two and spread to the surroundings. The whole sky immediately made an extremely shocking sound. Ha! Godin shouted, and his right fist suddenly burst out with an extremely powerful force, pressing Beerus down. Beerus gritted his teeth and quickly slowed down in midair. At this moment, Godin kicked Beerus hard with his right foot. Bang! Boom! With a bang, Beerus' body fell heavily to the ground like light. The ground was instantly a huge dust storm was raised immediately. Ding! Congratulations to the master for defeating Beerus and learning the destructive energy, the prototype of Ultra Instinct. Defeated. Yes, master. He is only 10% of his strength now. Another 10%. Yes, master. Do you want to kill him? No, I'm just asking. After a while, when the dust on the ground dissipated, an extremely huge deep pit immediately appeared on the ground. Beerus was lying in the center of the deep pit. Lord Beerus. Sun Wukong looked at Beerus lying in the deep pit and said. At this moment, Beerus gasped, stood up from the deep pit, and looked at Sun Wushan in the sky. Seeing this, Sun Wushan's body returned to normal and fell down. Tian Xinyan, Godin, he, changed back. Yet. Jiaozi nodded. Lord Beerus, I'm hungry. How about we stop here? Godin said, and his stomach gurgled. After hearing this, Beerus glanced at Piccolo and the others who were watching the fight and nodded. Beerus had lived for hundreds of millions of years, so he naturally knew that Godin was deliberately giving him a way out. Seeing this, Whis immediately flew over and healed the injuries of the two. Godin, you just raised your hand and made me unable to move. That should be a superpower, right? Godin nodded. Seeing this, Beerus immediately said to Whis who was standing aside. Whis, do you think my precognitive dream this time is correct? Godin is really as strong as me. Yes, Lord Beerus. Whis nodded. After hearing this, Beerus yawned. Then Whis, let's go back. Okay, Lord Beerus. Whis said, saying goodbye to Son Goku. Then Goku, we'll go back. Son Goku nodded. Seeing this, Whis pointed his staff at the ground, and a colorful light immediately appeared under the feet of the two, taking the two away from the earth. When Trunks saw the two leave, he immediately flew to Son Goten and said. Goten, was the transformation you just made Super Saiyan 5? Son Goten nodded. How many transformations do you know, kid? This. After hearing this, Son Goten didn't know how to answer for a while. Chapter 72. The transformations he controls now are mainly Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan God. However, the Mystic State, God of Destruction, and Ultra Instinct are states and realms. Although their appearance will change, they are not considered transformations. If Black Goku appears in the future, he may control Super Saiyan Rose. Thinking about it this way, he has a lot of transformations. He is almost a transformation expert. Just as Goten was thinking, a figure flew over from a distance. This person was Marin. Marin. Trunks spoke to Marin. Marin nodded and smiled at Goten on the side. Brother Goten, what kind of transformation did you just make? I can't see it clearly from the ground. Can you show me how to transform now? Marin, I'm very hungry now and don't have the energy to transform. Well, I'll come to you in the afternoon to see your transformation. Seeing this, Trunks touched Goten with his right elbow. Not bad, Goten. Universe 7. After Whis left the earth with Beerus, he immediately talked to Beerus. Lord Beerus, what do you think of this battle? Humph. Beerus snorted coldly. What do you think? After hearing this, Whis immediately laughed. Lord Beerus, you insisted on fighting Goten this time. It's because you said that your precognitive dream was inaccurate that I would fight him. Whis smiled. But your previous precognitive dream was indeed inaccurate. Beerus snorted again. Speaking of which, it has been more than 4 years since Goten and Kampa's battle. More than 4 years. Whis nodded. In these 4 years, his strength has improved a lot. By the way, Whis, how old is Goten this year? If we calculate according to their Earth age, he should be 12 years old. Only 12 years old? Yes. Then do you think he has the potential to surpass you angels? I don't know. Whis shook his head. This is the first time he has seen a human being as talented as Goten. Universe 6, Destroying the Realm of God. Vegeta was practicing on a meadow at this time. Bardos flew down from the palace and landed in front of Kampa, who was sitting on a large rock nearby. Master Xiongpa, Master Beerus has awakened. Awake? Yes, and he also fought with Son Goku and Son Goten. Son Goku, Son Goten? Why would Beerus suddenly fight with them? I don't know, but Master Beerus, like you, also lost to Son Goten. After hearing the conversation between the two, Vegeta immediately stopped practicing and clenched his fists. Did Beerus lose too? After hearing this, Xiongpa immediately felt a little gloating in his heart. Bardos nodded. Besides, Son Goten's current strength is much stronger than when he fought with you. After hearing this, Xiongpa immediately said with a serious face. Bardos, what kind of nation do you think the Scions are? If they are the Scions of our 6th universe, they are a peace-loving nation. If they are the Scions of the 7th universe, they are a fighting nation. Fighting nation. In addition, after the Scions mastered the Super Saiyan transformation, there was no bottleneck in breaking through the upper limit. Then Bardos, have they ever had very powerful guys in their Scion clan? I don't know about the Scions of the 7th universe, but there should be no Scions of the 6th universe. No. Yet. Time flies, and 3 days have passed in a blink of an eye. Beerus planned to settle accounts with Kampa for Kampa's misbehavior in his own universe, so he brought Whis to the Destroyer God realm of the 6th universe. Beerus. Kampa saw Beerus and immediately greeted him. Beerus nodded and looked at Vegeta standing beside him. Lord Beerus. Seeing this, Vegeta immediately greeted Beerus. Beerus nodded and looked at Kampa again. Beerus, why did you suddenly come here today? Kampa felt a little guilty. Why don't you welcome me? Or do you think I don't know what you did in my universe while I was asleep? I didn't do anything, I just ate some delicious food on the earth in your universe. Humph. Beerus snorted coldly. Then you and Son Goten, what about fighting? And why did you come to my universe? I was just bored, so I went to your universe, and then I happened to sense the divine aura of Son Goten, and fought with him. That's all. After hearing this, Beerus narrowed his eyes. For some reason, he always felt that Xiongpa was hiding something from him. What else do you think there will be? Beerus snorted coldly. Anyway, the 7th universe is my territory. If you dare to do whatever you want in my territory while I am asleep again, I will not forgive you. Beerus came here this time mainly to warn Xiongpa. Tisk, if it weren't for the delicious food on Earth, I wouldn't come to your universe. In that case, don't come here in the future. If you don't want to come, don't come. Anyway, our universe also has Earth. Whis, let's go. It's Lord Beerus. Whis said, pointing the staff in his hand at the ground, and a colorful light immediately appeared under the feet of the two, taking the two away from the Destroyer God realm. Leaving now. Vegeta was stunned. He just thought that there would be a big battle between the two. Universe 6. After Whis left the Destroyer God realm with Beerus, he immediately said to Beerus behind him. Then where are we going next, Lord Beerus? To the Earth in our universe. Yes, Lord Beerus. Universe 7. Earth, Baizai Mountain, Son Goku's home. As Son Goten grew older, Chi-Chi had begun to consider letting Son Goten go to school. Although Son Gohan had a tutor to study at the beginning, he still had to go to school when he was in high school. Mom, I think I should study at home, which can save money, and my brother can also teach me to study. Yes, Mom. After hearing this, son Gohan also said. No, if I let you study at home, you will definitely play all day and not study. No, Mom, you can let your brother supervise me. No, Gohan has graduated from college now and will have to work in the future. How can he have time to supervise you? That Mom. I heard that Aunt Bulma dropped out of school at the age of 16. Her family is a super rich second generation, but our family is not. Chapter 73. Then Mom, if our family becomes very rich, do I not need to study anymore? How can we become very rich? Do we rely on your father? Besides, being rich and studying are two different things. Even rich people still need to study. Oh. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Chi-Chi opened the door and saw a little girl with blonde hair and blue eyes. This person was Marin. Marin. Hello, Aunt Chi-Chi. Marin greeted Chi-Chi politely. Chi-Chi nodded. Are you here to see Goten? Yes. Marin nodded heavily. Then Goten, since Marin is here to see you, you should play with her for a while. Okay, Mom. Sun Wuten said, and took Marin out, came to a piece of grass on Baizai Mountain, and sat down. Brother Goten, can you transform into Super Saiyan 5 for me? Super Saiyan 5? Yes, didn't you promise to transform into Super Saiyan 5 for me? Did you? Of course, you said you were hungry, come in the afternoon. North Kai King Planet. After 3 days, North Kai King finally repaired his North Kai King Planet. Sun Wukong looked at the repaired North Kai King Planet and said to North Kai King with a smile. Lord Kai King, you are really amazing, you repaired North Kai King Planet so quickly. Humph! North Kai King snorted coldly. How dare you say that? If it weren't for you, my North Kai King Planet wouldn't have become like this. But this time it was Lord Beerus who insisted on fighting me. Even if Lord Beerus didn't fight you, you messed up my planet. By the way, why don't you go to the 6th universe to practice with Vegeta? Didn't Lord Beerus wake up? So I wanted to practice on Lord Beerus' planet. Lord Beerus? Yeah, I've already talked to Whis about this. So that's how it is. I was wondering why you didn't practice in the 6th universe these days. Just as the two were chatting, Sun Wukong suddenly felt the breath of Beerus. Lord Beerus is here. Sun Wukong said, and teleported back to Earth. Earth, West Capital, Bulma's house. At this time, Beerus and Whis had already arrived at the backyard of Bulma's house. Lord Beerus, Whis. Bulma greeted the two. Whis nodded. Ms. Bulma, Lord Beerus wants to taste the delicacies of your Earth. Can you please arrange it? Of course. Bulma smiled. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the backyard of Bulma's house. This person was Sun Wukong. Bulma, Wukong. Sun Wukong nodded and looked at Beerus. Lord Beerus. Beerus nodded. Goku, why are you here? Bulma asked. Sun Wukong never came here for no reason. I came to find Whis to practice on Lord Beerus' planet. Practice on my planet. Beerus looked at Whis. Whis smiled. Lord Beerus, I saw that Goku was quite powerful, so I agreed to guide him in his training. After hearing this, Beerus narrowed his eyes. Whis, did you receive any benefits from him? No, Lord Beerus. After hearing this, Whis looked guilty. He did receive some benefits from Sun Wukong. Don't come on, from what I know about you, you must have received some benefits to guide him in his training. Really not, Lord Beerus. Beerus snorted coldly. I don't care if you want to guide him in his training, but you must not disturb my sleep. Don't worry about that, Lord Beerus. After hearing this, Beerus glanced at Whis. What he was most worried about was Whis. Universe 6, Destruction God Realm. At this time, Xiongpa was sitting on a big rock with a bored look on his face. Bardos, why doesn't Gaku come to practice with Vegeta? Bardos smiled and said. Master Xiongpa, it seems that Gaku intends to train with Master Beerus. Beerus? Yes, because Master Beerus is closer. Humph. Xiongpa snorted coldly. In this case, you will have taught him in vain. Master Xiongpa, do you care about Gaku? Vados smiled. No, I'm just asking. In the 7th universe, at this time, there was a huge spaceship flying in the universe. This spaceship was the spaceship of Frisia's army. A man with blue skin, short stature, wearing a green scion combat suit and a white cloak behind him was in a cabin in the spaceship. This man was called Salbi, and he was Frisia's chief of staff. In front of him stood a warrior with red skin, tall and burly stature, a pair of horns on his head, and a bald man with white skin and no hair on his head. These two people were called Sisami and Tajma. They were now the stronger warriors in Frisia's army. Sisami, still can't find Namek. No way, the original Namek has been moved to another place by the name Kians. After hearing this, Salbi touched his chin and said. It looks like we can only take the risk of going to Earth. Earth? Yes, there are Dragon Balls on Earth. In order to revive King Frisia and revitalize our Frisia army, we can only go to Earth to find Dragon Balls. Only the 3 of us will go this time to avoid being discovered by the Scions. Zasami, 3 of us? Yes. Salbi nodded. 2 days later. Salbi and the other 2 came to a mountain on Earth. Is this Earth? Zasami looked at the blue sky and said. Salbi nodded. Let's act now, shall we? Yes. Zasami nodded. Seeing this, Salbi immediately took out the Dragon Ball radar and looked for Dragon Balls. In this way, after searching for a long time, the 3 found 4 Dragon Balls. There are still 3 Dragon Balls missing. Salbi looked at the Dragon Ball radar in his hand and said. There are still 3 Dragon Balls, which are gathered together. Maybe there are people who are looking for Dragon Balls like us. Could it be Scions? I don't know. Anyway, we should be careful. Yet. Zasami nodded. On a big mountain outside Zidu. At this time, 3 people were looking for Dragon Balls. These 3 people were Pilaf's group whose bodies had been shrunk. King Pilaf, there are 4 Dragon Balls gathered together. Could it be that someone is collecting Dragon Balls like us? Xiao Wu looked at the Dragon Ball radar in her hand and said. Chapter 74. Ash, could it be Sun Wukong? For Pilaf and his gang, what they fear most is Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong can be said to be their lifelong enemy. After hearing this, Pilaf immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Ashu, don't talk nonsense to me. We were quite successful in collecting Dragon Balls last time, weren't we? Okay, whether the other party is Sun Wukong or not, we just need to be careful. Yet. Ashu and Xiaowu nodded. After a long time, Salbi led Tagma and the others to find Pilaf and his gang. Salbi was relieved when he saw that they were not Scions. Hand over the Dragon Balls, or don't blame us for being ruthless. King Pilaf. Ashu and Xiaowu saw that Tagma and Zasami were tall, and immediately looked at Pilaf. Pilaf saw that the 3 were not easy to provoke, and gritted his teeth. Ashu, Xiaowu, give them the Dragon Balls. It's King Pilaf. Although the 2 were somewhat reluctant, they still handed over the Dragon Balls. Seeing that the 3 knew what to do, Salbi let them go and looked at the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground. Zasami, do you know how to use these Dragon Balls? I don't know. Zasami shook his head. Lord Salbi, don't you know how to use these Dragon Balls? I don't know. So Salbi said, looking at Pilaf and his gang. Hey, do you know how to use these Dragon Balls? Pilaf and his gang were immediately frightened after hearing this. You just have to shout at the Dragon Balls, come out, Shenlong, and fulfill my wish." Pilaf said. "Come out, fulfill my wish." So Salbai looked at the dragon balls and said. As soon as the voice fell, the sky of the entire earth immediately darkened, and a long green dragon instantly appeared in the air. "This long dragon is the earth dragon. Tell me your wish, any wish can be fulfilled, but only 3 can be fulfilled." Salbi, 3? So many? Yes. The dragon nodded. "In that case, you help me revive King Frisia first." "Of course, but Frisia's body was cut into pieces, so I can only restore his body pieces." "Body pieces?" "Yes." The dragon nodded. "Lord Salbi, we can use the latest regeneration device of our Frisia army to reassemble and revive King Frisia's body pieces." Tagma said. "Yes, I almost forgot about this." "Then Shenlong, give us King Frisia's body pieces." "Okay." Salbi said, his eyes flashing red. Many body pieces immediately appeared in the sky and fell down. Seeing this, Salbi immediately asked Tagma and the others to help pick up the fragments of Frisia's body. When Ash and Xiaohu saw them picking up the fragments of Frisia's body, they immediately shouted to Shenlong. "Shenlong, I want 1 million. Shenlong, I want 10 million. Okay." After hearing this, Shenlong's eyes flashed red. A large stack of money immediately appeared in the hands of Ash and Xiaohu. "Then we'll meet again." After Shenlong finished speaking, he immediately turned back into the Dragon Ball and fell to the earth. "What?" After seeing this scene, Salbi immediately became furious. He originally planned to revive King Kurd, but after the two of them made such a wish, he was sure that he would not be able to revive King Kurd. At the same time, Piccolo, who was on the earth, discovered the strange phenomenon in the sky and rushed towards where Salbi and the others were. "Lord Salbi, we have collected all the pieces of King Frisia's body. I think we should retreat first." Salbi nodded and left with Tagma and the others. Although he hated Pilaf and his gang in his heart, there was a strange phenomenon in the sky now. Once the Scions noticed it, they might all die here. Pilaf was relieved when he saw the 3 people leave. Then, he looked at the money in Ash and Xiaowu's hands. "Ash, Xiaowu, why don't you ask for more money when you make a wish? Especially Ash, you only want 1 million. I forgot in a hurry." After hearing this, Pilaf immediately took the money from the 2 people and said, "Then let me keep this money for you. I will take you to the restaurant to have a good meal in the evening." Baizai Mountain, Sun Wukong's home. Sun Wushan was taking a nap at home at this time and didn't know that the Dragon Balls were used. Frisia spaceship. Tajma and the others broke Frisia's body into pieces after taking him back. He immediately used the latest rebirth device of Frisia's army to reconstruct Frisia's body and revive him. Crack! With the sound of glass breaking, the treatment cabin where Frisia was located shattered. Frisia landed on the ground with his feet and slowly opened his eyes. "Am I resurrected?" "Yes, King Frisia." Salbi said. "Who are you?" "King Frisia, I am now the chief of staff of Frisia's army, Salbi." "Oh, I seem to have some impression, but why did it take you so long to revive me?" "This, because the original Namek can't be found, and the Scions are very strong, so, we are resurrecting you now." Frisia snorted coldly and looked at Tajma and the others. "Meet King Frisia." "Yes." Frisia nodded. "Who are the 2 of Salbi?" "They are Zasami and Tajma. They have put in a lot of effort to revive you this time." "Oh, by the way, how are the Scions?" Frisia asked. Replying to King Frisia, the Scions have grown rapidly in recent years. They also defeated Majin Bu. Majin Bu. After hearing this, Frisia's face became solemn. Because his father once told him that there are 2 people in the universe that cannot be provoked, one is the god of destruction Beerus, and the other is Majin Bu. "Yes, King Frisia." Then they have indeed become much stronger. King Frisia, now Frisia's army is in disarray, and your resurrection now can just revive our army. I'm afraid you resurrected me because of this, right? Frisia glanced at Salbii and said. Yes, yes. Let's put aside the matter of reviving Frisia's army. I have something more important to do now. Something more important? Yes, this is the matter. Revenge on Son Goku and the others. I will never forget the days when I was in hell on earth. King Frisia, the Scions are very powerful. I think we should not go against him. Tagma said. After hearing this, Frisia looked at him coldly. Then, he took a few steps forward, grabbed Tagma's neck with his right hand, and lifted him up. King Frisia. Salbii was shocked. Chapter 75. Tagma was strangled by Frisia and couldn't breathe. My Frisia army has become what it is now because of people like you. Frisia said, and as soon as he let go of his hand, he used his superpowers to push him heavily onto the glass behind him. Crack! With the sound of glass breaking, the glass behind Tagma shattered. Because the spaceship was moving, Tagma and the soldiers around Tagma were immediately sucked out by the suction force in the universe. Protective shield, quickly open the spaceship protective shield. Seeing this, Salbii hurriedly said to the soldier controlling the spaceship. After hearing this, the soldier immediately opened a translucent protective shield outside the universe. Tagma and the others were saved by the protective shield. Frisia snorted coldly. By the way, Salbii, my father hasn't been resurrected, right? To King Frisia, because something happened, we didn't resurrect King Kurd this time, but next time, we will definitely resurrect King Kurd. You don't have to help him resurrect. When he was in hell, he always nags at me. Just let him stay in hell. It's King Frisia. In addition, Son Goku's strength has increased. I have to undergo 4 months of special training before going to Earth. Special training? Yes, I am a genius. I haven't practiced since I was born. Frisia clenched his fists and said. 4 months, I believe that as long as I practice for 4 months, I can definitely defeat Son Goku. Yes. Salbii nodded. Seeing this, Frisia looked at Tagma and said. During these 4 months, you also train with me. I will definitely train you well. After hearing this, Tagma was immediately frightened and at a loss. Earth, Bayazai Mountain. Sun Wushan woke up from his nap and practiced on Bayazai Mountain. A green figure suddenly flew down from the sky. This person was Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo. Piccolo nodded. Goten, where is Gohan? He went to the West City for an interview. Goten, do you know that someone just used the Dragon Ball? Dragon Ball? I was taking a nap just now and didn't know what happened. Really? Piccolo said, turned around and prepared to leave. Uncle Piccolo, do you want me to help you improve your strength? Improve your strength? Just like helping my brother and the others, improve their strength. But doesn't that take a day? It's okay, it only takes a few minutes to get to the spirit time room. Okay then. Piccolo thought about it and agreed. Sun Wushan saw this and teleported Piccolo to the heaven. Piccolo, Goten. Dendi, who was in the heaven, greeted the two. Goten nodded. Goten, why are you here today? I'm here to help Uncle Piccolo improve his strength. Improve your strength? Yes, so I want to borrow the spirit time chamber. Okay, no problem. How long will you two stay in there? 1 day will be enough. Okay. Dendi nodded. Pop, are there still food and water in there? Some gods, there is enough food and water in there for 2 years. Then take them to the spirit time chamber. Yes. Pop nodded. More than 10 minutes later, Piccolo came out of the spirit time chamber, and his aura was much stronger than before he went in. Because of the significant increase in strength, Piccolo had a rare smile on his face. So strong aura. Dendi said after feeling Piccolo's strong aura. At the same time, Krillin and his companions on Earth also felt Piccolo's powerful aura. However, Krillin had to work, so he didn't come to ask what happened. Time flies, and a week has passed in a blink of an eye. After Krillin learned from Piccolo that it was Goten who helped him improve his strength, he came to Goku's house to find Goten. Uncle Krillin. Krillin smiled and nodded. Goten, I want to ask you for help with something. What is it? That. I want you to help me improve my strength. Krillin said with a smile. After hearing this, Goten looked at Krillin. Krillin is the strongest Earthling in the Dragon Ball world. Tien Shinyan is a hybrid of a three-eyed alien and an Earthling. Although his strength is good, he is only an Earthling after all, and his strength improvement is limited. Otherwise, he would have helped him improve his strength a long time ago. Well, but the ritual to bring out the potential in the body is too time-consuming. I'll ask Old Kai to help you do the ritual, shall I? Old Kai. Yes. Goten nodded, and teleported to the Kaishin realm. Goten. Goten nodded. Kaishin. Goten, what are you doing here? I'm here to find Old Kai. Looking for me. Old Kai, who was reading a book, put the book down. Yes, I want you to help Uncle Krillin bring out his potential. No, I'm busy. Goten didn't know how to do it, so he had to come to him. Goten smiled. By the way, Old Kai, I also know the trick that Beerus used to seal you. Are you threatening me? After hearing this, the Old Kai said angrily. After hearing this, Son Goten teleported and disappeared. After a while, Son Goten appeared with the repaired sword of the Kai. The Old Kai looked at the repaired sword of the Kai, and his expression immediately became a little panicked. Okay. I'll help you, put the sword down. After hearing this, Son Goten immediately put the sword down and said. Then I'll bring Uncle Krillin. Yes. The Old Kai nodded. Seeing this, Son Goten teleported and brought Krillin over. Old Kai. The Old Kai nodded. Then Uncle Krillin, if you have nothing else, I'll pick you up tomorrow. Yes. Krillin nodded. Please talk to Marin and the others. Goten nodded, and in an instant he moved away from the Kaishin realm. Time flies, and 4 months have passed in a blink of an eye. Universe 7, Destroying the Divine Realm. Goku was fighting Whis on a grass field at this time. After 4 months of training, Goku raised his strength to Super Saiyan Deep Blue. Swish! Swish! Because Whis was too strong, Goku still couldn't attack Whis even after he reached Super Saiyan Deep Blue. Suddenly, Whis made a pause gesture with both hands. Stop! Goku stopped attacking immediately after hearing that. What's wrong, Whis? It still doesn't work, the speed is not enough, you use your brain first and then take action, so the speed will be limited. It takes too much time to feel first, then transmit from the brain to the nerves to the body. It would be great if each part of the body could make self-judgment and act. It is very difficult to do this, even Lord Beerus can't do it perfectly.